A familiar scenario unfolds. The world is plunged into a zombie apocalypse and chaos is spreading everywhere. This young man only needs a shovel to wipe out the entire zombie horde. To establish a safe haven, the government has locked down the area around Busan. The border was the first place the police sealed off, so now there is a safe spot to hide. But what's the real issue here? 30 million zombies are attacking outside, humanity is growing brutal, trampling and harming each other just to survive, or a government that treats its citizens like a burden. Which is it? None of these are the true reasons this society has descended into chaos. The zombies are a side issue. What really matters is that the cost of housing is just too high. A wave of refugees flooding into the city has caused home prices to skyrocket, now 100 times what they used to be. It's normal for a mid-range home in the city center to cost over 100 billion won. Even renting a place has become expensive. Renting a house for just one payment can cost tens of billions of won, and if you pay monthly, it's still tens of millions of won. Outside the lockdown zone, the zombies have taken over. Inside the safe zone, people are enduring the bitter cold. Every place here feels as brutal as hell. And today's main character is a 23-year-old homeless man named Kim Cheolsu. He works as a laborer and dreams of owning a house worth nearly 4 billion won. To chase that dream, he works hard every day from early morning until the blazing heat of the afternoon and late into the night. He only gets about 2 hours and 30 minutes of rest each day. So far, Cheolsu has saved 4 million won. To reach his goal of buying that 3.95 billion won house without spending a single cent, he would need to keep saving like this for another 731 years. All in all, not too bad. Just about 7 centuries, but clearly working and saving like this forever isn't the best way. If he wants to buy a house faster, there's only one option left. Cheolsu turns his eyes toward a billboard on the building ahead. It's advertising his 17th Territory Reclaim campaign. The program is aimed at the poor, the homeless, and those who hate zombies. Participants are sent beyond the quarantine zones to kill zombies. For every zombie head they bring back, they earn 5 million won. Cheolsu decides to join the campaign. Cheolsu went to the train station and spent about 1.2 million to buy a ticket to Pohang, the area where the operation was happening. His luggage was simple. Just himself, the ticket, and a few stolen shovels from his job. He was determined to do something big this time. After all, he had nothing left to lose. It was either a life of wealth or dying on the battlefield and turning into a zombie. As he was walking, Cheolsu accidentally bumped into a girl, causing her to fall to the ground. Her belongings and weapons spilled out of her backpack. As she muttered complaints and started to gather them, a thug passing by began teasing her and picking up her stuff. The girl struggled to take it back, but it was clear the difference in their strength was enormous. The thug grabbed her hair, threatening and robbing her of her weapons. Seeing that she was trying to resist, he decided to grab her by the head and force her to follow him as bait. Just as he was about to leave, a hand tightly grabbed his arm, stopping him. It was none other than Cheolsu. Seeing an injustice, stepping in to help. Before he kills zombies, our hero has to save the damsel in distress first. The thug was extremely irritated and angry at being stopped. He had only managed to provoke Cheolsu with a few words before getting slammed in the face, so hard it was completely disfigured. His own parents wouldn't have recognized him. He ended up lying pathetically on the ground. After dealing with the thug, Cheolsu said, "I can't focus on fighting zombies if guys like you are attacking your own people. That doesn't make you human anymore." Now that's our main character. Every word he says is just too cool. After taking care of the thug, Cheolsu told the girl to hurry up and pick up her things off the ground. He grabbed the guy's long-range weapon for himself, treating it as a reward for helping someone out. Up above, a soldier standing guard complained about all the noise coming from below. His teammate reassured him, saying, "Just ignore them. Right now, they're the poorest people in Busan, just trying to survive." Anyway, after today, you won't be hearing any more of that noise. The real goal of this whole operation is population control, after all. The train started moving and arrived at its destination by nightfall. Operation to Reclaim Territory No. 17, Pohang Station. The train came to a stop and the doors opened. The passengers stepped off, their faces filled with confusion and uncertainty. The place was completely deserted. There wasn't a single zombie or soldier in sight. Just as everyone stood there, unsure of what to do, a sound came from somewhere inside the station. The announcement from the loudspeaker echoed loudly. "Thank you to everyone who has joined the movement to reclaim the 17th territory. We appreciate your presence here." Everyone around felt confused and uneasy. Zombies are sensitive to sound, so it didn't make sense that the loudspeaker was blaring so loudly. Cheolsu stayed silent, as if sensing something wasn't right, something was off. The announcer's voice came through, no longer hiding the truth, and said, "This movement is actually a brutal population control operation. We intentionally use the loudspeaker without caring about the volume to draw the zombies here and carry out this cruel plan." Not long after, a horde of zombies appeared. chaos broke out immediately. If there ever was a hell on Earth, it was right here, no doubt about it. Cheolsu watched the unfolding scene in silence. He handed a crossbow to the girl and said, "I'll lend this to you. The rent is 10 zombie heads." Before the girl could process what was happening, Cheolsu pulled a shovel out of his backpack, his face full of determination, and stepped outside. Without hesitation, he decapitated a zombie. The noise from his actions attracted the zombies, but Cheolsu wasn't fazed. If anything, he was more energized. Cheolsu stood confidently on top of a zombie's corpse, his face calm but determined, his eyes bright with resolve. 7,900 zombies. This was the number I had to catch today. And just like that, Cheolsu charged into battle, alone, with one hand and a shovel, fiercely attacking each zombie. At that moment, he looked even more terrifying than the zombies themselves. No zombie could escape the swing of his shovel. The girl hiding in a corner watched in fear, unable to believe her eyes. The zombie slaughter went on for hours. By the time dawn broke, the sky brightened and all the zombies were dead, piled up in a mound as high as the mountain. Cheolsu had completed his mission for the night. The girl couldn't understand why Cheolsu had to go this far just for money, so she asked him, "Aren't you afraid of dying?" Cheolsu replied with one simple sentence: to buy a house and have a garden, if possible. Meanwhile, from the monitoring room of Team 3 from the Department of Infrastructure and Transport, the observers were still in shock at Cheolsu's brutal efficiency. According to the data they gathered, he had killed around 8,000 zombies. The 4th District, outside the borders of Busan, at the quarantine zone in Goyang, 2 soldiers were on guard. One of them, using binoculars, spotted something moving at the 12 o'clock position. But it's probably just a trick of the eyes, he thought to himself. When he looked more closely, he realized it was Cheolsu, along with the girl he had just met. On his shoulder, he carried a backpack full of zombie bodies. A little while later, Cheolsu arrived at the government headquarters to sell the pile of zombies. There were a total of 890,541 of them, each worth 5,000 won. So the amount he received was 44 billion won. However, before handing over the money, the manager insisted that Cheolsu keep the operation to reclaim the territory a secret. Additionally, he had to sign a confidentiality agreement to confirm it. The assistant, noticing this, whispered into the manager's ear, "Do we really need to give Cheolsu that much money? After all, 44 billion is not a small amount." The manager replied, "Cheolsu handled hundreds of thousands of zombies by himself, so he's definitely not an ordinary person. If we don't pay him, who knows? We could all end up like those zombies. For now, just give him the money. We'll figure out a way to get it back later." Because the duty of public servants like them is not to waste taxpayers' money. After finishing the paperwork, Cheolsu picked up 3 or 4 suitcases of money and left the building. He didn't forget to give Ah Dong the 30 million won for the crossbow rental that he had promised her earlier. Now that their debt was settled, he hoped she wouldn't follow him around anymore. Watching Cheolsu's cold figure walk away, Ah Dong felt a bit of regret. She tried to hold him back, saying, "When you buy a house, invite me over. I'll bring a really nice housewarming gift for you." Cheolsu barely paid attention to her words. Soon after, he found the house he liked and spent 39.5 billion won to buy it. It was a small house with a little yard near Busan. From now on, this would be his home. Cheolsu slowly walked up and opened the door to step inside. He told himself that he would try to live happily here. However, everything was happening so easily, and the ending felt a little boring to him. As he thought this, he stepped into the house without noticing a suspiciously sharp needle on the floor. He accidentally stepped on it, causing his foot to start bleeding right away. Cheolsu looked closely at the needle and saw that it was coated in a strange, dark-colored blood. He remembered back to earlier in the office where the manager had told him to leave the backpack and shovel he used behind. The manager said that items contaminated with zombie blood could be a security risk and needed to be kept. At the time, Cheolsu didn't think twice and just followed his instructions. Now, realizing the true plot behind all this, it was already too late. His body started to tremble, sweat poured down his face, and veins popped up all over his body, making him scream in pain. The substance on that needle was zombie blood. Since Cheolsu had stepped on it, he might not be human much longer. At that moment, childhood memories flooded his mind. When he was young, he and his younger brother had lost their parents and struggled to survive. But Cheolsu always held on to the belief that his parents were still alive. So he told his brother that he had decided to buy a house with a small yard and put up a sign with their family name, hoping their parents would find them someday. Back to reality. The government manager, along with the zombie hunting team, had arrived. He was holding a loudspeaker, directing it toward Cheolsu's house and announcing, "Mr. Kim Chunsu, you are now infected with the virus and your actions are considered a provocation toward Cheolsu." The assistant beside him was worried that this would anger Cheolsu, and if he ran outside, they wouldn't know what to do. But the manager didn't care. What mattered to him was that if rumors spread about someone surviving the territory reclaiming campaign, another underground force might try to recruit him first. So he staged this whole thing to eliminate that threat and also legally reclaim the money he had given Cheolsu earlier. At that moment, Cheolsu opened the door and stepped outside. Judging by his physical condition, it seemed like the virus had spread throughout his body. No one knew that inside, Cheolsu was utterly crushed. The zombie apocalypse, poverty, and now even the government had become corrupt. Never before had he felt so hopeless and powerless. With tears streaming down his face, he screamed, "All I ever wanted was a simple house, a place to wait for my family to come home. Is that dream too big for this cruel world to allow?" Cheolsu was heartbroken. His voice trembled with helplessness as he shouted, running wildly forward, "Why are you all so cruel to me?" Scene changed to a massive apartment complex. Inside a luxurious, high-end unit lived Choi Ah-dong. She was the CEO of the Choi Gang Hunter Corporation. Today, she had a scheduled meeting at home at 5:30 p.m. Ah-dong had just finished showering. She stepped out wearing a light, thin outfit. Her guest had already arrived and was waiting for her. The guest was none other than Ah-dong Mae. He came seeking her help to retrieve an item from a zombie-infested area. Choi Gang was a company that specialized in zombie-related operations. Their expertise covered a wide range of services, from clearing out infected zones to retrieving items or even people trapped inside them. Ah-dong personally oversaw a team of highly skilled zombie hunters, and her secretary, Park Hang-soo, was no exception. However, the price for these services was steep. The cheapest option started at 5.12 billion won, the average was around 16.2 billion, and the premium service reached up to 78.2 billion. The final cost could vary depending on the size or location of the item the client wanted recovered. My own Ho held the price list in his hands, and after reading it, he felt like he might as well just cut his own throat with a knife. Right now, he only had about 1 billion won in cash. Before he could even speak up to try to negotiate, Ah-dong immediately made her stance clear. "Secretary Park, are you really going to waste my time by letting this beggar stay here? Get out of here now." My own Ho, realizing he was about to be kicked out, hurriedly tried to explain, "The thing I want to buy is worth more than 50 billion won. Before the zombie outbreak, I bought a few coins just for fun. I never expected that in just a few years, the dollar and the won would collapse, making those coins increase in value by 100 times. I'm willing to put down a small deposit from the profits of selling them, and I'm hoping the company can help me with this." Upon hearing this, Ah-dong's face lit up with a friendly smile, but My Eung-ho was still looking for a slightly cheaper hunter to suit his needs. Without hesitation, Ah-dong agreed. After all, a new recruit had recently joined, and she really liked him. Maybe he'd be able to help. The business deal was settled. After My Eun-ho left, Secretary Park was a bit surprised. She immediately asked, "Who is this newcomer you mentioned? Is it one of the recruits for the campaign to reclaim the territory?" Ah-dong didn't give a direct answer. He simply replied, "It's not exactly a recruitment. She asked her secretary to prepare some clothes for her. She had to go out in a little while. While she was at it, she also requested tissues to be ready for the housewarming party." Cheolsu stared straight ahead and suddenly shouted, "I want to own a house. Is this dream so big that the world won't allow it?" The police officers nearby were stunned by his outburst. They just stood there, too scared to move. His voice echoed loudly through the air. "A home where my family can come and live together." At that moment, his eyes welled up with tears. Why is the world so cruel to people? And as you know, according to the underground sources, don't push people to the edge. After the lockdown zones were established, one unspoken rule passed between soldiers and politicians: never corner someone completely. Even a rat, when trapped, will turn and fight, and you never know what could happen. Suddenly, without warning, Cheolsu charged forward like a madman. He jumped and tackled a police officer right in the middle of the street, leaving everyone around in shock. Mun Seok stood frozen, tense, watching everything unfold in front of him. The police officer was pinned face down on the pavement by Cheolsu when he suddenly glared up at him. Without another word, the officer raised his baton and swung it, aiming straight at Cheolsu. As he struck, he shouted, "You damn zombie!" Without hesitation, the officer brought the baton down hard on Cheolsu's arm. The blow landed with a sharp crack. Cheolsu's heart screamed inside. This had gone way beyond any line they should have crossed. Seeing the officer fight back so fiercely, it finally hit him. Asterisk, that's right, I'm infected. Asterisk. Cheolsu's eyes widened. He pressed the officer down even harder. Then, in one swift move, he sank his sharp teeth deep into the officer's neck. Blood burst out everywhere. The officer screamed in agony, his voice echoing through the street. The other officers froze in shock, their faces pale with fear. They didn't move, didn't speak, just stood there, stunned by what they were seeing. After a moment of silence, they finally snapped out of it and rushed in. As they charged, they yelled, "Pull him off! Kick him! Hurry!" They grabbed Cheolsu by the collar, shouting curses at him. "Let go! Let go, you bastard!" Several officers managed to drag him off. As they pulled him up, a huge amount of blood poured from his mouth. The police officer growled after being bitten, and several other officers quickly threw him aside. This crazy bastard. The officer writhed in pain on the ground, trying to cover his wound with his hands. After struggling for a while, the infection from the virus started to take over. His eyes turned completely white. A person standing next to Mun Seok panicked, said, "He bit him. That guy's trying to infect others on purpose." Just like I said. Mun Seok immediately grabbed a loudspeaker and ordered, "If that bastard tries to bite again, shoot him in the head. That damn zombie is tough because he still has his wits." But Cheolsu was already lying motionless on the ground. Mun Seok's voice came over the speaker again. "In 3 minutes, he'll be fully infected. Within that time, corner him until he loses all sense." The other officers were tense, preparing for the worst. Mun Seok cursed, "You idiots." Seeing the fear and hesitation in the officers, his anger grew, and he yelled louder, "There are a dozen of you. Stop being scared and get to work. Don't you want to make some money?" The other police officers stayed silent, trying to convince themselves. Money. Cheolsu stood up, his body twisting. No one said a word. The other officers were tense, watching, but no one dared to make a move. He slowly stood up, moving backward. No one could take it. No one could force me out of here. Mun Seok silently observed, waiting to see what he would do next. He bent forward and spoke. "Because this place..." Cheolsu lifted his head, his eyes shining, his face covered in blood. "It's my home," he thought to himself. A man on the verge of becoming a zombie. Seeing this, the officers couldn't wait any longer and rushed toward him. They suddenly charged forward, quickly closing in on him. Cheolsu opened his mouth, screaming loudly, stepping forward to face them. But here's the thing. He was the monster who had already wiped out 8,000 zombies. After a moment, the bodies of the officers lay scattered across the yard, blood covering the entire house. Mun Seok panicked and ran to one of the officers' bodies, repeatedly checking, feeling around. It didn't take long before they were all infected by the zombie virus. The dead police officers began to stand up one by one, growling. Their bodies twisted and writhed nonstop, looking disturbingly unnatural. Mun Seok was terrified when he saw this. He pressed himself tightly into a corner of the wall. The assistant who came with Mun Seok had already been pinned to the ground by one of the zombie cops. With teary eyes, the man looked toward Mun Seok. "Captain, please help me." Before he could finish his sentence, the man was bitten and silenced. His body jolted once, and within seconds, he was covered in blood. Mun Seok was too scared to go near him. He sat in the corner, gasping for air, trying to calm himself down. He was alone. How did things end up like this? Just then, Sang-soo suddenly appeared out of nowhere. "What a lively scene," he said with a smirk. Mun Seok was stunned to see him. He lifted his head and looked up at Sang-soo, trembling as he asked, "Who are you?" The man didn't answer. Instead, he unlocked a suitcase and quickly pulled something out. Sang-soo stood tall, gripping a lawnmower, eyes locked straight ahead. Sang-soo, a B-rank hunter known as the Grass Sand Machine, has eliminated 77,890 zombies. When Mun Seok saw this weapon, he immediately recognized who it belonged to. The Grass Sand Machine was Hunter Sang-soo. Was he hired by the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport? After a brief pause to think, Mun Seok quickly called out for help. "Well, never mind. I'm Kim Mun Seok, leader of Team 3 at the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, and Transport. Please help me." Sang-soo paid no attention to the plea. He simply glanced behind him and asked, "What should I do with this guy?" "Sir," the woman responded, "isn't it great?" She stepped forward, standing beside him, and glared down at Mun Seok. Once again, Mun Seok was shocked. Adam complained, "These days, even zombies know how to talk." Mun Seok spun around, panic in his voice. "What are you talking about?" Hearing Adam's words, Sang-soo suddenly smiled. He powered up the machine and lifted it high. "Got it." Mun Seok froze in fear when he saw the machine turning toward him, his body trembling with dread. You know who I am." Before he could say anything else, Sang-soo swiftly made a move. Mun Seok's head was sent flying through the air. The set of blood quickly caught the attention of the zombie cops nearby, who turned and growled, charging toward them in a frenzy. Sang-soo stood still, calmly waiting for them to approach before using the machine to eliminate them all. The zombie cops were immediately cut apart into pieces. Some had their throats slashed, others were cut through the chest, their bodies splitting into 3 or 4 parts. After a moment, only Cheolsu remained untouched. The sky was clear, but the heavy smell of blood filled the air. The machine's blade was now soaked in red. Sang-soo gently rested the machine on his shoulder. I've cleaned up. He walked over, bringing the blade close to Cheolsu's neck. What about the homeowner? His eyes are too cloudy. I think he's about to turn into a zombie. Or maybe we should just consider it a failure and slit his throat? Adam quickly stopped him. Wait a moment. She stood still, her eyes never leaving the scene. Earlier, she had pushed the thought of turning into a zombie aside because she wanted to deal with the current situation first. Strong willpower. Seeing Cheolsu's condition, Adong saw an opportunity. If he joined the ranks of the hunters, he could be of great value, and she could make a considerable profit. With that thought, she turned to face Sang-soo, pointing at him firmly. He's with me. If you interfere, you'll lose your share. Sang-soo immediately began to pack up his equipment, knowing that a pay cut would be troublesome. Cheolsu, the weak, wasn't fully unconscious. He could still hear their words, but chose to remain silent, keeping his head low. Adon raised her hand toward him and asked, Can you hear me? Slowly, Cheolsu lifted his head, his eyes meeting hers. Do you want to survive? She asked. Suddenly, Cheolsu coughed up blood, staining the ground beneath him. Adon, seeing his distress, became more serious. If you want to live, you need to answer me. Cheolsu struggled to speak, his voice barely audible. What do you mean? Am I becoming one of them? She looked at him with a knowing expression. Can't you tell? She replied. We specialize in dealing with those who have turned. We call ourselves hunters. Adong knelt down next to Cheolsu and spoke in detail. Like you, how much hardship have you gone through to get here? And like me, who survived the first campaign. That was a job meant only for the chosen ones, individuals outstanding at hunting zombies among the survivors in the campaign to reclaim territory. She explained how the work was done in exchange for rewards. It was a high-paying job. If you received a request from a company or a politician to take territory outside the quarantine zone, he'd get a cash bonus. Cheolsu didn't care about what she was saying. He countered, Didn't you hear me? I'm about to turn into a zombie. Adong reached into her pocket and pulled something out. Then she revealed a syringe. If you say you want to live, I'll give you the antidote. In return, you'll pay for the medicine by becoming a hunter. Adong asked again, her tone serious. His eyes were clouded, but still had pupils. He listened closely to every word she said. No matter how awful this world is, no matter if you end up being someone else's loyal dog. She paused and looked at him silently, then asked once more, Do you want to live? Cheolsu growled and shouted, Live. Seeing the two still struggling, Sang-soo walked over in frustration and yanked the syringe away. So annoying. Who actually wants to die anyway? Without hesitation, he jabbed the syringe straight into Cheolsu's neck. Just get it over with. The moment the needle pierced his skin, Cheolsu's eyes rolled back, showing only the whites. Within seconds, he collapsed and hit the ground. Adam turned to Sang-soo. Looks like I owe you one. Sang-soo let out a sigh. Pretty cruel, asking for a signature at a time like this. Adon looked at him, visibly irritated. That antidote you just used costs 500 billion won per dose. Sure, life is more important than money, but no matter how many people are involved, a deal's still a deal. A single shot like that minus 500 billion. You think we just hand it out for free? Sang-soo softened his voice, almost playfully. Who isn't crazy about money, right? He stepped over to look at Cheolsu lying motionless on the floor. Despite everything, seeing him like that stirred a bit of sympathy. In the end, Cheolsu was just a pitiful, messed up guy. Still, that was better than being dead. Cheolsu slowly opened his eyes, still half dazed. He had the habit of thinking he was still a zombie, so he let out a loud scream. The driver, who had been driving in front, suddenly asked, Are you awake now? Cheolsu grabbed his head, closed his eyes for a moment, then asked, Who are you? Where am I? The driver casually replied, What do you mean? A taxi, of course. The driver glanced back for a moment, then asked, Anyway, what do you remember? Cheolsu suddenly recalled something and tried to dig into his memories. What do you mean, what? He concentrated, slowly remembering everything, then said, I was heading to Pohang. Images of him fighting zombies flashed in his mind like a slow-motion movie. Then he remembered buying a house for himself. His eyes suddenly turned red, veins bulging. Cheolsu stared ahead as if realizing something. Wait, didn't I get infected by the virus? He immediately began checking his body, running his hands over himself. He even looked to the mirror. Seeing his face perfectly normal, without any veins standing out, he was surprised. I'm fine. The driver spoke up again. Do you still remember that girl with the silver hair? The image of Ada appeared in his mind, along with the question, Do you want to live? He continued to rub his head, trying to remember what happened that day. The person in the gas mask. I knew it when I got infected. I'm sure it was while I was inside the house. The driver, noticing this, spoke up and offered some guidance. Try tapping on the tablet. There's a video there. All the other questions will be answered in that video. Ahead of them, the road was lined with zombies, blocking their way. One zombie snarled right in front of the vehicle. The driver quickly turned the steering wheel and sped up. He maneuvered skillfully, driving the car through the zombie-filled street. I can't explain everything in detail because I have to focus on driving, the driver said. The constant swerving made Cheolsu's cheek slam against the door. After a while, they finally reached their destination. The driver spoke again. Anyway, let's stop the car and take a look outside. Cheolsu glanced ahead. Several cars were parked, and a large number of zombies were approaching them. The driver then tossed him some gear and gave instructions for the mission. Your job is to head down that road to the Ipong Yugu Center and grab a hard drive. I won't go with you either. I'll wait here. Call me when you're done, he said, turning his head and reminding him with a smile. Don't think about anything else. Just find a house with a yard full of zombies. If you want to go back to Busan, just do what you're best at. Cheolsu quickly got dressed and put on his gear before stepping out of the car. The driver tried to sum up what he meant. I mean, kill zombies. As soon as Cheolsu appeared, the zombies started rushing toward him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but curse. Damn. A scene of people wearing backpacks and running for their lives appeared. The main character, Kim Cheolsu, entered the quarantine zone because he hated zombies. But he hated poverty even more, so he left the quarantine zone. A giant check appeared on the table, and now he was being pulled out of the quarantine zone to earn money and pay off his debt. The woman with the wicked smile signed the check. Let's get to work then, my slave. Cheolsu stood there, staring blankly at the gear in his hand. This was an absurd situation. Above the office, Adong was sitting in a chair enjoying himself. Well, what could he actually do? The world always forces the weak to make choices. Adong casually painted his nails and said, Go ahead, talk. The driver on the other end of the line reported the situation. The delivery's done. He seems angry, but he quickly assessed the situation. That guy will take care of it. Hearing this good news, Adong felt very pleased. Thanks, I'll cover the travel expenses with books. Don't forget to take pictures with the drone, too. The driver nodded in agreement. Guide. Secretary Park, who had been listening to the conversation, spoke up. Has the rookie acted the way we expected? He's not trained yet, but I gave him the task. Adong was completely confident in Cheolsu. He'll do fine. He looks like someone with a lot of experience hunting zombies. Meanwhile, Cheolsu was facing a whole group of zombies, and he didn't have a choice. He reached in his pocket and pulled something out. Cheolsu yelled angrily, Mom, you're crazy. Seriously. At the Adong office, laughter filled the air as Secretary Park joked with the others. This isn't something he can pay just by pushing a drink cart at hand. This is 500 billion won. Cheolsu's eyes suddenly lit up. Gripping his weapon tightly, he let a loud shout, charging forward. He jumped high and dove straight into the crowd of zombies. He used the shoulders of one zombie after another to propel himself deeper into their ranks. Then, without warning, one zombie grabbed his leg. Cheolsu reacted instantly, pulling his other leg up, building momentum, and with perfect accuracy, stomped right on its face. Using the force from the stomp, he leaped over a few more zombies. One lunged at him, but Cheolsu quickly kicked it hard in the chest. The zombie flew back, crashing into the others and tumbling to the ground. They snarled and quickly got back on their feet. Seeing this, Cheolsu swiftly swung his shovel, delivering a powerful blow straight to the zombie's face. In that moment of distraction, another zombie slipped behind him, preparing for a sneak attack. Cheolsu spun around and shot at a fierce glare. With a single strike from his shovel, he effortlessly crushed it, and the zombie collapsed to the ground. In no time at all, Cheolsu calmly eliminated all the zombies in the area. There was still one left squirming around. He stepped hard on its back, finishing off the rest of them. Cheolsu lowered himself to the ground, letting out a tired sigh. The drone had successfully captured the entire scene. The footage of him taking down all the zombies was now being shown live on the screen. Adong, holding a glass of wine, smiled proudly. Great performance. I thought he'd freeze up since he's a rookie. But look at how he handled those zombies. The driver, smiling, asked over the phone, Is the ankle okay, boss? Adong was very pleased. Not bad. We still need to shoot a promo video, so don't forget to record it. After giving the driver his instructions, Adong raised his glass and clinked it against the screen. Cheers to the successful debut of the hunter, the Shovel Reaper. Let's drink to that. Meanwhile, Cheolsu, having finished off the zombies, cursed out loud. What a damn capitalist. How could she make someone unconscious owe her 500 billion? At first glance, it seemed like Cheolsu had come to terms with his reality, starting to make progress in clearing his debts. But in a moment of frustration, he lashed out, driving the shovel into the ground with all his might, striking the zombie lying weakly before him. His anger surged as he repeatedly jabbed the shovel into the earth, his emotions spiraling. Zombies, poverty, a corrupt government, and now debt. Cheolsu muttered bitterly, his face contorted with frustration. It's all a trap. The zombie lying lifeless on the ground had become an unintended outlet for his rage, a way to release his pent-up frustration. I'm the weakest, so I'll be the first to fall. Why does everything feel like it's against me? His voice shook with the weight of his anger, but all he could do was vent it on the helpless figure before him. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he clenched his teeth, his mind clouded by thoughts of his seemingly insurmountable debt. There's no way I'll ever repay 500 billion. In his mind, he envisioned being bound by chains, trapped in a life of servitude to pay off the money. The thought weighed on him like a dark cloud. Then he imagined confronting Adong, his frustration reaching its peak. He could see himself standing firm, telling her he wouldn't back down, that he wasn't going to accept a life of endless submission. I'll make it clear to her she can't control me like this. Thinking about this, Cheolsu became even angrier. It only just occurred to him that the real problem was finding where she was and how to get back to Busan. Quickly, Cheolsu came up with a plan. Maybe if I act obedient, I can see her again in Busan after I finish the mission. 406 Jaeon-do 1, Jaeon Buck 11th floor. Without hesitation, Cheolsu crossed over the pile of bodies and moved deeper inside. I've been given orders, but it's best to finish this mission quickly. Ahead of him were old high-rise buildings, all cracked and worn. Another zombie was kicked out of the way. Cheolsu picked up a walkie-talkie, gave it a shake, and reported 406 Jaeonju Aikil, Jeonju City, Jeonbuk Province. He stopped in front of a tall building, paused for a moment, and studied it. On the other side, the driver was still controlling the drone, keeping track of every move Cheolsu made. He's inside the building now. Should we stop filming? Suddenly, the driver reclined his seat, leaned back, and started thinking. He said there are some types of people who have everything, like him. He paused, then his thoughts shifted in another direction. For a moment, he thought about the cases of others. Intelligence, instincts, endurance, and strength. These are all the things people crave, to become someone skilled at killing zombies. Yeah, well, the boss has a sharp eye for this. The people she chooses are monsters. At this point, he pulled out his phone, opened a picture of his daughter, and smiled. I hope I can make enough money so my daughter can live a comfortable life, right? My little princess. Out of nowhere, a stone hit the car window. The driver quickly noticed something was off. He immediately pulled out his weapon and held it in his hand. The driver stayed alert, eyes scanning ahead, weapon still firmly gripped, ready to fight at any moment. Suddenly, he took a closer look. What had hit the window wasn't a stone, it was a piece of meat. What's this? A piece of meat? He quickly got out of the car to inspect it. The cut looked clean, probably made with a knife. After a moment, the driver began to have doubts. No way this was from a zombie. Those things only bite. In the end, he was sure this was the work of a human. The driver's face suddenly showed signs of tension. He turned his head to look up at the tall building, where there was a noise coming from above. He was instantly stunned. Who's that crazy person? His phone, which had been in his pocket, suddenly lit up and rang. The driver quickly noticed it, his eyes full of anxiety. The sound of the ringtone reached the zombies nearby, causing them to rush toward him. He shouted angrily. Meanwhile, Cheolsu had made it inside, but the things inside were giving him trouble. There are so many computer parts here. How am I supposed to know which one is the hard drive? Cheolsu shouted in frustration. The zombie outbreak happened before I could even learn basic computer skills. I dropped out of elementary school. How the hell am I supposed to know what a hard drive is? Not knowing what was important, he grabbed everything he could see and took it outside. 30 minutes later, he had gathered all the computer parts and was yelling angrily. No, that damn creditor woman, I'm not letting you get away. In his hands were all the things he had grabbed. How dare she make me suffer like this? I swear I'm going to kill her. He pulled out the walkie-talkie to call. I don't know what a computer hard drive is. I grabbed everything because it all looks the same. So come pick me up. I'll kill you if you tell me to go to the parking lot. The walkie-talkie crackled with Cheolsu's angry shouting, but he had no idea that the driver on the other end had already been killed by a zombie. Aren't you going to answer? Hey, driver. The man in black quickly appeared near the car after noticing the walkie-talkie. He climbed through the window to listen in. I told you I got the stuff. Come pick me up. Hearing the call over the walkie-talkie, he realized that he wasn't headed to Aipeng Yugu just for sightseeing. Just as I thought, he's coming for the goods. With that, he pulled out another piece of fresh meat. All right, let's go get the goods. This man's name was Park Sang-chun. He took out his phone and set a countdown timer. He used the phone with the timer alarm, slipping it into the piece of meat. Park Sang-chun had a history as a former hunter in the Choi Gang Hunter Corporation, a former C-rank hunter with a nickname Shadow. He had killed 2,037 zombies. Once a hunter, now he hunted humans as if they were zombies. C-rank hunter, Shadow Park Sang-chun was specialized in event containment. The fee to hire him was 2 billion won, which was pretty cheap, and that's why he's now known as a former C-rank hunter. Sang-chun held the prepared piece of meat in his hand and quickly left. He was doing all of this purely for the money. He had once worked for Adam. Thank you for your hard work this month, Ghost. Sang-chun was taken aback, holding a stack of high-denomination bills. This is, Adong said, holding the bundle of money and explaining, this month you didn't accomplish much. Even if you completed the task, it was mostly just helping out your teammates. You know that the Zombie Prevention Committee always offers discounts to clients, right? Also, the company's commission is 30% after taxes and other additional charges, so the final payment you'll receive is 5 billion. After hearing this, Sang-chun tightened his grip on the bills. Adong slammed the stack of money down onto the table, calling out his nickname, Ghost. She looked at him with a serious expression. If you want to earn more money, you don't need to level up your rank. Earning that much is enough for a C-rank hunter. Hearing this, Sang-chun fell into thought. Take on some more dangerous jobs, Adong said, smiling again and winking as if nothing had happened. I'll be looking forward to next month. Sang-chun was furious, but there was nothing he could do about it. That's the consequence of not being able to rise above rank C. Back to reality, he used binoculars to observe what was happening up ahead. He quietly watched Cheolsu's every move from behind. Was all that stuff really ordered to be taken? Cheolsu had no idea, still focused on carrying the bags of goods. As he walked, he yelled at the driver, "You're dead for sure, I'm going to kill you." Without hesitation, Sang-chun took a piece of meat out. "I'll get revenge on you, you crazy bitch, and make money by selling all this stuff we were told to take." 2 birds with 1 stone. With that, he wound up and threw the piece of meat forward. "That's why I can't stop doing this." The piece of meat flew through the air and hit Cheolsu square in the face. It slowly fell to the ground. He looked surprised as he saw it. Meat? The phone stuck inside the piece of meat started ringing loudly. The zombies, hearing the noise, quickly rushed toward him. Cheolsu screamed in frustration. What a damn unlucky day. This is really bad luck. Sang-chun had once gone to a phone store to gather a lot of devices. He just grabbed them and stuffed them into his bag without hesitation. He took them because he knew zombies were very sensitive to sound. He even chopped up pieces of meat, then went to shower and put on protective gear. Sang-chun went a step further by using bleach to erase his scent. Thanks to that, he felt confident moving in front of the zombies. In other words, if he hid his body scent and led the zombies to his opponent, he could create an opportunity for an attack. Meanwhile, the zombies kept charging toward the spot where Cheolsu was standing. He was holding a piece of meat in his hand, shaking it around and cursing. "This damn piece of meat, why does it make noise? What kind of meat is this?" By doing this, Sang-chun could stand still and kill zombies. The zombies didn't just come from the front, they also attacked from behind, catching Cheolsu off guard. Sang-chun squinted ahead. That's how he worked. Seeing the zombies swarm and attack, he confidently guessed he'd probably done for. Sang-chun observed the situation through binoculars. Even an A-rank killer wouldn't survive being surrounded by thousands of zombies, let alone a rookie. While waiting for the right moment, Sang-chun hid behind a car. He planned to use the bait to take out the zombies, assuming the rookie had what he was looking for. Suddenly, something flew past, making Sang-chun jump in surprise. He quickly became alert and turned around to look. Cheolsu has successfully broken through. He's sending all those zombies flying into the sky. Sang-chun realized too late just how cowardly a move he'd made. His eyes widened in shock as he saw the powerful Cheolsu, who was now glowing with intensity, gritting his teeth in fury. What's more, Kim Cheolsu wasn't a rank C hunter like Sang-chun. Sang-chun couldn't believe what he was seeing and muttered, "He's a brutal killer." Cheolsu grumbled, "Damn, if this keeps up, blood's going to splatter all over the place." He was a monster capable of climbing to the top of rank A. In a fit of rage, Cheolsu charged forward, slicing through one zombie after another, cutting them into countless pieces. Sang-chun, watching the scene unfold, couldn't help but feel a bit scared. "Damn, what the hell is that monster?" he thought, completely stunned. "He's nothing like the taxi driver from earlier. Is he some kind of blender or what?" "Exactly, with so many zombies, we should have kept quiet," Cheolsu added. He tried to calm himself down, sitting behind the car and pulling out another piece of meat and a different phone to prepare. It's okay. Park Sang-chun. He'll wear himself out if he keeps drawing the zombies' attention. Ipong Yugu is a big city with a lot of zombies." Sang-chun stood up, gathered his strength, and was about to throw another piece of meat toward Cheolsu. Suddenly, Cheolsu noticed something odd. Sang-chun froze, staring blankly. The two of them stood there, eyes locked, as if they had turned into statues. Cheolsu broke the silence. "You make that weird piece of meat." Sang-chun, caught red-handed, trembled slightly, but without hesitation, he tossed it forward anyway. "Whatever, yup, zombies." The piece of meat landed squarely on Cheolsu's face. Zombies began to surround him. Furious, Cheolsu shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'm gonna kill you. Just wait." Sang-chun threw another piece of meat. It fell from the sky, hitting Cheolsu again. This time, Cheolsu, in rage, grabbed a shovel and charged into the zombies, hacking at them until they were nothing but a pile of mangled flesh. Sang-chun picked up another piece of meat, waiting for the right moment before throwing it out. This process repeated over and over until he ran out of both meat and his foam. Meanwhile, Cheolsu still had enough strength to keep fighting the zombies, and he was getting fiercer with each passing moment. After throwing like this for a while, Sang-chun finally realized he was out of meat and his phone. Damn it, I'm out of both phone and meat now. All I have left is one big one-time trap, he muttered, panic rising in him. He quickly turned to flee. I have to run. That thing isn't human anymore. Just then, a zombie's head was thrown toward him, landing right in front of him and blocking his escape route. The head was still twitching, making horrifying screeching sounds. Sang-chun turned around in fear, and there he saw him. The man was yelling and charging toward him. Where do you think you're going? The man shouted. Without missing a beat, he threw the zombie's head at Sang-chun. We're not done yet. Terrified, Sang-chun immediately started running. In the food chain, zombies were above humans, but hunters were above zombies. He jumped over the fence and landed safely on the other side. And the hunter boldly declared, I was the one who took out the other hunters. The scene outside was completely dark. On the road, a few zombies were slowly moving along. Another zombie was thrown into the path, blocking the way. The selfish ecosystem had been completed. Turning back, Sang-chun saw Cheolsu, who was angrily chasing after him with a shovel. In a moment of anger, Sang-chun shouted, How could someone like you show up? Cheolsu shouted back, You crazy bastard, you were the one who started it. You killed the taxi driver. Hearing this, Sang-chun fell silent, not answering. Cheolsu gritted his teeth, his face filled with rage. Not only did you provoke me, but you also killed my driver. You'll pay for this with your life. Sang-chun hesitated before responding, his hand reaching into his pocket to grab something. You insulted me. Cheolsu immediately tensed up. A gun? To be cautious, he threw the shovel at Sang-chun. It was a perfect throw. The shovel struck Sang-chun's shoulder, causing him to stumble and fall backward. His shoulder was badly injured, blood pouring out, yet a strange smile still appeared on his lips. Sang-chun slowly pushed himself up and said, Instead of watching you step on me. Then he pulled a remote control out of his pocket and pressed the button to turn it on. Let's die here together. The loudspeakers at the amusement park were also activated. Just like every day, the people who would come to Ipong Yugu could hear the announcement. The Ferris wheel started to light up and move. The carousel began to turn, and the announcement echoed again. Welcome everyone. Today, let's create many beautiful memories. The speakers kept announcing the same message. Welcome everyone. Today, let's create many beautiful memories. Seeing that Cheolsu in front of him was losing strength, Sang-chun smiled to himself, thinking a foam can attract dozens or even hundreds of zombies. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Cheolsu. What would happen if an amusement park was destroyed? Cheolsu, hearing this, angrily shouted, Hey, you bastard. Even though he was surrounded by hundreds of thousands of zombies, in that moment, Sang-chun's eyes, when pushed to the edge, suddenly turned wild and crazy. Seeing this, Sang-chun continued, Ipong Yugu has a population of 260,000 people. Forget about the idea of surviving. The zombies followed the sound of the speakers, charging toward the two of them. Suddenly, a stranger appeared in the area. He asked, Who is the one who buried Sub-Jaeon? Cheolsu turned around in surprise, but no one answered. The man grew impatient. Are you deaf? The middle-aged man, carrying a large bag on his back, pointed his finger at the two of them and asked again, Who is the one who buried Sub-Jaeon? Seeing the man had gotten inside, Cheolsu was stunned. What is this old man doing? How did he get in? No, more importantly, why is he here? The man asked again, Who is the one who buried Sub-Jaeon? The speaker overhead made an announcement. Today, as always, to those who have come to Ipong Yugu, we hope you enjoy your time. The man repeated his question. Who is the one who buried Sub-Jaeon? But the speaker cut him off. Today, let's make lots of beautiful memories. His eyes lit up, and he reached behind him to grab something, his anger clear. How dare you interrupt when an adult is speaking? In a flash, a sword was drawn. The blade cut through the air and destroyed the loudspeakers with ease. Today, let's make lots of beautiful memories. Both Cheolsu and Sang-chun watched in alarm, fear rising in them. This time he was furious. He shouted loudly, pointing his sword directly at the two of them. Which crazy person owes Choi Adong and isn't planning to answer me? A little background on this middle-aged man. He belonged to Choi Gang, an A-rank hunter, Kim Ji-yeon-sam, also known as the Old Man Kang Tae-gong, who had killed 112,700 zombies. Cheolsu was terrified and quickly raised his hand to confess. I think it's me. A steaming cup of tea was placed on the table. A negotiation was taking place. Kim Ji-yeon-sam held the cup of tea in his hand and looked at the person sitting across from him. So you want me to rescue the rookie? Adong nodded in confirmation and explained. Yes, I lost contact with the hunter who was with him. Did he encounter a mutant? Kim Ji-yeon-sam took a sip of his tea. Then, after a moment of thought, spoke his guess. He probably ran into one of those hunter-chasers. Hearing this, Ah Dong became even more anxious. Secretary Park placed a large box on the table in front of Kim Ji-yeon Sam. Ah Dong gave an order. I already sent a helicopter to the airport. It'll be there in half an hour. The mission is to rescue the rookie hunter known as the Grave Digger So Jaeon. The suitcase was opened and inside was nothing but cash. Then Ah Dong said, if you take this job, you'll earn 50 billion won. Kim Ji-yeon Sam immediately slammed his hand down on the suitcase, causing it to close. No, this isn't right. He looked at Ah Dong seriously and said, Boss, have I ever taken on a job just for the money? With that, he shoved the suitcase away and added, what I need is the antidote. When Ah Dong heard Kim Ji-yeon Sam's request, she was furious. Hold on, no matter how urgent the situation is, this request is still unreasonable. She stood up suddenly, slamming her hand hard on the table. A thing like an antidote, even with a discount, is still worth 300 billion won. Kim Ji-yeon Sam, however, remained calm. He picked up his glass of water and took a sip. Boss, am I an outsider to the restricted zone? He clearly knew what she was concerned about, so he used it as leverage. Isn't your new toy someone from outside the restricted zone? Kim Ji-yeon Sam then threw something toward Ah Dong. People in an urgent situation don't set terms for a deal. The terms are decided by those in less urgent situations. Unexpectedly, he was the one who dared to set conditions. He said, if you give me the antidote, I'll save him and teach him to be a real hunter. Ah Dong held the check in her hands, looking surprised. I'll pay you 200 billion for your services. Kim Ji-yeon Sam, who had the upper hand in the negotiation, spoke confidently, raising his voice. I'm very busy, boss. Are you going to do this or not? Outside the blockade, a man, holding a weapon, pointed it directly at the two of them and shouted loudly, Who's the crazy guy who owes money to Choi Ah Dong? Aren't you going to answer me? Cheolsu hesitantly raised his hand to accept the challenge. I think it's me. And when he saw the man smile, he added, Looks like I'm in the right place then. Kim Ji-yeon Sam quietly sized Cheolsu up from head to toe. His build is perfect for someone who needs to do odd jobs. Was he born like this? Cheolsu in turn silently observed him back with just the right amount of malice in his eyes. Kim Ji-yeon Sam then noticed Cheolsu's hands scarred and rough, showing all the hardships he'd endured. Suddenly he spoke again. Just an ordinary toy, but it has all the right qualities. At that moment, Cheolsu was filled with doubts. The old man stared at him like that, and he knew the creditor had sent him. But then he turned to Kim Ji-yeon Sam and asked, Who are you? Kim Ji-yeon Sam suddenly raised his voice and said, Consider me your master. Cheolsu's face immediately showed panic at the words. What? Aren't you here to take me to Busan? This is so sudden. The zombies outside continued to growl, relentlessly trying to break through the fence. More and more zombies were coming, charging forward crazily and viciously, howling as they chased after him. Cheolsu had no choice but to turn around and run. Damn it, old man. We'll talk later. Let's deal with those first. But Kim Ji-yeon Sam suddenly stopped, taking the fishing rod and whacking Cheolsu hard on the head. He grumbled and cursed, I'm still talking, and you're already rushing off. You little brat, show some respect, you shameless punk. Neither of them was willing to back down. Cheolsu shot back, Who says you can be my master? How do we get out of here? Kim Ji-yeon Sam quickly responded, throwing in a few taunts along the way. He said, Your boss hired me to teach you. Why do you want to leave when the lesson hasn't even finished yet? Aren't you going to study? Cheolsu sighed and looked at the man in front of him. Is he with the same group as that guy wearing the gas mask who's in debt? Kim Ji-yeon Sam also looked at him, his face assessing. The young people today, so many of them just don't care about what others say. After a moment, he grabbed the fishing rod, stepping right in front of Cheolsu, facing the zombies, and said, Young man, this is your first lesson, so let's keep it simple. Catch zombies to catch fish. What do you think the common point between the two is? Hearing the question, Cheolsu paused, thinking, what's fishing got to do with catching zombies? Kim Ji-yeon Sam quickly grabbed a fish, hooked it onto the rod, then swung it, throwing it far ahead. After that, he gently pulled the rod back behind him with one hand. It means you're having fun. Once again, he swung the rod down hard. The fishing line weaved through the zombies. Watching them keep rushing forward, it seemed like he was enjoying himself. What should I do to feel comfortable? Kim Ji-yeon Sam's eyes suddenly lit up. He firmly pushed the fishing rod down into the water. Cheolsu, panicked, warned him, Fishing doesn't matter right now, old man. The zombies are right behind us. At that moment, Kim Ji-yeon Sam was surrounded by zombies with no escape. He remained calm, still holding the fishing rod tightly in his hands, and told Cheolsu, Fishing requires patience. You should know one rule. Only reel in a line when it's necessary. Without missing a beat, he commanded, Get down, young man. Cheolsu froze, unable to react in time. The fish on Kim Ji-yeon-sam's line was immediately pulled in. Following his order, Cheolsu quickly dropped to the ground. Kim Ji-yeon-sam spun around, skillfully swinging the rod. The fishing line had somehow wrapped around the necks of the zombies. At that moment, Cheolsu finally understood what Kim Ji-yeon-sam had been doing all this time. His eyes widened in shock. One of the zombies had its head cleanly sliced off by the fishing line, and its head flew off far away. Just like that, hundreds of others lost their heads too. Cheolsu sat in stunned silence as the fishing line whipped past his head, his heart racing. One by one, the zombies fell to the ground, effortlessly dealt with by Kim Ji-yeon-sam. Cheolsu was still in shock. How many zombies can you kill in one shot? Kim Ji-yeon-sam, carrying his fishing rod on his shoulder, replied, "It can reach up to 30 meters, to probably thousands." When Cheolsu heard this, he couldn't believe his ears. Thousands? One throw of a fishing rod could take down thousands of zombies. Looking at Kim Ji-yeon-sam in front of him, Cheolsu realized he was dealing with a real expert. The old man was speaking casually, but he clearly had the skills to make money by killing zombies. Cheolsu hesitated and asked again, "What do you mean by killing them in one shot?" He didn't notice the giant zombie still alive behind him, slowly getting back up. From the wreckage, the zombie let out a growl. "Hey!" This was Sang-chun, now transformed into a mutated zombie. Sang-chun shouted loudly, "Hey, I'm still here." Seeing Sang-chun in that state shocked Cheolsu once again. What the hell? A zombie? I thought he turned into a zombie after getting stabbed by that blood-soaked shovel, but his eyes are wide open. What happened to him? Kim Ji-yeon-sam spoke up to explain, "That's a mutant. It happens with a certain probability among zombies." He continued, looking like only part of it had mutated. "That guy's rank C?" Hearing this, Sang-chun became furious. He gritted his teeth, rank C. In that moment, Sang-chun remembered something Ah-dong had once told him. You need to rank up if you're struggling to make money. The pay for rank C should be enough. Fueled by anger, he rushed forward. That Dan rank C? Kim Ji-yeon-sam remained calm, his face expressionless, not showing any fear. Sang-chun locked onto his target and charged, almost out of control. When he reached him, Kim Ji-yeon-sam took the full force of his attack. "I hate rookies like you." Kim Ji-yeon-sam was buried beneath the solid concrete. Sang-chun screamed again, "I also hate top hunters like Kang Taegong." As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. "So, before I lose consciousness, I'll kill you." A voice suddenly echoed. "What did you say?" Cheolsu, holding a weapon, looked at Sang-chun with cold, piercing eyes. "I don't understand anything you're saying. Your pronunciation's terrible." After hearing Cheolsu's taunt, he raised his hand high, ready to strike Cheolsu. "You bastard." In the face of Sang-chun's powerful attack, Cheolsu frowned. He's bigger and faster than the other zombies. Can I handle him? Sang-chun screamed and slammed his attack forward again. Suddenly, his arm was chopped clean off. Kim Ji-yeon-sam was still alive, and he even fought back. This surprised Sang-chun. "I just remembered from the beating. Did we meet when we were hunters?" The old man crawled out and locked eyes with Sang-chun, speaking in a mocking tone. "Where'd you call the ghost?" A cowardly young man who used to wear armor. It turns out he had met Sang-chun before. "You didn't want to face the zombies," he continued. "I even saw you stealing treasures while the other hunters were out doing the real work. You were a messed up kid stealing things while the other hunters were killing zombies. He even knew about Sang-chun's plans to kill other hunters." And as if that wasn't enough, the old man added, "If you're hunting hunters." Kim Ji-yeon-sam glared at him, his eyes full of fury. "And now you've turned into some kind of freak? You really are a man who forgets his debts. Ungrateful." Sang-chun clenched his fists, his eyes burning with anger as he stared at the man. In that moment, frustration overcame him and he shouted out, raising his hand in a gesture of defiance. Kim Ji-yeon-sam, calm as ever, responded with a quiet but firm motion, his steady gaze piercing through the tension. He gently turned to face Sang-chun and called out, "Hey, young man." With deliberate care, Kim Ji-yeon-sam stowed his fishing rod into his backpack and slung it over his shoulder. Earlier, Sang-chun had rambled about zombies and fishing, trying to make sense of his turmoil. The old man, ever the reminder of wisdom, spoke gently. "Remember one more thing." Sang-chun, drained from the emotional storm, collapsed to the ground, his face now a mask of quiet resignation. Despite the murmurs from others calling him a butcher, exploiting his past for money, Kim Ji-yeon-sam's voice was steady. "You don't have to become a monster." Still frozen in place by the weight of his words, Cheolsu watched silently as Kim Ji-yeon-sam turned back and spoke softly. "Let's go. Choi Ah-dong is waiting." Kim Ji-yeon-sam sat down by the peaceful fishing lake, his face lighting up with a quiet joy as he admired the big fish he had just caught. Now that's a great catch. Just then, his phone rang from inside his bag, but he didn't immediately answer, continuing to speak with a calm certainty. I will be a true man. Then he continued, with my wife and child in my arms, no one can stop me. Kim Ji-yeon Sam looked annoyed and picked up the phone to answer the call. Who could this be? On the phone screen, the caller ID showed Princess. Seeing that it was his daughter calling, he became very happy. Oh, isn't this my beloved daughter? It's been a while since you've called. What's going on? Did you have a fight with your husband? Or are you calling to tell your old man that you won't be able to visit for the holidays? But then, on the other end of the line, he quickly heard his daughter calling out, followed by strange sounds that made him uneasy. Dad! Kim Ji-yeon Sam was startled. He pulled the phone away and looked at the screen. What's going on? What's happening? His daughter's voice came through, frantic. My husband, he's been bitten by Ji Sai-eung. He's bleeding a lot and foaming at the mouth. Hearing his daughter's words, Kim Ji-yeon Sam felt a wave of worry. What are you saying? Ji-yeon, calm down and speak slowly. His daughter, crying, asked, what should I do? The emergency line isn't answering. Your daughter is in danger and you're still sitting there. Kim Ji-yeon Sam hurriedly jumped up from his seat and rushed to her. He tried to calm her down, saying, I'm coming right now. Just stay where you are. His daughter, voice trembling, kept crying out, Dad, I'm scared. At that moment, a notification popped up on Kim Ji-yeon Sam's screen. He panicked and quickly asked, Ji-yeon, can you hear me? The message on his phone was an urgent alert about a zombie outbreak. A new zombie pandemic is rapidly spreading around the capital area. Stay inside and avoid contact with others. Back to the present, Kim Ji-yeon Sam was on a helicopter which had just landed on top of a skyscraper. Gentlemen, we have arrived at the top of Aqua City Tower, the pilot announced over the intercom. Then the pilot turned to Kim Ji-yeon Sam and said, I've heard about your heroic deeds. It's an honor to have you on this helicopter. Kim Ji-yeon Sam took off his headset and turned his face away in disgust. Honor? What nonsense. From the top of the building, a man stood waiting. Hello, sir. Are you on your way to Miss Choi's office? He quickly nodded in confirmation. That's right. Kim Ji-yeon Sam and Cheolsu stepped into the elevator. The atmosphere was unnervingly quiet. Suddenly, Cheolsu turned and asked, Old man, who exactly are you? Kim Ji-yeon Sam answered softly, I'm just a hunter like you. I make money by killing zombies. Cheolsu, still curious, asked, But how is it that someone as old as you is so strong? Why does everyone seem to respect you so much? He hesitated for a moment before asking, And what do I have to do to be like you? After witnessing Kim Ji-yeon Sam's performance, Cheolsu knew he wasn't an ordinary person. Upon hearing the question, Kim Ji-yeon Sam looked up and laughed loudly. You sure have a lot of silly questions, but there's only one answer to all of them, young man. He suddenly started talking about the zombie outbreak. After the zombie pandemic spread, it didn't matter if you were rich or homeless. Everyone had to live in cardboard boxes. Everyone lost something. At this point, he suddenly turned toward Cheolsu. Those who dare to fight to get it back will become stronger and earn the respect of others. With that, Kim Ji-yeon Sam lowered his hand again and tapped Cheolsu on the chest. Now let me ask you a question, young man. What have you lost? Upon hearing this question, Cheolsu couldn't answer right away, pausing for a moment. What had he lost? Suddenly, he remembered his family, his parents. He thought back to the moment when they were swept away by the crowd and he couldn't catch up. Then he recalled his childhood, a childhood filled with hardship. He had to work so hard. He remembered his companions, his friends, the ones who used to be close to him, but had now turned into zombies. And he also remembered his closest family member, his older brother. The image of his brother dying, pierced by a spear through his body, was something he would never forget. Kim Ji-yeon Sam looked at Cheolsu, surely noticing that he had lost so much that it was taking him a while to respond. Seeing him silent and deep in thought, he spoke again. Try thinking about it this way, young man. He said, What's the common thread between everything you've lost? What's the first thing you want to get back? At that moment, Cheolsu finally spoke up. It's my home. A warm family scene with 4 people together suddenly came to mind, but now that image is filled with sorrow, sadness. Back then, when I felt happy, it was because I still had a home. Ah Daong held up the key and smiled. As for that house, I'll use it as collateral. It's no longer yours. Cheolsu, unwilling to accept this, asked, What did you say? He angrily shouted at Ah Daong, Who do you think you are, taking my house like that? You have no right to take it. Ah Daong, irritated by his words, quickly replied, Sorry, did you just call me what I think you did? In a fit of anger, Ah Daong immediately opened her laptop, quickly typed up the expenses, and read off each item clearly. Just the cost of your treatment alone is 500 billion. Not to mention the extra fees for sending an A-rank hunter to rescue you, and the insurance for the taxi driver who died, plus the cost of helicopter support. She immediately held the laptop forward for Cheolsu to see. The total cost was over 800 billion won, almost 615 million US dollars. How can someone as poor as you possibly afford that? Then she questioned him. On top of that, you have the nerve to come back here empty-handed after losing a client's hard drive while fighting zombies. At this point, Dong slammed his hand down on the table in anger. She bent over, her voice sharp. Do you think you have the right to talk to me like that? Who do you think you are? Some out-of-control person or just a wild animal? Cheolsu didn't back down either. He immediately shot back. I never asked for that medicine, nor did I go to Pong Yuku on my own. You're the crazy one. He also slammed his hand down on the table to show his frustration, then leaned in close to Dong. I'm seriously demanding you give me the key back. Dong coldly responded, Oh yeah, what if I don't? What are you going to do about it? She laughed challengingly. You really think you can take me on? Cheolsu clenched his fists so angry he seemed ready to charge at her. Suddenly, a voice rang out making him freeze. Don't do anything rash. Kim Ji-yeon-sam put his hand in his pocket, pulled out the fishing rod, and warned, Be careful, you'll lose that hand. He raised his voice threateningly. The young lady's calculations are right, so what are you complaining about? Cheolsu, angry, turned around and yelled at Kim Ji-yeon-sam. Where does that make any sense? Old man, this is my house, and whether it turns into a zombie zone or not, that's my choice. Not willing to back down, he continued to express his frustration, but she's taking everything from me. Kim Ji-yeon-sam responded calmly, then just give her the money. Like I said earlier, the issue is simply about getting back what you've lost. Your job is to take down as many zombies as you can. Kim Ji-yeon-sam explained how to make money. Do a few tasks for her, find some things, reclaim some territory, and flatter the government. There are plenty of ways to pay that money back. With that, Kim Ji-yeon-sam promised, I'll help you. I told you I'd be your mentor, remember? Hearing this, Cheolsu finally loosened his grip. Kim Ji-yeon-sam sighed in relief and put the fishing rod back into his pocket. Cheolsu turned around angrily and glared at Dong. The day I pay off my debt and get my house back, I'm going to beat you senseless without any fear, he said. Dong stuck her tongue out in challenge and responded, I'm looking forward to the day you pay me back that money. With that, she pulled out a pill and handed it to Kim Ji-yeon-sam. She looked at him and said, A promise is a promise. I'm giving this to you because that fool with the shovel will pay me back for everything I've lost. She tossed it toward Kim Ji-yeon-sam. Next time, I won't accept a deal like this for I'm the one at a loss. Take it. Thanks, boss. Dong turned to Kim Ji-yeon-sam, her tone full of concern. But are you sure you can teach him? She continued, he doesn't understand anything about how this world works, and he can't even control his own temper. Kim Ji-yeon-sam reassured her. Apart from those things, he'll be fine. He added, he'll be as good as Sang-soo eventually, at least that's the plan. With that, he turned and walked away. All right, the work here is done. I'm leaving now. Dong stopped him and added, There's one more thing. She pointed at Cheolsu and asked, Can you bring him along to tomorrow night's hunter event? She explained, He'll need to meet more people to understand his standing like you mentioned. Kim Ji-yeon-sam quickly agreed, sure. As they were leaving, Kim Ji-yeon-sam tried to comfort Cheolsu after he lost his home. You can stay with me while she keeps your house. It's better than having to sleep on the streets. Cheolsu had no other choice. He said, If you're okay with that, I'll get my house back soon. So for now, let's leave it like this. He then asked, but what exactly is the event she's talking about? Kim Ji-yeon-sam explained seriously, the hunters in Busan make a living by killing zombies, but some are much better than others. They get ranked into B class and above. He went on to explain how the hunter rankings work. A rank hunters kill over 100,000 zombies. B rank hunters kill over 30,000 zombies. C rank hunters kill over 5,000 zombies. D rank hunters kill over 100 zombies. Finally, Kim Ji-yeon-sam briefly concluded that meetup was just an excuse for people like him to gather in one place. After hearing the explanation, Cheolsu still confidently followed Kim Ji-yeon-sam outside. Climbing the long set of stairs was a bit uncomfortable for him. Sweat began to pour out all over his body. He pointed ahead and asked, Is your house over there? A small house appeared precariously perched on the hillside. Kim Ji-yeon-sam nodded. Yeah. Hurry up, it's getting dark. You'll have a hard time seeing the steps. The house looked old, nothing fancy about it. Even the door could fall off if opened too roughly. It was hard to believe this was the home of a man who had once made a fortune with just a wave of his hand. As soon as they entered, Kim Ji-yeon-sam tossed his fishing backpack aside and said, We need to shower first. We smell like dead bodies. They both changed clothes and showered in the backyard, completely different from what Cheolsu had imagined. After the shower, Cheolsu put on a white shirt and then took his jacket, shaking the dust off of it. Later that evening, they sat down to eat under the dim yellow light. The house didn't even have two separate beds, so they had to sleep on the same bed. After lying there for a while, Cheolsu spoke up. Hey, old man, can I ask you one more thing? He paused for a moment and then continued. You've killed a lot of zombies, right? Kim Ji-yeon-sam kept his eyes closed and softly replied, yeah. Cheolsu turned to look at him and asked, so, what did you spend all that money on? Then he shared his thoughts. I don't think you spent it on this old house. I mean, even the bathroom is missing. You didn't use the money to eat well or waste it on anything flashy. Kim Ji-yeon-sam was silent for a while, then gently responded, remember what I told you. Hunters often become obsessed with chasing something, kind of like how you risk your life hunting zombies just to buy a house. Cheolsu, now even more curious, asked, so, did you ever get obsessed with something? Did you spend all your money on it? At that moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, sat up quickly, and said, let me show you. It'll be faster this way. Kim Ji-yeon-sam walked over to a tall wooden cabinet, which was locked with a heavy iron lock. He took the key he always carried with him and inserted it into the lock. Cheolsu quickly sat up to see what he wanted to show him. Inside the cabinet were photos of his family members. This was what he had longed for, his daughter, son-in-law. Kim Ji-yeon-sam explained that this was what he had fought so hard to obtain, the very thing Adong gave him, the medicine that cost 500 billion per injection. He lowered his head deep in thought. Yes, it's the antidote. Soon, Cheolsu noticed the pictures next to the medicine vials. Then, who are the people next to your daughter? Kim Ji-yeon-sam reached out and touched the photo of his daughter. They are my family. Without hesitation, Kim Ji-yeon-sam looked at the photo and shared his plan. I plan to go to Seoul to turn my family back into humans. Upon hearing this, Cheolsu paused as if he wanted to ask something more. In his head, Cheolsu quickly imagined the chaotic scene of zombies outside. How was he supposed to get past nearly 10 million zombies in Seoul? The zombies outside had already crowded the pathways, and there were countless more blocking the way to Seoul. Cheolsu thought of the worst-case scenario. Even if there was an antidote, Kim Ji-yeon-sam might not be able to save his family. Even if he made it to Seoul, would the antidote bring his family back? But there was no reason for him to ask that question. For a moment, Cheolsu's gaze grew distant, lost in thought. In an instant, his older brother appeared in his mind. His brother had once wanted to buy a house to wait for their parents, who almost certainly would return. Cheolsu had tried to fulfill his brother's wish. He himself had gone outside the walls to make that purchase, even though neither of their intentions was truly practical. After hesitating for a while, Cheolsu finally decided to ask, so, is this the reason you said everyone's driven by some kind of crazy ambition? Kim Ji-yeon-sam slammed the cabinet shut and turned to face him. If a man has something to say, he should just say it out loud. Cheolsu didn't have the courage to ask again, so he leaned back on the mattress to avoid it. It's nothing. Thanks for the speech. I'm going to bed now. Kim Ji-yeon-sam didn't press the issue, thinking that Cheolsu had something he wanted to say. It was still early in the morning, but they were already getting ready to leave. Cheolsu was curious and about to scold them, but Kim Ji-yeon-sam said, just come along and you'll understand. A sleek black car pulled up right in front of them. A man in a neat outfit, wearing leather shoes, stepped out of the car, then turned to open the back door. Cheolsu Jai had the door open and greeted politely, good morning, Mr. Kim Ji-yeon-sam. The man quickly stepped inside. Thank you. Cheolsu Ji smiled happily. You're welcome. Just as Cheolsu was about to get into the car, Cheolsu Ji reached out to stop him. He slammed the car door shut, clearly irritated. I'm only here to pick up Mr. Kim Ji-yeon-sam. Hearing this, Cheolsu started pounding on the car window and yelled, come on, having one more person in the car won't burn extra gas, will it? Hey, old man. Without missing a beat, Cheolsu Ji grabbed Cheolsu's wrist and pulled him back. He looked clearly annoyed with Cheolsu and was determined not to let in the car. After a moment, he said, all right, that's enough. Your manager will be here to pick you up soon. So just wait. There's something in this world called hierarchy. Cheolsu jerked his arm away, upset. Cheolsu Ji turned around angrily and shouted, so don't act all friendly with me just because Mr. Kim is nice to you. You're just some A-rank manager working for Kim Ji-yeon-sam, do Cheolsu Ji, or whatever. The car quickly drove away, leaving Cheolsu standing there stunned and confused. Cheolsu, still irritated, watched the car disappear, not understanding what had just happened. What the hell is wrong with that guy? And what does manager even mean? Suddenly, a girl on a motorcycle pulled up next to him. She asked, are you the gravedigger? So giant on. Cheolsu sighed. Can't people stop bringing up that damn shovel? The girl got off the bike, handed him a business card with a respectful gesture and said, nice to meet you, gravedigger So Jae-on. I'm your personal manager, and starting today, we'll be working together. My name is Min Eri. She explained, now let me explain what being a manager means and what a hunter is. Eri tried to clarify for Cheolsu that hunting zombies could be exchanged for money. Hunters are a valuable resource for the company as long as they can keep giving their best to eliminate zombies. The assistants, on the other hand, are there to help the hunters with other tasks. That's why you need someone to handle all the little things for you. Right after that, she listed a series of tasks that the assistant would handle, such as planning missions, reinforcing weapons, organizing transportation, managing finances, accounting, and training. Hearing this, Cheolsu finally reached out to take the business card. This was exactly what a manager's job was all about. After explaining, Eri took off her helmet. She stood straight in front of him, smiling. I'm the new manager who will be responsible for you, Kim Cheolsu, rank C manager of Kim Ji-yeon-sam, Min Eri. In a lavishly decorated room, Secretary Park was helping Ah-dong zip up her jacket. Suddenly, Secretary Park spoke up. Excuse me, I have a question. Ah-dong looked surprised. What is it? Secretary Park was genuinely curious. Didn't she plan to personally manage Cheolsu? Why was she assigning another manager to him? Ah-dong heard the question and responded, I followed this path before as a manager, but now I'm the CEO. She then turned to look at her secretary. My responsibility now isn't just to protect one rank C hunter, but all 44 other hunters in the company. For a rank A manager, Choi Ah-dong continued, you can rely on Min. She has excellent judgment, just like me. Secretary Park, surprised, asked judgment. Ah-dong turned to her and smiled. Exactly. Meanwhile, Min Eri was driving Cheolsu on a motorcycle. She had an instinct for success. After a while, they finally arrived, the largest 5-star hotel in the city. Inside, the staff was busy laying out a red carpet, while others were carrying various items. Security personnel were also standing guard to ensure safety. Outside, 3 cars approached the entrance. Kim Ji-yeon-sam's black car, a truck, and a white car. The staff stood in 2 straight lines along the red carpet. After that, the 3 A-rank hunters got out of the car, one by one. As soon as Cheolsu Swat stepped out, he grumbled in annoyance. Damn, what's the point of this event? It's more like a place where I have to meet people I'd rather avoid. Cheolsu Swat, the leader of the GDC group and an A-rank hunter, had killed 100,059 zombies. Mun Seok spoke up from the side. If you don't like the party so much, then go ahead and leave. My dog can eat your share for you. Mun Seok, a free agent A-rank hunter known as the Canine Behavior Specialist, had killed 100,827 zombies. Baekhyun Im smirked sarcastically. Wow, why is everyone so heated? We should be acting like colleagues, not rivals. Brothers and sisters, let's hate the zombies, not each other. The Holy Knight of God, A-rank hunter, and Pope, Baekhyun, Korong, standing coldly to the side, spoke up. Your mouths stink just like zombies, so please shut up. Korong, an A-rank hunter and rising talent from Choi Gang's company, had killed 110,119 zombies. Wangtek turned around and glared at the 3 people. The kid's right. You should shut up, you superstitious fool. If it weren't for the zombie outbreak, you'd be a pile of bones by now. Jang Hoa heard their words and laughed loudly. He was a member of the elite Special Forces team under the Ministry of Defense, an A-rank hunter, and Lieutenant Im Wangtek had killed 110,119 zombies. Next, there was an old woman. She was from the Small Business Association in Jagochi, an A-rank hunter, and the elderly fishmonger. Granny Han Jonghwa had killed 100,063 zombies. Kim Ji-yeon-sam also joined in the conversation, speaking up. Looks like the noisiest ones are all here. The party's about to begin. He worked for Choi Gang's company, was an A-rank hunter, and went by the nickname Kang Taegong. Mr. Kim Ji-yeon-sam had killed 112,700 zombies. The gate ahead was formally opened by 2 guards, and inside, the voice announcing the start of the gathering for hunters at the city's largest 5-star hotel echoed through the air. To prepare for the meeting, the staff checked the records carefully before reporting in. Suddenly, something caught the attention of one of the staff members. It was Eri, riding a motorcycle and bringing Cheolsu along. A hotel staff member rushed over and asked, Excuse me, can I help you? Are you a hunter or a VIP guest? Eri smiled and introduced herself. This is the grave robber, So Jaeon. She then stepped out of the car and introduced herself. And I'm Min Eri, his manager. The hotel staff checked the guest list again. Your name isn't on the guest list. He then asked, Can you tell me your rank? Cheolsu seemed really annoyed by the question. He snapped. Rank? Do I look like a piece of meat at the market to you? Eri quickly stepped in and answered for him. He's rank C, but Miss Choi invited us here. When the staff member heard his rank was C, he showed obvious disdain. Can't believe there are still C-rank guys wandering around here. He sighed and waved them off. Only B-rank hunters and above are allowed in, and even then, you need an invite from a VIP guest. This is a classy place, so stop embarrassing yourself and leave. Suddenly, a voice cut through the conversation. A woman appeared and said, VIP guests, are you talking about me? Adon then stepped in and spoke up, let them in. I invited them myself. The staff member was taken aback and said, Director Choi. Cheolsu shot a glance at him, her eyes filled with disgust. That's her. The staff member raised an eyebrow and smiled. But he's just a C-rank hunter. We should still show some respect. Adon calmly walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. Be careful. That rookie over there is one of the survivors from the 17th Territorial Reclaiming Operation. Cheolsu gave a look of disdain. Adon continued. You've jumped from rank D to rank C overnight, and you're still one of my toys. Hearing this, the staff member straightened up, sweat dripping from his forehead. I'm sure the hunters and VIPs inside have heard of him and are eager to meet him. I told you I'd bring him along. At this point, Adon spoke in a warning tone. Do you want to ruin my mood and theirs too? As she entered the lobby, she turned to Cheolsu and said, Next time, if anyone gives you trouble, just tell them you're my staff and I'll back you up. Cheolsu looked uninterested, clearly indifferent. He quietly thought to himself, I actually wish I'd get fired so I can go home sooner. Adon smirked and replied sarcastically, Our little puppy still doesn't understand his master's words. You took out the money to threaten me, so you have to obey me until you pay back the 800 billion won. Cheolsu couldn't escape, so he sighed and said, Fine. The banquet table was filled with all sorts of delicious dishes, including rare delicacies and seafood. Even the servers were dressed neatly and carefully. The wine served was top tier. The assassins at the party gathered around, chatting and getting to know each other. Cheolsu glanced around and couldn't help but comment, This is a really extravagant party, truly a gathering for people with money. Eri smiled, and while calling it a party wasn't exactly accurate, she explained, All the hunters here are at least rank B, and each one has killed at least 30,000 zombies. She continued, Managers of rank B or higher are here trying to recruit those hunters. She also pointed out a third group of people, the VIP guests, and lastly, those who are wealthy enough to recruit both the hunters and the managers. Then Eri explained to Cheolsu the real purpose behind the assassins gathering here. She said, They're here just for work. These deals aren't anything small either. A single deal here could be worth billions or even tens of billions. At this point, Eri gave Cheolsu a serious look. Unlike other industries that had weakened and collapsed after the zombie pandemic, this was the one field that was still thriving in South Korea. Cheolsu scratched his head, looking confused. Why are you bringing this up now? Eri suddenly spoke with a sharp tone. I'm saying this so you can get used to it. You should be proud to become an expert in this field. She stepped closer, her eyes full of expectation. I want you to be professional enough not to be bothered by the dirty, ugly things you're about to see. Cheolsu casually reached for a glass of wine. Why make it sound so serious? He took a sip. I grew up in a refugee camp. Those little things aren't going to faze me, so don't worry. His past could definitely be described as tough. Yes, Kim Cheolsu was once a refugee, part of the lowest class in the post-apocalyptic world. So he thinks he has a strong tolerance for pain and has already seen the worst of the world. He had witnessed people trampling over each other just to grab a bite to eat. He had also seen how the rich live in a world that seemed like the end of times. But those who waste everything didn't care about the hunger and poverty outside, the corrupt commissions that led to wicked, dishonest work. Suddenly, at the party, a man approached and started a conversation. I heard about your recent accomplishment. You killed 8,000 zombies all by yourself, right? I want to hire you to help me get something back. Eri whispered softly into his ear. This is the president of VF Corporation. He has placed a total of 24 commissions so far. He's a VIP client. She quickly smiled, hoping to secure the job. So, what is it you need to retrieve? The man explained his situation. My wife was bitten while taking shelter in a bomb shelter in Daegu. I'm in the process of dividing up some assets, but they say I need to hide her fingerprints to finalize some paperwork. Listening to the president's words, both Cheolsu and Eri were left speechless. They couldn't understand how he could talk about his wife like that. I believe she's still in the shelter, so all you need to do is go there and bring back her finger. Cheolsu didn't say a word. He immediately turned and walked away, leaving Eri in stunned silence. Cheolsu's expression was filled with contempt, his eyes cold, and his words laced with false flattery. As he was leaving, he bumped into someone else. The man angrily shouted, You're the rookie everyone's been talking about. He grabbed Cheolsu by the collar and continued, Don't you watch where you're going. I'm the one you should be. Suddenly, a hand appeared on the man's shoulder, and a young man stepped forward to stop him. Hey, take it easy, he said. No one wants to see an older guy argue with a kid, the young man added. The one who intervened was from the JDC group, a B-rank hunter known as Serpent's Green Attire, who had killed 31,207 zombies. The man quickly walked away. Those JDC guys always made people feel uncomfortable. Jang Yui walked up, threw his arm around Cheolsu's neck, and said, "Hey, long-haired guy, this is how they treat the rookies." As they walked, he continued, "They're all curious about you, but don't worry too much. The event coming up will pull all their attention away from you." At that moment, the stage lights turned on. An MC appeared standing under the bright spotlight in the middle of the stage. He smiled, grabbed the microphone, and prepared to speak. "Good evening, distinguished guests. How is everyone enjoying the party? It's a bit dull, isn't it?" Agdong below looked visibly annoyed. "These arrogant thugs, we didn't come here to have fun, we're here to work." The host on stage kept the energy up, but reassured everyone, "Don't worry, because our GDC group has prepared a little auction for you all." Cheolsu, confused, turned to ask Jang Yui, "An auction? Are you selling weapons to hunters?" Jang Yui quickly shook his head. "No, our GDC group is selling something much more exciting." Suddenly, something appeared on stage that caught Cheolsu's attention. 3 female zombies started to walk out. The host spoke again, introducing them from left to right. The famous actress, I mean the zombie who was once a famous actress, Miss Jin Hyunji. Next to her is the idol Mew, and finally, Miss So Wei. Then he started the bidding. It was incredibly difficult for us to bring them here. So the starting bid will be 5 billion, or about 3.85 million US dollars. Jang Yui couldn't hide his excitement when he saw the 3 female zombies. This was a great find. Today is going to be a big money day. But Cheolsu wasn't interested. He just turned and walked away. Jang Yui teased loudly, "Oh, so you're into her now? Do you have enough money to buy that guy?" Cheolsu didn't respond and kept walking without a word. Jang Yui couldn't hold it in anymore. People have the right to spend their money on whatever they want, but this was crossing a line. He casually grabbed the knife from the table, but things had gone too far already. Cheolsu didn't stop. He took the knife in hand and walked straight toward the stage. Ari, tense, called out, "Cheolsu." The host quickly shouted, "Please make your bids from the floor." Ari pushed through the crowd, and by this point, Cheolsu's eyes were wide, and his face looked terrifying. Without hesitation, he used the knife to decapitate the female zombies. Below the stage, Atom spat out the water he had been holding in his mouth. Sang-soo saw this and smiled. Kim Ji-on-sam quietly continued to observe. The MC stumbled backward and shouted, "What's going on?" He was so startled that he dropped the microphone. The entire auditorium went completely silent. Not a single sound. Every pair of eyes was fixed on the stage. Cheolsu bent down to pick up the microphone. He shouted directly into it, "You guys are truly disgusting." He kept insulting them, saying, "You flatter VIP customers and praise them. That's fine. You ignore me because you say, I'm a rookie, just a C rank, and that's okay." Cheolsu held a knife in his hand, pointing it at the head of the female zombie. "This is disgusting," he yelled again. "I thought people like you were supposed to hunt zombies. Isn't that what experts like you are supposed to do?" At that point, his gaze turned slightly contemptuous as he looked at the crowd below. "Do you really have to lower yourselves for money like this?" For a moment, Cheolsu thought of his older brother, and a thought crossed his mind. "While people like my brother live their whole lives in poverty, slowly dying, you're all here living in luxury." He stood on the stage, looking down at the people below. The lives of the rich disgusted him more than the lives of common folk. Ari stood in the crowd, trying to shout as loudly as he could, "Get down, quickly," before they noticed what just happened. One of the assassins in the crowd, who had been enduring Ari's insults up until now, finally couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. "Yeah, we lower ourselves just for the money. What are you going to do about it, huh? You arrogant bastard." The other assassins stared at him seriously. Chi and Swat frowned. "What are you going to do about it, you piece of trash?" Jiang Chunsu Swat, leader of the A-rank JDC hunter group, had defeated countless zombies. He was the president of GDC and one of the A-rank assassins. At a big company, he could once be the main person at a grand opening, but just the title wasn't enough to describe him. News outlets made a huge fuss about him. JDC's skyscraper opening, a ceremony of decadent decay, with an uncultured thug trying to make a name for himself. An employee opened the door and entered while he was focused on reading some documents. The employee reported, "It's all set, sir." John Chunsu Scott asked again, "How's our stock price doing after that article?" The employee quickly reported, "We've lost 2 trillion, sir." Upon hearing this, a look of anger immediately appeared on the man's face. He tightened his grip on the newspaper in his hand. "Dan, lead the way." Nightfall arrived at the warehouse. A row of luxury cars was parked in front of the containers. Chunsu Swat stepped out of one of the cars. Several employees opened the door of a container for him. Inside, a man was being held captive. He was covered in blood, bound to a chair with ropes. The man had been taken because he was a journalist. Cheolsu sought ordered talk. One of his men ripped the tape off the journalist's mouth. Sang-do started cursing. "You piece of trash. Do you think you can get away with killing a journalist like me?" Cheolsu sought turn and casually pulled a chair closer. He sat down right in front of Sang-do. "Listen carefully. I'm not going to kill you," he said, pulling out his syringe. "I'll just let you live in a different form." Sang-do looked at what was in front of him, showing no fear, and even smiled. "Black blood. Is that zombie blood?" Sang-do continued. "That's why you'll always just be a thug. I knew this would happen the moment I decided to write that article." Cheolsu Swat immediately injected zombie blood into Sang-do's body. "I'm definitely going to bite you first when I turn into a zombie. Think of it as my contribution to the country." He smiled challengingly. "This might help you get some revenge, but it won't change the fact that you're just a thug." Jiang Cheolsu Swat. Cheolsu Swat quickly responded. "It seems like you've misunderstood, Mr. Reporter. I'm not mad because you called me a thug." The virus from the zombie's blood was slowly spreading across Sang-do's neck. He continued, "I'm furious because your stupid article caused my company to lose $2 trillion in stock value." Sang-do began to tremble. "What?" Cheolsu Swat spoke again. "Don't think my revenge will stop just by turning you into a zombie." He turned to his men and ordered them to bring the others out. Holding Sang-do's family hostage, he used them as leverage. Sang-do's eyes widened in shock as he saw his loved ones in front of him. He trembled and whispered, "No." Cheolsu Swat walked over and looked at Sang-do, who was trembling. "Enjoy your dinner with your family. Or should I say, enjoy dinner with your family." The poison was slowly taking effect. Sang-do screamed, Kill me before I turn into a zombie." Cheolsu Swat didn't care at all. Coldly, he turned and walked away, pushing Sang-do's family inside. Sang-do screamed not only because of the pain from the spreading poison, but also because his heart ached at the thought of hurting his family. Cheolsu Swat casually stood outside the container, lighting a cigarette. "I've spared your life. What are you complaining about? Ungrateful bastard." He turned to the person beside him and ordered, "Check the container tomorrow morning, take a few photos, and send them to the press. Let them see what happens if they don't write an article soon to boost the stock price." Jiang Cheolsu Swat was very good at calculating, or more accurately, at forcing things to go the way he wanted. On the stage, Cheolsu stood alone, facing off against Cheolsu Swat. Ari ran up and pleaded, "Mr. Jiang, please calm down." Suddenly, before she could finish her sentence, a hand slapped her hard across the cheek. Ari fell to the ground, thrown far away. After the fall, her head slammed into the wall, leaving a large crack in it. Cheolsu shouted angrily, "Hey!" Cheolsu Swat glared at him. "What do you want?" "I'll ask again. Do you have a problem with how I make money?" Cheolsu clenched his teeth in anger and replied, "If this is the only way you know how to do business, then you're no better than those rotten zombies over there. I'll crush that mindset for good." With that, he swung a knife to attack the man. Cheolsu Swat quickly dodged, surprising Cheolsu. Even more shockingly, he easily followed the knife's trajectory and grabbed it. With just 2 fingers, Cheolsu Swat effortlessly crushed the blade. "You got a big mouth. Maybe I should shut you up like a dog," he said, then threw a punch at Cheolsu. Cheolsu raised his arms to block the attack, but Cheolsu Swat struck down on his head with a powerful blow, his eyes glowing with deadly intent. Cheolsu tried to brace himself, but Cheolsu Swat pressed down on his arm's bones, and in an instant, Cheolsu's arm snapped. Cheolsu was drenched in sweat. He furrowed his brow, struggling to hold on. His hands could no longer bear the weight, so he let them fall limp. Cheolsu gritted his teeth, his face filled with fear. Cheolsu Swat showed no mercy. He kicked Cheolsu hard in the jaw. Cheolsu was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. He couldn't even block a single hit from the guy. Cheolsu Swat leaned on his hands and looked at Cheolsu, lying unconscious on the floor. He turned to the staff member and ordered, "Calculate the total damage." The staff member quickly took out a calculator and added up the costs. The total value of the 3 auction items is at least 12 billion, around 9.23 million US dollars. Then, factoring in the damage to the event's promotional image, that's roughly 50 billion, about 38.46 million US dollars. We'll also need an additional 50 million won for the cost of alcohol and compensation for the MC's emotional distress. He held up the final total and showed it to Cheolsu Swat. The total cost will be 62.05 billion, or about 47.72 million US dollars. Cheolsu Swat raised his bloodied foot and told the staff member, "Add the treatment costs to the bill." Returning to our main character, he muttered under his breath, "Is that guy some kind of monster? Why is he so unbelievably strong?" The employee quickly racked up the details, saying the final bill will include an additional 1.2 million, roughly 923 US dollars. The man sat down next to Cheolsu, stating, "I'll have the sponsor of this person cover the lost goods, the consultation fees, and the medical expenses." With that, he reached for Cheolsu's face and gestured toward him, saying, "We'll need 50 billion in compensation for the disruption caused. I can recover all of that if I make an example out of this situation." Suddenly, a white fishing line appeared and wrapped around Cheolsu's neck. Just then, Kim Ji-yeon-sam made his entrance. Cheolsu looked visibly frustrated. "What's going on? Can't you see I'm trying to resolve the damages here?" Kim Ji-yeon-sam smiled. "I don't like the way you handle things, and I'm just following orders from my superior." At that moment, Adon also stepped forward, smiling as she spoke. "Cheolsu, do you happen to have an extra 800 billion, around 650,384,615 USD? Adon knew very well that Jang Cheolsu was someone who would stick to his principles, no matter what the cost. Upon hearing this, Cheolsu turned to her and shot her a sharp glance. He spoke up, 800 billion? What the hell are you talking about? Adon explained, "I mean, you have to pay me 800 billion won to have that guy you beat up so badly killed." She continued, "He's in debt to me for 800 billion won." The man slowly walked over, his voice full of anger as he cursed. "Damn it, 800 billion. Are you messing with me?" Cheolsu Swat, tall and imposing, glared at Adon. "Are you lying because he works for you?" Despite the terrifying man in front of her, she kept her composure and responded, "No, I'm telling the truth. I can show you his debt document if you don't believe me." The girl handed a piece of paper to Adon. After receiving it, she gave it to him. Cheolsu Swat quickly snatched it, silently reading the words on the debt paper, unable to say a word. Adon's face darkened as she spoke. "If the debtor is killed, I'll have to collect the debt from the person who kills him. So will JDC Group write me a check for 812 billion. Her tone grew colder. "Go ahead and kill him if you can pay the money. It would actually be more convenient for me. You'd save me decades of waiting for him to pay off the debt." When Cheolsu Swat heard Adon's challenge, he got angry and growled, "You think I won't do it?" He angrily threw the IOU aside, his large frame moving forward. "I'm Jang Cheolsu Swat. A few petty coins are nothing. Dan, I've got plenty of money, so what's stopping me from killing him?" Cheolsu Swat reached into Cheolsu's mouth without hesitation. Secretary Park, seeing this, jumped back in shock and shouted, "Wait a minute." Adon remained calm, watching the scene unfold like a play. She said, "He won't do anything. No matter how angry he gets, he still has a brain to think things through." Suddenly, Cheolsu Swat stopped and turned around. "If I don't do this now, both I and the company will lose our reputation." Meanwhile, a large crowd had gathered, eagerly watching to see if Cheolsu Swat would really go through with killing someone. But when he thought of the huge amount at stake, his anger flared up again. He clenched his teeth and thought, 800 billion, 800 billion. Cheolsu Swat shoved Cheolsu's body away and growled, "Damn it, this is exactly why I didn't want to come to this event." Adon looked a little worried, but still flashed a smirk. Seeing that, he rushed over and grabbed her by the head. "Did you just laugh at me?" Another person suddenly appeared, and the situation officially changed as Cheon Swat was surrounded by elite forces. Korong, radiating a powerful and threatening aura, made it clear that if he moved even a finger, there would be consequences. Sang-soo also spoke up, "Whoever dares to harm Ms. Adong will pay the price." Finally, Kim Ji-yeon-sam stepped forward, ready for a fight. Facing the weapons of the three, Cheolsu Swat could do nothing but grit his teeth. He grabbed Adong by the head and snarled, "One day, when my company is big enough, I'll kill you and your men." Without another word, Cheolsu Swat turned and walked away from the scene. Adong ordered her team, take Min Eri and Cheolsu to the nearest hospital right away. She added, "Tell the organizers we'll compensate them for the incident and the damage to the stands." Secretary Park asked, "Should we continue the event, miss? You still have a meeting with the VIP guests and a hunter recruitment scheduled." Adong was silent for a moment. After a while, she spoke and turned to leave. "No, I've lost interest. There's no point in staying at a party that's already over." She was angry and thought to herself, "This is ridiculous." Cheolsu's voice cut through the noise of the crowd. "I think you idiots should be out hunting zombies, not wasting time with this. Isn't that supposed to be your job?" His face began to turn red, veins bulging. "Do you really have to lower yourselves for money like this?" In a different scene, amid the ruins and debris of the city, a voice asked, "Adong, why don't we create a new profession?" Silho, covered in blood, continued, "We'll create a profession for people who make an honest living by hunting zombies." The founder of the Hunter Corporation, S-Rank Hunter Gang Suho, remembered that moment and Suho's words. Adong stopped in her tracks, thinking to herself, he would definitely say something like that. Cheolsu had arrived at the hospital. He glanced over and saw Min Eri, despite being injured, still peeling an apple for him. Cheolsu remained silent. After a moment, he raised his hand to cover his head. I'm sorry for getting you involved in this, he said softly. Then Ari didn't look up from the apple, continuing to peel it. A little while later, she finally responded, part of this is my fault. I should have been watching over him. I'm not the one he needs to apologize to. He felt utterly helpless after what just happened. I can't stand witnessing things like that, but at least those people, when they were human, had more status than I do. The image of powerful people being bound tightly once again flashed in Cheolsu's mind. He said it all started with the famous actress, the zombie who used to be the famous actress, Miss Jin Hyunji. Next to her was the idol Mew, and then Wei. And it's not just that. When I think about how so many people are struggling to survive, while the rich live in such luxury, it just makes me so angry. Finally, he said, so that's why I need to ask this question. Cheolsu slowly opened his eyes. I want to ask, is this company just like those rich people with rotten souls, or are they simply enduring all of this? Ari held up a finger in front of him, showing two things that define the value of a hunter. The image of Cheolsu's SWAT appeared, starting with his ability to kill zombies, in other words, his skill. Ari continued, and the second thing is the wealth they gain by killing zombies. When the conversation turned back to when it just happened, she fell silent, deep in thought. Then she concluded, you lost to giant Cheolsu's SWAT because he surpassed you in both areas. That's also why we can't do anything about him. Our strength and finances aren't enough to defeat him. She added clearly, until that day comes, all we can do is watch. After hearing this, Cheolsu let out a small, mocking laugh and said, just watch. You make it sound so simple. Are you just an outsider? Then she suddenly remembered something and spoke again. Cheolsu, you're not the only one who thinks this society is rotten. A distant memory flashed in Ari's mind. People chained tightly to the stands. She was very young back then, and in pain, she looked up at someone in the stands. She tried to comfort herself by holding on to the person close to her, whispering it's okay, even though it was her older sister. Back in the present, Ari's heart still ached. She then spoke to him. You grew up in the slums of Handy, and as your manager, I can feel the same way. She stood up and walked over to Cheolsu's bed. Hone your skills and become wealthy, so you can impose the justice you've talked about onto this society. Without stopping, she continued, encouraging him. Make this messed up world go back to the way it was. He slowly pushed himself up with his hands. Cheolsu removed the bandages on his arm, revealing a clear, distinct scar. I want to start killing zombies right now. Just give me the mission, he said. Ari smiled, agreeing with him. That's part of your job as a manager, too. Then her gaze suddenly shifted to the apple. She tossed it into his hands. Now that I think about it, I've heard apple peels are full of vitamin C. Your arm reflexes look pretty good. She got ready to leave the room. I'll find you some tasks for next week, Cheolsu said happily as he bit into the apple, thinking to himself. She didn't need to say it like that, did she? Adam angrily yelled right at her. What tasks? Ari raised an eyebrow, puzzled. What's that supposed to mean? I just gave a great speech and promised I'd find him some work. Adon handed her a report showing the order statistics. Cheolsu's SWAT must have threatened the VIPs and potential clients to keep them from hiring him. This is the order chart for the Choi Gang Hunter Company. She deliberately emphasized the main reason the company had no work available. She said the main reason for this was they are lowering the prices to take all the orders in the market. They've reduced prices by 10% to 30% on each order. Adon rubbed her forehead, looking frustrated. It seems like we've made a mistake, Ms. Min Ari. Ari tried to use every possible means to find a job for Cheolsu. But, ma'am, we need to build Cheolsu's brand so he can pay off the company's debts and keep Cheolsu's SWAT from bothering us. To do that, he needs to have work. In the end, she bowed her head to the ground, accepting whatever terms were offered. No matter how low the pay is, we'll still take on the job. Please give us the work. I'm begging you. After hearing this, Adon went quiet, deep in thought. She's right. Cheolsu needs results in customer trust so that Cheolsu's SWAT stops bothering him. After thinking for a moment, she finally asked, are you sure the two of you will take any job, even if it's tough work with low pay? Ari smiled and nodded eagerly. It's fine. I'll convince Cheolsu to do it. Adon bent down under the table, rummaged around for a moment, then handed over a very worn-looking stack of documents. Then you should take on this task. Head to Jinni right now. At the Jinni coast, a scene of the beach sparkled brilliantly. The 12th and 13th campaigns to reclaim territory were taking place here, aimed at helping nearby cities like Busan expand the arsenal territory regla. The images of bombs and gunfire were also terrifying. This was supposed to be a simple mission because the cities were close to each other, making it easier to import goods from Busan. Mr. Dong was breathing fire everywhere. He belonged to the Small Business Alliance organization Jiagochi and was a rank B hunter. Mr. Dong, also known as Blaze Fury, had killed 36,111 zombies. A few people approached from a distance, continuously asking, "Hey, Mr. Dong, have you cleared this area yet? How many zombies have you killed? Do you think the bounty for these zombies will be enough to cover your gas expenses?" Mr. Dong turned off his flames and answered, "There aren't any mutated zombies around here, so making money from these zombies is easy." Suddenly, Mr. Dong's eyes caught something. A huge long pillar erupted from beneath his feet. The group looked up in astonishment, only to see the mutated zombie was speaking. Earthbound looked at the group with eyes as red as jackfruit and said, "Give me more." The Earthbound creature was a B-21,780 class mutation. Everyone was horrified by its sudden appearance. The arrival of the B-21,780 ranked mutated monster changed everything. Two people quickly ran for their lives, shouting, "It's a mutant!" Run. In the end, 31 hunters and 3,700 civilians were killed without a chance. The mutated zombie kept looking around, muttering, "Give me more." The sudden appearance of this mutated zombie turned Jin-E into a living nightmare. Cheolsu SWAT had arrived with his team. Why does it look like that? Is it an insect or something? It wasn't until Cheolsu SWAT, a rookie at the time, took down the mutated zombie with the help of 50 employees from JVC that everyone lined up in 2 rows to take pictures of the heroic feat. Come on, everyone, smile. The man finished telling the story, and that was the history of how the walls of Jin-E were built. Cheolsu, growing impatient, spread his hands and said, "All right, I get it. Put away the sign and that annoying picture. Just tell me directly, why am I here?" The old man smiled and walked over to open a door. He walked to the door and said, "I'll tell you. Let's just go outside." Behind the door, there were many workers busy at work. This was the construction site for the Jin-E city wall. We were building a barrier around the city, similar to the one in Busan. The man pointed in the distance and said, "We only need to finish the wall on the west side, and then the project will be done. Once it's complete, the land shortage in Busan will be partially solved." He continued, "That means we can build more homes for the homeless." Meanwhile, Cheolsu, feeling discouraged, didn't want to listen. But suddenly something clicked in his mind. A home, right. What really matters is having a place to live. The man's expression suddenly changed, but Cheolsu stayed focused, sensing there was an issue. The man said, "The noise from the construction site has been attracting zombies to this area. The spread of the zombie threat is becoming widespread. We've been running the site nonstop, from morning until night, to finish the wall faster. But sometimes the zombies attack, even in the middle of the night." The man sighed, clearly frustrated. "Our security team and some of the workers are doing their best to hold off the zombies. But if they keep coming, it's not going to be good." Finally, he said, "So, we need you to handle this, Hunter." Min-Ari suddenly spoke up. "Wait, boss." She started thinking for a moment and then asked, "If only the west wall remains, that means the north and east walls are already finished. How did you defend the area while building here?" The construction boss answered her question. "The Nakdong River flows through the north and east of Jin-E. The Jin wall is closer to the southeast of Busan, so building the walls on both sides wasn't too difficult." After saying that, he sadly lowered his head to the ground. "Back then, we still had a decent budget, so we could hire many professional hunters, unlike now." Hearing this, Cheolsu became angry and gritted his teeth. "Professional hunters? Not like now." Eri tried to ease the tension in the air. "So, in other words, you don't have the budget anymore?" The man nodded. "Yes, that's right. That's why the Choi Gang Company offered to give land in Jin-E as payment once the wall is finished." Then Eri felt that this situation was a bit tricky. But after a moment of thinking, she finally realized. So that's why Ms. Choi was reluctant to accept this commission. The hunter has to protect such a large project on their own. Eri thought to herself, if the project gets delayed or canceled because of the zombies, they'll place all the blame on the hunter in charge here. After she remained silent for a while, Cheolsu broke the silence and asked, "Hey," he said, "what's holding you back? You told me I need to be in a position where I can change everything, remember? So, do you think this commission will help me get there?" Eri answered confidently, "Yes, you need to take this commission." Hearing that, Cheolsu tightened his grip on his weapon, then boldly walked forward with a confident smile on his face. "Then let's go to battle." The mission this time was quite simple. The hunter would defend the front of the project site day and night, eliminating any zombies that threatened the workers. In return, they would receive 648 hectares of prime land in the center of Jin-E, and the hunting services would be managed by Min-Ari. Both of them were still in disbelief about what had just happened. The man led them to a small room and said, "This is where you'll be staying for the next 2 months." Eri was surprised. "Just one room?" He gave a forced smile. "We don't even have housing for the workers." The two of them stepped inside and quietly looked around. Neither of them said a word. The man waved goodbye and closed the door behind them. "Good night. I'll contact you via radio as soon as we spot any zombies." Cheolsu and Eri stood there hesitantly for a long moment. She gently turned to him and asked, "It'll be okay, right? If you don't like this, I'm ready to go back." Cheolsu quickly found a spot to sleep. "I'll sleep here. The rest of the room is yours." He added, "It's because of me that you got hit. I won't let you be at a disadvantage." After hearing this, Eri smiled softly. Her voice was gentle as she spoke up in the room. "If you don't mind, I'll stay here with you." A quiet and peaceful evening is often when disaster strikes. Cheolsu suddenly opened his eyes and quickly sat up. Eri was also startled by his movements. Sleepily, she murmured, "Cheolsu." He quickly responded, "The zombies are here." Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. He stood up and looked around. "It seems like we're surrounded." Then Eri was indeed taken by surprise at this situation. "You mean they're breaking in, but they haven't even contacted us yet." Cheolsu slowly moved toward the door. "We'll fight our way out as soon as I open the door. Stay close to me so I can protect you." Then Eri was already prepared. "Okay." He slowly began counting down. 1. Eri gritted her teeth. Cheolsu's eyes showed a hint of fear. The moment he said 2, he threw the door open and rushed outside. Cheolsu fought with all of his strength, slashing through a group of dark figures in front of him. Suddenly, Cheolsu's eyes widened. His weapon stopped just short of a person's neck. All the cake had fallen to the ground. The worker on the ground was trapped under a table, while another raised their hands in front of Cheolsu's weapon. Both were stunned by the unexpected turn of events. The man seemed to be terrified by him, tears and snot running down his face as he said, "Welcome, party." Both Eri and Cheolsu were shocked when they heard that, or maybe the narrator was just joking with everyone. Then the question was asked, "Can you describe your work environment?" The young man, holding a beer can, thought for a moment before responding. "What's that phrase the young people use these days?" "Oh, right, it's like a living hell." In his mind, he pictured the sad scene of people struggling just to get by. Having to work grueling double shifts like that was pure torture. He even seen workers who had to stay alert day and night, constantly on edge, watching out for monsters. But that wasn't the only problem. Constantly having to watch out for zombies while working just makes things even more stressful. As the workers stayed focused on their tasks, one of them suddenly realized something was wrong. Strange sounds from a distance startled them, causing 2 of them to feel uneasy as they slowly moved closer. At this point, the young man sighed, took a sip of his beer, and complained, "That's why we're always sore the next day. The work is tough, but the stress is what really wears me out." The next question came up. "So, is the pay fair?" The young man laughed. "Surprise, pay? What pay? We don't get paid at all." This left the person asking the question completely confused. He asked again, but they said they pay you. The poor workers just shook their heads and described their living conditions, which were like a slum with piles of trash everywhere. "No, not at all. They provide us with housing and food so we can work, but that's it." At this point, the young man could only pick up a can of beer and lower his head in helplessness. "If they gave us something, that'd be great, but it's okay. I heard they're going to cut the power back home again this month." This only made the person asking the question more curious. "Then why are you still working here?" The young man awkwardly looked away and explained, "Well, it's my own fault." The corner of his mouth curled up with a sense of pride as he handed over an ultrasound result. "I'm about to have a baby." The person asking could only respond, "Congratulations." The young man quickly glanced outside and spoke his mind. "I'm not sure if this is something to celebrate. Anyway, they said the construction workers would get a house first after the wall's finished, so it seems like he had a dream of a bright future with his family." The other guy continued, "No one gets paid here. We all work for a future where we have a home. It's not just him. Everyone working here is happy and optimistic, like nothing's wrong. People here are either doing it for their families or because they're tired of the homeless life. That's why we're all here." After finishing his words, the worker picked up his beer, laughed, and chatted some more. "So please protect us, Hunter." Cheolsu stayed silent after hearing that, unable to respond. Eri, who was right beside him, glanced over at him. Once they were outside, both of them stood quietly for a long time without speaking. Finally, he sighed and broke the silence. "Why did you ask them those silly questions? It just makes everything even sadder." Contrary to his thoughts, she calmly replied, "The managers have a rule. Never let emotions get in the way when hunters have to kill zombies to take back lost territory. So even risk their lives to protect the little kids from the undead." Eri sighed, "But when it comes to rescuing or protecting others, you have to strike at the hunter's emotions and make them feel compassion." As she walked forward, the corners of her mouth lifted into a hopeful smile. "I'm sure once they realize what they need to protect, they'll become stronger." Cheolsu walked on and glanced at her, offering a compliment. "Nice words, but it sounds like you want me to work nonstop." Hearing this, he even laughed, treating it as a joke. "Exactly. You made a mess at the event, so it's best if you make up for it with some hard work." After a long pause, Cheolsu spoke again, giving her instructions. "Don't let them drink for too long. I need rest, so I'll be ready when the zombies show up." He walked off to his room. Behind him, Eri nodded in agreement. Understood, Commander. Once he was in a quiet, deserted area, he leaned against the container, deep in thought, not saying a word. The streetlights flickered dimly, like the life of the workers here. Immersed in nature, he felt everything around him, and the words of the worker earlier echoed in his mind, leaving him with a sense of contemplation that was hard to describe. A voice suddenly echoed in his head. A house? If that's all they want, then I have to protect them. The scene shifted to the next morning. Inside the room, Cheolsu was tirelessly doing push-ups, working hard without a break. Outside, huge zombies were charging toward the area, ready to attack. Seeing the zombies approach sent a wave of fear through the worker, who jumped in surprise. Before anyone could escape, Cheolsu boldly grabbed his spear and rushed outside. He slammed his foot down hard onto the head of one of the zombies, killing it instantly. Not feeling satisfied, he spun around and charged at more zombies, attacking relentlessly. Cheolsu's strikes were swift and decisive, moving from one zombie to the next. Even a simple blow was enough to take them all down. In less than 5 minutes, Cheolsu had wiped out all the troublesome zombies. He let out a deep sigh, turned, and began to walk away. But he didn't notice a new zombie had appeared behind him, waiting for the right moment to strike. Seeing its chance, it lunged at him, preparing to attack. Then, all of a sudden, blood shot up into the air. It turned out that the zombie had been pierced through by Cheolsu's weapon, and blood sprayed all over him. After getting the creature repeatedly for such a long time, he started to feel a bit tired. He was about to head inside for a rest when he noticed the looks of everyone around him. The workers here were cheering and shouting with excitement. Great job, Hunter. Thanks, man. Come grab a beer with us later. Seeing their over-the-top reaction, he simply replied, No need to thank me. I'm just doing my job. Just hand me the ladder, though. I forgot to bring it down earlier. The story continued. After that, he went back to rest. When he was called again, Eri was doing the bookkeeping and reporting. Today, he had killed 8 zombies, earning an additional 40 million won, which, just for clarity, is about 30,000 USD. At the same time, Kim Ji-yeon Sam had also shown up. Cheolsu had been practicing with him whenever he came by. Just a few basic moves, and Kim Ji-yeon Sam had easily tied up Cheolsu with ropes. He sat there and criticized him. You're still too slow, kid, and you should learn how to use ranged weapons. Maybe he looked down on all the moves the guy made. Your attacks are too predictable. All you do is flail around with that shovel. He just sighed and turned to look at him. Can't you stop complaining? Just let me go already. Hearing this, the man didn't know how to respond. How's the job going? He slowly sat up and explained it's not bad, actually. Cheolsu shared his experience. I never thought I'd actually be okay with this job as a hunter or assassin or whatever you call it. In the distance, the workers were still giving each other instructions. Over there. No, not there. He laughed and said something cryptic. Having something to protect isn't so bad. This surprised Kim Ji-yeon Sam. Suddenly, memories of his own unfortunate past came rushing back, making him feel a bit down. I don't want them to go through what I did. The man heard this and just stayed silent. Without saying another word, he took a deep breath, slapped Cheolsu's body with his large hands, and slowly turned to leave. Before leaving, he said, Then you should work harder. He just painfully held his back with a confused expression. Then, when he returned, he threw a strange piece of rope to Cheolsu. I'll help you with something. Looking at the rope, he seemed a bit puzzled. A rope? He laughed, ready to move on with his next plan. Didn't I tell you to learn how to use long-range weapons? It's still too early for you to handle a fishing rod. Just use this for now. Sometime later, as Kim Ji-yeon Sam was driving back, the driver, Cheolsu Ji, spoke up, worried. Sir, I know I have no right to say this, but why are you so concerned about him? You don't need to spend so much time with that guy. Hearing this, he laughed. You'll understand soon, Cheolsu Ji. These words confused him a little. He continued to explain. The day I go to Seoul, you will take my place and become the pillar of Busan. It seemed like Kim Ji-yeon Sam was quite pleased with Cheolsu's training progress. He's improving really fast. As time passed, the scene had now shifted to the headquarters of the GDC group. Inside the spacious gym, the man was focused on practicing his golf swing. At the same time, the secretary stepped in to report on some matters. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Nuh Sang-deok, the president of the Busan Real Estate Association, has arrived. After the secretary spoke, Nuh Sang-deok slowly entered the room. The scene shifted to the large office of the chairman. Cheolsu Suat sat calmly at his desk, ready to discuss the necessary issues with Nuh Sang-deok. After listening to all the information, Cheolsu's face showed a mix of confusion and surprise as he asked, The Busan Real Estate Association, you all own land, buildings, and apartments in Busan. What could wealthy people like you possibly want from our zombie hunting company? Though somewhat intimidated, Nuh Sang-deok gritted his teeth and explained, Mr. Chairman Jiang, please keep what I'm about to say a secret. Cheolsu Suat sat there, still maintaining his dignity, but clearly displeased. Of course, I don't want others to hear about my money-making opportunities either. Suddenly, Sang Yelk asked, "Are you aware that a wall is being built in Jinni?" His voice had a touch of excitement. "It's almost finished. They just need to add a small section to complete it." The image that appeared was of a construction site, with workers focused and diligently doing their jobs. Hearing this information, Cheolsu Suat let out a relieved sigh. Of course, they've been working on it for the past 2 years, but does it really matter? Sang the Oak, unsure of what to do, hesitated. "I'm not sure if I should say this, but can you really keep a secret?" Seeing his hesitation only made the man more frustrated, and he angrily snapped, "Do you have trust issues? Just say it." Sang the Oak continued, his face turning serious as he revealed everything he had carefully thought out. "Once the wall in Jinni is finished," he paused, then added, "the property prices in Busan will drop by about 20% to 35%. It's just the way things work. When supply exceeds demand, prices fall." He then proposed his plan. "That's why the members of our association want to intervene." This left Cheolsu Suat completely confused. Intervene with what? Although slightly afraid, Sang the Oak grit his teeth and spoke his mind. "What I mean is, we need to stop that project." The old man's voice rang out again. "If the zombies appear and turn the site into chaos, the project will have to." This made Cheolsu Suat startle and feel worried. He laughed, then stepped closer, shaking his head in disbelief. "You want me to let the zombies loose to destroy everything? Are you crazy? Do you have any idea what would happen if you get caught? You'd be sentenced to death for treason." The more he spoke, the more amazed he became by the old man's insane ideas. This was worse than some of the criminal charges he'd heard about. "Dan, you're out of your mind." Before Cheolsu Suat could finish cursing him out, Sang the Oak gritted his teeth and replied, 10%. Then he pulled out a contract that had clearly been prepared in advance. "I'll give you 10% of the assets owned by the members. You need to figure out a way to lure the zombies there. The workers have already hired a hunter, so we'll need a lot of zombies." After seeing the contract, Cheolsu Suat hesitated, his mind racing with thoughts. The value of the assets owned by the association and its members is around 200 trillion. 10% of that is 20 trillion. If this deal goes through, I can ask for even more from them. Just hearing those numbers is enough to make anyone dizzy. To let the admin explain further to you all, 20 trillion won will be about 15 billion USD. Even though he's a big guy, Cheolsu Suat is really good at calculations. After thinking it over for a long time, Cheolsu Suat looked up and smiled, announcing, "Forget everything I just said. I'll do it, but if anything goes wrong, the association will take full responsibility." Seeing that the guy had finally agreed, Sang the Oak let out a relieved sigh. "Of course, but I want you to gather enough zombies to ensure the plan will succeed. Like I said, they've hired a hunter." The image of Cheolsu appeared before him, and they even said he single-handedly took out 8,000 zombies in just one night. Upon hearing this, the man hesitated. 8,000 zombies? Must have been that Cheolsu guy. Cheolsu Suat's gaze turned cold as he focused on his own plan. "That's even better. I'll release something to make sure this deal succeeds." The scene shifted to the basement, where the labs were busy with research. Sang the Oak, curious, asked, "What are you planning to do?" Cheolsu Suat calmly announced, "You probably heard of Zomvex, right? It's a cure for the disease." Both of them immediately thought of an antidote for the zombie virus. Things weren't easy when rumors started spreading, but there were also rumors that Zomvex was made from mutated zombies. Because of this, zombie hunters always targeted mutated zombies, capturing them to sell to labs. That's why the hunters sell the mutated zombies they catch to the pharmaceutical companies. In exchange, they get a lot of money for delivering these zombies to the labs. The medical staff and researchers focused on bringing these zombies to special labs to contain them. The pharmaceutical company made a lot of money from the cure, so they were involved in illegal deals right at their own facilities. At this point, a plan formed in Cheolsu Suat's mind. He seemed quite pleased with the idea. "We just need to steal one and release it into Jinni, and the problem will be solved quickly." Before leaving, Sang the Oak worriedly begged, "I'm counting on you." Cheolsu Suat nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll take care of it." Remembering something important, he immediately called out, "One more thing." Sang the Oak looked a little uncomfortable. The terrifying expression on his face signaled for silence. "Even if this gets exposed, keep quiet about it, you understand." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving the man behind in the room. Cheolsu Suat instructed his subordinate, "Call Jang Ui. The earthbound we captured in Jinni is pregnant with a larva inside." At the same time, an image of a mutated zombie regenerating appeared. He coldly turned and ordered his subordinate to take it outside and eliminate all the witnesses. Upon hearing this, the subordinate nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." He also added, find 10 homeless people from the slums, the kind that no one will miss, even if they die. It seemed like everything had been carefully planned. The government will get suspicious if suddenly a mutated zombie shows up. Good plan, sir. I'll go look for them. The scene shifted into a pitch-black basement. The sight before him made one man so scared that he dropped the flashlight in his hand. In front of him was a mutated zombie with a terrifying face. Just seeing the zombie was enough to make the guard shake with fear. What he saw in front of him was the strange man, armed, taking out the researchers one by one in the area. Jang Yui lifted his head, complaining, Dan, why do you all have to do your job so well? Can't you just go somewhere and take a nap in the main lobby or something? After complaining for a while, he directly asked, I don't want to be the bad guy. I just want to take this thing and leave. Why do you have to make me out to be the villain? Hearing this, the guard was terrified. I can see anything, sir. I'll go upstairs and go to sleep right away. If you could just spare me. Before he could finish, Jang Yui interrupted. Say, you're sorry. Tell me you're sorry for working too hard. Go ahead, say it. The guard's hands and legs trembled at these words. I'm sorry for working too hard. Jang Yui's mood lightened a bit, feeling less guilty. He glanced at the guard, then slowly approached him. Come here. I'll make it quick and painless. Just looking at Jang Yui's terrifying face made the guard drop to his knees, begging for mercy. His mouth stammered as he pleaded, please don't kill me. But unfortunately, he failed to beg successfully in front of the cruel man. After taking care of all the troublesome people, Jang Yui picked up the phone and announced, I got it, leader. At the same time, the homeless people were gathered in the middle of an empty lot. Their faces showed surprise as they looked up at the luxury sports car. Cheolsu Suat's secretary stepped forward, along with two bodyguards who were visibly disgusted as they pinched their noses. Damn, they smell awful. He tossed a contract in front of the group. The document outlined the job and salary details. He even made sure to mention that the money would be sent to their families as soon as they signed. After speaking, the secretary tossed the pen onto the ground with a dismissive attitude. Sign it. The homeless people scrambled to sign, and with that, the plan began to unfold. The stage was set, the mutated zombie was successfully acquired, and these unfortunate people had become pawns in a game. Cheolsu Suat smiled in satisfaction at the plan he had put in motion. However, things weren't as perfect as they seemed. There was one small problem. Cheolsu was still sound asleep and had no idea what was going on. The person on stage still hadn't realized the play had started when a hand quickly reached out to wake him up. He sat up and, removing the blindfold, asked, What? More zombies. When he turned around, the workers in the workshop were smiling at him. Cheolsu, confused, asked the group, Are you planning to drink beer here? One of the workers laughed and shared his thoughts. It's been a month since you got here. We thought it was time to throw a party. Come on outside, we prepared a big feast. And so, the party began. A delicious roast pig was slowly turning in the oven. Ari was happily in the kitchen, serving up tasty dishes for everyone. As Cheolsu was still lost in thought, a worker walked up and put a hand on his shoulder. At least we have to make sure you get well fed, right? You're always being called to work. I wish the zombies would pick a day to show up. But you know, that's not going to happen. They quickly urged him to sit down at the delicious table, saying, Sit down. Cheolsu's face showed a bit of discomfort. He looked up ahead, seeing only the honest, simple faces of those around him, who had no idea of the burdens he had to bear. He wondered to himself when was the last time he had dinner with so many people around the table like this. His mind drifted back to the happy days of that year, probably to his birthday party. Seeing that Cheolsu was still deep in thought, he handed him the large roasted pork leg and said, Why haven't you eat? Are you trying to figure out how to thank us? The person beside him warmly shared his story. We caught this pig in the forest. The rest of the food is what we've saved up over time. Don't worry, we didn't steal anything or do anything bad. After hearing this, Cheolsu glanced at the delicious pieces of meat on the table. The workers around him watched with anticipation, hoping he would enjoy it. Not wanting to keep them waiting, he took a big bite of meat. Ari, sitting next to him, smiled gently. In the corner of Cheolsu's eye, tears started to form. He was deeply moved and said to everyone, It's so good, I'm about to cry. Someone nearby laughed, raised their beer mug, and teased. You didn't even take a proper bite before saying that. See, you're pretending to be tough again. But this also made everyone enjoy the meal even more. Everyone ate enthusiastically and chatted together happily. They treated everyone around them like friends and talked freely. This also made Cheolsu feel a little nostalgic, and he wished, I wish we had more time. He noticed that Ari was still happily enjoying this little moment. Everyone at the construction site laughed and joked as if nothing bad had ever happened. It seemed like this would help him forget his sad past. Cheolsu looked up at the vast sky above him. Thoughts flooded his mind, the person I lost, the fact that my parents will never come back, and this harsh reality. As he drifted in these thoughts, music suddenly started playing. There's music. Are you sure the boss won't yell at us for this? We need to do this. This also surprised the man in charge. What music? We've always tried to keep the site quiet. Immediately, everyone fell silent, not knowing what to say. One person, who was drunk, tried to speak up. The sound isn't coming from the construction site. Outside, the speakers were blasting strange sounds. It was coming from outside. Based on the noises from the approaching vehicle, the zombies were still relentlessly chasing after it. This particular zombie was charging forward in a frenzy, while the vehicles were speeding up as well. The wall designed to block the zombies was almost complete, but these tough vehicles smashed right through it. The scene quickly turned chaotic as homeless people were rushing out of the vehicles. They didn't realize that they were just pawns in a bigger game. The zombies seized the opportunity, tearing into these poor souls. The chaos only intensified as more and more people were falling victim to the undead. One of the zombies noticed a strange light in the distance, coming from the construction site, almost like a wave of zombies. All of them charged forward with wild desperation. High above, Jang Yui was watching everything unfold. He scanned his surroundings before making a decision. The alarm has sounded. It's time to release the larvae. As soon as he finished speaking, the container holding the zombie test subjects quickly dropped to the ground below. Just 1 second later, the mutated zombie was finally released. The huge, ominous figure of the zombie emerged from the ground unexpectedly. Inside the room, the workers were fast asleep after a long, tiring day, enjoying a quiet and peaceful evening. But something felt strange, and one worker, feeling uneasy, opened his eyes. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? As the story unfolded, so did the disaster. The room began to shake violently, throwing everyone into the air. It turned out that the mutated zombie had caused the container to collapse, absorbing it whole. Its jagged teeth had cracked through the structure in a way that seemed almost unstoppable. The narrator wasn't joking this time. The mutated zombie's expression remained eerily calm, as if it was preparing for something much larger. The scene quickly descended into chaos. While everyone was still trying to make sense of the situation, more zombies appeared out of nowhere and rushed in. It seemed like every time something important was discovered, things just didn't go as planned. Cheolsu, confused and startled, looked at the scene unfolding before him. What's going on? Did the music draw them here? Seeing the strange look on his face, Eri immediately tried to calm him down. Relax, Cheolsu. People will die if a hunter panics in front of a crowd of zombies. She looked toward the room in the distance and quickly made up her mind. I'll go get your shovel. We need to evacuate everyone. Meanwhile, Cheolsu was still standing frozen, overwhelmed, and unsure of what to do. The image of the past flashed before his eyes. The ground was soaked with thick, sticky blood, and zombies relentlessly chased after the terrified civilians. Cheolsu's father turned around, seeing the dangerous situation, and his face filled with worry. He clenched his teeth, ready to make a tough decision. With no other choice, he pushed his son towards safety. As everyone else was still panicking and gasping for air, Cheolsu's father made up his mind to protect the children. Cheolsu, we'll meet you in Busan. It wasn't until Cheolsu reunited with his father later that he found him cold and lifeless. The scene was bleak, with the military only arriving afterward, moving slowly as they approached. Once again, Cheolsu realized something important. The only thing he could do now was protect everyone. He glanced over at Eri and shouted, I need a shovel and some rope. Eri quickly ran toward the storage room. As she left, he made sure to give her a thorough instruction. Get the weapons for me, then head straight to the office and order all the workers to evacuate. With no time to waste, he immediately came up with a plan to face the mutated zombie. There was no way he could let things drag on any longer. Cheolsu yelled out to everyone, Everyone, get out of here now. I'll hold them off. He grabbed a bone from the table as he spoke. Just then, the zombie with a shredded 8-pack of abs lunged at him, ready to attack. Cheolsu wasn't backing down. He picked up his weapon and faced off against it. His movements were now quicker, and he relentlessly struck the huge zombie's head. With each hit, the zombie stumbled until it finally crashed to the ground. More zombies rushed in. The more they came, the angrier Cheolsu became. He shouted, You guys ruined my party. Get ready to lose your heads. Just thinking about the chaos they caused made him even more furious. He swung the bone in his hand, striking multiple zombies one after another. While in the middle of his attacks, the bone finally cracked and broke apart, startling him. Quickly regaining his composure, Cheolsu glanced around. If the bone was useless now, he would use its broken pieces to stab the zombies surrounding him. He let the remaining piece of the bone fall from his hand. This time, he was left with nothing but his fists to fight off the zombies. While he was still unsure, suddenly his shovel was stuck right next to him. Eri, riding the motorcycle behind, shouted instructions. Hang in there, Cheolsu. She spoke calmly, though a little anxious, explaining, I'll go to the office to send out the evacuation notice and contact headquarters. And with that, She drove off, leaving Cheolsu in the middle of the fierce battlefield. Once she left, he took a deep breath, ready to make a decision. Gripping his weapon tightly, he shouted out to the crazed zombies, "Get ready for round 2, you uninvited pests." Over on this side, the workers were using all their strength to run ahead. They anxiously spoke to each other. "I don't see any zombies chasing us." Hearing this, the others immediately stopped to rest, catching their breath. "You're right," one of them said. "The hunter is probably holding them off." Then, realizing something was wrong, one worker nervously asked the others, "But guys, if the wall falls or the project gets delayed, what will happen to our homes?" This worried the others, and they groaned in fear. "I guess they'll be destroyed since the deal only goes through after we finish building the wall." This time, everyone was silent, speechless. Suddenly, one of them walked away, leaving the others confused and uneasy. "What are you planning to do? Are you thinking about going ahead?" The man quickly placed a hand on his shoulder, scolding him. "Don't you see the zombies over there? You'll be killed." But when he turned around, helpless tears kept flowing down his face. "It doesn't matter whether I die here or make it back inside the wall. I'm going to die either way." The more he spoke, the more desperate he became as he recalled that day's events. "This is our last chance for a decent life. If we give up, we'll die sooner, forced to return to a life that's worse than death." After speaking, he tried to steady himself, wiping away the tears on his face. "I'm going back to help the hunter and protect the wall. I know how to use the tools and I'll fight with them." To everyone's surprise, it seemed as though he had made up his mind. "I'm not forcing any of you to join, but I've chosen to go back there. I'll fight for my home." When he finished speaking, everyone around them fell completely silent, unable to find the words. One of them paused, deep in thought, preparing to make the next decision. The man's gaze was full of determination. He walked alongside the person who had just spoken and said, "You're right, we deserve a better life. If we're going to die, at least we should die with honor." As soon as he said this, the others seemed to regain their will. They followed the two men. Meanwhile, things were getting intense on the other side. Cheolsu was still fighting to take down the zombies surrounding him. The enemies were coming from all directions. He reminded himself, "I have to protect everyone." He was still focused on the battle when he suddenly noticed a worker running away from the zombies. There was no time to hesitate. Cheolsu quickly tied his rope and spear together and threw them towards the people being attacked by the zombies. This move touched the worker deeply. "Thank you." Cheolsu quickly replied, "Don't waste time thanking me, get out of here now." At that moment, he had his own thoughts running through his mind. More importantly, he had to protect the offices and the dormitories behind the fence, areas that were at risk of becoming new zombie hotspots. The zombies were multiplying rapidly, and he felt helpless in this situation. Watching the workers slowly transform made things even more difficult for him. Some workers were already infected. In other words, the number of new zombies could grow faster than he could kill them. He turned around, searching for Eri, but couldn't find her. His anxiety grew. Where did that manager go? I haven't heard any evacuation announcements. He noticed that the walls could no longer hold back the zombies. New worker zombies were appearing. The scene became complete chaos as the walls collapsed. Cheolsu stood frozen, shocked by what was happening. Behind him, large trucks had appeared. The drivers skillfully maneuvered their vehicles, using the container trucks to block the attacking zombies. Seeing the situation unfold in such a strange way startled Cheolsu. The workers quickly got out of their trucks, armed with weapons, and moved forward. The zombies, noticing the new people, became even more excited. The only regret was that they had already been burned to ashes by the flames of these workers. They all approached, smiling, and announced, "We're here to help you, Hunter." This left Cheolsu confused and puzzled. "Everyone, but why are you all coming back?" One of them quickly picked up a weapon and said, "This is the place we're going to live, so we'll help you protect it." This time they all had different weapons in hand and began discussing. "The hole in the wall is getting bigger. We think you need help, Hunter." One of the workers spoke up. "Everyone wants to fight, so I can't leave them behind." Another added, "Stop complaining. Anyway, you already killed all those zombies before the hunter even showed up." Cheolsu, feeling lost, saw that there was no point in arguing anymore and just sighed. "Listen, I won't go easy on any of you if you turn into zombies. I'll kill you for real." The others heard this and smiled as if they had already understood each other. Cheolsu, feeling his resolve return, quickly ran toward the zombies, shouting, "Watch the hole and stop them. I'll take care of all the zombies coming toward the wall." He had also realized something. They were no longer fighting for themselves. They were all focused on the words he had given them. The workers had built this wall for their homes. The workers were trying to hold off the zombies, reminding each other, "Hang in there, we have to stop them." Cheolsu felt moved by this. They had chosen to take up arms and fight instead of running away. The scene around them was becoming more chaotic as the zombies flooded in, growing in number. But the battle was far from over. Eri, over on this side, was breathing heavily, exhausted as she looked at the scene in front of her. She felt helpless, not knowing what to do when she saw that the container with the reports had been completely destroyed. The communication devices were all inside the office container, but now it had been overturned. There was no way ordinary zombies could have done this. She felt like something was off, something wasn't right. It had to be something non-human, a high-level mutation. But for now, she had to focus on Cheolsu. She quickly turned the car in another direction, thinking Cheolsu can't handle this alone. He's just a rank C hunter. He needs backup from Buzen. Her face grew serious. When she turned her head to look behind her, she saw a sight she never wanted to witness in her life. A mutated zombie, its mouth wide open and covered in blood, was slowly advancing toward Eri. The scene shifted to a high-rise building in the temporary government headquarters of the South Korean Ministry of Defense where the Special Forces were stationed. A hand knocked on the door. The woman with short hair and a cold expression was none other than Jae-ong Song, the A-rank manager of the Ministry of Defense and the team leader. As she entered, the commander-in-chief asked in surprise, "Here to report?" She nodded in confirmation. "Yes, sir. There's nothing particularly special to report, but there's something you might want to know." Wang-taek quickly ordered, "Don't wait for me to ask, report everything from A to Z." He was Lieutenant Colonel Lin Wang-taek, a member of the A-rank Hunter Special Forces team of the Ministry of Defense. Jae-ong Song nodded and began her report. "We had received any afternoon reports from the construction site in Jinni, sir, and the eastern wall opposite Jinni has reported seeing smoke rising." Hearing this, he easily loaded the gun. This time, he aimed it directly at her and declared, "The wall of the Din A project is a major initiative of the interim government. We can't afford any mistakes." After speaking, Wang-taek, followed by his troops with a cigarette in his hand, stepped forward. "I'll handle this myself." Meanwhile, the fierce battle between the zombies and Cheolsu continued. The long hours of fighting had worn him out, but there was no choice but to keep going. The number of zombies had significantly decreased. The brutal clashes between the two sides showed no signs of stopping thanks to the workers who had cornered the zombies. News of the zombie outbreak had already been spread. Cheolsu focused on the workers, who were doing their best to prevent the disaster from getting worse. "It looks like we're getting the situation under control. Who's been infected?" Noticing something was off, he turned and looked behind him. He saw the walls collapsing below, but the workers had successfully blocked the zombies. They let out a sigh of relief and signaled that things were starting to improve, which gave him some peace of mind. There will be damage, but at least they can minimize it and stop the zombies. He quickly looked in a different direction, clenching his fist with determination. "I can protect everyone." Noticing something was off, Cheolsu turned to look in another direction. What he saw was a huge mutated zombie chasing after Eri. Seeing the giant monster destroy everything around it made him even more afraid. "What the hell is that?" She stopped the vehicle and announced, "It's a mutant." "Cheolsu, there's a mutant." She explained everything again. That monster destroyed the communication equipment, but the workers who escaped toward the Buzen wall will report this to Houston. "We should have reinforcements in about an hour." As she spoke, she kept catching her breath. The only problem is, noticing she was speaking more than usual, Cheolsu urged, "Stop beating around the bush, just say it." She asked helplessly, "That monster has fully mutated. It has to be at least a Class B mutant. Can you handle it?" The image of the giant zombie monster quickly flashed before them. He spoke up, confused. "That thing is called a mutation." He even remembered what Chiller Sam had said. Is it just a partial mutation? It could be a Class C creature. This situation put Cheolsu in a difficult spot, unsure of what to do. "Damn it, if I don't kill it, everyone here will die. I don't have a choice." He was lost in thought, muttering to himself. That zombie before was only Class C. Now that I know the situation is getting dangerous, he warned everyone. "You and the workers need to leave right now. I don't know how to beat it, and I'm not sure how much damage this will cause." Ari nodded in understanding, then added, "Good luck. I'll do my best too." The monster in front of him was a giant mutation, and it seemed like a brutal battle was about to begin. Cheolsu quickly took in every detail of the creature. Earthbound typically compressed its body to maximize speed. However, its true size could reach about 35 meters. Its massive form was many times bigger than him. It stood as tall as a 10-story building. The monster was still calling out for its mother in a way that made no sense at all. When Cheolsu heard it, he couldn't help but laugh. "What the hell? How big is this thing anyway?" It slowly opened its eyes wider and kept calling out. Just a second later, it opened its mouth wide and lunged straight at Cheolsu. His mind went completely blank. He couldn't even process what was happening. "I don't know what to do about this." But then he tried to calm himself. That was the typical response of anyone facing a mutated creature. At the same time, his expression grew much more determined. There was no more room in his mind for anything else. However, Kim Cheolsu didn't need to overthink things. Cheolsu gripped his weapon tightly. When the earthbound monster attacked, everything around them seemed to move faster. It opened its mouth wide, tilted its head up, and before it knew it, Cheolsu was already gone. He'd vanished from its sight, and he had a plan of his own. He let his instincts and reflexes take over. Cheolsu grabbed a rope, spun around, and prepared to counterattack with full determination. History was beginning to repeat itself, just like the day he went berserk and wiped out 8,000 zombies. Even Earthbound itself never expected this to happen. Standing on its head, he raised his weapon high and shouted mockingly, "You're way too predictable. Big things are always slow." Cheolsu put all his strength into pounding the giant monster's head repeatedly. He could feel the pain spreading through his body as a long gash cut across its skull. Earthbound kept screaming. Cheolsu's eyes were full of hope as he looked at the attack he'd just landed. The strategy was simple. When its speed slowed down, he had to strike as much as possible. But he knew that Earthbound was tough, capable of taking a lot of damage. It thrashed around, trying to shake Cheolsu off. His hands were covered in the red blood that splattered everywhere, but he didn't give up. He kept a firm grip on the rope. Every time it thrashed, he used the rope to swing, dodging its attacks, making sure it didn't escape too far. His body was suspended in midair, held up only by a thin, strong rope. The monster still didn't understand what was happening. It had no idea it was up against a truly dangerous opponent. Its eyes widened as it suddenly sensed that something wasn't quite right. Cheolsu stood in front of it, laughing, and quickly made up his mind. "Are you ready? Now it's my turn to take you down." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward, raising his spear high and aimed it straight at the monstrous creature. He threw all his strength into the attack, targeting the massive, sharp beast. All of this was being watched carefully by the mysterious figure standing in a distance. He put on his glasses and said, "Look at him, he's enjoying this. What an idiot. He doesn't even realize the second phase is just beginning. Even the leader is struggling with it." Suddenly, the earthbound creature began to grow larger, its face hidden behind layers of thick fat. The layers of fat obscured its face, making it impossible for Cheolsu to land any hits. He was shocked, as this was the first time he had seen such a sight. Just as he was trying to figure out how to deal with the monster, the creature slowly began to rise up behind him. He froze in panic, muttering, "What?" Before he could finish his sentence, a punch slammed into his face. And just like that, Cheolsu took the punch, flying backward in pain. He tumbled through the air, rolling several times, and as he did, the earthbound creature began to change. It was as if two hands had reached out and grabbed Cheolsu, holding him tightly and preventing any movement. After successfully capturing him, the creature pushed him down onto the ground, leaving him completely unable to move. Pain spread throughout his body, and the only thought that ran through his mind was, "What the hell is going on? What's happening?" Cheolsu gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain as he gathered his strength to sit up. He turned his head to look behind him, ready to fight back, but when he did, it seemed like the creature had completely disappeared. Now he was filled with confusion. Where did it go? He didn't notice that the creature had appeared right behind him. Earthbound had materialized just inches from his back, something he couldn't have imagined. Its speed was so fast, far beyond anything he was used to, and he was at a loss as to what to do. As the fight grew fiercer, Jang Yui grew more excited. Here it is, it's the flurry of punches. A barrage of punches from the creature rained down on Cheolsu. He couldn't even process what was happening anymore. Despite his attempts to fight back, nothing seemed to work against the overwhelming power of the beast. It was using sheer force to crush him, and he couldn't fight back. It was as if he were a punching bag, helplessly being beaten by the creature. Cheolsu couldn't fight back. No matter how many different ways he tried, he completely lost control. He needed something to distract the monster, even just for a second. Suddenly, a crane appeared right in front of him. The crane slammed straight into the earthbound monster that had been attacking. The worker operating the crane shouted, "Climb up, Hunter." It seemed like the monster sensed something was off. Not only had the earthbound appeared, but many other earthbound monsters also started showing up. In this critical moment, Cheolsu had no choice but to throw his ropes forward. He seized the opportunity to grab the earthbound, as if he wanted to crush it immediately. He didn't hesitate to throw a powerful punch at it. "Die, you ugly monster." The more he hit, the more fired up he became, wanting to pay it back for everything it had done earlier. "Damn you, you bastard." Cheolsu clenched his teeth, determined to kill the monster. Its blood sprayed into the air in a horrifying way. Without missing a beat, he threw a devastating punch directly at the earthbound's face. He realized that hitting it with his bare hands wasn't enough to deal serious damage. He tightened his grip on the weapon, raising it high. His face was filled with fury. As he prepared to strike the final blow, he noticed someone standing behind him, blocking his way. When he turned around, he saw Jang Yui standing there. He spoke, "Are you the hunter?" Jang Yui nodded in confirmation before making his decision. "Yes, but not today. Today, I'm just a gangster. Got it, buddy?" After a long, exhausting battle, Cheolsu was completely worn out. "Damn, can't you guys show up one at a time?" His eyes locked with the opponent ahead. The earthbound creature was lying motionless on the ground, covered in wounds from his attacks. To create more space, Cheolsu dropped down below the surface. Jang Yui, seeing this, let out a long sigh. Seriously, I made it all the way up here, and now I have to go back down. He quickly jumped down to the ground below. His terrifying footsteps echoed as he moved forward. The sword's blade scraped along the earth, producing an eerie, chilling sound. Standing in front of Cheolsu, Jang Yui casually pressed his knife against his neck and smiled as he said, "Since you went ahead and killed that mutated zombie, could you also take care of this wall for me?" Just as he was about to strike, Jang Yui's gaze shifted, and he realized something was off. A sudden attack from outside caught him off guard, and he quickly reacted. When he looked back, a sword had been thrust into the ground. Seeing the brutal scene unfolding in front of him, Winetek asked in confusion, "What the hell is going on here?" The area had turned into total chaos, with zombie corpses and dead bodies scattered everywhere. Even the mutated earthbound creature had fallen. Workers who hadn't managed to escape had fully transformed into zombies. Jang Yui calmly observed his opponent. Winetek, furious at the sight of everything being destroyed into a battlefield, shouted, "Did you do this, you jerk?" Information about Winetek also appeared. He was part of an A-rank hunter special forces unit from the Ministry of Defense. On the battlefield, he was incredibly powerful, able to take down hundreds of zombies. Even more details about him were displayed. He is also known as Lieutenant Colonel Lim, born Im Soren Jai Ong Som. He has been awarded many different medals and is an incredibly strong person. He used to be a captain in a special forces unit before the zombie apocalypse broke out. At that time, he had a very happy battalion, with a photo titled 2020 Desert Deployment Mission to capture the moment. Winetek was always seen as a perfect person in everyone's eyes. He performed at his best and achieved outstanding results. His story was even featured on social media. The special mission was a success. The armed forces had successfully rescued a group of missionaries held hostage. Winetek truly lived by integrity. That was his motto and his belief. When he was younger, he earned many medals. The scene shifted to a desert abroad where his unit had carried out the Davidson Barracks strategy. The place was vast and barren, with no trees in sight. As he opened the door to enter the room now, after all the battles, Winetek had only one eye left. When the commander saw him, he hesitated and explained, "Captain Lim, I am truly sorry about your platoon. I really didn't know." Before the commander could finish his sentence, Winetek's eyes, filled with hatred, turned toward him as he aimed his gun. A single bullet was fired directly into the commander's forehead, instantly ending his life. And so, Winetek made a grave mistake. He killed his own commander. However, it happened during a military operation overseas. After stepping outside, he was surrounded by his own country's army and sentenced to 12 years in a military prison. Inside the dark, cold prison room, Winetek sat in deep thought. But what kept him from wasting his time behind those steel bars was his dedication to training. He used every free moment to push himself, growing stronger with each passing day. His gaze was determined, and he trained relentlessly. While he was still focused on his exercises, a strange man appeared outside and called his name, Captain Lim. And that's when everything for him started to change, all because of his remarkable skills. The large man then asked in a clear, strong voice, "Are you willing to fight for your country again?" Winetek was stunned by the situation. Indeed, it was thanks to his exceptional abilities that he had been pardoned. After just a short time of being out in the field, Winetek and his teammates relentlessly wiped out the evil zombies for the sake of humanity. His gaze had changed, now carrying the noble ideals of his country. Thinking back on everything he knew about Winetek, Jang Yui looked a bit uneasy, unsure of what to do. Lieutenant Lim, he knew Winetek was an A-rank hunter, and in his mind, one thought crossed. I just wanted to confirm that the mutated zombie had done its job and left as soon as possible. He glanced over at Cheolsu, who was still lying unconscious on the ground. But this rookie is keeping me here way too long. Seeing that Jang Yui didn't answer, Winetek angrily bit down on his cigarette and demanded, "Are you really going to make me ask about the mess you caused? You jerk, don't think you can fool me. Answer me now." Feeling unable to confront him directly, Jang Yui quickly raised his hands in an attempt to explain. "What are you talking about? I rushed here after hearing there were zombies. That's all." But Winetek had seen everything. He stared directly at him and questioned, "You were about to stab that guy with a sword covered in zombie blood. How do you explain that?" Though a bit scared, Jang Yui tried to calm himself, telling himself not to lose his cool. Though he was a bit scared, he tried to calm himself down. "I need to stay calm. I can't let him control me." He chuckled and quickly found an excuse. "It's just some blood from killing zombies, and I was just teaching this guy a lesson for not following my orders." Wanting to change the subject, Jang Yui looked at Winetek's clothes and said, "It's just a little disagreement between hunters. You're a soldier, right? You get it, don't you?" Ignoring him, Cheolsu suddenly yelled in frustration, startling him. He nervously pointed at Zhang Yui and reported everything. This bastard and his gang deliberately let the zombies loose. Cheolsu's voice was weak as he pointed forward. After I killed that mutated zombie, he attacked me. That evil bastard. Hearing that only made Zhang Yui angrier. He kicked out in frustration. Why are you blaming me, huh? You damn bastard, you're not acting like an adult at all. Looking at Cheolsu, who was still trying to endure the pain, the corner of Wangtek's mouth curled into a satisfied smile. He's quite the interesting kid, just like he was during the social gathering. Suddenly, he remembered the first time Cheolsu had appeared in front of everyone. When he showed up, he immediately caught the attention of Wangtek and his teammates. Back to reality, Wangtek chuckled and made a decision. All right, everything's clear now, you jerk. So, what are you going to do now? Seeing that everything had been exposed and there was no way out, Zhang Yui had no choice but to raise his sword. What else was there to do? He might as well swing it around for fun. Wangtek began with a small knife in his hand. According to Section 2, Clause 13 of the Zombie Prevention Act, anyone who intentionally spreads the zombie virus will be sentenced to death on the spot. His eyes were filled with anger as he glared at this non-human creature. Zhang Yui, however, wasn't scared. He nodded in acknowledgement of his actions. All right, thanks for the warning, soldier, but if you can't kill me, mind handing over your head? The two of them rushed into battle, and it was clear that a fierce fight was about to unfold. Zhang Yui launched the first attack, a series of quick strikes with his long sword. Fortunately, Wangtek managed to dodge just in time. As the battle grew more intense, Zhang Yui began to sense something was off. This guy had a higher rank, likely because the system only counted the number of zombies he had killed. Wangtek remained composed as if nothing had happened, but deep down I knew I had gone through more than I ever imagined. The past replayed vividly when Zhang Yui was still a weak young man, often bullied by thugs. Unable to endure the oppression any longer, he finally stood up to the one who had hurt him, using all of his strength and determination against someone who had wielded a sword far longer than Wangtek. In the present, Zhang Yui gritted his teeth, delivering each move with unwavering resolve. In a battle between equals, I won't lose, he told himself. His sword gleamed sharply, as if it carried his hopes for victory. He showed no sign of giving up. The crowd below held their breath, watching the tense confrontation unfold. Perhaps the story was nearing its end, but Zhang Yui's confidence suddenly wavered. Wangtek, cigarette still calmly resting between his lips, acted like nothing had changed. No matter how hard Zhang Yui tried, all his efforts seemed to miss the mark. Wangtek avoided each move effortlessly, revealing no weak point. Even after a flurry of determined strikes, Zhang Yui couldn't make Lieutenant Lim falter. Still, he continued searching for an opening, swinging from every direction. Yet his opponent remained calm and precise, responding swiftly to the slightest gap in Zhang Yui's guard. After a long stretch of intense combat, Zhang Yui was completely drained, struggling to catch his breath. He watched helplessly as the man across from him casually spun a blade in his hand. Is he toying with me? He wondered, frustration building inside. Shouldn't he be finishing this quickly and focusing on the threat outside the walls? Why is he so at ease? Doesn't he realize everything's on the verge of collapse? The thought only fueled his anger. Unable to hold it in, he shouted, "Why?" The man simply laughed, as if everything was under control. "Why would I be toying with you?" he replied, then added calmly, "We've been instructed to conserve ammunition during zombie encounters." He lifted the stained blade and said, "So I'm taking the chance to get better with close-range techniques. Honestly, sparring with you isn't so bad." His expression shifted, calm yet focused, as he continued, "You don't need to worry about the zombies. My team is made up of skilled professionals. They know what they're doing." At the same time, John Gong turned to the citizens and addressed them with heartfelt sincerity. "Comrades, your courage is truly commendable." With a steady smile, he reassured them, "Now that I'm here, everything will be all right. Please lower your weapons." As soon as he finished speaking, he fired his gun directly at the zombies. One shot from him was enough to completely take down the entire group of zombies. This time, it was Sony's turn to use her sharpshooting skills, firing straight into the monsters, causing chaos in the area. Meanwhile, on another side, someone was observing everything closely from above. He had already prepared his weapon carefully. After taking a deep breath, he quickly grabbed his weapon, jumped down from the height, and dove toward the zombies. Powerful strikes hit the zombies below on the ground. The battle between Wangtek and Zhang Yui was still ongoing. Wangtek laughed and said, "I'm sure they've taken control of this area by now." This only made Zhang Yui more furious. He felt like everything was in vain, which made him rush forward, shouting, "That damn bastard." Seeing his opportunity, Wangtek smirked confidently. There it is, the biggest opening that will cost him his life. He knew the one weakness that could be exploited, Zhang Yui's anger and tension. Wangtek calmly took a long drag from his cigarette. As Zhang Yui charged at him, he casually blew the smoke out and, in the same motion, pressed the burning tip of the cigarette straight into his forehead, making Zhang Yui feel a sharp, continuous pain that made him scream. Losing his sense of direction, Zhang Yui wildly swung his weapon in the air. Wangtek seized the moment, grabbing the knife in his hand and getting ready for a finishing blow. He struck toward Zhang Yui, who was still frantically attacking. Wangtek's strikes were smooth and precise, each one with a knife in hand. He ended by driving the small knife straight into Zhang Yui's head. After pulling the knife out, Wangtek quietly said goodbye to him. Go to hell. Witnessing the entire sequence of moves, along with the incredible strength Wangtek showed, Cheolsu was left in stunned disbelief. From high above, Wangtek easily took down Zhang Yui. As he watched Zhang Yui's lifeless body fall in front of him, Cheolsu was filled with a deep sense of confusion. That was. Once Zhang Yui was defeated, Wangtek calmly lit another cigarette as if nothing had happened. Cheolsu, at that moment, finally understood something important that he had overlooked for a long time. That's the difference between the ranks. Seeing the look on his face, Wangtek laughed in surprise. What's with that look? Are you staring at me or something? The scene shifted to another part of the construction site where the Jina wall was being built. Everything here was engulfed in thick smoke and flames. The lifeless body of the earthbound creature lay still on the ground. Everything was slowly coming to an end. Thanks to the C-rank hunter, Cheolsu from the Choi Gang Company, the situation had started to be brought under control. Cheolsu lay motionless, his body trembling. His efforts couldn't be fully described, but the other workers had also grown exhausted that night. Thanks to the quick response of the workers, Cheolsu didn't have to take on the zombies alone. Wangtek waited to see what would happen next. Suddenly, the timely arrival of an A-rank hunter made everything improve significantly. The Jinin wall had been successfully protected. Wangtek saw that Cheolsu was still lying there. He looks tough, but he's already down after just that much. He commented while bandaging Cheolsu's head. He's got skills, but he needs a lot more training. Suddenly, a voice for a report sounded. Sir! He turned his head toward the sound. John Gung slowly walked over, smiling as he reported, the wall has been cleared. The mission is complete. They were part of the B-rank Special Forces team from the Ministry of Defense, Marine Commandos. John Gung had killed 45,377 zombies. Wangtek, hearing this, calmly scolded him. What do you want me to do? Pat your head and praise you? Doing your job is the bare minimum. He glanced over at Cheolsu, still lying motionless on the ground. We need to bandage him up first. Get him ready to be taken back. At that moment, Sony noticed something felt off. She assessed the situation, then looked at the ground, where the earth creature was still right in front of them, before commenting, Did that rookie kill this thing? From the mutated form, it's at least a B-rank mutation. The power level makes me think this mission could be interesting for Cheolsu. This C-rank hunter is pretty good. She was part of the B-rank Special Forces team from the Ministry of Defense known as the Joint Fire Elite Squad. Jong Sony had killed 30,121 zombies. After speaking, Sony turned and looked at Wangtek, questioning him. If he can kill a B-rank mutated creature, doesn't that mean he's qualified to rank up to B-rank? He was furious, his voice raised as he ordered. If he wants it, he can nominate himself for a promotion. But did you hear my command? Call a helicopter to take him back and do it quickly. With that, the group lifted Cheolsu and prepared to leave the area. The man who remained silent, dressed in camouflage gear to blend in, was Shogun. He carried Cheolsu on his back and moved forward. The B-rank Special Forces team from the Ministry of National Defense disguised Enigma, led by Sung Cho-gon, had already killed 521 zombies along with one mutant. Wangtek sighed and scolded his teammate. This guy talks less and listens more. We need to put some discipline into these new recruits. And with that, Wangtek's group left, leaving behind a brutal battlefield. By the next morning, at the Republic of Korea Armed Forces Central Hospital, a room labeled VIP Ward, Kim Cheolsu. After a long sleep, Cheolsu slowly opened his eyes and looked around. He realized he was wearing patient clothes, lying in an unfamiliar place. The strange ceiling above him made him wonder and reflect. Another unfamiliar ceiling. How many times has this happened now? Without realizing it, Cheolsu remembered the first time he fought to the brink of death. The first time, then the second time when he had to face the big, strong man. Thinking about it made him feel frustrated, and he sighed. This is the third time, but the first time I didn't even need to go to the hospital. Why do I always have to go through this? Cheolsu looked away. Who are those guys, anyway? John Gum sat there, constantly counting how many push-ups Wangtek had done. 147, no, 146. Sony calmly sat there peeling an apple, while Shogun was carefully adjusting his disguise. Seeing this, he sighed, not knowing what to do. I'm seriously about to lose it. What are they even doing? Tek was practicing when he suddenly realized he had woken up. He immediately walked over to him, which surprised John Gung. "Commander, why'd you stop? You might have finished a set yet." Tek quickly signaled for silence. "Quiet. The rookie's awake." As he stepped closer, Tek pointed at his forehead and scolded him. "Hey, I saw you open your eyes." The more he thought about it, the more helpless he felt, sighing again. "I really don't want anything to do with them. Just owing that odd-on girl is already tiring enough." But clearly, Tek didn't want to back down, and he was a little annoyed. The room grew eerily quiet. Cheolsu was so angry he couldn't take it anymore. He shot up from his seat and yelled, "Damn, can I just get some peace and quiet?" Tek looked surprised. "Why are you so mad? I just saved you, you know." Cheolsu stood up, shaking his head. "Everyone who helps me only wants money. Don't you want something from me too?" Tek calmly replied, "Do I look like a greedy person to you?" This left the others frozen for a moment. "How do you know that? Can you read minds or something?" His words made everyone in the room fall silent, deep in thought. Realizing what they were up to, Cheolsu quickly jumped up and yelled, "I knew it. You jerks aren't just here to collect debts." Tek quickly rushed to hold him and explained, "It's not about money. Do you even know what floor we're on?" After sitting in silence for a long time, the entire room fell quiet and no one said a word. To break the silence, Cheolsu nervously spoke up, asking, "So you're not going to come after me for the money, right?" Tek confirmed again, "I told you no. Don't you trust me?" Seeing the skepticism still clearly written on Cheolsu's face, Tek patiently explained, "The Jin Barrier Project is mostly funded by the government. While most of the capital comes from private investors, I've already mapped out the trajectory we're following. The provisional government of South Korea holds 30% and private businesses contribute 70%. At this point, his expression became serious. "That's why we came together, and as a result, we successfully protected the project." After a brief pause, he quickly made his decision. "So no, I'm not some thug, and I have no intention of taking money from you." Upon hearing this, Cheolsu let out a relieved sigh. However, Tek extended his hand and proposed, "That's just between you and me. The relationship between private businesses and the government is different. The government has given a significant amount of shares to private companies with the condition that the barrier must be completed without any delays." The scene from yesterday still lingered clearly in both of their minds. Tek continued, "But look at the consequences. Going back to rebuilding is impossible now, and there are so many gaps that need to be filled." Clearly, his words didn't help Cheolsu understand. "Why are you making things so complicated? Just get to the point," Cheolsu said. He was, after all, a dropout from elementary school. Despite Cheolsu still not getting it, Tek kept explaining, "The moment I report this, the interim government will use it as an excuse to take control of the project." His face turned serious. "In other words, the person who hired you will go bankrupt, and you won't get a single penny." These words left Cheolsu confused. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "So, what will happen to the workers who were already working there?" He thought of the poor workers who risked everything just to have a stable home. They work without any pay only because they were promised a house. This made Tek pause in surprise. He asked in disbelief, "You don't care what happens to you. Is the fact that those people won't get their homes less important than your reputation as a hunter?" Hearing this, he clenched his fists and asked sharply, "Does Fane give me a place to go? Does Fane help me find my family?" Cheolsu's gaze was determined, clearly stating his original purpose. "I don't care about my reputation, so please don't let them lose their home. Just tell the higher-ups that I was sleeping and didn't know the zombies attacked." Tek chuckled in amusement, his thoughts running in different directions. "I wonder if I should call this stupid. Are there still people like him left in this world?" Suddenly, he remembered the photo taken with his teammates from back then. "I thought people like him had all died off or the world turned to this rotten place." The photo clearly displayed the title from 2020 during the campaign in the desert. After thinking for a moment, he turned and signaled Lieutenant Sung to submit the report. She immediately stood up to carry out the task. "Yes, sir." He then turned back to Cheolsu and proposed, "What about you, Cheolsu? What do you think about working for me?" Just as he finished speaking, the door to the room suddenly swung open. This time, it was Ah Dong who entered. She angrily shouted, "That's not happening, you soldier." Cheolsu immediately stepped back. "It's her," he started. Air ran inside, quickly checking around him. "I'm sorry. When I got here, I heard you've been taken to the hospital. Are you hurt anywhere?" "I didn't know where they took you, so that's why I'm late." Ah Dong stepped forward, pointing at Tek and angrily scolding him. 800 billion. Until that 800 billion is paid back, no one is allowed to take him away. No one, not even if you pay it all back. You still can't take him. I found him first, so whether I keep him or step on him, that's my business. After hearing this, Tek laughed and teased. "You still like to keep your hunters tied down, huh? You money-hungry woman. Or is it because of that thing with Jiang Su Ho?" Her anger flared even more at these words. Just as the two were about to argue heatedly, Sang-soo spoke up saying, "Sorry, my boss can sometimes act a bit childish." With a face full of anger, he stared directly at Wangtek, scolding him. But why bring up something she doesn't want to talk about? Looking at everything, it was gradually becoming more complicated, making Wangtek feel exhausted. He lifted his head, his voice filled with frustration. These arrogant people are about to make me really angry. While the argument was still raging, Cho-gon walked in, surprising everyone. He quickly shared information right in front of everyone. "I don't think there's anything good about arguing with the hunter's master if that's the person the lieutenant needs." He continued giving information to Sang-soo and Ah-dong. The two exchanged looks slightly surprised. The details were clearly written on a piece of paper. "Then why don't you let us hire a hunter? Don't you think both sides could benefit? Now let's quickly explain what it means to hire a hunter. It's a contract between two companies to hire a hunter with the specific traits and skills they need. Information about Cheolsu was also clearly listed. The one who covered So Jae-on's grave, real name Kim Cheolsu, not very smart, doesn't respect superiors, owes 800 billion, attack 4 stars, defense 2 stars. Of course, things weren't as simple as they seemed for certain special missions. Everyone understood the rules. It was just a straightforward contract between companies." Wangtek pointed toward Cheolsu and then spoke, making a decision. "I'll estimate his salary and send it through the company's bank account." It seemed that after a long time, talking to her didn't go very smoothly anymore, almost like teaching a child. This frustrated Cheolsu, who sat up angrily and criticized her. "Salary? I never agreed to that. I'm not a slave." As soon as he finished speaking, Ah-dong turned around angrily and scolded him. "Can you pay 800 billion right now?" Even Wangtek couldn't stop criticizing him. "You want me to send a report?" The constant criticism from both of them left Cheolsu feeling helpless, unsure of what to do. Unable to bear the unfairness of his situation any longer, Cheolsu screamed in the hospital. "What is this?" In the hallway outside, Wangtek stepped forward. Behind him were John Gung and Cho-gon. Sensing something was off, John Gung asked worriedly, "Lieutenant, are you done here? Are you leaving now?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes, because he's awake now and we've recruited him. Our work here is finished." The corner of his mouth curled into a strange smile as he told his team, "All right, I'm going to find that jerk Cheon-sweat." This time, the scene shifted to the headquarters of the JEDC Corporation, a tall building with all the modern amenities. Inside the luxurious office, Cheon-sweat was chatting and playfully holding onto a few young women. Realizing something was off, he looked at the watch on his wrist. By now, he should have received a call right. Suddenly, the door to the chairman's office swung open. A subordinate hurried in to report, "Chairman, this matter is related to Jang Ui." After hearing the news, Cheon-sweat froze in his seat. Jang Ui has disappeared. The secretary quickly reported everything he had heard. Not only that, most of the zombies on the wall have been wiped out, including the mutated one. Hearing this, Cheon-sweat sank into his own thoughts. The plan must have failed. There's no way Jang Ui could have messed everything up and disappeared like that. We're in trouble now. Seeing him still silent, the secretary spoke up, "Sir, please give the next orders." Just then, the phone rang. Cheon-sweat calmly looked at the small notebook where he had written down the necessary information. He quickly spoke up, "I need to make a few calls." The notebook contained phone numbers that he needed. General Kim from the military, Opposition Party Senator Jiang, South Korean Major General Han, and ruling party Senator Hua. Realizing that something bad was about to happen, Cheon-sweat immediately gave an order. "Have everyone gather at the main entrance of the building. As for the drunks, leave them. The military could sweep through here at any moment." His subordinate nodded in agreement. "Yes, sir." The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became, unsure of what to do next. Damn, it's been a long time since I've felt this worried. The luxury sports car came to a stop in front of the grand building. Wangtek, fierce and full of energy, stepped out of the vehicle. Before him stood a massive high-rise, so impressive it even made him stop and admire it. He spoke up with praise. "Look at that tall building. It seems like all those shady things he does are actually paying off. What if we also wash our hands of this and start a business like those rich jerks? Don't you guys feel frustrated with the salary we get from the government?" Sony, stepping out of the car, shared her thoughts. "We know that's not what you mean, sir." John Gong, nearby, nodded and added, "Military salaries are low, but they're honest wages. I truly respect that, sir." As usual, Wangtek picked up his cigarette and said, "But I do have an issue with our low pay. That's why I feel quite satisfied shutting down businesses run by rich jerks like that." The special unit team was ready for action. "Let's move out." As soon as they entered, the four of them came face to face with a group of muscular bodyguards waiting for them. This made Wangtek chuckle. "Hey, are you guys opening a gym on the first floor? Those muscles look good." He didn't hesitate to warn the group, We're here to carry out an arrest, so don't make this harder for me. Don't get yourselves killed out of unnecessary loyalty. Clearly, the group didn't care at all about what he was saying. They just stared at him with terrifying looks. The four of them were surrounded by armed bodyguards. One of the group members noticed a strange smell and complained, "You guys stink." Sony quickly assessed the situation and reported, "It looks like they don't plan on letting us in." Cheolsu's secretary stepped outside, raised his middle finger, and announced, "The chairman is currently busy with work and can't meet with you. What exactly do you think you're doing in a private facility like this in the middle of the night?" This only made Wangtek angrier. He shouted, "What nonsense are you talking about?" He raised his voice even more, "And what about you releasing those zombies into the construction site in the middle of the night?" Cheolsu's secretary continued to pretend like he had no idea what Wangtek was talking about. "I don't know what you're talking about. What zombies?" Understanding their attitude, Wangtek grew even more furious, but also started to strategize. "Are you really still pretending in front of me? It's time for stronger measures." He immediately pulled out the Zombie Prevention Act, flipped to Section 10, Clause 1, and began reading the relevant laws. Wangtek spoke loudly. "According to South Korean law, anyone who intentionally spreads the zombie virus, as well as those who directly or indirectly collaborate in doing so." Just as he read this, the bodyguards turned pale, unsure of whose side to take. Their confusion made them fear being charged with treason. Once he finished speaking, Wangtek slammed the book shut and asked, "Do you want to spend the rest of your life in prison, labeled as a traitor?" His words made the bodyguards hesitate. Seeing the situation getting tense, the secretary repeated, "Let me remind you, we don't know anything." He continued, "We have the right to protect private property and premises, so we cannot let you go upstairs. We hope you understand." This only made Wangtek angrier, and he was on the verge of acting immediately. Sony, standing next to him, teased, "Looks like you've been rejected." No amount of anger management could stop the provocation. Wangtek forced himself to stay calm in front of these strange people, then spoke up. "Hey, you're pushing me here? I've tried to show respect for the dead. I even plan to open this bag in the lobby, but you're not giving me any other choice." The day after he finished speaking, John Dong sat down, ready to open the bag. When the bag was opened, the body of Jang Yui appeared before everyone. "There's nothing left to deny now, right? Isn't he a member of your company?" Seeing Jang Yui's cold body caused the bodyguards to panic. "That's boss Jang Yui." The secretary angrily turned around and shouted, "Shut up." His strange behavior only made Sodi more intrigued by what was happening. He's having trouble controlling his anger. This is getting interesting. After thinking for a moment, the secretary came up with another excuse and kept trying to explain himself. "I don't know what's going on, but it doesn't matter if he's involved. Maybe he acted on his own without orders from above." Jang Yui's bloody body lay cold on the ground. The secretary gritted his teeth, angrily declaring, "If you can't provide concrete evidence and there's no search warrant, this has nothing to do with us." Clearly, these words only provoked Wangtek more, making him even angrier. He couldn't stand being here, arguing with these people any longer. He directly declared to the people here, "The entire team stays here. I'm going upstairs." This time, he ordered to control the rebels over there and clear the path. John Gong, eager and gripping his hands tightly, waited and then asked, "Are we allowed to finish them off?" Sony, already armed, aimed his weapon at them. God also assumed his fighting stance, ready for battle. Wangtek, holding a cigarette, informed all his teammates, "No, we can't," as he said, "This is just a suspicion for now. No one is to kill anyone until I find evidence from the upper floors. However, they are guilty of resisting and being disrespectful to law enforcement." His gaze was terrifying. He lit his lighter and declared, "Beat them to the point where living is worse than dying." Hearing that, his teammates nodded in agreement. "It's tough, but I'll do my best, sir." These actions also made the secretary behind them extremely angry. Left with no other option, he angrily shouted, "Stop them at all costs. Don't let them step foot into the chairman's office." As soon as he gave the order, the bodyguards immediately grabbed their weapons and charged toward the four people. Clearly, their strength was nothing compared to John Gung Gun. He could easily take them down one by one. His large hands effortlessly grabbed the heads of each of them, using them as shields to protect himself. Gan, armed with a weapon, continued to defeat the little bodyguards around him, while Sony, using a long-range gun, smoothly took down each guard one by one. One by one, the men under Cheolsu's command fell to the ground. In just a short amount of time, all four of them quickly and easily wiped out these people. A large figure appeared, seemingly ready to join the fight. Dong Bai stood in front of Wangtek and demanded, "Where do you think you're going?" Dong Bai was with the GDC group, a C-rank hunter, and he knew the reputation of the North American grizzly bear. Furious, Dudong Bai yelled, "Answer me." Before he could finish, a series of attacks came rushing toward him. In just a few basic moves, he collapsed to the ground. The situation was quickly spiraling out of control. The secretary quickly turned and ran, shouting at his men, "Stop them! I'll report this to the chairman. Surround them!" He rushed into the elevator, his mind racing in fear. I thought I could stop them. If only the B-rank hunters weren't out on a mission. His hands quickly pressed the elevator door close button. Just as the doors were about to close, Wang Tek's hand shot out, stopping them. The secretary realized then that his life was over, and he screamed in terror. Wang Tek coldly looked at him, his eyes filled with an intensity that seemed ready to tear him apart. "Say that again." The secretary, panicked to try and pretend he didn't understand what was happening, stammered. "You what? What do you mean?" The elevator doors slowly opened. Wang Tek stormed in and shouted, "If you're so tough, then speak up. This has nothing to do with you anymore." Meanwhile, the elevator reached the 36th floor. As the doors opened of the 36th floor, the secretary's lifeless body lay there. This was the chairman's office. Wang Tek walked over to the door. He opened it, stepped inside, and sighed. "Honestly, I can't believe I had to go through all this just to deal with a bunch of thugs." After walking towards Cheolsu, he sighed, looking a bit discouraged, and spoke up. "I know you've always caused trouble everywhere, but this time it's too much. You have to come with me to the Ministry of Defense for interrogation." But it seemed like the guy didn't care at all about what was going to happen to him. In fact, he even laughed and quickly started chatting. "Sure, of course. Thank you. I'll repay you later. Have a nice day." Seeing that the guy didn't even pay attention to what he was saying, Wang Tek got angry, threw his cigarette at him, and shouted, "Hey, you thug, answer me." Turning around, Cheon Suet's face grew extremely angry, and he snapped. "Didn't anyone teach you to stay silent when adults are talking?" Seeing that the guy was getting angry, Wang Tek laughed, excitedly pulling out a pair of handcuffs. "Don't you realize how serious this is? I'm going to arrest you for treason, you evil thug." The guy seemed to care little and even laughed, a bit condescendingly. "Treason? What's that?" What a terrible joke. Seeing his strange reaction, Wang Tek was surprised. He spoke up and asked, "Do you think this is really funny?" The guy continued announcing, "Go ahead and contact your superior, ask them how they plan to handle this situation." His words only made him realize something wasn't right. Feeling a bit uneasy, Wang Tek nervously asked, "Who were you talking to just now?" Cheon Suat acted like nothing had happened and casually explained, "Just a senior official." He even mockingly raised his hand. "And someone like you, a government worker, will never know who they are." The image that appeared was of a construction site filled with thick smoke and flames. The incident at Jinny's construction site and the story that began there was later determined to be caused by Jiang Yue's reckless actions. Cheon Swat and his group pinned the blame entirely on Cheolsu under the orders of the Busan Real Estate Association. At the same time, Sang Deok was arrested in connection with the incident. Only one person was taken into custody after the whole thing. The secretary, one of Cheon Swat's subordinates, was extremely pleased with the outcome. As a result, Sang Deok had no choice but to hang himself, but he was forced into suicide before ever having to stand trial. As the day gradually shifted toward evening, the scene now took place at the Provisional Government of South Korea's Ministry of National Defense. An Jae-ong-song walked in looking confused and bowed his head to report. The chairman of the Busan Real Estate Association was found dead this morning, hanged in an apparent suicide, sir. These words didn't seem to faze the superior at all. "Isn't that a rather interesting matter?" He sighed, quickly explaining to her, "Those who are too rich to even learn how to properly tie a noose somehow end up in a situation like this, strangled by their own problems." Her eyes filled with helplessness as she replied, "I'm sorry, sir. I understand you want to personally interrogate him." The more he thought about all that he had endured, the angrier he became. He stubbed out his cigarette on the edge of the desk. Government officials could only silently obey the orders of their superiors. It's truly unfair. The time quickly shifted to the following morning at the Central Hospital of the Republic of Korea Armed Forces. A luxury sports car swiftly arrived, pulling up to the hospital. The bodyguards immediately opened the door and respectfully greeted an important figure stepping out of the vehicle. Bae Hyeon slowly walked down and, surprised, spoke up, "Is this the place?" He laughed, looking around with obvious disdain. "This is where the new savior is staying." Information about him also appeared. The Holy Knight of God, A-rank hunter, Pope Bae Hyeon. Bae Hyeon, along with a group of bodyguards following behind him, boldly entered the main hall of the hospital. As soon as he stepped inside, he reached up and removed the transparent face mask. The patients who were gathered in the main hall at the time suddenly froze, realizing who had just arrived. They stared at him in disbelief. "The Pope? Is that really Pope Bae Hyeon?" One patient suddenly rushed forward, pleading loudly, "Pope, just once. Please let me hold your hand." Another person kneeling on the floor in front of him had tears welling up in their eyes. "Pope, I have a terminal illness. Please save me." One of the bodyguards quickly stepped forward, blocking the way in front of Baek Hai-un. The bodyguards formed a protective circle around him, preventing the patients who were losing control from rushing in. Baek Hai-un raised a hand to his chin, silently thinking for a moment before smiling and scanning the room with his eyes. His face showed a generous expression as he spoke. Miracles, salvation, eternal life, and prosperity all lie in the heart of every person. The patients listened intently, hanging on every word. Meanwhile, he calmly continued to preach the teachings. Don't just wait for miracles to come from me. Live with a strong belief in your own heart. The patient who had been kneeling earlier suddenly started tearing up as she heard him speak. I will always pray for everyone. Then they all shouted in unison, expressing their agreement and admiration, as if they had just heard a profound speech. Baek Hai-un smirked, satisfied with the scene before him. People fear the things they don't understand. That's why ghosts are scarier than car accidents. The image of a car with its front end crumpled, with a body lying lifeless in the street, is considered less terrifying than a ghost. Why are madmen scarier than organized criminals? The next image showed a masked criminal holding a gun pointed forward, but this was considered less horrifying than a person who had lost all awareness of their actions running around with a knife in hand. The reason people fear zombie apocalypses can be seen in the final image, a woman desperately covering her mouth to avoid making any noise. Her entire body trembled with fear, tears welling up in her eyes. She hid behind a very low wall. Right behind the woman was a terrifying zombie, its appearance gruesome. Before the zombie apocalypse, at a carefully staged theater, every detail from the building, the streets, the brick floors, and the trees were incredibly realistic. On stage, the actors were performing their roles. Baek Hai-un was just an average musical theater actor at that time. He still had short black hair, wearing the costume for the play, fully immersed in the rhythm of the music as he performed. A female actor suddenly froze, glancing toward another corner of the stage, as if she had just noticed something strange. On the staircase leading directly up to the stage, a person was limping toward them. This person was covered in a horrifying red liquid. At that moment, everyone on stage realized the presence of this strange figure. They paused for a moment. The blood-covered person lowered their head, teeth grinding with a horrifying sound. It was a zombie. Its eyes were a deep red, and it snarled, rushing toward the female actor at an incredibly fast speed. Baek Hai-un stood frozen in front of the costume rack, his own costume now stained with blood. The man gasped for breath, his eyes cautiously scanning his surroundings. He picked up a tag attached to an outfit inside a wardrobe. The tag read, Invincible Nun Drama, Male Priest Outfit. When the zombie outbreak hit, he had decided to provide the answers that the people out there feared they needed to know. Baek Hai-un put on the priest's outfit, his face darkened, determined to help them understand what they didn't yet know. Baek Hai-un traveled through every street and alley in the busy city, raising his voice to spread the word, zombies aren't scary, they deserve to be destroyed. He didn't stop at street-level activism. He also created an entire forum to share knowledge. By then, his hair had grown a bit longer, and with just his teachings, he led 10,000 people to voluntarily join the fight. Baek Hai-un sat atop a white horse, commanding a vanguard army with authority as he sparked a weapons-based war. And just like that, 10,000 zombies were killed. Their bodies lay scattered all over the street, piled up in heaps, blood mixing with the remains, making it impossible to tell what it was at first glance. One zombie was swiftly impaled with a sword right through its mouth. Crimson stains spread across the ground as the zombie collapsed, its movements coming to a halt. Baek Hai-un, now a far cry from his former life as a theater actor, stood with shoulder-length blonde hair that had replaced his once jet-black style. With unwavering eyes, he raised a flag bearing a yellow emblem at its center. He waved it high above the fallen, a symbol of resolve and victory. Soon, his image appeared on the front page of a major newspaper. The Holy Knight of God reclaims part of Busan, a sacred mission led by Pope Baek Hai-un, a messenger of the divine. Inside a solemn hall, a group of individuals dressed in sharp black suits sat in orderly rows. At the front stood Baek Hai-un, addressing them with clarity. Let go of your assumptions about what we face, whether it's called a zombie, a spirit, a demon, or even a person. Names don't change the reality. He raised a hand as he continued, what matters is how we respond, with order, with purpose. The symbol on the flag shivered again as he declared, this is a test, a final trial allowed by divine will. Out of compassion, we've been given the chance to rise, united under different banners to carry out our shared duty. The man concluded, from now on, the world will be divided into just two sides, the living and the dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in applause. Everyone smiled at him, and he responded with a satisfied, dangerous grin. Back in the present, his face looked exactly the same as when he had stood before the patients. A polite bodyguard standing next to the open elevator doors gestured toward the entrance while stepping aside to make way for Baek Hai-un. "Your Holiness, this way, please." At the elevator doors, a group of bodyguards surrounded him, blocking any approach. Even as they entered the elevator, the guards stayed right with him, never leaving his side. A long line of patients rushed toward the elevator, just a few seconds left before the doors would slam shut. Despite knowing they couldn't get inside, they still reached out, their hands stretching toward the tiny crack in the elevator doors. Through the gap, Baek Hye-eun quickly flashed a friendly smile and waved goodbye. Finally, elevator doors closed. Inside, one of the bodyguards politely spoke up. "Your Holiness, may I ask you a question?" Baek Hye-eun didn't hesitate for a moment, replying, "Sure, ask as many as you want." "The role of a pope like me is to answer your questions." The guard raised a question. "Why would someone come here to meet a rank C hunter? He's not a follower or anyone important. He's just a rank C hunter." Baek Hye-eun placed his hand on his chin, thinking, "You're right, he doesn't seem anything special. If you look at him in terms of strength, he's pretty much like one of our B-rank hunters." The guard began listing. "Master King, his real name is Hwan Dong. He doesn't reveal his face because he's wearing a metal mask. Below the mask, there's a white smoke that covers his entire head and neck. In the middle of his armor, there's a symbol of the sect, and in his hand, he holds a sharp sword." He continued, "Then there's Heresi. His name is Pai Ong Dom. He has a terrifying hawk-like nose, and his face is a dark purple. Even his eyes glow purple. He wears a large cloak that covers his head, and there's a sex symbol on the back. In one hand, he holds a 3-branch candle holder with straight candles still burning slowly. In the other hand, he leans on a sharp, hook-like staff." Next, he mentioned Kim, a man who wore glasses, though his face wasn't clear. Finally, there was Suk Hai, or even the head nun, who was even more extraordinary and impressive. He thought of 3 people: Wangtek, Cheon Suat, and Adong. Recently, the balance between the hunter organizations had become nearly perfect. This was because the hunting companies had almost the same number of professional hunters. Suddenly, his hand tightened into a fist. The bodyguard briefly glanced at his gesture. He firmly said, "But I think that balance will be broken by the guy we're meeting today." In his mind, he pictured the scene. Cheolsu sitting confidently on a pile of zombie corpses, his gaze locked forward, but he could still strike with precision, taking down a zombie that was sneaking up from behind. He added, he killed 8,000 zombies on his first day out. He continued then, he survived a brutal clash with the land management, infrastructure, and transportation departments. Anyway, he made an enemy of the government for killing one of their top officials. The chaotic scene played out in his memory. Cheolsu surrounded by a group of people in full protective gear. It seems like it's the mobile unit. He's holding onto another member of that team tightly, despite the others beating and kicking him. The guy he's attacking still has his eyes rolled back, screaming in pain. Baek Hye-eun hadn't finished speaking. He's now a part of Choi Gang's company, but he has a grudge against the JDC Corporation. Thinking back to the incident in Jin-E, he formed a connection with the Ministry of Defense. He turned to ask the bodyguard, "Have you ever seen anyone like him?" Just a few months after entering the hunting industry, he's already built connections with so many powerful forces. His gaze became serious as he glanced at the bodyguard. "Aside from Jiang Su-ho, I've never seen anyone stir up the hunting industry like that." Baek Hye-eun slowly stepped out of the first elevator, his hands in his pockets, still carrying himself with the same calm demeanor. He continued, "That's why I'm trying to build a good relationship with him. If he really is the next Jiang Su-ho, being enemies with him will only hurt the church." Standing in front of the hospital room door, the bodyguard quickly walked up and opened it. The door swung open, and Baek Hye-eun raised his hands, signaling with a look of intent. He spoke up, asking, "Hey, buddy, you've been working hard." Cheolsu in the room jumped at the sudden appearance. Ari, sitting next to the bed and cutting an apple for Cheolsu, awkwardly asked, "Who is that?" He was still chewing a piece of apple, his face full of confusion. The man suddenly charged toward him, so quickly that he knocked Ari aside and grabbed his hand, making the apple fall. "You've achieved a revolutionary feat. Not only did you successfully protect the wall at Jin-E, but you also wiped out a mutated B-class zombie. Truly, you deserve to be honored as the savior." The man praised him endlessly. Then he said, "As an ally of the humans and an enemy of the zombies, I am a servant of the Lord. I want to express my gratitude and admiration for your contributions to mankind." Cheolsu furrowed his brow, looking awkwardly at the man, but he kept rambling on. "But the suffering and the lonely battles you've had to endure for that petty company will end today." Ares suddenly realized something, her face tensing as she thought, "Petty company? Loneliness. Are they planning to steal a hunter?" She shouted, "Wait a minute." Just then, a hand gently rested on her shoulder. She instinctively turned around. The bodyguard's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth as he reminded her, "Please remain silent until the Pope finishes speaking." Baek Hye-eun smiled and extended his hand as if inviting her in. Hunter Cheolsu, our Jai Oha Church wants to bring you into the leadership team and fight alongside us. The bodyguard still clung tightly to Cheolsu's hand. Eri stood behind him, while other bodyguards stood scattered around the room clapping along. Cheolsu hesitated. Who are you? The man squinted and smiled. That's right, may be hard to believe, but I, the Pope of the Jai Oha Church, and also the only A-rank hunter who's never killed a zombie. Cheolsu's face tightened with discomfort as he pulled his hand back. At that moment, Cheolsu spoke up. No, I don't know who you are. Are you inviting me into a cult? He turned his face away, avoiding Baek-Hai-un's gaze, thinking to himself, this really is the apocalypse. Even the crazy ones can walk around freely in the hospital. The man awkwardly waved his hand. That's not it. You misunderstood. Cheolsu quickly cut him off. I don't care. I'm not interested in joining any church. Get out of my room. Everyone in the room was stunned, completely speechless. The bodyguard pushed forward, trying to explain, this person is my pope. Immediately, the man waved his hand, looking annoyed and clearly uninterested in joining the church. Just go home. The room fell silent again. It was as if everyone had been frozen in place. Baek-Hai-un looked puzzled for a moment, then rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He snapped his fingers to signal the bodyguard behind him and added, it doesn't matter if you don't know who I am. Anyway, I came here today to thank you for your contributions and to make you an offer. At this point, he had completely lost his patience. He turned to address the members of the church. You guys love pushing your ideas onto me, don't you? I already told you. He suddenly stopped mid-sentence, his eyes widening in surprise as if he had just seen something remarkable. The bodyguard pulled out a black suitcase, inside of which was stuffed with cash, gleaming like a treasure. Baek-Hai-un, with a smug expression, said, we heard you're in debt for 800 billion. We're here to pay it off for you. Erin was shocked, her brow furrowed tightly, her face tense. The man spoke in a tempting voice. You will no longer be a slave to Choi Gang Corporation. You will be a leader and a pastor at the Jai Oha Temple. He extended his hand once more and made an offer. Will you join us? Cheolsu froze, frowning, unable to believe what he was hearing. Baek-Hai-un kept his self-satisfied smile, his gaze fixed directly on him. Eri thought about Kim Ji-yeon-sam, Cheon-swa, and Wang-taek. She sighed. That's quite an enticing offer. With that kind of money, they could easily hire an A-rank hunter. Her eyes shifted to the shiny suitcase full of cash. He even brought cash, which showed he wasn't trying to negotiate or deceive them. She felt tense, cold sweat starting to form, and let out a soft sigh. What's he planning? Why is he spending so much money on Cheolsu? A hunter at his level is only B rank right now. But that's not the point. I'm the manager at Choi Gang Corporation. Taking a hunter from another company like this is just unacceptable. She hesitated for a moment, then shouted angrily, clenching her fists. Listen up. Even if you are the leader of one of the biggest hunter organizations, this is not allowed. Business needs to have some ethics, and hunters need to have a proper contract. Cheolsu's face darkened as he raised his hand in front of Eri, signaling her to stop. She looked down at him and shocked Cheolsu. Baek-Hai-un forced a smile, but deep down he thought he might not know much about his own sect, but he's no fool when it comes to making calculations. Where did he pull out a contract from? The bold letters on it read C-rank hunter Cheolsu. Exclusive contract. He added, right, let's sign it now. Cheolsu calmly responded, I stalked her because she doesn't need to say anything. He flatly refused. I have no intention of working with you. The man furrowed his brow, shocked by Cheolsu's response. He clearly wasn't happy about it. Eri felt relieved, a small smile appearing on her face. Cheolsu pointed at the man, his gaze direct and sincere. He could call himself a savior or a priest or whatever, but in the end, his intentions were no different from the loan shark outing. I know you're not handing me 800 billion won out of generosity. You're just going to work me to the bone to make even more money off me. The proud expression that had briefly appeared on the man's face completely disappeared, replaced by obvious embarrassment. Cheolsu said bluntly, no matter how uneducated or foolish I am, I've been through so many things like this already. Images of children came to mind, some not even old enough to be teenagers. They should have been protected in the safety of their families, but instead, they were doing heavy labor. Their faces were dirty, their clothes covered in mud. Some were carrying bricks so heavy that they collapsed under the weight, crushed mercilessly by the load. Homeless people had turned into refugees. A thin woman and a little girl curled up in her arms were wrapped in a thick blanket. In the middle of the bitterly cold winter, with snow falling around them, they huddled against a wall by the street, warmed only by a small fire beside them. Their faces no longer carried any sense of happiness. The wages were turned into supplies. A line of people, their clothes filthy, slowly made their way to a table. An impeccably dressed man sat there, creating two stark contrasts. One person with ragged clothes gave a thumbs up to a piece of paper next to a stamp, suggesting they were signing some kind of contract. Suicide, through propaganda, was falsely presented as a sacrifice. A man stood on stage, surrounded by a team of bodyguards, holding a loudspeaker as if announcing something. The man stood on stage, holding a piece of paper in one hand while shouting into the microphone with the other. Below him, the crowd was packed, as far as the eye could see. On the stage behind him, a banner read the 6th Campaign to Reclaim Territory. Everything was being said in a way that served personal interests. His gaze remained calm, unwavering, as he looked at the man. That's the world I grew up in, but I'm sure you wouldn't understand. You can tell you've never had to bend your back under the open sky to work. The bodyguard standing behind Baek Hai-un, who had been quiet up until now, lost his temper and shouted, "How dare you say that?" Baek Hai-un immediately stepped in, all right enough. The bodyguard leaned closer and whispered, "But your holiness." Baek Hai-un raised his hand, signaling that he was giving up. "I must have expected too much, especially since he still doesn't trust us. Let's end it here for today." With that, he walked straight toward the door, which the other bodyguards had already opened. Without turning back, he added, "The offer still stands. If one day you realize how bad your company is." At that moment, he suddenly turned around and looked at him, the proud expression he had been wearing earlier returning. Then he said, "Just get in touch with me." Then he said, "So please get in touch with me." The sound of the door closing echoed for a moment, but both Cheolsu and Eri kept their eyes on the spot where they had just left, their expressions still wary. Eri suddenly smiled gently. She turned and hugged him tightly, unable to hide her excitement. "I knew you were loyal, Cheolsu." Cheolsu, caught off guard, blushed slightly, his eyes wide with surprise. "What are you talking about?" He raised a hand between them, as if trying to stop the embrace, and awkwardly said, "Both he and your boss are creditors. I just picked the side that's not the bad one. You really startled me there. Anyway, didn't you say you had something for me?" She seemed to suddenly remember something, her face lighting up with excitement. "The Hunter rental deal. Actually, I was going to tell you that it's been approved. The Ministry of Defense said they want to hire you for 20 billion. He recalled a moment Adong was sitting with his arms crossed, deep in thought at the table, while Secretary Park paced back and forth in front of her, pointing at a piece of paper on the table and quietly announcing, "We've just received the payment from the Ministry of Defense, Madam Chair." Adong put the pen to her lips, her mind in turmoil, as if she was trying to think of something. "I don't want to rent him out because they're definitely up to something." She lifted her hand to take the pen away, her gaze never leaving the paper on the table. But she couldn't let him stay in debt forever. She placed the pen on the contract. "All right, let's seal the deal." At the bottom of the page were just 2 lines. The first line, "Republic of Korea Ministry of National Defense owes me." Lim Wang-tek was neatly signed. She decisively signed her name next to the line that read, "CEO of Choi Gang Corporation." Back to the present, Eri took out a stack of papers, carefully stored in an envelope. She then spoke up. "The chairman has already approved it." Cheolsu was momentarily surprised. Really, I thought she might change her mind and postpone it. He began asking questions. "So what exactly is my assignment?" Eri didn't hesitate, pulling the papers from the envelope. "Let's see. The details of the mission are..." Cut to a meeting room where Jae Ong-song is standing in front of a projector screen and a group of people sit at the table, looking serious. She spoke. "The odd campaign." On the presentation screen, a bold black text stands out against a white background. "Top secret mission, codename Operation Chameleon." She begins her presentation as all the members here know. The top priority of the interim government and the Ministry of Defense is to maintain the current situation. Our task is to act swiftly and eliminate any unexpected changes that might arise. She adds, "This mission is similar to the ones we've carried out in the past." A person sitting next to Wang-tek interrupts, "I understand you're saying we need to eliminate some kind of change, but can you just tell us what you're talking about?" She switches to the next slide. The screen shows an image of a power plant with 2 enormous smokestacks, the Unjin nuclear power plant. She continues, "We've implemented preliminary measures since the zombie outbreak to keep the plants running smoothly." The screen then shows rusty metal components inside the plant. She thinks of a member of the reconnaissance team, focusing through a pair of binoculars from a long distance, surveying the entire plant. Reports from the reconnaissance team indicate that signs of deterioration have begun to show. The 2 smokestacks are releasing thick, toxic black smoke directly into the air. Inside the factory, the cooling system is struggling to lower the temperature, barely managing to make a difference. She added, "The most dangerous thing we're facing right now is that the factory's cooling system is deteriorating, causing the core temperature to rise. The Kainon operation is a mission aimed at stabilizing the Unjin nuclear plant." Wang-tek spoke up, "How much equipment and manpower do we need?" She projected a breakdown: 20 experienced nuclear engineers, 100 workers for maintenance, and a significant amount of heavy equipment and advanced technology, including cranes. Wang-tek muttered his opinion: "In this situation, air transport makes the most sense." Pyong Dong disagreed. "No, sir. The goal of this plan is, she imagined two large convoys lined up, slowly making their way down a deteriorating road, with overgrown grass pushing through the cracks of the concrete. Along the roadside, at the foot of a small slope separating the road from a piece of land, several vehicles had been violently tossed aside, some so badly damaged that their shapes were unrecognizable. She continued, approaching Unjin with an escorted convoy. The other two people in the meeting room exchanged a tense glance. The two of them quietly discussed among themselves. One person shared their thoughts. Doing it this way will cause a lot of noise on the road and will take a lot of time to approach. The other person held a plan in their hands. That's why we need Lim and the hunters from the military. Suddenly, Gon appeared behind Wangtek, holding a stack of light blue papers, ready to place them on the table. He suddenly spoke up. If we approach with the escort, I think it won't be enough. Soldiers dressed in camouflage appeared behind everyone in the meeting room. Their only task was to place the stack of blue papers face down on the table. Gon then announced, from now on, all the hunters on the list I've given you, I want every single one of them to be involved in the operation. On one of the papers in the stack that was handed over, the text clearly appeared. Proposed personnel list for internal circulation. Choi Gang Company, C-Rank Hunter, Kim Cheolsu, 23 years old. Next to it was a photo of Cheolsu. He wore a high-collared jacket, his mouth slightly open in surprise. Sweat trickled down his cheek. In front of him was a somewhat chaotic scene, but if you looked at the scale of it, it seemed quite grand. A vast open field appeared with groups of soldiers moving in separate clusters. Around them were numerous trucks and large cranes, while in the distance, a fence made of shipping containers loomed. In front of the crane vehicles, a group of soldiers wearing helmets that nearly covered half their faces, carrying backpacks with long metal rods resembling antennas, stood out. Some wore camouflage outfits in green. On the other side, there was another group of soldiers wearing black floppy hats, their rifles slung over their shoulders. The person in the center had his face fully covered and was facing them, a man with slick-back red hair dressed in a long coat. Nearby, another group of soldiers wore dark blue camouflage. Their expressions seemed less stern and cold compared to the previous two groups. Leading them was John Gung, dressed in full green camouflage. Wangtek puffed on a cigarette and smiled as he draped his arm over Cheolsu, who was still looking a little confused. Have you ever seen an operation on this scale, he asked, his gaze fixed on the activities in the field. It's not that I've never seen something like this before, Cheolsu replied. A territory recapture operation, a counterattack. Cheolsu continued, the incident at the Jin barrier seems more like a defensive battle. Wangtek suddenly clenched his fist and exclaimed excitedly, this is a breakthrough, kid. It's not just about stopping the zombies, but cutting through them. Hearing this, the smile on his face faded and his tone grew serious. Wangtek continued, this might also be the last chance for this country. Cheolsu, confused, asked, last chance. Wangtek didn't explain. He turned around and walked away. I'll see you later. Good luck with the mission. Cheolsu's gaze hardened, his hair fluttering in the wind. Mission codename Operation Chameleon. The vehicles began to move as a group. Inside one of the vehicles, the top soldiers sat knee to knee, facing each other, dust swirling around in the air. They were traveling in a much larger vehicle compared to the ones typically used for soldiers. There was also a group of people dressed casually, in whatever they preferred, and their vehicle even had chairs, so they didn't have to sit cramped in tight spaces. Cheolsu glanced at everyone. The shovel was resting on his thigh. As his eyes remained fixed on everyone aboard the vehicle, he thought to himself none of them are wearing military uniforms. Then he looked at the group beside him and thought they're all private mercenaries. He was still lost in his own thoughts. Actually, I have seen some people on the list Minara gave me to research. Remembering back to his time at the hospital, he frowned as he looked at the pile of books casually thrown on the bed. He absentmindedly flipped through each page, checking and wondering aloud, what are these books? Ari, after dropping the stack of books with a tired sigh, wiped the sweat from her forehead with a handkerchief. These are lists containing information about hunters, she explained. I mainly give this list to clients who need to hire hunters. He flipped to a page with a picture of a bald-headed hunter. He had a weapons pouch hanging from his side, packed to the brim. He quickly recognized him. I know this guy, he thought to himself. That's the ghost Park Sang-chun specializes in dealing with zombies. His commission starts at 2 billion or more. She then explained why she was giving him the book. I thought you might need this, she said. She imagined a team, each member skilled in different weapons and techniques, then continued. Once you finish reading, you'll understand what each hunter is capable of. Before you join an escort mission, or in other words, you'll know which partners or teammates will match your own abilities. Cheolsu kept staring at the book. Then he said, not only that, but if a hunter were to suddenly attack me, like last time, I'd be able to know exactly what kind of power they have. Eric clapped her hands in agreement. That's right, you're starting to think like an experienced hunter now. At her sudden shout, he was briefly taken aback. He awkwardly scratched his cheek and looked away. There's nothing special about it, right? Or maybe. Maybe that's exactly how it is. Back in the present, his thoughts continued to drown him. He looked at a middle-aged man holding a gun, his sad eyes staring down at the ground. The man was Du Monhan, a C-rank hunter. His main weapon was a modified air gun capable of firing bolts and compressed nuts. Next, there was a young man with black and gold hair, a scar in the shape of an X on his jaw. He tightly clutched a backpack the same color as his hair. Both his outfit and his weapon were similarly colored. He was Jin Hui, also a C-rank hunter. His main weapon was a custom-made club, and his backpack could transform into a shield. Then, Cheolsu looked across the room where, at the center, stood a figure with a helmet completely covering their face. He held the red hammer in his hand. He was Go Dak-Hu, and beside him were Kim Gap-Soo and 7 others. He slightly tilted his head back, glancing to the side again, silently thinking, everyone on this bust is a C rank, except for me, who's temporarily rated as B rank, and that girl over there. The girl had short, pink hair that reached her shoulders with a straight fringe. Her expression was completely different from everyone else on the bus. She was happily humming a song. Between her thighs, she held 2 weapons. She belonged to the Small Business Association Jago Chi, a B-rank hunter with the nickname Guillotine and Selrang, who had killed 12,041 zombies, plus 2 mutated B-rank zombies. He tensed up, furrowing his brow. He had read a lot about her. Selrang was eagerly looking around, clearly standing out from the others. She was the youngest hunter, and so far, the youngest B-rank hunter. Suddenly, she turned her head slightly toward him. Her smile disappeared in an instant. Noticing her gaze, he quickly turned his head away, avoiding her eyes. She spoke in a teasing tone, "Hey, big guy, you've been staring at everyone this whole time. Are you trying to make friends here?" He felt awkward, keeping his gaze firmly averted. Seeing this, her expression turned serious and cool as she said, "There's no need to worry about things that are out of our control." She added, "This mission won't be easy. Some may not make it far beyond Busan, and only a portion of the team is likely to reach the final checkpoint." He frowned, growing frustrated. "Why are you always so pessimistic?" She gave a small smile, one eye narrowing as she glanced at him. "Did you even notice the convoy's formation? I suppose it's easy to overlook details like that when you're new." Confused, he asked, "The formation of the vehicles?" A simulation of the convoy layout appeared. The bulldozer trucks were marked in pink. At the front of the convoy were heavy-duty vehicles designed to clear obstacles along the highway. These bulldozers steadily pushed aside wreckage to keep the route open. The layout shifted again, highlighting the central cargo trucks in pink. Around them were vehicles transporting heavy equipment and personnel, all carefully positioned to protect the convoy's core. Along the roadside, damaged and abandoned vehicles were stacked, hinting at earlier struggles. The simulation of the formation was brought up again, but this time, what stood out in bright pink were the different types of vehicles. They were arranged in a circle around the 2 main cargo trucks in the center. These trucks would be protected by hunters and soldiers from the Ministry of Defense who were driving a Humvees. Sitting in one of those Humvees were Winetek and John Gum, positioned on the outermost circle in the simulation. And finally, it would be us. The trucks, along with the hired hunters, would provide rear protection for those Humvees. Sarang excitedly waved her index finger. "Do you get it now?" she asked, closing her eyes with no sign of fear. "We have the meat shields." Cheolsu frowned deeply, a little angry. He suddenly asked, "So what?" catching her off guard as if she hadn't expected it. He spoke harshly. "What if you're wrong and only half of us survive in 3 hours? What then?" She furrowed her brows, her tone becoming slower, missing the point. "What are you rambling about?" He was still upset, repeating each word carefully. "I'm saying, what if more than half of us survive? What then?" She closed her eyes tightly, feeling helpless. Then she added, "No, what I mean is, this mission is hopeless." His voice suddenly grew unusually loud. "You're dragging everyone's spirits down. We're just trying to survive here." It seemed this reached the ears of everyone nearby. He let out a loud, mocking laugh. "Or are you too scared to take the risk, you coward?" Her face darkened, and now it was her turn to stand tall. The corner of her mouth twitched in anger. She challenged him, pointing her weapon directly at him. "The winner gets to punch the loser in the face. What do you think?" He grabbed his shovel without hesitation, his voice steady as he responded. "Fine, let's make it that way." They stared at each other, their eyes sparking with fury, both of them gritting their teeth in frustration. Suddenly, the sound of a car screeching to a halt cut through the tension. A soldier rushed to Cheolsu's vehicle, panic on his face as he shouted, "There's a zombie on the left side." Cheolsu looked at him, surprised. The soldier yelled again, "They'll be coming from our right side soon." The soldier continued, "Right wing, current position, left wing is fighting." The other soldier's eyes widened in fear. "Everyone, get ready." Before he could finish, a zombie suddenly lunged from somewhere and grabbed the soldier, killing him instantly. Everyone on the vehicle looked in that direction, their faces stunned. No one said anything, as if they hadn't fully grasped what had just happened. Sarang muttered, "We've already lost one." The hunters all grabbed their weapons and stood up. Sarang rushed forward, getting ready for action. He looked down at her, irritated, unable to believe she was counting the casualties when the important thing right now was dealing with the wrecked vehicles. The only thing they could do was push them out of the way. The bulldozers worked tirelessly at their one task. The old vehicles were shoved off the side of the road to clear a path. The sound of the bulldozers scraping and pushing the debris was ear-piercing. Winetek held binoculars to his eyes, with the other hand gripping a radio, giving orders, "Move slowly, let the hunters engage." The survivors kept moving forward, protecting the group. Every mile they gained came at the cost of their blood. Suddenly, something caught his eye through the binoculars, making him pause in surprise. Selrang charged straight at the zombies without hesitation, relentlessly attacking them. Her angled strikes seemed to dance through the air. Meanwhile, Cheolsu was also continuously launching attacks from another direction. But unlike Selrang, his strikes were in a swirling motion, cutting through the bodies of the zombies like a curved line. Winetek smiled with satisfaction. "Not bad, I knew the guillotine would live up to its value, but even Cheolsu exceeded my expectations." He imagined that the Unjin factory would have casualties, but we'll definitely make it to Unjin, and that's where we'll restore this country. Manhwa stood amid the pile of zombie corpses scattered around, still gripping his gun tightly. He removed the gun's cap, and a bunch of nails and screws flew everywhere. Suddenly, a zombie charged at him from a distance. He flinched, quickly raising the gun. Aiming at it, he said, "That's the last one." He pulled the trigger, but nothing came out of the barrel. In a panic, he gasped, "What?" "The gas is leaking." Instead of a bullet, a stream of gas shot out. The zombie quickly closed the distance, now just inches from him. He froze, eyes wide in terror, unable to scream. The only thing he could do was instinctively close his eyes and raise the gun as a feeble defense. At that moment, a dark weapon suddenly slipped between the zombie and Manhwa, delivering a painful blow to the zombie. After a brief moment of closing his eyes and letting go of himself, he can feel anything. Surprised, he opened his eyes, looked ahead, and furrowed his brows. Cheolsu panted heavily, his breaths broken. "Don't die without my permission." "Okay, I still need to teach that arrogant girl a lesson." He remained silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled genuinely at him. "Thanks. I owe you my life." Cheolsu paused, thinking for a moment. "Looks like this is the last one." He smiled, pointing toward the vehicle. "All right, let's head back to the truck." Cheolsu followed him toward the vehicle, then sighed and asked, "What time is it? How long have we been away from Busan?" He glanced at his wristwatch. 3 hours and 25 minutes. Almost 3.5 hours. Manhwa grabbed Cheolsu's hand and pulled him up with all of his strength. He stretched his body to help. Cheolsu used the pull to climb into the back of the truck. He was still exhausted, each breath coming heavy and labored. His eyes scanned the entire back of the truck. But most people were doing the same thing as him, breathing heavily to catch their breath. After pulling him up, Manhwa was so tired that he had to lean on his thighs to breathe. Kulu was also slowly sitting down in a chair, looking like he had lost a lot of energy. Only Selrang remained unaffected, pouting and looking around the car. Suddenly, she noticed someone's gaze on her. She looked up, and in front of her was a victorious smile, though it was slightly distorted by his heavy breathing. He stood above her, glancing down at her. She frowned, slightly annoyed, and spoke up. "If you hadn't helped, half of them would have been dead by now." Drops of sweat dotted his face from the intense effort. Its expression was the same as before. He pretended not to know what she meant. He said, "I didn't help at all." The smile on his face disappeared, and he quietly asked her, "But is saving people wrong?" She hadn't expected him to ask that question, and for a moment she couldn't think of an answer. She kept staring at him. Manhwa had regained his normal composure. He smiled softly and quietly observed Cheolsu and Sarang. She stayed silent, as if in a fierce internal battle. Then she finally lifted her gaze. She looked up and gave a shy smile. "You're really going to hit a kid like me?" He stopped, clenched his fist, and grinned mischievously. "Just think of it as a free lesson from me. Stay still or you'll get a headache." By this point, Sarang was sweating profusely, her face drenched. A loud samake echoed in the quiet space. About 4 hours after the secret mission started, Sarang's head had swollen up from Cheolsu's hit. She sat with her arms crossed, her legs curled up on the chair, a look of discomfort and frustration on her face. She pouted in disappointment as he sat down next to her, leaning back, groaning from exhaustion. The people on the vehicle were strangers. None of them had worked together before. After a while, everyone fell silent, each of them lost in their own thoughts. Manhwa reached into his jacket. He pulled out a cigarette and placed it by Cheolsu's feet. This was the time of the pandemic, when human selfishness had reached its peak. Seeing this, the others on the vehicle also began reaching into their jackets and pants pockets, searching for something. Sarang gave a side glance to her neighbor. And just like that, Kim Cheolsu started to earn some respect. At some point, he had fallen into a deep sleep. The sound of his steady snoring filled the air. At his feet, there were always a few things scattered around: pastries, cigarettes, energy drinks, cheese, and some other random items. A map appeared showing the distance from Busan to Unjin. Both locations were along coastal regions with a huge gap between them, about 200 kilometers apart. On the highway, which hadn't been maintained in a long time, grass and plants grew wild over the cracked asphalt. The guardrail had turned a dull shade of black. The convoy kept moving forward relentlessly. A soldier in one of the vehicles reported over the radio, "Escort Vehicle 3 safe, continue moving." Another driver did the same, "Escort Vehicle 7 safe." In yet another vehicle, the driver spoke, "Escort Vehicle 12 safe, continue moving." As this person was speaking, their gaze suddenly caught something in the rearview mirror. In the reflection, they saw a horde of zombies rushing toward them at a terrifying speed. The driver slammed the back of the truck several times, signaling loudly, "Zombies have appeared near Escort Vehicle 12. Prepare for battle." The hunters on the vehicle stood up one by one, gripping their weapons tightly. The driver added, "I'll repeat, the zombies have appeared near Escort Vehicle 12. Throughout the journey, battles broke out constantly. It didn't take long for the zombies to surround the vehicle. The hunters on the vehicle suddenly turned to face them. One of them quickly moved, stepping up to the edge of the vehicle, ready to jump down and fight. That person charged forward, using the momentum to control the zombie, slamming its head forcefully against the side of the vehicle. Before long, lifeless zombies were scattered across the road. Escort Vehicle 12 reports, "The area is secure. We continue moving." And many hunters had already fallen in this mission. Winetek focused intently on the map in his hands. He reached up to adjust his eye patch. "We've lost hunters from Escort Vehicles 12, 13, 14, and 15 right. That means we've almost lost all the vehicles on the left side. Quickly report the casualties so I can reassess the situation." Sony, sitting behind, was preparing to respond. She raised her hand to help visualize. On average, about 2 people per vehicle are dead, with a total of 9 casualties. "Sir," she pictured moving some of the personnel from the military area into the hunters' trucks. "We'll send a few of our hunters to fill in the remaining positions," she said. Winetek, still holding his hand over his blindfold, took a drag from his cigarette. "That's fine, not too bad. The casualties aren't as high as I expected." His gaze remained fixed on the map, imagining a simulation of the convoy's positions. "According to the original plan, I thought the lower-ranking hunters would all be dead. I even considered moving the layer of hunters' trucks on the outside. In that case, I thought we could still make use of the Unjin nuclear power plant." Sony adds something. "Now those hunters understand the operation better, and it seems the presence of team leaders in the squads has significantly increased their survival chances." The image of a pack of wolves howling, looking up at a mighty alpha wolf standing alone on a high cliff, with the wolves below unable to climb, appeared in his mind, all under the moonlight. He glanced out the window, taking in the view outside. At this moment, he quietly thought to himself, "Team leaders, yes, that's right. When the hunters start to get exhausted, some of them will stand out more than others." His footsteps were as fast as the wind, so quick that all anyone could see was the compressed air as his shoes barely skimmed the ground. His feet themselves were invisible. Sorang didn't show the slightest fear, her expression unusually calm. She pressed her face against the screaming zombie, her cold gaze showing no sign of hesitation. Suddenly, she shot forward. The weapon in her hand traced smooth curves through the air, almost like a deadly dance. Anyone in her way was swept aside as she moved past them. She continued charging ahead, swinging her weapon in a straight line along her path. Her strikes were swift and ruthless, clearing out any zombies blocking her path. Her eyes were empty and her hands moved like they were programmed, cold and without hesitation. When she knelt down, her expression remained unchanged. She raised the axe high and brought it down in a clean, precise strike. A faint smile appeared on her face, a small, satisfied smile as she took down the last of her enemies. He kept thinking. Among the crowd, a few individuals stood out because of their strength and independent fighting skills, especially those from the Jigochi Small Business Association. Among them was the B-rank hunter, known by the nickname the Guillotine, and Sarang. At that moment, a hunter was sitting calmly by the side of the road, taking a break. He was exhausted, panting heavily, with 2 bloody zombie corpses lying motionless beside him. The other person was so tired that their eyes seemed to be filled with tears. Suddenly, a voice echoed. "Tired, aren't you?" The other person looked up in surprise. Wangtek's thoughts continued. Some people earn the trust of others and take advantage of that for their own gain. Standing in front of him was Peduro. He was smiling kindly, extending his hand toward the hunter. "Follow me. You'll be left behind if you don't keep up with the group." He was a priest from the Jai Oha Church, a C-rank hunter and missionary Peduro. From somewhere in the corner, Jin Gu's voice rang out, dripping with sarcasm. Empty plastic bottles littered the floor, all drained. Listen up, everyone. Zombies are like Wangtek's dogs. If he drains one of those bottles he's holding, they'll target the people who get separated from the group. Got it. That's why you need to stay close and help each other out. The other hunters standing near him suddenly stared at him in confusion. He met their gaze. Is that hard to understand? Are you guys that slow? One of the hunters seemed even more confused than before. One of them spoke up asking, why are we sitting here listening to this sermon? Who is he anyway? Another person wearing a gray sweater standing next to him added, I don't know, but I heard that hunters who follow his advice always survive. The first person opened his mouth and turned to ask, is that true? The young man in the gray sweater suddenly stepped back, his face showing fear. Meanwhile, others could see the whole operation and had a full grasp of the situation. Jimgu was still drinking water, raising his eyebrows. He pointed ahead. His tie was loosened, hanging loosely. He was from the Small Business Association. A C-class hunter known as the Judgment Man, part Jimgu. Wangtek looked into the distance. Finally, his gaze landed on Cheolsu, who had already dealt with the zombies rushing toward him. He knelt down, using his spear as a support to catch his breath and rest. Out of nowhere, Dakui appeared, draping his arm around Cheolsu's neck. Cheolsu placed a hand on his waist. Don't stand there acting like you took down all the zombies by yourself. Come on, let me take you back to the truck. Cheolsu asked, why are you suddenly so friendly you even gave me candy? Dakui laughed, do you want more candy? Ignoring Cheolsu's words, Dakui quickly threw another piece of candy at him. Instinctively, he caught it. Wangtek thought to himself that certain factors naturally make people follow you. He ripped open the candy wrapper and shoved a piece into his mouth. I told you I'm fine, he said. Let me introduce our main character, Cheolsu, from the Choi Gang Hunter Company, is an unofficial B-ranked hunter. Wangtek stayed in the car, his eyes fixed on him, smirking with pride. The strongest one in that group is obviously Cheolsu. Maybe it's luck, but his team has the fewest casualties of all the team tier, and they've killed the most zombies. A solid performance with minimal losses, which fits my criteria. In the distance, Cheolsu stood by the back of the truck, seemingly talking to someone up top. Then, a person reached down, extending their arms to pull him up. Wangtek's expression and gaze remained unchanged. My ability to judge people is still sharp. Sao Rang stood off to the side, watching as Cheolsu laughed and joked with his teammate Manhan, who had his arm around him. From a distance, she heard a whispering voice. Killing zombies together will bring us closer. She stood there frozen, her gaze fixed on him, her cheeks flushed with a soft pink, and her eyes carried a hint of longing. She lowered her head slightly, then remained still, continuing to stand there. The scene around them was desolate and eerie. Zombie corpses, or what was left of them, mixed with the bodies of unlucky hunters, scattered along the road in dense patches. Soldiers climbed off their vehicles, the air thick with tension and heaviness. Wangtek glanced toward the door, giving careful instructions. All right, make sure to give the team I've assigned detailed orders. That way, we can increase the number of survivors until we reach Anjin. Captain Lim was right. By commanding the team leaders, the operation had become more efficient. The four, Cheolsu, Saorang, Petaduro, and Jimgu, each held a walkie-talkie, ready to carry out their tasks. Their eyes were filled with lethal intent. As a result, the number of surviving hunters until they reached Anjin was. A large blue sign stood prominently on the highway. The sky had begun to turn to dusk. Anjin City, Jeonbuk Province, Anjin Nuclear Power Plant Complex. A soldier quietly opens the door, steps out, and clenches his fist, seeming a bit nervous. The other soldiers do the same, all of them anxiously looking ahead. In front of them stands a massive plant. Most of the components are made of metal, like iron pipes, and there are two giant smokestacks. Additionally, smoke is rising gently from them. Anjin Nuclear Power Plant Complex, Anjin City, Jeonbuk Province. After hours of driving, John Gum appears to be feeling sore. He grimaces, stretches his muscles, and talks to Sony while doing so. Wangtek stands with his arms crossed in the cold, his gaze sharp and alert, focused on the distance. There are more survivors than I expected. How are the hunters doing? Sony responds, over 80% of the hunters from the Ministry of Defense survived, and more than 40% of the civilian hunters are still alive, sir. It's more than we predicted when we prepared for the mission. We thought most of them would be killed. Wangtek takes a fresh cigarette, holds it in his mouth, and uses a lighter to light it. He thinks to himself, it's not just about how many are still alive. Now, I'll have to keep an eye on those hunters. At this moment, the most important thing was to ensure that they would continue making progress through this campaign. A loud announcement echoed. Inside the factory yard, the convoy was neatly arranged in rows. Wangtek spoke up, let everyone know that we've arrived and will start setting up the base. We won't be entering the factory today. Take some rest for now. People began setting up temporary tents in the empty space of the yard. Those who had finished setting up their tents gathered around the campfire, chatting happily. The area with the tents was surrounded by a few large vehicles, arranged in a circle for protection. Inside that circle was a smaller ring of tents, and at the innermost part seemed to be the living area, with 3 campfires still burning brightly. The escort mission to Jin had been successful. Cheolsu looked exhausted. After a long day of hard work, he stretched, let out a long yawn, his eyes slightly red, with a tear still lingering at the corner of his eye. While stretching, he suddenly noticed So-Rang sitting in a corner by the campfire, hugging her knees. She was gazing off into the distance, her face completely emotionless, not showing a hint of feeling. His gaze instantly grew quiet as he looked at her with a mixture of hesitation, confusion, and something else he couldn't quite name. Then, without warning, he quickly walked over to her, saying nothing, and made a childish pout. Without any announcement, he raised his hand and gently tapped her on the head. She jumped annoyed. Another lump started to form. She rubbed her head, looked at him, and yelled in anger. "What the hell are you doing?" He gave a slight grin, his hand still clenched into a fist. "You deserve another hit because most of us are still alive." She was furious and turned to him. "Are you a child that's in the past now?" All the teasing and mocking expressions instantly vanished from his face. Instead, his gaze became deep and thoughtful. She winced in pain, her eyes filling with tears. Just as she was about to react, she froze. His eyes stopped her. They weren't playful anymore. They seemed to hold something deeper, something unspoken. He closed his eyes, slid his hand into his pocket, and spoke in a tone that was almost sympathetic. "Hey, I get why you're feeling down and don't want to talk to anyone during the mission. But when someone as young as you stays silent like this, even adults find it hard to approach you. He quietly reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a chocolate bar, and without a word, slowly extended it toward her. Learn to rely on others a bit and try to fit in. There's nothing wrong with doing that. His gaze shifted to the flickering fire in front of them. I don't know much about being a hunter, but I do know that everyone has lost something important during this zombie outbreak before they chose to become a hunter. He glanced at her again, his expression unchanged, especially when it came to those who had chosen to step out from behind the safety of the fence. She, too, was drawn into deep thought after hearing his words. She ripped the wrapper off the chocolate bar. If you're planning to give me advice, you should wait until you survive first. She took a bite of the chocolate, and her face softened a little. She seemed to feel better. I don't take advice from people who die sooner than I do. The quiet night sky enveloped the factory. The sun rose again after a night of excitement. Everyone returned looking sharp in their uniforms, with their protective gear and weapons neat from top to bottom. They stood in orderly lines, their faces serious, completely different from the relaxed mood of the night before. Wangtek turned on his heel and stood facing everyone, his posture full of authority. Has everyone had enough rest? He commanded. Now listen up. Today we're going into the nuclear power plant. Sarang stood below, listening intently. Soi, too, silently listened to Wangtek. We don't know what kind of monsters we'll find inside. The other hunters listened intently as if they didn't want to miss a single word. Well then, he smirked, among all of you, who will be the last one standing? He raised his voice, saying, I believe everyone here is brave enough, but this mission will eliminate the hidden threats and revive the country's hope. Cheolsu frowned, staring directly at Wangtek, who was speaking. In other words, Wangtek was looking down from above, his mouth still holding a cigarette as usual. Today, the battle for survival had begun. On the map, the Unjin nuclear power plant complex, marked with a radioactive symbol, was one of the largest nuclear plants before the country collapsed. The image of the plant looked like it was from its early days of operation. The equipment was all new and spotless. Workers in the plant were standing from a height, watching over everything. They were fully covered from head to toe in black protective suits. On the other side of the plant, another group of workers, judging by their outfits, seemed to be either maintaining or operating the equipment. Inside the office, it was all machines and surveillance screens. Some workers in protective gear were monitoring the screens, while others in white lab coats looked like research scientists. They're discussing something. But right now, this place feels like a ticking time bomb. The factory's real condition is clear. A pile of old debris, covered in dust and ruin. Sparks fly in the air, while the hallways are crowded with the stumbling shadows of zombies. The people who used to work here have been badly attacked, to the point that they barely resemble their former selves. The maintenance and equipment areas are in chaos, with workers who now seem like soulless creatures. Corpses are scattered all over the place, and blood stains the floor. In the control room, the people in white lab coats are either lying motionless or twisted in strange ways, almost as if they're turning into zombies. The one thing they all share is the dark red stain that covers the whole room, splattered across their white coats. Back in the present, after speaking, Wangtek stood still, his gaze fixed on the two massive smokestacks in the distance. After a moment, he turned and slowly pulled the cigarette from his mouth. Team leaders, well, those I handed the walkie-talkies to. At that moment, Sarang, Penaduro, Jim Gu, and Cheolsu all froze, suddenly startled. Winetek gave the order, "Gather up front. This is the final strategy meeting before we enter the factory." The group of hunters, each holding a walkie-talkie, gathered together on one side. Next to them were two different groups of soldiers. In front of them were Winetek, Sony, John Gun, and a soldier wearing camouflage. It seemed like Winetek was giving some instructions. Sarang frowned, clearly annoyed, and muttered, "A strategy meeting, isn't it the same? We're going to wipe everything out anyway, right?" At that moment, the soldier in camouflage slowly flipped through a notebook. He stopped at one page, held it up in front of her, and spoke in a flat, mechanical tone. "This is the task allocation meeting." She asked, puzzled. "Task allocation." He explained the Unjin nuclear power plant complex consists of several nuclear power plants. An illustration was shown. This meeting is to decide who will attack which plant and in what order the attacks will happen. As Im Sor and Jai Ong Som had mentioned, Tin Lim had divided the attack teams. Winetek pointed toward the board, explaining something. "This is the overview of the covert operation. The team leaders included 4 hired hunters, Cheolsu, Selrang, Panaduro, and Jim Gu. 8 hunters from the Ministry of Defense, including John Gung, Sony, Shogun, and a few others, were mobilized for the operation. 4 of them wore helmets with straps under their chins and the distinctive emblem of their unit. Each one was in charge of a squad of 5 to 6 members. The mission for each squad was to eliminate all the zombies at the assigned nuclear power plants." Suddenly, Manhan called out from behind. He laughed and said, "Are you our team leader? It's hard to get to know each other here." Gapsu chimed in, "But if Cheolsu is the team leader, we won't die. Right, I heard our team has the highest survival rate. Is that true?" Dahu grabbed Gapsu by the neck. "You shouldn't say things like that. It's pointless. Don't act like you've done something heroic." Cheolsu spoke up, reminding them, "Pull yourselves together, guys. I don't think they'll feel any pressure. They already know each other." She stood still, watching the group of men laughing and joking in the distance. Her expression slowly turned cold. "We should keep a low profile. Our skills are good enough, and now everyone's been assigned to their teams." Just then, a man from somewhere approached and grabbed her by the head. He teased, "A rising B-list star. I'm really lucky. This time, I'm meeting a B-level hunter. Following her, I'm sure I won't die." Sarang scowled and twisted the man's finger backward. He let out a painful cry. Annoyed, she said, "If you tease me one more time, I guarantee you'll die from an unknown cause." He immediately regretted his words. "Yes, I understand." At this moment, the teams had surrounded every door of the factory. They were all ready for battle. A drone buzzed loudly overhead, surveying the area. Guards stood watch, armed with guns near an important-looking tent. Inside, large screens displayed live footage from the drone. Winetek didn't let go of his cigarette. The operation to retake the Unjin nuclear energy facility was in full swing. The special operation had begun and every door slammed open. On the hunter's side, Selrang charged in first. Next, John Gung's team followed aggressively. The Defense Ministry's soldiers also rushed in, guns ready to fire. On the other side, under Cheolsu's command, things seemed quieter. They walked slowly and carefully. Cheolsu's face was filled with tension, his eyes nervously scanning the surroundings. A hunter walking beside him spoke up. "Have you heard anything about how many zombies are in here?" He replied, "At most, there are about 12 zombies. I have heard that only those involved in the mission can get infected." Gapsu added, "Having fewer zombies is good news. But considering the size of this factory complex, hunting and taking down each zombie will be a tough task. Do you think we should split up?" He looked at Gapsu in disbelief and asked, "What are you talking about? This is a mission we could totally win, so why would we take such a risk?" Gapsu seemed a bit flustered and explained, "Because the team that can attack quickly and leave early will have a better chance of surviving, don't you think?" Monhan placed a hand on Cheolsu's shoulder, agreeing with Gapsu. "He's not wrong, Captain. We need to remember that human stamina isn't limitless." His gaze drifted elsewhere. Then he continued, "The longer the cleanup process takes, the more our physical strength and focus will decrease. This increases the chances of a surprise attack. The most important thing is to complete the operation safely, without any casualties." Cheolsu put his hand to his chin, thinking for a moment, then reached inside his jacket and pulled out a carefully folded piece of paper. He said, "The largest room inside the nuclear power plant is an open space that can be accessed from many directions. You can go find it for me." Monhan took the paper, confused. "An open space? Are you talking about something like a central hall?" He nodded. "I don't know how to read maps." He pointed to a symbol on the map. "According to the map, this is the most open and spacious area, the central hall. From the work areas inside the plant to the management office and auxiliary facilities outside, all areas are connected to this place." A moment later, they arrived at the central hall, a large and open area. Though the furniture was broken into pieces, it was still not a life-threatening danger. Cheolsu shone his flashlight around, smiling. "Looks pretty good here. doesn't it? Manhan didn't understand what he meant, but why do we have to go to this place? Cheolsu turned around. Do you see? Before the zombie virus outbreak started, I heard they released a lot of songs. Is that true? Gapshu replied, yes, but is this a strange time to ask about that? He smiled even wider and suddenly suggested, everyone, let's sing one by one, loud enough to echo through this entire nuclear plant. A zombie in a hazmat suit wandered aimlessly through the empty space. It growled, its lifeless eyes rolling back, no pupils left. Suddenly, the zombie jerked as it heard the echoing song, I Think You've Fallen for Me. At the end of the hall behind a large door, a voice sang, those eyes are the heart. The zombies, startled by the sudden noise, were drawn to it. They ran toward the sound at full speed. Earlier, when Cheolsu made his strange suggestion, everyone, let's sing one by one, loud enough to echo through this entire nuclear plant, the whole group was stunned. He shared his thoughts. If we want to wipe out all these zombies before we run out of energy while keeping our team intact, there's no other choice but to lure them here. He paused, recalling the words on the map in the center lobby. That's why we came to this open space. He kept his smile, showing no sign of fear. So, everyone pick a song and let's listen to some old tunes together. The zombie had eyes as red as blood, its mouth wide open, as if it was waiting to pounce on any unlucky soul who came within reach. They were now completely surrounded by a swarm of zombies coming at them from all directions. There was no way out. They stood with their backs to each other, forming a circle, weapons ready. Cheolsu was in the center of the circle. He yelled to warn everyone, don't blink, don't look back. Those eyes are the heart, just keep singing. The song sounded beautiful, but Dakhu was so scared, she was on the verge of tears. He kept his voice steady, making sure everyone could hear, don't try to kill all of them. Just take down any that charge into the circle. Trust your teammates and stay in your designated position. The zombies were closing in, getting closer with every passing moment. He gripped his weapon tightly, determination in his voice as he said, I'll take care of the rest. They quickly swung their weapons, attacking the zombies with all their strength. They took turns defending, then striking. Dakhui gritted his teeth and shoved a metal rod into the zombie's mouth. Zombies further away were hit by gunfire. Manhan didn't stop aiming his gun at them. He was tense, sweat glistening on his face. There was no time left to reload. Cheolsu had been standing still the whole time, unmoving. He spun the handle of his shovel in his hands like a cowboy preparing to face a horde of zombies closing in. A question echoed in his mind. How do you develop sharp instincts? The handle of the shovel spun rhythmically in his hand, almost like he was hypnotizing himself. A good instinct, he repeated as if trying to push himself to find an answer amid the chaos around him. Manhan screamed, Captain, we're surrounded. Someone's grip tightened around their weapon, the muscles straining, veins standing out. It was patience, a rule he needed to understand. Only pull the trigger when you have to. He slowly spoke, his voice steady. Right now, get down. He gripped the rope, guiding them more firmly than ever. Manhan noticed something unusual and quickly pulled back. Cheolsu's face was so tightly scrunched it looked almost scary, his eyes shining with intensity as they locked onto the target ahead. At that moment, a loud sound rang out, followed by the sharp swish of something slicing through the air. Manhan was stunned as he looked at the zombies that had been charging aggressively just moments ago. Now they were sprawled out on the ground, their bodies torn and mangled beyond recognition. One had a deep cut across its neck. Another had been struck right at the back of its head. The zombies' screams echoed through the air, filled with pain and terror. After a moment, Cheolsu's hunter team remained kneeling on the ground, hands holding their heads, following his orders to stay out of the way. Cheolsu himself, however, hadn't moved an inch. What was different was that every single zombie had been taken down with just one strike. Manhan stared at him in disbelief. This guy, he's incredibly strong. He silently assessed the situation, watching Cheolsu take down the entire zombie horde by himself, his face completely calm, as if nothing had happened. Its hand lazily twirled the cord, looking completely uninterested in the victory. Manhan swallowed hard, his eyes widening in shock. How could anyone call them a C-rank hunter or even just an untested B rank with power like that? He has to be something much more. He reflected on it quietly. In that memory, he was lying flat on the floor with the old woman Zhonghua in front of him, gripping a tool with determination, her shirt damp with sweat. He had seen that kind of swift, decisive movement before. The Small Business Association of Jiago Qi, an A-rank hunter, and the seasoned vendor, Mrs. Tan Zhonghua. After stepping in to help him, the old woman turned back to check on his condition. She laughed heartily. Are you okay? No need to thank me. We small traders should always look out for each other. He quietly observed the boy's movements, mentally comparing them to hers. Then, suddenly, Cheolsu asked, did something happen? You keep staring at me. He gave a faint smile and swallowed hard. When we get back, I'll definitely tell the old woman about this guy. With skills and a good head on his shoulders, he'd be a great asset to have on our side. Monahan now calm, stepped forward, and gave the boy a friendly pat on the shoulder. Why didn't you use that skill earlier with the escort team? You're too talented to be holding back. The boy smiled sheepishly. This was actually the first time I've tried it, and honestly, this isn't a game. I wasn't sure it would even work. But this time, I also have to take on the location, position, and leadership role. He glanced around. The peaceful scene, the rare calm amidst the heavy stench of death, had completely vanished. Zombie corpses were scattered everywhere. Come on, people like us from the countryside, how could we possibly understand all of this anyway? It looks like we've wiped them all out. Let's check around once more and get out of this creepy place as soon as we can. Team A, made up of lower-level hunters, led by Kim Gapsu, had cleared the area. Cheolsu and the rest of the team silently emerged from the wreckage. The operation to reclaim the nuclear power plant wasn't that difficult because the plant was highly secretive. First, the facility was secretly run by a limited number of staff. Only a few zombies had been infected inside the plant, so they didn't pose much of a threat to the hunting teams. Sarang sighed lightly, her axe still lodged firmly in the face of the zombie. She turned and asked, "What's up? I just got started." She sprang to her feet, her eyes scanning her teammates, making them jump slightly. They kept praising and reassuring her, but their faces looked forced and their smiles were full of reluctance. "Don't you feel happy that there are only a few zombies? It's great that everything went smoothly, right?" "Yeah." "Great job. You're really skilled." One person gave a thumbs up. "Sarang, why don't you lower your weapon now that it's all done?" Team B, led by low-level hunters under and Sarang's command, had cleared the area. Sarang frowned, annoyed. The compliments didn't register with her at all. Secondly, the team leaders had a clear understanding of the factory's layout. A map appeared, showing Jim-gu in the center, absent-mindedly sipping on a carton of milk. Each team leader had been given a copy of the factory's energy map. This allowed the team to strategize and move around the factory without worrying about getting lost. Jim-gu's group moved quietly. He focused on studying the map, his other hand still holding the milk carton. Someone walked behind him, carefully shining a light on him. The rest of the group held their weapons at the ready, just in case. The soft crinkle of the emptied milk carton echoed, its waistline bent in. Jim-gu squeezed the carton lightly, then casually tossed it to the ground. He pointed ahead and said, "The control room is about 30 steps away. The zombies might jump out from there, so be careful." He continued giving instructions. "Stay in formation and move slowly." His teammates nodded cautiously. One of the guys, a blonde, was clearly frustrated. He thought to himself, he's such a useless guy, just standing in the back and giving orders. A team leader like him. Suddenly, he started walking faster, leaving the others behind. How could they still follow his orders? Didn't they have any opinions of their own? What a pathetic bunch, he thought. Jim-gu shouted loudly, "Idiot! Didn't I tell you to stick to the formation?" The blonde had already gotten so far ahead that he was way ahead of the others. He froze, frowning as he asked, "Huh? What?" Right behind him, a door creaked open just enough to reveal glowing red eyes inside. The zombies wasted no time and charged straight at him. He jumped in shock, turned around to look, and before he could even process what was happening, the zombies tackled him to the ground. He only had time to scream in terror. Jim-gu reassured him, "Don't panic. We're far enough away, and we're in a narrow corridor. We'll be fine as long as we keep our formation while fighting." The air suddenly went quiet. The other teammates had rushed ahead to deal with the zombies, while Jim-gu stayed behind drinking another carton of milk. Beside him stood the guy who had just shown a flashlight for him. Jim-gu looked down at the foolish blonde guy with a look of disdain. That guy had now turned into a zombie just as expected. Jim-gu took out the empty carton of milk, looked at it, and said, "I told you to listen to me." He placed the milk carton in front of the zombie. "My condolences." Then he stepped aside. The guy who had held the flashlight earlier moved forward, holding his sharp weapon. He swung the weapon down at the blonde zombie. A chilling sound echoed, the crunch of breaking bones, dry and cold, as if it reached down to the very marrow. Team C, made up of low-level hunters led by Park Jim-gu, had cleared the area. The hunters had gained a lot more experience since the campaign started. As long as they didn't face a mutated type of zombie, they had no disadvantages when fighting the undead. On Paduro's side, his teammates were also fighting hard. One of them, covered in blood, was lying flat on the ground, gasping for air, trying to block a zombie rushing toward him. Out of nowhere, Paduro charged in, grabbed the zombie, and shoved it away from his teammate. He relentlessly punched the creature in the face with his smooth hands, blood splattering all over them. The veins on Paduro's jaw stood out as he tightened his grip, his fingers adorned with yellow rings connected by a symbol that resembled the emblem of the Baek-hai-un cult. He didn't stop, delivering blow after blow to the zombie, each hit more powerful than the last, as if he had lost all sense of reason. His eyes rolled back, leaving only the whites visible. His teeth gritted so hard that his gums showed. Blood poured out from the zombie's body in a relentless stream. The teammate who had been pinned under the zombie earlier sat up, reaching his hand out as if to intervene. Captain! His hand was covered in a sticky, red liquid, which also stained the weapon he was holding. Once Paduro completely killed the zombie, a gentle smile immediately appeared on his face. Hey, did it bite you? The teammate awkwardly replied, No, luckily you saved me. Thank you so much. He reached out with his dirty, gritty hand toward the other person. I'm really glad you're still safe. I think that was the last one. We should head outside. The other person grabbed his elbow and limped out with him and the others. As they walked out, he added, Let's go outside and get some fresh air. Team D, made up of lower-ranking hunters and led by Paduro, had cleared the area. Winetek watched the screen, holding the radio, and quietly spoke to Sony. It looks like Team D is done too. How many teams have cleared their assigned areas so far? Sony listed them off in order. My team finished first, then Jonggung, Kim Chunsu, and Selrang, Jim Gu, and finally Paduro's team. A total of 6 teams, sir. He scratched his head, seeming satisfied that everything was going according to plan. Finally, it's my turn to do my part. I asked you to make a list of the guys working for the wealthy. Have you finished it? At that moment, Sony handed over a stack of papers. She replied, Yes, sir. I've listed all the guys who graduated from the military academy. Then she added, they were appointed because of their connections, and some of them have parents who hold power in the interim government. Sir, the military academy and the Congress. These are the people who have committed many crimes and will never surrender to our side. He took the papers that Sony handed him and carefully read through them. She imagined the soldiers from the Ministry of Defense looking confused as they stared at the map. They were given special maps designed to make them lose their way. Right now, they're probably struggling to find their path, sir. On the other side, the soldiers were loudly cursing. That cruel bastard Lim, what kind of map is this we've been wandering around for ages because everything on this map is wrong? Is he trying to trick us? One of them, however, refused to give up and continued to study the map. Then he said, the zombies could jump out at any time and we need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Suddenly, one of them froze, hearing a strange sound. He yelled, I hear footsteps up ahead. They immediately pointed their guns in that direction, but then they stopped dead in their tracks. The person who had shouted earlier carefully pointed the flashlight ahead. Then he yelled, It's Wongtek. He's looking down, holding a gun and standing still. They immediately began questioning when they realized who it was. Lieutenant Colonel, you gave us the wrong map. Did you come here to find us? He responded calmly, Yes, I did. Relax, I've already taken care of all the zombies on my way here. The one holding the flashlight continued questioning. Do you have any idea what kind of trouble we've been through here? I'm going to report to headquarters about how poorly you've led this operation. Before he could finish, he suddenly froze. When did Wangtek's gun get pointed straight at them, the person looked at him in disbelief. Lieutenant Colonel. Wangtek's gaze was wide, looking directly at them without any fear. Earlier, when he was in the control room, after reading through the documents that Sony had prepared, he gave her a pat on the shoulder, turned, and walked away. Thanks for organizing everything. I'll be back soon. Sony responded quietly, Yes, sir. Sony then added, This dirty work. Let John Gunn and I handle it. Sony continued, You don't need to get your hands dirty with blood. Wangtek didn't take long to move over to the weapon storage. He reached inside, grabbed a gun, and walked away with determination. No, the leaders should handle it themselves. That's what makes someone a true leader. Sony kept her eyes fixed on his back. He smiled, turned around, and gave her a quick reminder. Make sure the hunters stay in line when they arrive. I'll be back soon. He fired continuously, hitting the enemies. Blood spilled out as the bullets pierced their bodies. Before long, the floor was drenched in red, and their gear was scattered all over the place. Wangtek stood in the shadows, a light from the cigarette lighter he was using to light his cigarette being the only way to tell it was him. Another group of National Defense soldiers was carefully moving through the narrow hallway. They walked with their guns aimed, moving with expert precision. From behind them, a grenade suddenly popped open and rolled toward them. They froze in panic, realizing too late what it was. Smoke and sparks shot out from it. A deafening explosion went off, and another group of soldiers walking nearby was startled, shouting, What's going on? I heard an explosion. Wangtek appeared from behind, jumping onto their shoulders. The hot barrel of the gun tore into one person's shoulder and neck. That person screamed in pain. The others around them were horrified. After a brief struggle, the body of the person lay motionless on the floor. The blood-stained shirt stretched out in a long, tragic streak. In the middle, there was a trail of Wangtek's footprints, stained with blood, leading straight ahead. He cursed, None of you deserve to be soldiers. That's why you're not worthy of a military funeral. His entire body, from his face to his hands and feet, was covered in blood. He ran his hand through his hair, his gaze cold and emotionless. His words were dripping with malice. You will disappear along with this rotten country. Another small team was out searching in the darkness. The leader of the group held a piece of paper in his hand, his face pensive. There's something wrong, he thought. The map keeps guiding us toward the nuclear reactor instead of leading us to the exit. He picked up the radio. Slowly, everyone began to feel confused and anxious. He thought to himself, I haven't been getting any communication from the lower-level hunter teams I used to contact. To be more precise, the man suddenly remembered something from before. In a room, senior officials were holding an urgent meeting. Only those underlings sent by the Ministry of Defense to supervise Lieutenant Lim had gotten lost. Everyone else looked very serious. One senior official spoke up loudly and declared, I'm assigning you all the task of monitoring and controlling Lieutenant Lim. While this isn't going to be easy, I still need you there just in case. Each person in the room received his words differently. One colleague spoke up, Sir, if something goes wrong, will we have to take stronger actions? The man responded, Act first, report later. Got it. Another colleague raised his hand to speak. But sir, I thought we were sent there to eliminate zombies. I don't understand why we're monitoring Lieutenant Lim or using force. Then the Special Forces officer spoke up, his face showing clear frustration as he clearly disliked the unfairness. But despite all that, he is still a good soldier, sir. At that point, he continued, his cold eyes fixing on the others, but he has a history of killing his former commander. His tone became even more cautious. However, he's someone the Ministry of Defense rejected after he came up with bold plans and recruited fierce hunters. One person added, You can't tell what he's really plotting. Then the other guy turned and raised his voice. I've said everything already, but you still can't figure it out. We need to keep an eye on Lieutenant Lim, just in case he turns on us. If things don't go his way. A team member raised his hand to share his thoughts. Sir, I believe Lieutenant Lim isn't losing control. This left everyone else stunned. Even those in the shadows took a moment to think it over. He calmly explained, we were in the same unit when we were both rookie officers. I believe we have a unique bond, and we were even assigned to the same battalion overseas. We had a shared experience during the 2020 desert operation. The Special Forces guy looked down, not getting anyone's gaze, then continued. He might be a little too concerned about the people around him and really hates injustice. But other than that, he's a good soldier. Someone else dismissed this idea. He's just a tool, not someone who should be in charge like us. The superior officer rejected the Special Forces guy's opinion. I don't want to hear anything else. Then he decisively gave the order, you just need to trust me and follow my orders. He pressed for confirmation, do you understand? The only thing he could do was obey his superior, yes sir. Back in the present, he held the map in his hands and carefully thought things through. This could be a trap that Lieutenant Lim had set up. That was the only explanation for the mess they were in. He looked up at the corner of the room, thinking, but there's no reason to believe he's trying to harm us. He paused, his face serious, and began calculating carefully. I have to consider another possibility. Maybe he's just trying to get the Ministry of Defense off our backs. At this point, whatever happens, he's already made careful preparations. Either way, he already had a plan in place. The John twins were former hunters, working for the Ministry of Defense as covert operatives. Alongside them was the new former B-rank hunter, Im John, and the twin brothers, former B-rank hunters, Shin John. The special agent understood his team's strengths well, and his squad ranked highly among all the Special Forces units in the military. He knew one thing for sure, no matter how bad the situation got, this team could definitely take down Lieutenant Lim. The Special Forces officer speculated, and perhaps Lieutenant Lim was already aware of this as well. He shined his flashlight into the dark areas and noticed that the light was illuminating part of the corridor. Wangtek was locking onto a target, preparing to fire. That was why he had returned to this team, to see it through to the end. The Special Forces officer froze for a moment. Lim Wangtek. Ha! Wangtek grinned with satisfaction. Now, he could fight them with everything he had. He fired continuously at the squad. The Special Forces officer barked orders. Im John. Im John raised a bulletproof shield right in front of him. The bullets hit the shield, one after another, non-stop. The officer shouted at the others, We've got a shield. Everyone, take your positions and open fire. A stream of gunfire came from behind the shield. Both sides were locked in a fierce exchange of fire, bullets flying from both directions. Wangtek quickly dodged to the side. He left only an automatic rifle behind to continue the fight against them. The Special Forces officer urgently ordered Im Jun, move forward. Use the shield to cover us while getting closer to the target. Im Jun heard the command, bravely grabbed the shield, and advanced. Wangtek stayed to the side, holding his breath and listening carefully. He thought to himself, our commander is pretty good. Looks like he has real combat experience, unlike those guys earlier. Then he smiled, feeling confident about their chances. All right, going all out against us should be fun. I'll show them a kind of strength that neither the Defense Ministry nor the hunters have. A few grenades landed nearby. The enemy stared at them in confusion as they fell. The Special Forces officer turned around and ordered, John, defuse the fuses now, or we're all dead. The moment had come. He immediately grabbed a stick and rushed forward, striking hard to send the grenades flying back behind them, causing them to explode just inches away. The Special Forces officer thought Wang Tek was trapped in the blast and quickly gave the order. He's stuck in the explosion. Charge forward and take him out. In the smoky haze of the blast, the enemy was disoriented, searching blindly. The Special Forces officer covered his nose. A thought flashed through his mind. Is there a smoke grenade mixed in with that? I thought the smoke from the explosion would fade quickly, but it's actually getting thicker and thicker. Then Wang Tek's voice echoed from behind. You think it's easy to take him down because you only have one target. He grabbed his gun, alert, and turned around. The Special Forces operative fired repeatedly. Wang Tek's voice still echoed in the darkness. But are you sure you can face a hunter? One of his teammates was dragged away by the thickening smoke. The Special Forces operative immediately sensed something was wrong. He quickly gave the order, get together back to back and fire in all directions. Everyone, focus here. They gathered into a defensive circle, bullets flying in every direction. Some of the soldiers shrank back. The Special Forces operative reassured everyone. He's just a man. We can take him down with our guns. They scattered again to carry out the mission. It turned out Wang Tek had been hiding among the soldiers, preparing to strike. The government started firing non-stop in retaliation, but one of the bullets hit the Special Forces operative. He collapsed to the ground, wounded. Wang Tek slowly moved closer. What the hell is this guy doing? He couldn't believe his eyes. This guy is wearing a different uniform. No way. His emotions, as a Special Forces operative, were about to explode. He shouted loudly, Lin Wang Tek. Wang Tek still had to admit, exactly, you were right. A hunter is still just a human, so I had to use my head to think. While almost everyone in the team had already been taken down, Wang Tek continued, I know you came to monitor me under orders from the Ministry of Defense. At this moment, the Special Forces operative trembled. I trusted you. From what I knew, you would never kill anyone without reason, and I told my superiors exactly that. But I was wrong. Wang Tek dropped his gun to the ground. The death of his former commander was the sign of what was about to happen next. His heart was full of hatred. He lit a match and said, I thought you people were just like that superior of yours. Wang Tek recalled bitterly, sacrificing a minority for the greater good. While at times he had been pushed aside just to serve political agendas, Wang Tek took a puff from his cigar and, holding a knife in his hand, prepared to deal with these subordinates. But this time, you were the minority who picked the wrong side. The Special Forces operative yelled, Jun. He immediately rushed from behind to launch a sneak attack, but Wang Tek was faster, taking him out in just 1 second. He reported to his team over the radio, I've cleaned up the area, I'm leaving now. Pass the message to Busan. Sony responded, let me know exactly what you want to say. He spoke clearly into the radio. I, Lieutenant Lim, have taken control of the Unjin nuclear power plant, which is at risk of a nuclear explosion at any moment. The military base that Wang Tek is targeting, where Unjin is currently located, is the site of the smallest hoop in the world. The scene shifts to another location. The interim government of South Korea, Ministry of Defense. A soldier slams open both doors, clearly in a hurry. There's an emergency, sir, he says. Lieutenant Colonel Lim, he's caused a huge mess. A figure slowly approaches. Someone is coming out of the base. It's Wang Tek, covered in blood, walking out confidently. The others salute him in unison. They all shout in unison, thank you for your hard work, sir. Wang Tek sighs wearily. He motions for Sony to sit and points to the chair across from him. Before he can speak, she says, everything is taken care of. Please have a seat and rest. He slowly sits down as requested. As usual, Wang Tek lights a cigar. The camera equipment is already rolling, and a technician signals the camera is ready. You can begin any time, sir. The lens focuses directly on him. Wang Tek introduces himself. I am former Lieutenant Colonel Lin Wang Tek from the Ministry of Defense of the Interim Government of South Korea. He looks straight into the camera. Then he slowly said, I'm starting a coup because I'm tired of watching this country rot. All of us, including the government, have the ability to make this country better. The truth is slowly being revealed. We've managed to come together for a common cause. As thousands of soldiers march into battle, aiming their guns at their targets, a fire in bursts and unite hunters from different areas. Some are screaming madly, others can't face it, even crouching down, holding their heads too afraid to look. Then came waves of fighting and attacks, with breaks in between for rest, parties, and bonding among the members. To rebuild the country together, we can fairly distribute the scarce resources to make sure no one is left behind. Relief supplies were distributed thoughtfully and with good intentions. However, the harsh truth is chilling. But just look at the situation now. The armed forces are split, serving only to protect those in power. The soldiers are lazy while on duty, even threatening ordinary citizens who need aid. Meanwhile, high-ranking officials are living a life of luxury, completely indifferent to the brutal reality unfolding. Then he continued, the little remaining resources are getting into the hands of fewer and fewer people. There are countless people who are starving, suffering, dying slowly because of hunger. The fly buzzes from one place to another, even to the luxurious areas of the soldiers. Politics in all its truth is so sad and tragic. Wangtek paused for a moment, clenched his fists, and spoke. I stand up and take up arms because it is the duty of a soldier to protect the country and the people. Wangtek was taking over the base. At this moment, the Unjin nuclear power plant was under my control, and all the engineers and technicians were held hostage. One engineer spoke up. How much longer are you going to keep us here? We need to restart the reactor or something terrible will happen. The soldier responded. Be patient and try to follow our instructions. Nobody wants to blow themselves up. Wangtek's story continued. Until my demands are met and this country is stable again, I won't leave this plant. His eyes grew colder with each passing moment. He continued, if you don't meet my demands, I will activate the nuclear reactor and burn myself along with this rotten country. The camera angle remained focused on Wangtek with close-up shots and side views. Wangtek spoke loudly as if for a great and noble cause. For our beloved homeland, for the eternal existence of the Republic of Korea. Everyone shouted in unison, for the eternal Republic of Korea. They all placed their hands on their heads, solemnly repeating the Republic of Korea forever. The shout echoed throughout the entire base. The Republic of Korea forever. Cheolsu took a sip of water, then turned to the soldiers curiously asking, what are you all organizing? In his mind, he wondered, what's the point of all this shouting and wasting energy? Manhan had the same thought. Shouldn't we be celebrating our victory with them? I mean, we've finished everything here, so it's time to head back to Busanan. He then smiled happily. We should also celebrate surviving. Cheolsu teased a bit. I helped you all survive, Sidiwomi. When we get back, stop by my tent and bring some liquor if you have any. On the other side, General Huang tightly clenched the paper. He was furious about losing to Wangtek. Lieutenant Colonel Lim, that evil bastard. So he's finally showing his true colors. He's gone completely crazy. No, he's always been like this. A subordinate softly admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, sir. We sent some troops out to be on the lookout. But before he could finish, General Huang shouted, shut your mouth before you start blaming the fallen soldiers. The general pointed angrily at the man's face and scolded, I ordered you to control that madman. After this is all over, you'll pay dearly for your irresponsibility. The man lowered his head, too scared to look up. General Huang then made a suggestion. Can we eliminate Lieutenant Colonel Lim? A soldier, wearing glasses and speaking seriously, responded, Sir, we don't have any units available to deploy. We've already sent a large force to join the Unjin operation. If we only rely on the remaining soldiers, just maintaining order in Busan will be a struggle. He hesitated when it came to dealing with Wangtek's subordinates. Then he continued, if we don't send a strong enough team, he could overwhelm us and make the situation worse. But the most worrying part is, he adjusted his glasses, unable to clearly estimate how many soldiers Wangtek had. He kept sharing his thoughts. We don't know how many soldiers and officers might side with Lieutenant Colonel Lim. It's a treasonous idea, but some might find it convincing. General Huang, furious, stood up and threw the ring straight at him. He ducked, falling to the ground to avoid it. Clenching his fist, he firmly declared, then we'll just purge those who oppose us. His subordinate, trembling, accepted the order, yes, sir. General Huang was determined to erase Wangtek from existence, find a way to eliminate Lieutenant Colonel Lim at all costs. Maybe if you all put your heads together, you'll come up with a good plan. Another subordinate spoke up, offering his thoughts. So, are we going to ignore Lieutenant Colonel Lim's demands? We don't know who gave him the information, so please consider meeting his demands to avoid further provocation. After hearing this, General Huang decided to follow Wangtek's demands, saying, all right. After a moment of thinking, he continued, I won't make the situation any more tense. I've already pretended to back down. He couldn't guess Wangtek's thoughts. So, what does he want? Meanwhile, Cheolsu shouted loudly, cursing at the soldiers, what do you think you're doing, huh? He was grabbed by two people next to him, but still yelled at the top of his lungs, I don't know what this behavior is about, but I'm warning you. I know people higher up than you. They led Cheolsu to the back of the truck. Cheolsu kept yelling, trying to threaten them. Do you know who's backing me? Are you sure you can handle the consequences? One of the soldiers calmly placed the handcuffs in front of him and said, we know exactly who's backing you, but right now, you're coming with us. Cheolsu continued to shout, seemingly fearless, and pushed the soldier aside. How dare you treat me like this? You've got guts. At that, the soldier pointed his gun at Cheolsu's chin to intimidate him, staring him down with a serious look. The entire city of Busan is about to be wiped out along with your connections. If it weren't for them, we would have already shot you right here and now. So, be grateful and start listening. Finally, Cheon-Swat agreed to listen and put on the handcuffs. He sat quietly, deep in thought. Busan is going to be wiped out. The truck slowly moved forward. Sang-do and another vehicle watched everything closely, using the radio to report the situation. Report to Lieutenant Lim that Jiang Cheon-Swat has been captured. We're handling the requests one by one. Cut to the base where Cheolsu's team was gathered in a separate corner. Shogun suddenly jumped out from behind the lush greenery. Monhan glanced over, puzzled, and asked, "A bush? Coming out of a bunch of trees?" Then Shogun spoke up, "Lieutenant Lim wants to see you." Cheolsu was curious and asked, "Are they having another meeting with the team leaders? All we need to do is wait until we head back." Shogun handed him a notebook with a note that read, "We have an important matter to discuss. Please be prepared before you arrive." Cheolsu quietly thought to himself, feeling confused. Discuss? Why are they suddenly making such a big deal out of this? Soon, everyone was under supervision with soldiers keeping watch behind them. Cheolsu asked, "What's going on?" Penduro couldn't believe his ears. "A coup. Am I hearing this right?" Winetek calmly replied, "You're not mistaken. Don't act like you can't understand what I'm saying." He gave a warning, "If you want to stay alive, you better cooperate." Their faces grew serious, and Winetek continued, "Convince your team members too. This is an order. Join me, and let's change this corrupt country together." Suddenly, Sarang reached down, grabbing Cheolsu's attention. He panicked, sweating all over. "Are you out of your mind? Do you forget they're pointing guns at our heads?" Sarang stayed calm, unafraid. If they really wanted to kill us, they would have done it by now. She noticed the soldiers with guns aimed at her head, then turned to Cheolsu. "The guy in the uniform already said it. He needs us to convince the other low-level hunters. They won't shoot, even if we lower our hands and start talking." The soldiers were completely silent, their faces hidden. After hearing this, Wangtek found Sarang to be quite interesting. Then he spoke up, "Not bad, young lady. You're quick to understand the situation. But don't rush in on your own. Right now, we might not kill you, but if you don't cooperate, that could change." The two of them, one standing and one sitting, faced each other. Sarang swung her hand and slapped him, turning his face to the side. All the soldiers around them froze. The entire team of Cheolsu shared the same reaction. Sarang glared at him and shouted, "So what you're saying is that you're going to start a coup and blow up the nuclear power plant if you fail? Have you lost your mind?" Winetek rubbed his face and she kept going. "We came here to kill zombies, not to go on a suicide mission with your army." One of the soldiers behind her shoved a gun into her back and growled, "You volunteered for a mission where you could die, so it's not really any different." She acknowledged it, but disagreed with some points. "True, we'd get killed by zombies, but we never complained or said we were afraid." Cheolsu and Peduro watched quietly as everything unfolded. Sarang continued, "No, why would you think that? We're hunters. We have to kill zombies to survive." She continued speaking, "We were hired to do this job." Sarang emphasized every word as if criticizing Wangtek. "You surrounded the convoy with armored vehicles, using us as human shields." She was furious, exposing every detail. "You even forced us to continue the mission without rest, even though we were already exhausted." Sarang felt this was unfair to both her team and herself. "But we never complained. We followed all your orders when they were related to the zombies." Sarang stepped closer to Wangtek, lowered her head, and pointed directly at his face. "But this isn't our responsibility, definitely not." She stressed, her voice firm, "Especially if this is related to Busan, where my family lives." She had to say goodbye to her loved ones to go on the mission, but clearly she couldn't shake her worry. Sarang bluntly rejected his terrible idea and stood up against the South Korean government that was controlling the country. "I will never join you." Wangtek spoke softly, without a hint of anger. "Yes, it may be difficult at first. We may end up capturing hunters involved in this coup and threaten your families." Then he pointed out the disadvantages and flaws in this operation. He said, "In the end, the goal is for the people. But if you don't participate and this revolution ends in failure, it will destroy the safety and future of everyone in this country." Wangtek's face twisted in frustration as he exclaimed, "The world will be drowned in hopeless darkness. Only a few rulers and their lackeys will remain. The hunters will be nothing but tools struggling to survive." Sarang still had doubts. "How can you be so sure? Maybe you're just imagining things." Wangtek raised his hand and called out, "Hey, Sony." Sony walked up and whispered in his ear, "I don't think you need to share that information with them. I understand we're in the middle of a coup, but we can't reveal military secrets to civilians." Wangtek held the notebook in his hand, thought for a moment, then silently handed it to Sarang. Sarang spoke up, "What's this? Is this your answer?" Jimko put on his glasses, grabbed the notebook from Sarang's hands, and said, "All right, let me take a look." having to rely on kids to speak up for those adults who are too cowardly and still try to act all tough. This guy is really hard to understand. Then he continued, your role should stop right there. He casually flipped through a page and read aloud. Let the adults handle documents like these. Panjuro also spoke up, his eyes full of conviction. Aren't you going to read with us? He then turned to Cheolsu. The information from that guy is definitely important. We should read it together. Cheolsu, confused, replied, me? I can't read. So you all go ahead and read. The three of them leaned in closer to the notebook. Wangtek silently held his cigar, waiting for them. The sky outside was clear and the clouds drifted lazily by. Jim-gu took off his glasses and everyone's faces grew serious. Cheolsu, losing his patience, asked anxiously, what is it? Why does everyone look so tense? If you're done reading, just let me know. He smiled teasingly at Serang. I'm sure you're just curious, but there's no way you're actually learning to read. She shot him a frustrated look and replied angrily, I'm not learning to read, but that doesn't mean I'm as illiterate as you. She turned her head toward Pedaguro and said, the illiterate guy is right though. Stop dragging it out and just tell him already. He frowned. The report says this country is heading toward collapse. The only thing keeping it together is the stockpile of food and supplies stored before the apocalypse. These crates of essential goods are piled up, but the report also mentions that we'll soon run out of reserves. Cheolsu casually asked, is that such a big deal? It's not much different from before. Saran chimed in, that's right. Jim-gu thoughtfully explained, those who are used to living in poverty might not notice much of a change. He added, but the real problem isn't that resources are running out entirely. It's that the amount of goods circulating in the market is just enough to keep people going day by day. The city is chaotic, with people flooding the streets. If this flow stops, riots are almost unavoidable. The poor and the vulnerable are people with emotions too. Wangtek sat there and replied, if it were that simple, we soldiers would have been able to endure, but there are other reasons. Jim-gu quickly added, what's even more serious is that the ammunition is running low. The statistics show that we're about to hit the minimum threshold. Hearing this, Cheolsu was surprised and asked, what's the threshold? Jim-gu turned around and explained, once the numbers drop below that threshold, it's impossible to restore the country to how it was. The data analysis chart appears showing that this is the minimum amount of supplies needed to create an escape route out of Busan. Peg-Euro, in a serious tone, listed out, in other words, the chance of South Korea collapsing is 100% if the numbers fall below that threshold. According to the report, we have about 1 month left before we hit that point. At this, both Cheolsu and Serang were shocked, their faces full of concern. They seemed slow to react, still not fully understanding the gravity of the situation. Weintek, with a serious expression, asked, to put it simply, I'm not doing this for personal gain or a spur-of-the-moment decision. So, what do you all think? The group fell silent, seriously listening as Weintek continued. Now that you all know the truth, do you feel more inclined to join us? Jim-gu continued, Lieutenant Lim's actions are understandable after we read the report. Saray immediately disagreed, saying, I don't agree. I'll never get involved in this. Peng-Duro glanced at her and asked, are you saying you'd rather be killed than join them? Then he nodded and decided, I think we should join them. When I was inside those walls, I didn't realize how chaotic the world outside had become. Sarang, frustrated, turned to Cheolsu and asked, hey Cheolsu, what about you? Hearing her question, Cheolsu scratched his cheek, looking confused, and replied, maybe I don't fully understand this, but we don't have to either join them or reject them, right? The three of them looked at him, puzzled. Cheolsu then explained, the reason the soldiers are trying to convince us is to avoid the worst case scenario, having more enemies here, right? So all we need to do is negotiate. That way, we won't have to revolt or get shot. Sarang, irritated, said, what are you talking about? But Jimbu patted his shoulder excitedly. You're really a genius, Chian Suat muttered. Ministry of Defense, secret interrogation room. Chian Suat looked up as the door to the room opened. A soldier stepped in, holding 2 cups. He placed one near Chian Suat, then lit a cigarette and said, the higher-ups want to release you. Chian Suat replied happily, so that's why you're being nice to me. I'll speak in your favor, so they don't kill you. Maybe they'll just transfer you to another unit. The soldier removed the cuffs from his wrists and said, but there's one condition. Chian Suat's face darkened as he heard the soldier's words. You'll have to go to the Unjin factory and kill Major Lim Wangtek. Chian Suat instinctively asked, go to Unjin and kill Major Lim? I don't know what's going on at the Ministry of Defense, but I can't do something like that on my own. The soldier immediately responded, then we can't release you. But Chian Suat raised his hand and said, I just need one more person. The soldier asked, who are you talking about? Chian Suat demanded, I need an A-class hunter. The guy added, I'm sure you know that Lieutenant Lim has combat experience that sets him apart from other hunters. He's not just a soldier, he's also a hunter. You've seen the image of Winetek standing among piles of zombies, right? Chi Swat pointed at his head and was armed with modern weapons. A thug like me can't face him, one-on-one. Do you understand? The person glanced over and asked, so, what do you want to do? The guy answered calmly, I'll cover half the cost of hiring an A-rank hunter. So, can the Ministry of Defense arrange for a hunter to be hired for me? As he spoke, Cheon Suat excitedly raised his hand to signal, see, there's only one thing that a thug can use to compete with a soldier, and that's money. At Choi Gang's hunter company in a meeting room, Secretary Park spoke up, ma'am, we've received a call from the Ministry of Defense's hotline. Adong was surprised. The Ministry of Defense? Aren't they currently busy with the Unjin operation? We already sent Cheolsu there. He replied, yes, that's what I told them, but they want to hire another hunter without giving further details. Adong frowned and asked seriously, what kind of hunter do they want? Secretary Park hesitated before answering, an A-rank. She continued, she's pointing to the man sitting calmly fishing. They want to hire Mr. Kim Ji-Elan Sam and the girl wearing glasses who's reading a book in the library, or maybe Chora. Winetek carefully reviewed the map with his team. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, which caught him off guard. He glanced toward it. Cheolsu opened the door and looked at everyone in the room. We need to talk, he said. Back to the earlier moment. Cheolsu seemed confused and asked again, what? Why do you want me to talk to them? I already gave my idea. You just need to do your part and carry out the plan. He seemed a little puzzled and pointed at Jim-gu, who was standing still. You're the one with the brains here. Sensing something wasn't right, he turned to Panduro, his voice full of suspicion. That missionary is definitely a smooth talker. He's no fool. Panduro immediately complained, please don't call me that. In contrast to his attitude, Jim-gu continued to share his thoughts. He said, I can give you some negotiation terms to help you, but you'll have to talk to them yourself. Cheolsu looked a little confused. Why me? Jim-gu's face became completely calm as he stared straight ahead. Because they think you're different from us. This time, Jim-gu was thinking about the plan he'd work on with Winetek. Maybe there was something he liked about you, or perhaps he knew you personally. After spending so much time together, Winetek had come to fully trust Cheolsu, and was clear that Cheolsu was the best among them. Then Jim-gu concluded confidently, I believe my judgment is still spot on. Cheolsu, still skeptical about the plan, asked, really? But despite his attitude, Jim-gu seemed completely certain and clear about the relationship between Cheolsu and his teammates. The image of Cheolsu being close with everyone for a long time had already been painted through Jim-gu's words. Somehow, he made them feel comfortable and trusting when they were around him. After listening to this, Sarang turned around angrily and scolded loudly. That's right, stop complaining and act like an adult. She continued, when you were teaching me, you spoke so persuasively, didn't you? Back in the present, Cheolsu walked toward Winetek and calmly shared his thoughts. His face was firm, clearly sticking to the plan that had been set out. Kim Cheolsu's proposal is very simple, yet incredibly foolish. Winetek seemed deep in thought after hearing this. However, with help from Park Jim-gu, he had adjusted the ideas and handed them over to Lieutenant Lim. The first part of the plan, the hunters must not follow Lieutenant Lim's orders and should not be considered soldiers. Simply put, hunters are different from soldiers. The next step. Second, the hunters must remain neutral in every situation and not side with anyone. Both sides are quietly at odds with each other. Things were slowly falling into place as planned. Third, the hunters would protect the soldiers from the zombies on the way back to Busan until everything was settled. Once he finished explaining his plan, Cheolsu calmly extended his hand toward Winetek, who stood across from him. We're civilians. We understand that what you're doing is for a good reason, and we hope you'll agree with our point of view. They told me to say this. Winetek's face also relaxed into a slight relieved smile. The two of them shook hands, signaling their cooperation. They chatted happily. I still want you to fight with me against more than just zombies, but I think I've been too selfish already. I'll make sure you don't get caught up in the conflict in Busan. Once the plan was decided, Winetek went off in another direction and announced, however, the hunters will keep watch at night. He thought of Sarang's strict face, just like she had said. Your job is to fight the zombies. Seeing his reaction, Cheolsu could only sigh, exhausted by everything that had happened. Those lies are really bad, Cheolsu thought. I'm sure he just wants a good night's sleep, but I think I've gotten what I needed. After that, the story slowly unfolded. The hunters declared their neutrality, while the soldiers involved in the coup prepared for a long journey. First, they began repairing the Unjin nuclear power plant. The workers, who were cooperating with the military, focused on fixing everything that was still lacking to prevent the plant from overloading during the coup. While the workers were focused on their tasks, the soldiers behind them kept threatening them. Don't do too much, just make a few adjustments. You don't want to get caught doing unnecessary things, do you? It's not as simple as it seems, it's just like that. The soldiers, alongside the engineers, had placed explosives in various parts of the factory as a backup plan. Many of them had to go inside and activate the bombs that were already set. Everything was unfolding according to the original plan. Next, they started building a base around the empty areas to better distribute their large number of troops. The military was also increasing their presence to guard the factory more heavily. Rather than the usual forms of invasion or coup, the first defensive coup of South Korea had begun. After hours of non-stop work, it was finally late afternoon at the base. Wangtek focused on the plan in his hands, reminding Sony, "Make sure to take note of what I said and change a few things in the plan if you don't want your troops to die needlessly." Sony nodded in agreement. "Yes, sir. I will follow your orders," he said. He quickly turned and walked away. "Good, do it right away. Then report back." Suddenly, Sony spoke up. "But sir, I have a question." Her face was full of concern, and she hesitated before speaking her mind. "Do you think the Busan government will attack? Will they ignore our warning about the bomb at the energy plant and risk launching a full-scale assault here?" Wangtek responded to her concern with calmness. "Are you scared?" This puzzled Sony. Standing there in the vast open space, his face was strangely serene. "You've killed thousands of zombies, but you're afraid of killing people." Sony fell silent after hearing that, unable to respond. She looked at him, confused. Wangtek's demeanor was incredibly steady. It seemed like he had put everything on the line for this battle. "Don't be afraid. Their brains are already rotting. They're no different from zombies. You're asking me if they'll attack us while ignoring our warning about the bomb at the plant." When he turned back to Sony, he saw the determination on his face, and the answer was clear. "As I said, they won't be able to think clearly because their brains are already rotten." Wangtek's voice continued to echo with instructions. "Therefore, get ready. They will definitely come." The scene quickly shifted to the runway in Busan. The military was still focused on moving, sticking to the original plan. In the distance, Cheon-suat calmly observed everything. As he looked at the pouring rain, he felt a bit uneasy. "What's up with this weather?" he muttered. His assistant quickly spoke up to explain. "Is this a bad omen?" The headquarters said they purposely chose to carry out the operation on a rainy day. The assistant even glanced up at the sky as he shared his thoughts. "It'll catch the enemy off guard since they don't have radar." Cheon-suat listened, his face remaining calm. "What about the hunters we mentioned?" As they were still talking, a luxury car pulled up. Another dangerous figure stepped out from the high-end vehicle. Cheon-suat sighed and complained, "I've had a bad feeling about this, especially since they're refusing to tell me who those hunters are." The man was still feeling down when, at that moment, Kim Ji-yeon-sam stepped forward and asked, "So it's you, the gangster." But it seemed like Cheon-suat couldn't care less. He walked up coldly and said, "I don't care what you call me, because right now, I'm in a good mood. I know you could easily take down that worthless soldier." Hearing his rude words, Kim Ji-yeon-sam couldn't hide his irritation. "You annoying bastard." Just as it looked like they were about to fight, another person suddenly appeared from behind and interrupted. "Hello, everyone." The man, big and stocky with glasses and shiny shoes, quickly introduced himself. "I'm Colonel Jang Song-yo, the commander of this operation. I'm with the Ministry of Defense, Colonel Jang Song-yo." Looking at the scene in front of him, Jang Song-yo smiled and then looked around the large yard. "I'm counting on both of you for this mission. We don't have much time, so let me quickly go over the plan. As you both know, this is a raid, a plan that's already been set in his mind. After checking the personnel, everyone will board the transport planes and head to Unjin." 2 people boarded the plane from Busan to Unjin, following the confidential orders given by Jang Song-yo. At that moment, he turned to the station's soldiers standing in formation. The Special Forces unit was scheduled to parachute into Unjin at 3 o'clock a.m., with orders to neutralize any hostile resistance at the site. His face hardened with resolve. "You have a clear objective. Lieutenant Colonel Lim is suspected of seizing control of the nuclear power plant. Intelligence suggests he may be planning to move against Wangtek. Your mission is to stop him." After a brief pause, Jang Song-yo added with a sharp tone, "Don't hesitate to act decisively. These individuals have already committed treason. The law will not be lenient." Kim Ji-yeon-sam spoke up, his tone measured. "I reviewed the briefings during our flight, so I'm familiar with the situation, from the rebel movements to the plant's layout and how it's being used as leverage." He glanced out at the troops, brows furrowed slightly in concern. "But what about the independent hunters, those not affiliated with the Ministry of Defense?" Jang Song-yo remained composed. He adjusted his glasses and began to explain. He said if they won't be charged with anything as long as they cooperate with us. But if they side with Lieutenant Lim, they'll be charged with treason. However, Jang Song-yo's gaze became unusually vicious as he added, I know you're worried about the hunters who work for your company and those who are close to you, who will kill them if they don't follow Lieutenant Lim's orders. But I need you to defeat him quickly. I'm counting on you. After confirming the plan once again, Jang Song-yo quickly urged everyone. It looks like everyone is ready. Let's begin the operation. Get on the plane. A few hours later, the plane carrying everyone slowly reached its destination. The announcement over the speakers repeated constantly. We've reached the landing point. We're at the landing point. Not wasting any time, the soldiers quickly moved into position, preparing for battle. They kept urging each other, jump, jump. One by one, the soldiers leaped out without hesitation, all fully aware of the plan for this mission. The mission of the Ministry of Defense is to retake the Unjin factory. The operation has begun. On this side, everyone can see that the battle is about to start. Wangtek let out a deep, confused sigh. The operation has started, huh? He raised his hand to the sky and loudly announced. Flare launch. Flare after flare shot up into the high sky. Each flare carried the hope of everyone involved. Marking the next phase of the plan, the loud explosions rang out, making it a bit difficult for the soldiers who were parachuting down. When they looked again, Wangtek's side had already positioned soldiers with guns ready for combat. Realizing that tonight's battle would be intense, Wangtek grinned with satisfaction. Looks like we're going to have Swiss cheese tonight. No sooner had he finished speaking than his soldiers began firing at the paratroopers still descending from the sky. The flares continued to shoot upward, lighting up the surrounding area in a fiery red glow. The soldiers falling from above had no idea how many bullets were coming at them. The bullets even pierced through their parachutes, sending them plummeting in freefall. One paratrooper, terrified, clutched his rifle tightly in his hands. Even the other soldiers were having trouble landing. Wangtek stood still, satisfied and content. This is really funny. How do they expect to hit anyone while parachuting? Do they think just firing randomly will actually hit someone? The rain fell relentlessly with no sign of stopping. Above, the enemy seemed to be falling into a panic. We're about to fall into a death trap. How did they know we were coming? Wangtek's expression hardened as he countered. That's probably what you all are thinking. It's true. The Ministry of Defense is full of corrupt people. They surely don't have the guts to take action. However, there were still some outsiders quietly plotting in the background. A few soldiers had been waiting for someone to point their guns at the Ministry of Defense. Military secrets, top secret, classified. The man turned sideways, scanning the area, then sneakily pulled a book from the library. On the crack bridge, there wasn't a single soul in sight. Same dude took the book and stuffed it into his jacket pocket. You're doing something good for this country. I don't even know how to thank you enough. The man, still kind-hearted, offered a few words. Good luck. I'm not the only one in the Ministry of Defense who believes this country needs to change. The two men shook hands. Cooperation has ended. Let me know if you need any help. The communication machine slowly printed out. Wangtek raised the paper he had just received and read it. Seeing this, John Gum curiously peeked in to look. He read through it from start to finish, puffing on his cigar, a sly smile on his face. I'm very grateful to our informant for gathering those who have experienced shooting under my orders. Back in the present, the rain had gradually lightened up, no longer pouring as heavily as before. The work was almost complete. Wangtek grabbed the radio and announced, we've almost wiped out all the paratroopers. From now on, we need to conserve ammo and keep the enemy engaged on the front lines. Logistics are crucial in all military operations. He then ordered that the remaining tasks be handled by his subordinates before turning to give instructions. Count the number of paratroopers killed upon landing and report back to me. The soldiers clasped their hands and shouted in unison. Understood, sir. In the quiet of the night, with no sound to be heard, a soldier hid in the bushes from afar, observing everything. Another soldier turned to report to his superior. You were right, sir. They focused their fire to take out the paratroopers. It seems that Wangtek's side didn't realize they were surrounded. Then Jang Song-yo announced, prepare to move forward with the counterattack. Although we'll pay a high price, the plan is going smoothly. The soldier offered more praise. Impressive, sir. How did you know? Was it Lieutenant Colonel Lim who noticed the paratroopers? He replied, I just told you. We had to pay a steep price to get here. The soldier added, yes, I understand that we had to sacrifice some of our troops to mislead the enemy, but I'm curious. How did you know this would happen? The lieutenant's glasses suddenly gleamed, his gaze cold. That's exactly what I just said. We lost many soldiers to understand this. All the officers who wanted to voice their opinions have been gathered. A soldier was electrocuted, his body convulsing in pain. Those connected to Lieutenant Colonel Lim stood still, their faces icy. The ruthless tactics they used were chilling. All of this for one grand goal, a stronger nation. Suddenly the lieutenant asked, almost in confusion, but why are you asking this? Do you work for Wangtek too? The soldier was startled and quickly replied, no, sir, I assure you, The man smiled. Relax, I was just joking. Worrying during a mission can lead to mistakes. The soldier was still trembling. You're right, sir. I should go relax for a bit. The lieutenant's expression turned serious, a dangerous look crossing his face. Let's begin the operation. Contact our hunters. Meanwhile, over to the side, Cheolsu was grumbling in frustration for a long while, his backpack off to one side. Dan, that idiot Lim dragged me into all this mess. First I get caught by the army, and now I have to jump out of a plane. Everything's a mess. All of this is his fault. He turned to Kim Ji-yeon-sam, who was adjusting his hat. Doesn't that make you mad? Kim Ji-yeon-sam shook his head calmly. Not at all. The thug, I think you're the one who really pissed off Lieutenant Lim. Cheolsu thought for a moment. So he knows about that, but how? He shouldn't have been told about the internal stuff. He glanced at Cheolsu and said, personally, I don't think you'll contribute anything to improving this country. Honestly, I don't care if Lieutenant Lim defeats the government or kills you. A hunter's job is to eliminate zombies, and that's my only duty. Surprised, Cheolsu thought to himself, Kim Ji-yeon-sam's intentions are completely different. So how the hell did he end up here? Dan, aren't we all here for the money? Kim Ji-yeon-sam didn't hide anything. I'm not here for money. I agreed to take part in this mission to make sure that the guy I know isn't involved in this. Then he turned and walked away, leaving Cheolsu with a few words to think about. You might abandon your colleagues, your brothers, and your parents for money, but I won't. I've already considered everyone involved in my plan. A wave of uncontrollable anger surged inside Cheolsu. Clenching his fist in fury, he thought, that rigid soldier and this old man are both getting in my way. Should I just kill both of them? Suddenly, his phone vibrated. After reading the message, he stuffed the phone back into his pocket and said, Let's go. They want us to carry out the mission. On the other side, Cheolsu suddenly woke up from a deep sleep. He sat up quickly and walked outside. Cheolsu looked around, observed for a moment, and then noticed everyone gathered in one spot. What's going on? What's happening? Saorai shot him a quick glare. Are you blind? The fire blazed brightly, rising up into the night sky. The game had started. It was time to fight. The bodies of the paratroopers who had been taken down were countless. Even from the outside, the fire was clearly visible. Jim Goose spoke up. The good news is that Lieutenant Lim is holding off their attack. This works in our favor because we're on Lieutenant Lim's side. Panjuro added, the battle is happening far from the hunter's area, so I don't think we'll get caught up in their fight. It seems like the lieutenant has shown goodwill toward us. Thanks to your negotiation, Cheolsu. Cheolsu looked up, still watching the fire. So, do we just sit here? Saorang nodded in agreement. Yep. Don't get involved, just like you did with me before. She turned and looked away, her face indifferent. This time, it's not a fight with zombies, so your shovel won't be of any use. This is total war. Civilians have no place in it. Hearing this, Cheolsu responded, Hey, when have I ever gotten involved in other people's business? Anyway, I'm not stepping into their battles, so you don't have to worry about me. He lost interest, turned back toward his tent, and said to the hunters, As long as we stay out of the fight, no one will get shot. I'm going back to sleep. On the other side, they kept observing, staying alert. A soldier behind them asked, Sir, I think I've spotted the hunters. Should we consider them allies of Lieutenant Lim? We should avoid unnecessary fights, and they're civilians. The man with the binoculars nodded in agreement. You're right. Those hunters are just civilians. Most of them don't care about Lieutenant Lim's plan. They're here just to make a living. The soldier then suggested, So, should we just ignore them? The person with the binoculars gently raised his hand to his mouth and whispered, But what if Lieutenant Colonel Lim convinces them? What if they attack our flank while we're engaged with Lieutenant Colonel Lim's forces? He explained carefully to his team. Then we'll be the first unit wiped out by civilians. That's what everyone will remember us for. Is that what we came to Unjin for? To dishonor our reputation like this. He flipped the switch, preparing for a bloody showdown to eliminate the threats. That was the bottom line of every mission. Then the person with the binoculars, aggressively gripping his gun, stepped forward. I believe the colonel will help us if things go wrong. His finger gently squeezed the trigger. A gunshot rang out loud and clear. Stelrang quickly recognized the sound of the shot. She ran to the nearest person and asked, Hey, did you hear that gunshot? Stelrang rushed to Cheolsu, only to find that he had been shot in the stomach. Her face went pale and panic set in as blood started to leak from Cheolsu's mouth. Damn it. I just told everyone a minute ago that we wouldn't be shot as long as we didn't interfere. His mind suddenly went blank, chaotic. This is just bad luck, he thought. Immediately after, Cheolsu lost consciousness in an instant. Everyone rushed over, panic-stricken. Hey you there, wait. At that moment, the government soldiers charged forward. They opened fire relentlessly, bullets tearing through the air, leaving no chance to fight back. The hunters were shot and fell to the ground wounded. A bullet struck Sorang's arm. She collapsed, crying out in pain. Sarang held her injured arm, blood dripping out. Why didn't they suddenly open fire? She wondered. If they're shooting at us, then it means, suppressing the pain, she reasoned, they're from the Ministry of Defense. Hundreds of soldiers stormed in. This was turning into a sleepless night. But are they supposed to be busy fighting Colonel Lim's army? Saorang gripped her shoulder tightly, trying to stop the bleeding. Did they split their forces just to kill us? She thought. The others, armed, charged forward, shouting angrily, "You bastards, have we done anything to you? I swear I'll kill every single one of you." The man with binoculars signaled to his soldiers. Immediately, they opened fire again, shooting relentlessly at the two of them. Then they collapsed in front of Saorang. She stared at them, gritting her teeth, tears streaming down the man's face. "Captain, save me." After that, his eyes started to fade. Saorang's eyes were wild with emotion, bloodshot and filled with rage. She clenched her jaw, fighting the pain, pushing herself up with all her strength, determined to take them all down. Cheolsu grabbed her hand to stop her. She dragged herself forward, unable to wait any longer. This wasn't the time for hesitation. She yanked her hand free, her anger boiling over. "You're telling me to stay neutral after everything they've done. Are you out of your mind? They killed our teammate. What are we supposed to do about that?" With that, he pulled her back, and she lost her balance, leaning backward. Cheolsu repeated his words carefully. "I'm not saying we should just lie here and wait for them to come to us. When our teammate fell, we were already beneath them." The soldier coldly fired more rounds into the dying hunter. Cheolsu wiped the sweat from his brow, whispering, "You're right. We have to fight to survive. We can't save anyone if we don't fight." He continued, "We won't survive if we don't kill the enemy first." He clenched his teeth, trying to convince Saorang. "But we have to trust our teammates. We're not the only hunters here." Cheolsu recalled pieces of memory. "We've been through life and death situations together. They've helped each other with everything. Panduro offered a hand. They fought courageously to survive, just like us. Even Jim-gu, the drunk, is the same." Every word from John Gumgu showed clear determination. "We'll wait for the right moment and rely on our teammates to distract them. Lie down for a bit. Don't let them notice us." Meanwhile, Jim-gu was hiding behind a tent, watching. He was with a few others. Mon-han quietly asked, his voice full of confusion, "So what do we do now? Are we just hiding here, hoping they pass by without noticing us?" Jim-gu, sipping milk, denied it. "No, that's not it." He squeezed the carton tightly in his hand. "We're up against experienced soldiers here. They attacked us with a well-thought-out plan." He continued, "They've already anticipated the hunters and won't leave until they've checked every corner. We'll be killed if we keep hiding like this." Another member of the team, furious, grabbed his weapon and shouted, "So what are we supposed to do? Fight them? They're soldiers with guns. We can't fight them with the weapons we used to kill zombies." Jim-gu glanced at him briefly, noticing the weapon in his hand. He had an idea. "That's right. The hunters only fight zombies. We can't take on soldiers." As the other guy stood there, confused, Jim-gu snatched the weapon from his hands and thought to himself, why would he state the obvious? Holding the weapon firmly, Jim-gu's face set with determination. It's either fight or die. Isn't this dried up liquid just zombie blood? The group fell silent, shocked. Monahan quickly guessed what he meant. "You're planning to use that to fight the soldiers?" The guy with the hat swore in disbelief. "Damn it, I can't believe we're actually going to do this. They won't just sit there and wait for us to infect them." He continued, "That's a good idea, but how are we going to pull it off?" Jim-gu nodded in agreement. "Exactly. It's not going to be that easy. The soldiers won't let us get close, but some of us don't need to get near them." He turned to Mon-han and added, for example, "Mon-han, you got a gun." Jim-gu furrowed his brows and gave his instructions. "All you need to do is shoot one of them and infect him. Once one soldier gets infected, the weak will become strong. That's when we'll have our chance. That's when we'll strike and wipe them out." Monahan tightly gripped his gun, but he was clearly worried. "What if something goes wrong? What if I miss or my shot can't get through? If we get caught, we're all dead. Are you sure you want to put this on me?" Jim-gu smiled, casually responding even in the face of danger. "If you miss before we die, we'll curse you. But I know that won't scare you, right?" At that moment, he had to admit that Cheolsu had been right. He thought to himself, humanity only thinks of itself, but hunters think even more about themselves because they've been through every kind of situation. While Cheolsu and Saorang lay there uncertain whether they were alive or dead, despite losing two of their team leaders, the Ministry of Defense's patrol was on high alert, facing enemies armed with weapons. A hand gently picked up an object from the ground, yet they still decided to fight. The man took a knife and scraped the blood off it. They were foolish enough to throw away their lives. Jim-gu took the knife, cut his own hand, and let the blood drip into a cup. The two of them created a mixture together. Jim-gu shook it up, then poured it into Mon-han's gun barrel. Reaching the last step, he reloaded the gun, looking for an escape route. One side was searching for people in the open, while the other stayed hidden in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. Jingu organized the action plan for everyone. Don't forget, their uniforms are thicker than you think. Our plan will fail if you hit their helmet or armor. You only have one shot. So, you have to wait until you're sure you can shoot through their uniforms, he said. He glanced around and told the people in the tent when the plan works and the infection starts spreading, the rest will attack the confused soldiers. We're not the only survivors. I'm sure there are still a few others alive. So give the weapons to the hunters on the run. Corpses lay scattered around, along with those waiting for the ambush. Cheolsu and Selrang were the same, lying still and waiting. Jimgu shouted, "Are you ready?" One hand held his gun, breathing steadily. The others were ready to fight. The two soldiers cautiously moved closer, staying alert. They were smart, hiding off to one side, preparing. Suddenly, their eyes went wide as they realized something. The army of the state was doing the same. They began moving step by step. Blood flowed from their heads, dripping into their mouths, into their eyes. He screamed fiercely. One of the soldiers landed a punch on the leader. Jimgu shouted to everyone again, "This is it. Our chance. Move forward." They responded enthusiastically and charged forward to attack. Someone came up to Cheolsu, slammed a large piece of metal in front of him. Ta Hui had set it up for Cheolsu. I saw the two of them from a distance and was relieved to see they're still alive. I brought their weapons here. Cheolsu struggled to stand up, gasping for air. He turned to Selrang and said, "See, I told you they'd distract the soldiers. Now let's go." She turned to him, her worry growing with each moment. "Wait, are you okay? You don't look all right at all. You need to rest. Do you want to lie down for a bit?" Cheolsu smiled through his anger. "Are you kidding? Before I collapse, I'll make sure to kill every last one of these bastards." The man with the binoculars shouted angrily, "You're a bunch of traitorous scum." Then something flew out smoking. Cheolsu and Selrang quickly passed a soldier, slicing his throat in the process. Before he completely died, he groaned, "You'll be charged with treason." Peduro, enraged, charged at the soldiers, taking them down one by one. No matter how they fought back, some even used their own faces as weapons. Suddenly, something shot out like lightning, and a soldier was impaled straight through the stomach by a spear. Cheolsu exhaled as he witnessed the scene. The man holding the binoculars trembled and said, "You'll be charged with treason." As soon as he finished speaking, he collapsed to the ground right in front of everyone's eyes. After watching this, Cheolsu spoke, "We wanted to stay neutral, but it's too late for that now." He rallied the group, saying, "Let's head to Lieutenant Lim's position quickly. We need to tell them what happened. If we can, we should offer him our help." No one objected. Cheolsu led the way, saying, "Let's go." His goal was clear. In the end, we're just here to survive. The red X on the map, Wang Tek carefully calculated, paying close attention to every detail. "We've made some good progress," he said, like we managed to pinpoint the paratrooper's position just in time thanks to a leak of the information. As he read over some papers, Wang Tek continued to reflect, realizing he had defeated all the paratroopers without any casualties. But there were still some things on his mind. But something didn't feel right. Why did he feel so uncomfortable, even though he had won? His mood wouldn't settle, like trying to sleep after swatting a bothersome mosquito, only to hear another one buzzing around. A soldier approached and delivered some news. "Sir, we've completed the casualty report from the airborne unit." The soldier continued, listing the results from yesterday's battle. "We killed 82 people, not counting those on the plane we shot down or the missing." With a sense of confidence, Quantek spoke up. "When it comes to combat, I have enough experience to match any general. I'm an A-rank hunter, and I've taken down over 100,000 zombies." He glanced at the soldier, his voice laced with doubt. "Are you telling me only 100 soldiers were sent to take me down? Doesn't that seem a little ridiculous? I know this army is made up of clowns, but they can't be that stupid." The soldier trembled slightly, his face showing clear signs of worry. The enemy's numbers were certainly suspicious, but then again, there weren't many survivors left. They conducted a thorough check. "We've identified them, and all of them come from the Special Air Force unit. It could pose a threat to us if they land safely. The enemy is also facing certain difficulties, and the Ministry of Defense is severely lacking in military forces. They might not be able to mobilize any more teams." The soldier holding the stack of documents continued to analyze. "Therefore, the leadership has sent an elite team to eliminate the target. This has been confirmed, sir, so it seems like they still have another plan or another army." Weintek spoke up, praising the analysis. "You're right. My instincts are always on point. Your perspective makes sense because it's based on facts." But even with that, he still felt uneasy. "Why do I feel so uncomfortable celebrating this victory?" As the base sank into the night, a few soldiers equipped with night vision binoculars were observing carefully. Suddenly, something flashed in the middle of the darkness. At that moment, the government and the Ministry of Defense quickly deployed 5 times the number of soldiers they could afford to carry out the plan. The soldier was startled, stunned. Then he spoke up. They've sent the strongest, most elite teams left to make a final stand. The soldiers in the team felt confused. What's going on? One of them asked. Before anyone could finish speaking, one of the soldiers of the unit was shot. The person in front turned around and asked, "What's wrong? Why did you call me?" He froze, then screamed, "Ambush." Immediately, the sergeant was taken down by a bullet. Everyone fell from the observation post. Down on the ground, someone was shooting with deadly precision, each bullet hitting its target. Only the Ministry of Defense could have someone with skills like that. It must be the Eagle Eye Sniper Team. Han Ma-yong observed through his binoculars and gave orders to his subordinates. "Load up, wait for my signal." He stood at a distance, his face incredibly serious. He thought to himself, how did they manage to build such a solid base in such a short time? Looking at how the guards were positioned, he felt like he was staring at a model army. The commander of the Sniper Special Forces team was Colonel Han Ma-yong. Han Ma-yong thought confidently to himself, but this very thing is actually working against them. With everything he knew, he concluded, in the end, we were all trained in the same program by the Ministry of Defense. I don't even need to look to know which weak points need to be taken out. He gave orders to his subordinates while scanning the area. 32 degrees to the left, 17 degrees up, watch the wind speed. The soldiers shouted in unison, "Roger that." Sure enough, each enemy soldier in the distance was taken down in the blink of an eye. Han Ma-yong spoke into the radio, sending a message to the other team. "Can you hear me? This is Eagle Eye. The enemy's guards have been eliminated. We've broken through their defense from a distance. It's your turn now." Han Sayo nodded in approval. "Got it. Well done. Now it's our turn." His team prepared for a surprise attack. They still had the element of surprise on their side. Save your ammo and stay quiet. Infiltrate all units and attack the Defense Ministry base, the rampaging Bull anti-terrorism forces. His voice was firm as he prepared to lead his counter-terrorism team. Colonel Han Sayo, the muscular man in his squad, immediately charged forward. At the same time, the snipers quickly moved into position. The terrorist team, with their terrifying strength, ran like the wind. They all focused on one single point. As the base was clearing away the bodies of the fallen enemies, something unexpected happened. At that moment, a curious soldier turned around. A fierce force from the Ministry of Defense launched an attack. The soldier looked and turned pale. What's going on? Are they attacking from the flank? Someone inside the base shouted. "All units, grab your weapons. The enemy's attacking." Han Sayo grinned, confident of victory. They held their guns and began shooting rapidly, and the battle began. On the base side, the armed soldiers fired nonstop, quickly taking control of the Ministry of Defense forces one by one. The fight then turned into a brutal, hand-to-hand struggle, with both sides locked in a fierce tug of war, unable to determine a winner. A soldier injured shouted loudly, "This is the Northern Watchtower. The enemy has attacked from the flank and is getting ready to assault the base. We don't have enough manpower or firepower. We can't hold out much longer. Requesting reinforcements." A large shadow approached. Han Sayo, holding his gun, gritted his teeth and said, "I don't like snitches." He could only utter one word, "No." Then a bloody scene unfolded. Wang Tek, inside, witnessed everything. The radio crackled with different screams. "The southeastern watchtower has been attacked. The enemy will reach the center of the base in 7 minutes. Isn't the central watchtower monitoring the enemy's movements? The western watchtower is in danger. This is the Northwest Defense Station. We've detected an infiltration." He gritted his teeth, speaking in anger. "They've sent all their elite forces from Busan. It's clear they're preparing to attack us from all directions." Weintek suddenly had an idea. What if the zombies attack Busan while they're concentrating their forces here? He frowned, worried about the potential consequences. Then who will handle security in Busan? It seemed that Weintek had missed an important step in his calculations. They had mobilized almost all their forces here, so his suggestion no longer mattered. He exhaled sharply, blaming himself. "I underestimated them." He slammed his hand on the table, his voice cold. "The leaders of this country seem to lack the resolve I thought they had, because they are so easily swayed by people like me. The path ahead has become so grim." Weintek grabbed the radio, his voice clear and decisive. "All units, listen up. Nearly all the forces the government has are now deployed here." He immediately ordered all the squads. "I command the units outside to retreat while holding them off. The units in the center of the base should prepare for a full-scale attack." Weintek said seriously, "We are facing the henchmen of the corrupt government, the ones trying to destroy you and your families. The situation is becoming more and more serious. Needless to say, these are the forces the government has sent to wipe us out. So, if we resist, their victory might spread to other areas. This coup won't be just in Jin anymore. We will expand it to Busan, where your families are." Weintek encouraged and rallied everyone's spirits. This is our chance to change this country. So listen to my warriors. If you run out of bullets, use your knives to slash and stab them. If you lose an arm, bite them. He gripped the radio tightly and spoke each word clearly. Don't let anyone survive this. Fight back and stay alive. Every knife drawn, I won't hide behind my people like those leaders in Busan. Even the pistols. Wang Tek walked with great confidence, ready for a life or death battle. Tonight, I will fight alongside you, my comrades. He added one more thing. If things get out of control, hold on and wait for me. I am the warrior of this era, the only A-rank hunter in the army. Wang Tek will come to your aid. I will save you all. He asked a soldier standing outside, where is our weakest point? We'll go there. It's the south. The soldier replied clearly, Sir, they're launching a fierce attack from the south. Wang Tek stomped his foot hard. He sped up, running like the wind. He gasped through thousands of trees in the forest, his face glowing with determination. Suddenly, a metal hook shot toward him, catching the collar of his jacket and pulling hard. Wang Tek was dragged across the ground, caught off guard, his body scraping through the mud. He glared upward. Kim Ji-yeon-sam coldly said, Sorry about that. Then Cheon-suat cursed loudly. Dan, I'm not sorry at all. A punch, hard as iron, landed right on his face. The punch was so powerful, it felt like a fireball, burning everything in its path. Cheon-suat's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Wang Tek was struck hard, blood pouring out of him. The Ministry of Defense quickly gained the upper hand. Everything was going according to plan, using the Air Force to distract Lieutenant Colonel Lim and his team. The night battle grew more intense, with forces focused on attacking the weaker defense points. Wang Tek sprinted toward the deep forest. A soldier, hiding behind a tree, reported, As expected, sir, the target is moving south. On the other side, they had already picked up the information. Sir, we're waiting for orders. The lieutenant smirked with a sinister grin. They knew everything was unfolding as planned. They had figured out Wang Tek's weak spot. Lieutenant Colonel Lim wouldn't abandon his team. He mocked with pleasure. What's the use of being smart if you can't even control your emotions? How shameful, Lieutenant Colonel Lim. And when the Ministry of Defense counterattacked, it was time for them to carry out their mission. In the end, Lieutenant Colonel Lim made his biggest mistake. A steel fist was thrown. Cheon-suat grabbed Wang Tek by the collar, shaking him forcefully. His face was stern, emotion simmering just beneath the surface. For a moment, Wang Tek's feet barely touched the ground as Cheon-suat pushed him back, asserting control. The tension hung in the air. Cheon-suat watched as Wang Tek fell, struggling to regain his balance, a slight, bitter smile creeping across his face. Then, he broke the silence. You didn't see this coming, did you? Thought I'd stay locked away forever? Wang Tek, breathless and bruised, tried to stand. The coup had been a high-stakes game, and Lim's tactical error had left Wang Tek exposed. In Cheon-suat's eyes, that single misstep was enough to undermine him. Stop crawling and get up. I'm not finished. You thought I was nothing because of where I came from. Because I was part of the mob? The radio suddenly sparked to life with urgent voices. Sir, where are you? Both the western and eastern posts are under siege, awaiting orders. Another voice, earnest and resolute, came through. It's an honor to serve you. Please help guide this country to a better future. Then another, we're holding strong at the southern post. We're still waiting for you. He crawled across the floor, gently holding the handgun in his hand. Wang Tek's face was covered in blood, his eyes weighed down by conflicting thoughts. In that moment, he began to reflect on everything, every mistake he had made. He should have realized earlier that this was a rebellion hidden so cleverly that everything would collapse the moment he fell. He shouldn't have left the command center. That was where he was needed the most, not in the middle of this battlefield. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself. No, don't think about it. I can't change what's already happened. Wang Tek struggled to get up as Cheon-suat and Kim Ji-yeon-sam approached. There was only one way to save everyone. I have to defeat these two and survive. I have to escape here alive. I have to win and overcome every obstacle to save everyone. Wang Tek raised his gun, ready to fire. Cheon-suat noticed the weapon, and immediately, a bullet was speeding toward him. To his surprise, Cheon-suat blocked it with just a wave of his hand. He cursed under his breath. Damn, I just blocked a bullet. Wang Tek's sharp eyes locked onto his opponent. The man looked back at him with the same intensity. Another shot rang out. This time, Wang Tek succeeded. He hit Cheon-suat. He lost his balance, and his body swayed before crashing to the ground. Wang Tek kept firing his gun, shooting nonstop. Cheon-suat continued using his usual tactic, blocking the bullets with his hands. Kim Ji-yeon-sam from behind swung his fishing rod toward Wang Tek, striking him with such force that he was sent flying several meters. Cheon-suat looked down at him and scolded. Old man, what's taking you so long? I'm about to get shot here. He calmly responded, It's not that bad. Kim Ji-yeon-sam's hands are moving faster with each passing second. The lieutenant is actually a better person than you think. Even though he's trying to overthrow the government, he paused, then added confidently, I only need this fishing rod to fight. Just shut up and watch. A few more moves and he'll be defeated. Indeed, Wine-Tech had been outmatched by him this whole time. Kim Ji-yeon-sam's killing intent was rising inside his mind. Yeah, just stay down there. Isn't getting caught better than getting killed? Once again, Wine-Tech spat out blood. Please, I came here to save Cheolsu, not to kill you. His eyes grew vacant. The memory of Wine-Tech suddenly came rushing back as he was performing emergency care on a teammate. Breath, breathe, damn it. Luckily, the teammate spat out a deadly amount of blood. Wine-Tech gave a small, encouraging smile. That's it, boy. The man whispered each word shaky, Sir, why were you so late? His eyes had the same vacant look, focusing only on Wine-Tech. Wine-Tech hesitated before speaking. I won't be late again. Suddenly, a sharp knife flew through the air. Kim Ji-yeon-sam jerked in realization. He had underestimated Wine-Tech. He's a bigger fish than I thought. It turned out the fishing rod was broken, the line was cut, and now they had to reset it. Give me some time. Cheon-suak glanced behind him, muttering, damn, he's about to die, and now this? What's happening? You threw him far enough already. He shoves up again, I'll finish him off. Kim Ji-yeon-sam remained cautious about Wine-Tech. Don't underestimate him. The major limb we're up against isn't an ordinary person. He still has a gun, and he even cut the fishing line. Even though he's injured, he's still going to charge at us with everything he's got. But Cheon-suak didn't seem to care. He's probably running out of ammo. Don't make a big deal out of it. Wine-Tech leaned against a tree, struggling to stand up. He gritted his teeth. As he changed the magazine, he worried. I don't have much ammo left, he thought to himself. I need to find a way to survive, but how am I going to get past them? He pulled a syringe out of his pocket. The last resort, I might have to use it, if there's no hope left. Wine-Tech wrapped his arms around himself, standing up. He reloaded his sniper rifle, just as Seo rang and Cheolsu appeared. Don't shoot, we're allies. What happened to him? He stared confused, lowering his gun. Wine-Tech smiled slightly. He would never give up. Cheolsu's teammates started to appear one by one. He said, looks like you guys have been fighting too. Jinbu spoke up. The government forces opened fire without even listening to us. Whether we want to or not, we have to fight to survive. Wine-Tech confidently told them, see, I told you to stick with my side. Cheolsu had to speak up, trying to calm the situation. Come on, are you really going to keep licking your wounds and complaining like this? Or do you plan to tell us how we're supposed to survive? Leaning against a tree, he mumbled, we're about to lose, but it's not too late. They quickly moved toward the center of Lieutenant Colonel Lim's base at the Unjin nuclear plant. One soldier cautiously lifted a mirror to check the situation, but immediately stepped back down. In the middle, their leader raised his hand as a signal. 2 or 3 of them peeked out and started firing in rapid succession. The enemy was hit by a burst of bullets, but the 2 of them quickly crouched down again, their nerves clearly frayed. Dan, we're surrounded. No matter how many we take down, they just keep coming. We're going to run out of ammo before we can take them all out. One of the soldiers asked, Captain, has Lieutenant Colonel Lim given orders yet? The captain answered, not yet. He's probably in a more dangerous spot than we are right now. The soldier replied, but we need him here more than anywhere else. Everything will be over if they break through the central area. His expression was extremely serious. Watch your mouth. Our mission is to hold this position and stay confident that Lieutenant Colonel Lim will come to save us, just like he always does. He remembered previous missions. At that moment, Wine-Tech wiped the sweat from his brow. Did I arrive in time? Is anyone hurt? His teammate was so emotional he couldn't speak. Sir, the captain glanced behind him. Don't panic. We still have John Gum. At that moment, John Gum appeared in full armor. He slammed his fists together, causing the defense soldiers to panic. That monster. Bullets rained down on John Gum, but even though they were close, not a single one left a scratch. He slammed 2 soldiers together. When the soldier's gun ran out of bullets, he fearfully backed away. Please don't kill me. John Gum nearly roared like a lion. I really admire your courage, but you broke my shield. From now on, you'll be my shield. Meanwhile, the defense soldiers aimed their scopes at John Gum, and he said, that guy isn't a hunter nor a soldier. He's just a monster. His figure started to move, and he thought to himself, I'm going to take down that disgusting monster. The gunshot rang out immediately, and another figure was hiding deep in the forest. Sony had completed the mission flawlessly, clearing out the National Defense Troops. All the enemy snipers in the central area have been taken care of. You can move around without worrying about being shot anymore. Chogan stood among Wine-Tech's soldiers, surrounded by crates of ammunition. He was engrossed in fiddling with the radio when one of the soldiers yanked it from his hands and spoke up. Do you even know the radio codes? Stop standing there. He reported to the other side over the radio. We've infiltrated the ammunition supply depot for the central area. In other words, they won't be getting resupplied anymore. The other side was silent, listening closely. We can gradually weaken them or neutralize them with precise firepower. Either way, we'll win this fight. Good luck, everyone. The soldier smiled. What did I just say? We just need to hold our positions and keep the enemy contained at their base. But we don't have to wait anymore. The hunters are on our side now. Now it's our turn to take them down. A pair of binoculars from the Ministry of Defense was still quietly observing. There are 4 people, waiting for the order to act. The soldier from the Ministry of Defense asked again. We've already lured Lieutenant Colonel Lim, but we still have to put in effort to break through their defenses. Are you sure we won't be in danger? As soon as he finished speaking, his face was grabbed. The lieutenant became aggressive and threatened. Watch your mouth, you keep talking about bad luck. His anger was rising. Everything in this operation had been planned carefully step by step. Every piece on the board had its role, and their actions were unpredictable. He then released the soldier's face and continued. But the result won't change. This coup revolves around Lieutenant Colonel Lim. He looked at his own hand through the binoculars. Their resistance would come to an end, and he imagined grabbing Wang Tek by the head, hanging him up. He growled and gave an order. Contact our hunters. I want to know when they'll bring me his head. Meanwhile, in another location, the position of the lieutenant and the lower-level hunters. Who were you just fighting? Jung-gu had always believed. I thought you were one of the strongest A-rank hunters. Who could possibly bring you down like this? Wang Tek didn't hide anything from them. They sent 2 A-rank hunters to face me. Cao Rang was shocked upon hearing this. 2 A-rank hunters? Petituro felt that this was becoming more and more impossible. Are you sure we can help? Someone like you is struggling, he said, his doubt clear. Wang Tek smirked. His sixth sense told him, yes, most hunters would have been killed instantly, but I have a feeling we can still win. Jim-gu fully agreed with Wang Tek's words. Of course I believe in you, but we don't have experience fighting other hunters and even less experience fighting A-rank hunters. They're above us. Are you sure this will work? Wang Tek's steady gaze reassured them. I have a plan. Everyone there listened closely, hanging on every word. Even the other hunters, including the team leaders, would follow Jim-gu's orders. Everyone said in unison, well done, Jim-gu. Jim-gu started explaining his plan. You all will head to the central area and help our forces defend it. However, Jim-gu noticed an issue. He said, I know they need help, but we should take down the 2 A-rank hunters first because we have more people. Wang Tek immediately spoke up. Sorry to be blunt, but no matter how many weaker hunters we have, they won't help me take down an A-rank hunter. Wang Tek continued to share his thoughts with everyone. Actually, if the forces around me get weaker, things will get much worse. It'll force me to make tough decisions. Let me ask you this, if they become a burden to you, would you abandon your teammates? See, I know you wouldn't be able to do that. No one said anything. Wang Tek even emphasized his point further. Also, surviving against A-rank hunters isn't enough. We need to defeat every unit from the Ministry of Defense if we're going to win this fight. I need you to help out with the other units so we can minimize our side's losses. After a moment of explanation, Jim-gu nodded in agreement. Yeah, you're right, but I'm not sure I can lead so many people like that. He gently patted Jim-gu on the shoulder, fully trusting him. I know you can do it. You've grown a lot since you left Busan. Just look around. You've led the people here to survive. Jim-gu stayed silent for a few minutes. Everyone started to move according to the plan. They were dividing up the tasks. We'll split into 2 groups to face each of the A-rank hunters. Sarang kept praising, but her face showed frustration. It's nice to have someone recognize my abilities, but I'm not even sure I can survive this myself. Peduro pointed out a weakness in the plan. We can't split Captain Lemon into 2 parts, so one group will have to face an A-rank hunter without him. Cheolsu was more interested in something else. I've been wondering this whole time, who did they send as hunters? That gorilla must be coming, right? Wang Tek turned around and praised him. Good instinct. Yep, that thug showed up. Cheolsu volunteered immediately. He offered to face Cheon Swa himself. Let me handle him. There's something I need to settle. Wang Tek didn't object. In fact, he agreed. All right, that's the plan. But you'll run into trouble when it comes to the other person. Cheolsu looked confused. What do you mean? Wang Tek nodded. Yeah, exactly what you're thinking. Then he revealed a name that caught Cheolsu off guard. The other person is Mr. Kim Ji-yeon Sam. Cheolsu immediately recalled the words the man once told him. I'll help you. I said I'd be your mentor, remember? Wang Tek continued. I heard you 2 used to be pretty close. Cheolsu's face tensed as he replied quietly. So now, I'll be one to face Mr. Kim Ji-yeon Sam. Wang Tek offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, we're not going to hurt him. You know I respect my elders. Besides, if the government forced him into this, they probably offered something in return. Once he's been subdued, just help us convince him. Cheolsu's hand clenched involuntarily. A sense of anger rose in him. He wasn't about to let his enemies go easily. Then he said, I won't let that gorilla get away. Are you okay? Winetek really liked the mood Cheolsu was in right now. That's exactly what I wanted. Good luck. The night seemed endless, refusing to give way to the new day. Sarang and Cheolsu carefully scanned the surroundings. What was meant to happen would happen. They had just encountered the one they had been looking for. Cheon-suat flashed a mocking, bright smile. Are you happy to see me? How's it going, weakling? Sarang glanced at him, trying to read his mood. Suddenly, she was angrier than Cheolsu. Come on, are you scared? I thought you were going to kill him. Cheolsu smirked and got ready for a fight. Scared? Yeah, that's right. Let's fight. And then the battle was officially on. Meanwhile, on Wangtek's side, he and Peduro were facing off against Kim Ji-yeon-sam. He gave the order. I attacked earlier, but our target didn't take any damage, so I need you to be my shield. A voice from the shadows spoke softly. I think you're making a foolish choice. Another life or death battle. There was no room for mistakes or retreat. The hunters aimed their weapons at each other instead of the zombies. Kim Ji-yeon-sam was cautious with Wangtek, the person the Ministry of Defense considered their #1 enemy. Peduro and his team weren't any different. They were determined to end Kim Ji-yeon-sam's life, leaving no way out for him. The battle between Sarang, Cheolsu, and Cheon-suat was about to begin. As they ran, they talked. Cheolsu spoke first. According to the plan, we can adapt as we go, just like we did with the zombies. Sarang angrily shouted, Are you kidding me? A plan isn't something you can just whip up on the spot. Cheon-suat, on the other hand, thought he was sure to win. They charged forward like moths to a flame. Fine, it's either fight or die, she said. She paused to think for a moment and then added, I may be small, but I'm quick, so I'll always target their lower bodies. Meanwhile, Sarang reasoned correctly. Cheolsu was aiming for the guy's head. Just as I thought, he'll target the upper body because he has the strength and speed for it. Sarang quickly checked the lower area, getting ready to strike. That way, the attack won't be blocked. This is the best plan we have. Cheon-suat exclaimed, causing the two of them to freeze. Is that all? To him, they were just like mosquitoes buzzing around. Cheon-suat's tone grew sharper. Dan, are you guys making a joke out of an A-class hunter? His voice turned sarcastic. It seems like I already beat you once, and now you want more punishment. Cheolsu immediately grabbed the stick in front of him and confidently asked them, Do you see the difference in strength now? He held the stick, his hand trembling. I've gotten stronger and tougher since the last time I met him, but why do I still feel so hopeless? Cheolsu recalled the dark days when he had been beaten senseless by him. An image of a defeated man filled his mind. I'll never be as strong as him, no matter how hard I try. That thought made him grit his teeth, his anger flaring up. This is so unfair. Sarang, still clear-headed, reminded him. The fight isn't just decided by strength. Is that all you've learned? She emphasized each word, strength, speed, and real combat experience. She pushed Cheolsu to remember and apply them. Then she continued, You must have learned something, right? Sarang also reminded him of a few things since the last time he saw that guy. From deep within his eyes, Cheolsu felt like he was on the right track. That's right, she's right. There are many ways to win. I can't just rush in and wear myself out like this. I need to approach him differently. He regained his focus and prepared for the next attack. Let's try again. This time, I won't waste any energy. Cheon-suat also suddenly noticed something was off. Sure enough, this time Cheolsu shifted, completely changing the situation. He guessed, is he trying to break my arm? Cheolsu's legs held Cheon-suat's arm firmly. He gritted his teeth as she struggled with all her might. It's not as hard as I thought. He had to clear his mind of any worries, which helped him remember the moves he'd seen before. Cheolsu shouted, calling for Sarang's help. Come on, help me. Finish him off. At that moment, she was several meters away. Hearing that, Sarang dashed toward him like the wind. At the same time, Cheon-suat threw a powerful iron fist towards them. Sarang quickly dodged to the side and landed on the ground. Both of them, on either side, gripped the man's arm tightly. Cheon-suat roared in anger. These fools really don't know their place. Cheolsu shouted to Sarang, signaling her he's holding on with his physical strength, but if he loosens up, even for a second, we can break his arm. According to what was said, one thing had been repeated several times. Cheon-suat is really good at calculating. Suddenly, he flashed a strange smile. They both needed to use their strength wisely. Then Cheon-suat thought they only have one advantage, and that's speed. Right now, I can't break free. Sarang and Cheolsu have firmly locked onto my arms. I need to regroup with the old man and kill him as quickly as possible. You two are wasting energy like this instead of distracting me with your speed. He gave off a sinister vibe. That's not bad, though. Cheolsu was struggling to hold onto the arm. Cheon-swat purposely swung his arm into a tree, hoping to injure Cheolsu that way. Sarang was also doing her best to keep a tight grip on Cheon-swat's arm. She was hit by strong, furious jerks. Cheolsu yelled out to remind her, "If you let go, we're going to die. Hold on tight." Sarang, hearing that, gripped tighter. Cheon-swat, seeing this, shouted a challenge, "Yeah, keep holding on, then let me slam you into the tree until you die, you worthless scum." Meanwhile, at Wangtek's location, something glowing flew toward them. He shouted to Peduro, "It's coming, run." A hook-like object, looking like an alien thing, was heading toward the enemy. Wangtek quickly moved, dodging the hook coming straight at him. This surprised Kim Ji-yeon-sam for a moment. Next, Wangtek counterattacked with a gun. Kim Ji-yeon-sam easily dodged it. Peduro, exhausted, avoided the hook and collapsed to the ground, letting out a long breath. Peduro crawled toward some large pieces of wood. He was confused about many things, but the most important thing right now is how to deal with that hook. I can barely even see the line. How does he know where it's going? And how did Mr. Lim dodge that strike? I have to admit that both of them are very strong, but they make one mistake and they'll die instantly. At that moment, Wangtek appeared right in front of him and said, "Don't let it scare you. You have to try to catch the fishing line at least once." Peduro suddenly felt confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Wangtek slowly explained, "That old man can see my bullets and dodge them instantly. There's no doubt he's considered the strongest A-rank hunter. He's incredible." Wangtek reminded Peduro, and also himself, "We have to be flexible. We need to catch the fishing line before it's raised and use it to pull him toward us. Then we'll defeat him." Suddenly, Peduro snapped, shouting angrily, "You think I can catch that line? That line can slice through an entire forest. By the time I catch it, it'll have sliced me in half." Wangtek remained calm and replied, "Look carefully. It can only cut the target it's aimed at. I've started to notice the pattern." As the fishing line slowed down, he gave Peduro a quick tip, saying, "Focus and follow its movement." He continued, "You need to rub sand on your hands too. You'll need the friction." But Peduro still thought this was something hard to pull off. "Are you kidding?" He sighed deeply, exhausted. Peduro wanted to double-check. Is this plan even possible? He could only reply, "You'll have to do it. If not, that old man's going to kill us." Then Peduro scratched up some dirt. "You're crazy," he said. He rubbed the dirt onto his hands and signaled for Wangtek. "I can't see the fishing line. You'll need to tell me when to grab it." With a cigar in his mouth and calmly sharpening a knife with a gun, Wangtek replied, "What are you afraid of? Your Pope said you'll go to heaven if you die." Peneduro's spirits lifted. He was ready to fight to the end. "No, we only get to go to heaven if we fight zombies to the death. We won't get anything if we're killed by a human." Wangtek smirked. "Well, then we're in trouble." Something was charging at them. Wangtek shouted, "He's coming." Zombies were piling up high like hills. The day after the zombie outbreak, the government focused on killing zombies and building walls. People ran in every direction, desperately searching for a way to survive. The lack of clear leadership and security led to fights among the residents of Busan, all scrambling for supplies. No one had guns or weapons, so it was all hand-to-hand combat. They also started looking for support. Members of large anarchist gangs emerged. No one was an exception, even prisoners who had escaped. Everyone wanted to stand up and fight back, and the survivors were ready to kill each other. In just one night, the city became more chaotic than ever. A hand rose from the pile of dead bodies, but the one who stood above everyone in this battle was Cheon-swat. Cheon-swat ran his fingers through his hair, standing on top of the chaos, and sighed, "That was close. I thought I was gonna die here." He began to grow more arrogant. No one dared challenge Cheon-swat. He spoke in a commanding tone, sending a chill through the others. "You guys want to kill me, huh?" Cheon-swat's face twisted into a cruel grin. "You two, become my subordinates," he ordered. He had been blessed with a body stronger than anyone else's. With his solid, muscular body, immense strength, and unlimited stamina, Cheon-swat was very confident in his abilities. This was what made him the kingpin of this city. Back in the present, Cheon-swat screamed, "I'm going to kill both of you tonight." Cheolsu was on the brink of exhaustion. "I can't hold on much longer." He glanced at Sarang, who was still hanging on. No way, she's still holding on tightly. Cheolsu said, "If I can't break his arm, we won't have to endure this pain any longer." Then he shouted, "Change of plans, Sarang. Let go of him and run. Go find Lieutenant Lim or any of the hunters from the Ministry of Defense." But Sarang refused, unwilling to leave Cheolsu alone. "No, we can beat him together. How can you possibly handle this gorilla by yourself?" After hearing this, he steeled himself and urged her, "Is that so? Then keep holding on tight. If you can hold one of his arms, I'll get the chance to kill him." With that, Cheolsu kicked the man in the face, quickly pulled his arm free, and landed near him. He watched Cheon Swat fumble around, deep in thought. I need to think carefully now. We had to fight back, because if we didn't, Sarang would die, and I'd be right behind her. Either I'd be killed, or she would be. This could be described as a battle between two opponents with a huge difference in strength. Cheolsu would lose instantly if their attack stopped for even a moment, giving Cheon Swat time to think and act. Cheolsu had to take down the giant in front of him. This was a fight he had to win at all costs, even if it meant pushing himself to the limit. Cheolsu took a deep breath, ready to use every trick in the book. He didn't hesitate to play dirty. When he saw his enemy in front of him, he suddenly threw something into his eyes, causing the giant to stumble. Cheon Swat held his eye and screamed. What the hell was that? Doesn't matter who it is, man or woman, Cheolsu said as he quickly moved his feet. Every man has his weakness. No matter how much training they've had, that's exactly what Cheolsu was aiming for. With one swift kick, he drove his foot straight into Cheon Swat's crotch, hitting him in a blind spot. The giant never saw it coming. In reality, Cheolsu was just targeting the weak spot. Cheolsu seized the opportunity and moved in to strike again. The pain twisted in his gut, but he powered through, landing a hit to Cheon Swat's side, followed by a solid blow near the ribs. A pained cry escaped from Cheon Swat. Cheolsu's eyes burned with determination as he stared him down. Even Sarang was stunned, unable to understand, how is this happening? A B-rank hunter isn't supposed to overpower an A-rank hunter, not even for a second. But there was an explanation. It was all built on something simple. Cheolsu had never let go of the humiliation he once endured. That day, Cheon Swat had defeated him and left him powerless. Cheon Swat always overlooked the little things, showing no restraint against those weaker than himself. But Cheolsu had climbed his way back step by step, never forgetting who his target was. He had always been focused on Cheon Swat, while the latter thought only of his own strength. Ever since that defeat, Cheolsu had spent every day preparing for this moment. Now he was almost there. He called out to Sarang, what are you waiting for? Hold his arm now. He quickly urged her, he's losing strength in his arm. Hearing this, she immediately used all of her strength to twist the huge man's arm. Finally, the bones in his arm cracked with a sharp snap. He screamed in pain, you brat, you dirty toy. Cheon Swat angrily tried to punch him in the face. At that moment, Cheolsu grabbed a handful of dirt and said, you can't catch me. He then shoved the dirt into his eyes, trying to make sure the man couldn't see anything. Cheolsu continued to direct her, don't give him a chance to recover, break the other arm too. Sarang quickly slipped her hand around the other arm. She grabbed it and twisted, breaking the bone. The sound of it snapping was like the crunch of potato chips. Cheon Swat yelled angrily, damn, these guys are unbelievable. He slammed Sarang to the ground. The blow made her cough up blood, and her whole body shook from the pain. Cheolsu shouted in panic, Sarang. The man could feel every joint in his broken arm. He gritted his teeth and glared at Cheon Swat. The girl had finally managed to injure his arm. Determined, he threw a punch, thinking to himself, I have to survive tonight. A gorilla without arms will never beat a human. Cheolsu charged forward and punched Cheon Swat in the face. Cheon Swat couldn't handle it. He spat out a mouthful of blood and gasped for air, taking a long breath. Sarang, who had been thrown far away, was extremely worried about him. Cheolsu has been shot in the stomach, and he's also injured from fighting that gorilla. Soon, he won't be able to fight anymore. She tried to rally Cheolsu's spirits. This is a battle of endurance between Chu and Cheon Swat. You've got a strong will, don't give up. Cheolsu was determined to throw another punch. I'm going to get back everything Cheon Swat has done to me, all the humiliation I've had to endure. The image of Eri, whom Cheon Swat had struck hard in the face, flashed in his mind. He remembered every person who had fought by his side, the hopes of those who would never return. He even felt deep regrets for the people he couldn't protect. Cheolsu had personally buried those he loved. I will make him pay for everything. With all this strength, he threw a powerful punch, sending Cheon Swat flying backward, blood pouring from his nose. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose as he staggered, losing his balance and stumbling backward. Cheolsu's legs could no longer hold him up. He collapsed to his knees, his body growing weaker and weaker in front of Cheon Swat. Sweat poured down his face. Cheolsu frowned, gasping for air. I don't have much strength left. Just fall already, please fall already, he muttered. The man's eyes widened in shock. Cheon Swat, struggling to breathe, stammered, unable to form coherent words. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. He managed to say, his voice full of exhaustion. You monster, how are you still standing? Cheolsu stammered. A strand of hair brushed through the night air. Sarang sat beside her friend, casting a soft, gentle glance at Cheolsu before taking his hand in hers. Sarang spoke quietly. Can you punch him one more time? What if we team up? Cheolsu smirked, recalling the words Eri had once told him. Sharpen your skills and build your future. His right hand clenched into a fist and his left did the same. Cheolsu had once yelled at the trashy people around him, "I thought we were supposed to kill zombies, right? Isn't that why you're called professionals?" His face was filled with rage. "Then what? Are you lowering yourselves like that just for money?" Aries' words stirred something deep inside him, making him feel like he could take on the world. He remembered every single word, every detail, just as it was. Cheolsu used all his strength to punch the man in the face and blood splattered everywhere. Finally, Cheon-suat collapsed unconscious. Cheolsu was panting, his gaze meeting Seo-rang's. After their battle with Cheon-suat, Seo-rang responded with a look of his own. The two of them high-fived. It was a perfect ending, with Kim Cheolsu and Seo-rang emerging victorious. Palduro and Winetek were still running from Kim Ji and Sam's fishing hook. He was maneuvering the hook while thinking to himself. They'd gone deeper into the forest now. Is this part of Lieutenant Lim's plan? That's a smart move. I guess they're trying to get into blind spots to avoid the hook. This isn't good. I need to capture Lieutenant Lim as soon as possible to end this pointless battle. Kim Ji-yeon Sam reeled in the fishing line and changed his plan. It's time to switch the bait. I'll clear out all the trees if they try to hide behind them. The fishing line shifted focus to a new area. That's exactly what Lieutenant Lim has been waiting for. Moving deeper into the forest will force Kim Ji-yeon Sam to switch from a small bait to a larger, stronger one, faster and more powerful, transforming a small bait into a plump fish, then moving on to an even bigger, stronger bait will destroy the entire forest and force Kim to change his strategy. At this moment, Winetek is extremely eager. Lieutenant Lim has been waiting for the moment when the line slows down. Kim Ji-yeon Sam kneels down, switching tools. He glances to the side and can clearly see it. Now the fishing line is more visible. Winetek quietly conveys his intention to Paduro. This is the split second he's been waiting for. Winetek shouts, "Paduro, now's our chance." Paduro takes off his jacket before the line gets there, then twists it around his hand. Angrily, he grabs the fishing line. "I've got it." Paduro confirms. Winetek urgently orders, "Pull. Let him see that we're the ones winning this time." Paduro pulls with all of his might. His feet dig in for balance. Winetek thinks to himself, if Paduro can defeat that old man with pure strength and bring him here, that would be the best outcome. Winetek, filled with anger, sped up his run, but I can't just sit here and wait for that to happen. He ran through the forest where Kim Ji-yeon Sam was hiding. I'll finish this fight while his weapon is disabled. Meanwhile, Kim Ji-yeon Sam was struggling to hold on. Why is the fishing line so tight? He was beginning to doubt. Has it gotten stuck? Or his mind raced to the most likely scenario. Lieutenant Lin was holding his fishing line with his bare hands. On the other side, Petituro, using his muscular strength, gripped the line tightly. No matter what, he wouldn't let go. He may be an A-class hunter, but he's older than me. This isn't a fight about technique or skill. I can't lose to him in a battle of strength. Step by step, Petituro trudged forward, dragging his opponent along. In the distance, Kim Ji-yeon Sam was being slowly pulled. He struggled to control the fishing pole, finding it hard to keep it steady. The line isn't stuck on any trees or rocks. Something's pulling my line. He must have decided to grab it and pull it. He's really bold, Kim Ji-yeon Sam thought to himself, then decided to play his trump card. Well, then I'll just have to show you what I'm capable of. His arm bulged with muscle and veins, straining as he pulled hard toward himself. The sudden force made Paduro stagger. He was struggling to keep everything under control. What the heck? How is this old guy so strong? Paduro faced forward again, pushing with even more force. Guess I'll have to pull harder. Suddenly, he paused for a moment, then slowly turned his head to look behind him. An invisible presence swept over him. He feels like a mountain, Paduro thought. He could sense an overwhelming, unpredictable strength. He's standing firm, not moving an inch. That mountain isn't going anywhere. No matter how hard I try to move it, I'll fail. Paduro had pulled so hard that his shirt tore and blood was starting to spill. In reality, trying to pull him toward himself was only making things worse. But within him, a new surge of determination rose. His eyes grew cold with murderous intent. Then I'll have to pin him down somehow. Everyone will die if Lieutenant Colonel Lim doesn't win this fight. At a certain school, zombies had taken over everything around them. The students scattered in panic, desperately trying to find a way to survive. A group of them managed to find a safe spot to hide, at least for the moment. One student glanced over at his friend next to him. Aon Xian was crying, tears of fear streaming down his face. The student smirked and spoke to him mockingly. Hey, Aon Xian, if you're scared, you can leave. I don't think we can hold out much longer anyway. He puffed out of his chest and laughed at his friend's emotions. You're always the last one to leave practice, always the one who stays behind to clean the equipment. So if you want to go, go ahead. Try to survive as long as you can. Aon Xian slowly stopped crying. The student, who had sacrificed himself for Iong Xian, urged him to run. You have to survive for all of us. It turned out that the student was Pad Hero. By now, his shirt was in tatters and ropes were wrapped around his muscles. He tried to comfort himself. I'll survive. I'm not going to run away like a coward anymore. Panduro roared like a lion, using all his strength to fight off the enemy. He had bet his life on this final struggle. Where the distance between them was as wide as the radius of a lake, Kim Ji-yeon-sam thought that this overwhelming power could only belong to an A-rank hunter, someone like Lieutenant Lim. Somewhere, Wangtek was still holding part of a fishing line. A shadow passed by Kim Ji-yeon-sam. He quickly glanced over and gave the person a chance to approach. Wangtek, as fast as a chia, immediately lunged at Kim Ji-yeon-sam. He gritted his teeth and greeted him sharply. Hello, Mr. Kim Ji-yeon-sam. While the older man was focused elsewhere, someone else is pulling on my fishing line. But Kim Ji-yeon-sam was smart enough to understand. You think I didn't expect someone to try to ambush me? He had another weapon in his hand. Wangtek charged forward to grab him, but Kim Ji-yeon-sam was ready. He prepared to deal with both of them at once, his anger rising as he aimed his gun at his enemy. The night grew more uncertain, and gunshots rang out across the base. The soldiers from the Ministry of Defense still kept their distance. The lieutenant ground his teeth in frustration. Dan, why do you guys keep resisting? Either way, Lieutenant Lim is going to die. He looked down on the thought, thinking, your small efforts will be crushed and no one will care about them. So why even bother? Then, one of his subordinates, holding a radio, panic-stricken, reported, Sir, Cheon Swat has been taken down. The lieutenant muttered, Taken down, huh? He grabbed his subordinate by the collar, shouting and cursing relentlessly, Do you think this is a boxing match? What happened to Lieutenant Lim? Did Cheon Swat hurt him before going down? The subordinate, sweating in fear, continued reporting, I've been told that Cheon Swat didn't face Lieutenant Lim. Sir, Cheon Swat was defeated by the survivors of the attack. Suddenly, the lieutenant remembered someone and quickly asked, What about Kim Ji-yeon-sam? Is he fighting with Lieutenant Lim? The subordinate's eyes widened in fear. Yes, sir, but I've been informed that he's also struggling. The lieutenant raised his hand, slapping the subordinate across the face and yelling, I told you, Lieutenant Lim is the only one we need to eliminate. Complete the mission. The voice of that man echoed through the mountains and forests. Is it really that hard? Then he tossed his subordinate aside and quickly came up with a cruel plan, announcing to the entire army, Release that creature. My subordinate doesn't understand the order. What, sir? The lieutenant shot a sharp glance. Release the A-class mutated specimen. The soldier hesitated, asking for more details. Where should we release it, sir? We're too far from Lieutenant Lim. He immediately disagreed. No, Kim Ji-yeon-sam might switch sides if we release it there. Destroying zombies is his top priority as a hunter. The soldier cautiously asked. Then, where should we release it, sir? He lowered his head slightly, where they're fighting nonstop. Down there, upon hearing this, the soldier panicked, and before he could react, a bullet pierced through him. What? What about our people? Before he finished speaking, the lieutenant shot him dead. The lieutenant calmly put his gun back in his pocket, its face darkening. Release that creature. It will attract the enemy hunter's attention. Then you can take out everyone down there. The other subordinates obeyed the command, Yes, sir. Then the remaining soldier quickly ran off. At that moment, his face turned cold and ruthless. My mission is to eliminate Lieutenant Lim and crush this rebellion. I will not let this mission fail. Do you understand? Suddenly, a pair of legs stopped in their tracks. The lieutenant's subordinate halted, finding something massive in front of him. It wasn't anything else. It was the container that held what was called a monster. On the box, there was a small hole. The soldier took out a key. The guards around him panicked. Are you really going to open that? Did we give the order? He continued to act. Yes, sir has decided this is the only way. One of the guards interjected, his voice full of worry. Wait, does he know what's inside? The soldier stepped forward, holding out his hand to stop them. We can only stop it by cutting off its oxygen supply, because we can't kill it. The guard's voice trembled. It's an A-class mutant. Another story began to unfold, revealing that only a few A-class mutants existed. Because meeting the standards is extremely difficult, here are a few examples. First, a mutated strain that has killed or infected over 2 million people. These could have terrifying power. Second, a mutated strain capable of destroying more than 2 military regiments by itself or matching the strength of a corpse and causing widespread death and destruction. Third, a mutated strain that has taken over 1 or more cities. And even worse, fourth, a mutated strain that has killed 1 or more A-rank hunters. It's something almost unbeatable. A zombie is considered an A-rank mutated strain and poses a threat to the rest of humanity when it meets one of these conditions. However, there are exceptions. An ancient Roman soldier met 3 of the 4 standards and is regarded as one of the strongest mutated strains in history. To help him grow stronger, the Ministry of Defense imprisoned that creature in exchange for the lives of thousands of soldiers and hunters. And now, to pursue short-term gains, they're preparing to release it into the world simply because they don't like being betrayed. The guard grabbed the soldier's hand, trying his best to persuade him. Listen, I know it's an A-class mutant, okay? But if I don't open it, they'll label me a traitor. To his surprise, the soldier jerked his hand away and said, they'll harm my family in Busan. He stuck to his decision. Maybe they will. The soldier gave an angry, dazed smile, causing just enough damage to shift the situation and stop it. Maybe the Ministry of Defense had a way to control it already. That was probably why they left it with us in the first place. The 2 guards stepped aside in fear. Finally, the door opened. The 3 of them instinctively stepped back, their mouths agape and eyes wide. It was just an empty box, nothing inside, but a flash of light shot out from within the metal box, instantly killing and obliterating all 3 of them. Their heads immediately fell to the ground. He revealed sharp fangs looking like a terrifying monster. The A-class mutant, an ancient Roman soldier. He noticed a light in the distance. The Roman soldier's eyes glowed. Muttering to himself, the war over there, the sound of bullets firing nonstop. Soldiers from the Ministry of Defense scrambled, shouting, reload, we've got the enemy's location. Listen closely and adjust your sights. Fire 3 rounds to the left. Something seemed to zip past the soldier's neck. Panicked, he shouted. What the hell was that? In an instant, hundreds of people lost their lives. He kept muttering 2 words, war. Some people were pierced through the chest by ancient Roman soldiers. War. With just him alone, he had taken care of everything. His mouth kept repeating war. One soldier ran for his life, shouting desperately, help! It's a mutant species. His scream caught John Gung's attention. The mutant species has appeared, he said, his eyes wide as he watched in disbelief. A soldier pierced through the body. Everyone around him was stunned, frozen in shock. Giant Roman soldiers stood right in front of them. They couldn't believe their eyes. Everyone was in the same state of disbelief. An infamous A-class mutant species, which they had only read about in history books, was standing right before them. No one made a sound in the face of the terrifying, uninvited guest. They immediately stopped fighting, all eyes fixed on the strange creature before them. Gon muttered under his breath, I can't believe those bastards released this monster to wipe us out. The ancient Roman soldier prepared to do something. He let out a terrifying, bone-chilling roar and then charged forward, beginning his slaughter. The strikes of the Roman soldier claimed countless lives. Those who couldn't react in time were quickly killed. Very few of those people survived. Even those who managed to respond in time lost limbs. Some even lost a hand in just a second. After that, only the ancient Roman soldier remained. John Gum stood up and shouted, everyone, listen up. The battle between us is over. We need to revive our fighting spirit. If you want to survive, kill that mutated monster first. Sony carefully prepared her gun. Gon took hold of his blade, showing more strength than usual. The ancient Roman soldier exuded a terrifying aura of death. The radio by the lieutenant's side continued to crackle with static. The mutant strain has appeared on the battlefield. I repeat, the mutant strain has appeared. He was very pleased with the situation. Good. Listen up. All of the enemy's firepower, including snipers, will focus on the mutant strain. So now is your time to shine. He gave his orders. They'll be too busy fighting the mutant strain and they'll get injured soon. Take out the important units and finish them off. The sniper hesitated slightly after hearing this, his hand pulled away from the firing position. The sniper pointed out a flaw. But sir, if we eliminate their men, our units down there will be exposed to the mutant strain. He shouted back in opposition. Aren't we supposed to protect the safety of our allied forces? The lieutenant responded sarcastically. Why should I care? Oh, there's a troublemaker not listening. You work for Lieutenant Lim, don't you? Then suddenly, a gunshot rang out through the quiet forest. The lieutenant's cold voice gave the command. Take them out before I shoot you in the head. The rifle was raised and the lieutenant grinned like a monster. That's right. Our mission is to eliminate Lieutenant Lim and those who follow him. After that, we'll return to Busan, the lieutenant said. The captain added, we need to wipe them out completely. He laughed maniacally, losing his humanity. Don't worry about the mutated species, just focus on the humans. Suddenly, a voice rang out from somewhere, shaking everyone's spirit awake. If you want to stay alive, take out that mutated species first. Sony raised his gun in front of him, Chokan gripped his knife, and John Gung did the same. The face of the ancient Roman soldier snarled, as if he wanted to tear everyone apart. He began to take an attacking stance. All the soldiers widened their eyes in surprise. The ancient Roman soldier leaped into the air, and the soldiers immediately aimed their guns at him, shouting, die. He moved as fast as lightning. The soldiers screamed in terror, no. The ancient Roman soldier thrust his spear at Shogun's head. The 2 metal rods scraped against each other. Cheolgan gritted his teeth, struggling. He's too strong. I can't push it away. Cheolgan bent down to escape the spear and then decided to take a risky move. You get his legs with all your strength and I'll disarm him. The Roman soldier growled and groaned at that moment. He jumped up to take the offensive. The shield started to crack, causing everyone to stare in shock, their eyes wide open. They had thought it was a defensive shield. The ancient Roman soldier attacked John Gung. He glanced briefly at him, his face showing panic. John Gung looked around and realized the most terrifying thing about these mutated humanoids was that he noticed something strange about the Roman soldier. It had internal organs similar to a human's. John Gung landed a series of punches to the soldier's stomach. The Roman soldier had no way to resist. John Gung followed up with another powerful punch, saying, "You're going to die." This blow was extremely strong, hitting a weak spot. When the internal organs were injured, the ancient Roman soldier spit out a mouthful of blood. John Gung and Cheolgan recognized the opportunity. He's spitting blood. It's working. Suddenly, something long and with a mouth appeared from the soldier's mouth. It aimed for John Gung's shoulder. Cheolgan watched in fear, saying he's trying to infect him. John Gung gently grabbed it. The long thing tightened suddenly, nearly reaching John Gung's shoulder. The Grade B hunter. We can't engage the A-class mutated strain head-on. It's like a starving wild bear, unpredictable and brutal. It's a force of nature, backed by harsh reality. Anything can happen. That long, twisted form shattered the ground right in front of John Gung. Suddenly, Sodi's voice rang out from a few meters away. "Hey, muscle man, trust my cover fire and keep going. We can't stop now." She added with emphasis, "We're the backup for Colonel Lim." John Gung narrowed his eyes with firm resolve. These hunters had survived countless battles together. Both Cheolgan and Sony showed unwavering determination. "We've got this," John Gung called out mid-fight, signaling the others. His power came from his legs, moving with astonishing speed. "I'll try to hold it back." From a distance, Sony steadied her aim. Through her scope, she locked onto the target and held her breath. Target acquired. A shot echoed and chaos erupted. John Gung suddenly fell. His eyes widened, his expression frozen in shock, unable to respond. Both Sony and Cheolgan were stunned by the scene in front of them. Even the ancient Roman soldiers were taken aback. Cheolgan shouted out, his voice full of panic, as if he was about to lose his mind. "No, Sony, what did you just do?" He snapped at her. "How could you miss that shot?" Sony, firmly convinced that she hadn't missed, responded, "I clearly heard a gunshot. Someone took aim and shot him." She tried to shout back an explanation, "Wasn't me." Sony, drenched in sweat, was desperate to find the shooter. But who did it? Why now? Then she remembered something. Do you think the government in Busan might attack? Could they ignore our warning about blowing up the nuclear plant and risk a full-scale battle here? Winetek, speaking with a confident tone, replied, "They will definitely come. Like I told you, they can't think things through because their heads are already rotten." Sony, refusing to believe what was in her mind, shook her head. "No way. Why would they kill a hunter while there's an A-rank mutant here?" In a brief moment of stillness, Sony froze as the sniper aimed at her. Another gunshot rang out. Sony was hit, collapsing in the most unexpected way. As she fell, a few thoughts crossed her mind. Has the world really rotted this much? Is this why we're trying to change things here? Before leaving this world, she had one last hope. "Lieutenant Lim, you must win this." Sony lay there in front of Cheolgan. He screamed in panic. "No, no." The shield of the ancient Roman soldier swung down, striking Cheolgan repeatedly. A shot hit him from a distance of several meters. Fortunately, his comrades managed to catch him. One of the soldiers from his side tried to calm him down. "Just try to control your breathing. We'll do our best to buy you some time." More soldiers charged forward, standing behind the ancient Roman soldier-like monster. Suddenly, a voice came over the Defense Forces radio warning, "Hold on. What do you think you're doing? You're aiming in the wrong direction." The lieutenant, directing the soldiers as he wished, said, "These mutants are not our target. We're here to kill Lieutenant Lim, the traitor who started this coup. The enemy is distracted by the mutated species now. This is our chance." The soldier stammered, "But, sir," he tried to explain, "the mutated species will kill all of us if we shoot the rebels. Whether they're rebels or not, shouldn't we, as humans, fight together?" The man pressed his gun against the sniper below and threatened, "Find this guy who's talking and take him out." The lieutenant held up the radio, warning, "I'll say this one more time. Our mission is not to wipe out the mutated species or protect your lives. Your only job is to eliminate the rebels." He tried to manipulate the soldiers into following him. "If you want your families to get a small house in Busan instead of being tortured, you'll listen to me. Otherwise, you'll be shot dead just like the rebels." The soldier clenched his teeth in anger, then pointed his gun at Wang Tek's team. He was stunned, confused. "What do you think you're doing?" Its hand holding the gun was shaking. I can't let my son suffer in Busan. I still have my family. You're a soldier, so you understand, right? Even though he didn't want to do it, he had to for the sake of his family. In the dense forest, gunfire cracked like thunder. The soldier struggled to sit up. His face was drenched in blood, but he still managed to speak in a shaky voice. We have no chance against a monster like that without hunters, so please, just survive. Then, the soldier officially sacrificed his life. Gon can only grit his teeth and mutter, "This is insane." A voice rang out amid the chaos of the crowd. It was impossible to see clearly through the binoculars from such a distance. The lieutenant wore a satisfied smile. It seemed like the place had been cleaned up. He ordered his remaining men to finish the job, clean everything up. We've wiped out the rebels' forces. Now, let's see if the old man managed to kill Lieutenant Lim. If he didn't, we'll do it ourselves. The lieutenant was clearly pleased inside. This will save us a lot of time when we head back to Busan since we'll have completed all our tasks. He was still cheerful and added, "Call the executioners too. 4 or 5 should be enough for the rest of the squad." A voice called out from behind, "Where do you think you're going?" The lieutenant jumped a little. A group from Wangtek stepped forward. Monhan raised his gun, his expression calm. "You all heard what he said. Do we really have to listen to that? Can we just kill these bastards now?" Jim Gu chimed in, trying to rally the others. "Come on, shoot them. All we need is their comms." The lieutenant finally showed his true cowardly nature. "Wait, this is all just a misunderstanding." Jim Gu snapped back, his voice sharp. "A misunderstanding? You want to talk about misunderstandings? Let me list the crimes. First, attacking low-level hunters who were neutral and wiping out Lieutenant Lim's squad by labeling them as rebels, throwing the area into chaos with everyone running around without direction. Then, hiring A-rank hunters to make them fight each other. Jim Vu continued listing each of his crimes before releasing an A-rank mutant to destroy everything on the battlefield. He raised his voice, sounding like a fair judge questioning. "So now you want to go back to your unit because you completed your mission. So what am I doing here?" A gunshot rang out. The lieutenant immediately collapsed and finally lay still on the ground. They rushed over to check, and the lieutenant's eyes suddenly turned red. He bit into the neck of the soldier next to him. Jim Vu said firmly, "It's time for us to do our job." The others rushed forward to deal with the situation. Meanwhile, Jim Gu noticed something. The lieutenant's glasses had cracked. Jim Gu angrily stomped on the glasses, crushing them. "You'll pay for killing someone with your own life." Chunsu dragged his exhausted body. Sorang worriedly helped him take each step. She glanced at him, anxious, seeing how badly he was hurt. Even at his best, he would be drained after fighting against an A-class hunter. In her heart, her unease grew stronger. After being shot, he had no choice but to fight with everything he had. It was only natural for him to be exhausted. Even when Chunsu fought against Cheolsu, she quietly asked, "Hey, why don't we take a break for a bit?" Soraya started explaining, "I'm sure Lieutenant Lim has won by now," she added. "The other hunters are helping the squads fight off the Ministry of Defense's forces." Soraya emphasized, "We've already beaten Cheolsu, and that was our mission. Remember?" Blood kept dripping from Chunsu's leg. "Look, you're still bleeding," she said. Even though he was exhausted, he refused. "No, we have to keep going." Sarang couldn't persuade him anymore, so she snapped, "Are you deaf? You could bleed out and die. Besides, you might become a burden to us." Chunsu mumbled, "While we were fighting Cheolsu and the Ministry of Defense's forces before that, when everything was chaotic, I sensed something." He pointed out, "Both sides are stuck. They're at a standstill, pulling at each other with no end in sight. It's hard to tell who will win this battle." He shared a few thoughts of his own. He stared into the distance blankly. "I don't know if I'm useful or not because our survival depends on that." Chunsu still clearly remembered Selrang's words. She had said, "Besides, she told us our mission is to kill zombies. We're hunters, hired to do this job. That's why we exist." She quietly listened to every word. That's why Chunsu wanted peace. "We need to end this war between humans as soon as possible." A few minutes earlier, when Wangtek faced off with Kim Ji-yeon-sam, "You've lost, Kim Ji-yeon-sam." Kim Ji-yeon-sam, sensing something was off, questioned, "Someone else is pulling the string, right?" But he grinned slyly. "You think I didn't expect an ambush?" Kim Ji-yeon-sam tensed his muscles, ready to react. Wangtek from a distance charged forward. He controlled the string, preparing to strike back. Wangtek's eyes glinted as he raised his gun, ready to fire. A cloud of smoke surged from the forest. The final drop of blood fell. Wangtek looked at him. Kim Ji-yeon-sam responded with just a half glance. Wangtek had taken control of the situation. He gently pulled on the string and said, "Do you think you can take down 2 people at once?" Wangtek spoke in a challenging tone. "You have to pull the string back before you can shoot it again." He pointed the gun at Kim Ji-yeon-sam's face, threatening. In other words, This is a handgun that can reload itself. Kim Ji-il and Sam slightly shifted his position. He placed his fishing rod down and said, "Why are you doing this?" Calmly, Kim Ji-il and Sam took out a cigarette. "Do you plan to reform this country, or is it just about revenge?" He analyzed the current situation. Looking at the government's actions, they'll wipe you and your army out to make sure no one hears about the coup in Unjin. Kim Ji-il and Sam genuinely wanted to help Wine-Tech. "Before I was sent here, I asked my boss for advice on how to keep you and your army from facing trial. He sincerely advised him to give up on the fight. If you stop this battle now, you can survive and strike back later. Retreating isn't shameful." Wine-Tech stayed silent for a long time after hearing this. Finally, he spoke. "Because I made a hasty decision, I lost so much. The photo you took with your teammates. I lost my soldiers, my subordinates. Wine-Tech has suffered too much. He, too, had gone through unbearable grief. However, what he received in return, honor and integrity within his own ranks, was met with brutal treatment from the government. Countless times, Wine-Tech had to shed blood and the little humanity left in him. All he got in return was to sit in a prison cell surrounded by four walls." Wine-Tech pointed directly at Kim Ji-il and Sam and said, "I must cut out what is rotten in this country to save the remaining divisions and make sure I don't make the same mistakes as I did in the past." He helped Kim Ji-il and Sam light his cigarette. Wine-Tech continued, "That's why I have to do this, so step aside. I will change my decision. Don't make me kill you." He snapped the Zippo shut with a click. Wine-Tech gave a brief farewell. "I'm leaving." Kim Ji-il and Sam paused for a moment, lost in thought. Then he spoke like a warning. "You'll soon see hell right in front of you." Kim Ji-il and Sam wanted him to turn back to the shore with the ideals he believed were right. "If you want to see hell and realize what you're really walking into, go ahead." Wine-Tech responded with one word. "Good luck, Mr. Kim." Gunshots rang out nonstop. Wine-Tech walked on hoping. "Please, I hope things aren't as bad as they seem." At that moment, Kim Ji-il and Sam could only sigh. Then he felt a doubt creep in. Sarang was helping Cheolsu walk over. He called out, "Old man." He hesitated. "You." Kim Ji-il and Sam called out, "Hey, Cheolsu." He raised his hand and hit Cheolsu lightly a few times. "Come here, you troublemaker. We were sent here to monitor the money, not to stage a coup. Why the hell are you involved in a coup and holding the nuclear plant hostage?" Cheolsu raised his hand to stop him, shouting, "How was I supposed to know I'd get caught in the middle of a battle? Besides, I'm not fighting the government forces. They didn't leave me a choice. I just want to save the other hunters." Rang shook hands with Kim Ji-il and Sam and spoke up to defend Cheolsu. "That's right. Cheolsu has saved a lot of hunters. He's a hunter himself, so I think he understands how our responsibilities shift depending on the situation of our clients." He didn't know what else to do. Kim Ji-il and Sam, feeling very anxious, asked them both, "Are you done with the beating? What did you do to that gangster?" "I beat him in self-defense and tied him up so he couldn't move anymore." "So, you didn't kill him. Good, that means you can head back now." He wanted them to follow him. "Come with me. This place is going to turn into a bloodbath soon. We need to leave before it starts." Sarang and Cheolsu just stood there, looking confused. He grabbed the walkie-talkie, ready to contact someone. "I'll tell Choi Adong to send an executioner or have someone come pick us up." Cheolsu stopped him from speaking with his hand. The two of them stood face to face in a difficult situation. Kim Ji-il and Sam gently said, "Stop being reckless. This is too much for you, kid." His voice softened with regret. "I have to go. Old man, it's already too late to leave." Kim Ji-il and Sam angrily shouted, her attitude stubborn. "It's not too late. I'm an A-rank hunter, remember? I can vouch for you and take care of everything." Cheolsu thought of his teammates and fervently said, "They're still waiting for me." Kim Ji-il and Sam looked at him with sad eyes. Cheolsu spoke from the bottom of his heart. "Do you remember how much I wanted a home of my own? You remember?" He began to blame himself. "I'm such a fool. I couldn't even graduate from elementary school, so I'm slow to understand things. In that desperate situation, I left Busan and became a hunter killing zombies. I was once beaten to a pulp by Swat and then mocked by others." Cheolsu went through so much pain and faced countless life or death situations that eventually made him understand why he wanted a home. He remembered the happy times with his little family. "That's why my mom waited for my brother and me to come home after school. And that's where I waited for my dad to come back from work, the place where my family waited for each other." Cheolsu reminded Kim Ji-il and Sam, "Old man, you said your goal is to get to Seoul so you can turn your family back into humans. That means you have a family waiting for you." In his mind, the words of waiting echoed, "Dad will be there soon. Stay right where you are." Cheolsu's voice rose, a mix of regret and anger. "We didn't lose our home, we lost the people we love. This zombie disaster took them away. I can't give up on them anymore. Now, I have teammates waiting for me." Cheolsu let Kim Ji-yeon-sam know that he considered them his family. This time, I won't lose them again. After hearing this, Kim Ji-yeon-sam slightly bowed his head. He sat back down and refused. I can't go with you. Once you become an accomplice in the coup, no one will speak up for the hunters anymore. He reluctantly made a compromise with Cheolsu. All right, you have 1 hour to finish everything and come back here. I can't help you protect your new family, but I can take you home. Kim Ji-yeon-sam subtly mentioned pay duro, almost like a challenge for him, and if you find someone tied up with fishing wire, free them. He turned to So-rang and asked, and you kid? She shot him a confused glance. Did you just call me a kid? Kim Ji-yeon-sam had entrusted her with protecting Cheolsu. Take care of him, he had said. On the edge of the cliff, Wang-taek scanned his surroundings. Bodies were scattered everywhere, stretching out along the ground. Even his own body seemed frozen. John Gung seemed to be gone, and so was Sony. He widened his eyes, unable to believe the truth. Kim Ji-yeon-sam's words echoed in his mind. You'll see hell right before your eyes. He screamed out in sheer agony, his voice breaking to the dark sky. As he looked at the bodies below, his heart ached with unbearable pain. His eyes were wide open, full of disbelief at the situation. He couldn't have imagined this outcome. These were the people who had trusted him and followed his lead. Suddenly, memories flashed in his mind of the times he had led his people, guiding them forward. They had all admired him, following his commands without hesitation. Each of them had been full of passion, standing tall and ready to obey. These were people who had risked their lives for their ideals, choosing that over a life of comfort. But now, looking at the present scene before him, all that remained were lifeless bodies scattered along the road. There was no more laughter or talking like before. Wang-taek thought in pain. People like them had now sacrificed everything and were left there, lying like heaps of trash. Among them were fathers and mothers, the pillars of their families. And now they lay cold in the ground, their eyes never to close. There were also brothers and sisters who had been pierced with countless bullets. They were someone's children, living happily and peacefully with their families. Now they were dead, their bodies torn beyond recognition. They had also been under his command. Wang-taek's eyes scanned each body, John Gung's, Sori's, and the others. All of them had died in horrible ways. Wang-taek was in unimaginable pain, screaming out in despair, his voice as if it could tear the sky apart. They were dying, lying there like trash. Shogun, hiding in some bushes, suddenly heard a familiar sound. He felt a glimmer of hope and thought, could it be the lieutenant? He quickly crawled out of the bushes. Without a second thought, Shogun ran toward Wang-taek. He nervously called out, Lieutenant. At that moment, he couldn't hold back his tears, overwhelmed with guilt. He was just blabbering, stammering, it's so shameful. The three of us tried to stop it. But Wang-taek seemed to have regained his composure. He spoke firmly, coldly. Stop crying. You won't have enough tears left to mourn your fallen comrades. The lucky survivors who were left saw him and all felt relieved. They helped each other step out of their hiding spot. Major, the Major is here. Do you think he's still alive? He'll always find a way to help us. He's been like that every time, even this time. He stood tall, looking at them, then spoke. Report the situation. One person struggled to drag his body forward and managed to answer. Report. The Ministry of Defense released an A-rank mutated monster to cause chaos on the battlefield, and it wiped out our main forces. We lost focus trying to stop it. At that point, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. Most of our hunters, including the commander, are dead. We're probably the last ones standing. With just our strength, we can't stop anything. We're really sorry. When he heard these words, he silently blamed himself. It was his fault for being arrogant, thinking he could get rid of these corrupt government officials. He immediately gave the order. Everyone, listen carefully. Hearing this, they all stared at him in shock. Find somewhere to hide. If I die, take my body back to Buzen. That's an order. Wang-taek growled, his voice low with intensity. The mutated monsters and the idiots at the Ministry of Defense are the ones who started this insane war. I'll kill every one of them, then leave quietly. With those words, he turned and quickly walked away, bowing his head as he spoke. Thank you all for following me, a person with so many flaws. Shogun witnessed this and rushed to grab his hand. Lieutenant? He was completely overwhelmed, tears and snot covering his face. Crying, he looked at Wang-taek, his voice trembling. What are you saying? Suddenly, Shogun seemed to realize something. He froze in shock. It turned out that Wang-taek had completely lost control. He fought desperately to hold back his tears, but they wouldn't stop. His tears streamed down his face. Wang-taek gritted his teeth, his whole body shaking. Wang-taek felt a deep sadness as he remembered the photos taken with his close teammates when they were still together. They had all met tragic ends because they followed him. In pain, Wang-taek wondered, will the people who follow me always have to die? Suddenly, he turned to Shogun, his expression turning serious as he walked toward him, causing Shogun to freeze in confusion. Wangtek got close, stared at him, and said with complete seriousness, "You've always quietly stood by me and protected me. I have one thing to ask of you." Wangtek thought about the life or death battle ahead. "While I fight that thing, go and rescue the remaining staff and the engineers trapped inside the nuclear power plant." His voice grew urgent. "You have to survive. I'm counting on you." Chogan, hearing those words, felt lost. He looked at Wangtek with tear-filled eyes, then slowly let go of his hand. Wangtek's voice grew hoarse. "I'm really grateful to you all." With those words, Wangtek kicked forward and dashed ahead. His eyes burned with determination. At that moment, ancient Roman soldiers appeared, each step shaking the ground. One of them growled, his voice full of deadly intent. War. Wangtek was now standing right in front of him. The ancient Roman soldier quickly raised his arm, eyes blazing with anger as he charged toward Wangtek. He lunged forward with his spear. Fortunately, Wangtek was quick enough to block with his short sword. The Roman soldier continued pushing with the sharp tip of his spear, scraping against Wangtek's blade. Wangtek gritted his teeth, using all his strength to hold his ground. Seizing the opportunity, Wangtek pulled out a gun with his free hand. He swiftly pulled the trigger, firing directly at the soldier. The bullet hit the soldier's armor, making a loud, solid thud. The soldier gritted his teeth in frustration, then quickly swung his shield with full force. Wangtek quickly leaned to the side to dodge the blow. He placed one hand on the ground, leaning almost parallel to the ground to avoid the strike. Taking advantage of the moment, Wangtek immediately kicked out with a powerful leg, knocking the soldier off balance. Using the momentum, he flipped over in a roll. The ancient Roman soldier stood stunned for a moment. Wangtek landed smoothly, then quickly dropped to a knee, keeping his posture straight while scanning the situation in front of him. At that moment, the Roman soldier charged at him in a fit of rage. Wangtek furrowed his brow, carefully watching his every move, and then swiftly swung his sword with precision. However, he was one step ahead, striking fiercely with his spear and shattering Wangtek's small sword into pieces. Wangtek tried to stay calm, raising his gun to counterattack, but the ancient Roman soldier didn't hesitate for a second. He swiftly cut through Wangtek's gun, severing it completely. In his current situation, Wangtek couldn't help but feel a surge of fear, gritting his teeth and thinking, "I believe that to protect the people, war was necessary." At that moment, the soldier swung his arm and hurled his shield toward Wangtek. It struck him squarely in the stomach. Helpless, Wangtek thought, "In the end, I haven't been able to protect anything." He was sent flying backward. A loud explosion rang out as he crashed to the ground, so hard that the force kicked up a strong gust of wind and filled the air with dust. After a while, the smoke began to clear, revealing Wangtek lying motionless on the ground. He gazed out at the sky, his eyes filled with despair. "I knew how to begin, but I don't know how to end it." At that moment, the ancient Roman soldier appeared above him, raising his spear high, aiming directly at Wangtek. Seeing this, Wangtek could only close his eyes in resignation, waiting for death to come. Strangely, after a while, Wangtek still felt nothing. He opened his eyes in confusion, and in front of him was a weapon blocking the ancient Roman soldier's attack. A deep voice spoke up, "Lieutenant, you're quite the comedian. You just managed to beat Cheon Swat, and now you're trying to do what?" It turned out that Cheolsu had appeared just in time to block the blow. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. Cheolsu shot Wangtek a glance and then yelled, "Is this how you speak? Are you really just going to give up everything when you face a mutated monster?" Suddenly, a purple light shot out of nowhere. Selrang, with her small frame, used all of her strength to slash toward him. She frowned, her voice full of frustration. "Honestly, here we are, regular folks fighting with all our passion, while the soldiers just stand around doing nothing." The ancient Roman soldiers were shaken by the force of the attack and couldn't stand steady. Out of nowhere, a long monster with sharp, terrifying teeth lunged at them. There was a loud explosion, and in the next moment, the monster was blown to pieces, its remains falling to the ground. At that moment, a group of people emerged from the trees. "Wow, you two handled that pretty quickly," one of them said. Wangtek was stunned and turned to look. Jim Gu, one hand on his hip and the other wiping sweat from his forehead, stared at him and spoke seriously. "You don't have to worry about the zombies near the Ministry of Defense. We've already taken care of them, including that lieutenant colonel who released that A-rank mutated monster onto the battlefield, or whatever his name was." Wangtek, with a look of utter shock, couldn't believe what he was hearing. "No, didn't you all die?" Cheolsu frowned and spoke up. "Died? What do you mean died?" "Sure, we almost did, but there's no way we were going to die here. We never planned on dying before finishing the contract and getting our payment to head back to Busan, right?" He glanced at the contract in his hand and turned to look at Wangtek. "I'm supposed to get you and the rest of the soldiers back home. Isn't that what the contract was about?" Suddenly, he remembered something Cheolsu had said earlier. When everything was over, the hunter's job was to make sure the people got safely back to Busan. Cheolsu raised his hand. Let's settle things here and then head out. He bent down slightly, locked eyes with Wangtek with determination, and said firmly, both you and your soldiers, time to go home. Wangtek was momentarily stunned when he saw his friend's chivalry, but then he gave a small smile. He quickly sat up, took Cheolsu's hand, and said in a loud voice, let's go home. Meanwhile, in a hidden room, a group of people was huddled together. Suddenly, the door opened, drawing their attention. Ga, along with the injured soldier, entered. Engineers, we will begin restoring the nuclear plant as quickly and safely as possible. After hearing the update, the group quickly filed out of the room. One engineer, looking worried and uneasy, approached the soldier. I heard gunshots. Do you even know which side won? The soldier hesitated for a moment before responding. Neither side won. Both ours and the government's forces are suffering heavy casualties. Right now, Lieutenant Colonel Lim is trying to contain the A-class mutant strain released by the government. The engineer was startled, his eyes wide with fear. Does that mean the revolution has failed? Didn't you say that if we lost, the nuclear plant would overload and explode? Was the bomb in the plant a fake, made to deal with spies from the Ministry of Defense? Joe spoke softly to explain. From the very beginning, we never planned to harm the survivors in Busan. He looked at the engineers and said seriously, we're sorry for scaring everyone these past days, but once the fighting ends, we will find the safest route back to Busan and get everyone home. All of them stared at him in shock, and there was one more thing. Shogun raised his head high and spoke in a firm voice. Our revolution has not failed. Today, the majority of the soldiers who once served the government died here. Their faces showed hesitation. He continued, if you return to Busan, you'll feel it right away. The people who were once threatened with knives, guns, and batons will be freed from oppression. We started a revolution to create an opportunity to change the world, even in the worst-case scenario. The soldiers nodded seriously, reassuring the others. At that moment, Shogun declared loudly, the final task we must complete is to ensure we don't become real terrorists and to equip the future generation with nuclear capabilities. The engineers turned in surprise, and the soldiers sullenly looked up. Before them, the light of the early morning dawn shone brightly. From now on, a new sun will rise in this country. The scene shifted, and it was clear that there had once been hope. All of them stood tall, facing the ancient Roman soldiers in a defensive stance. An A-rank hunter protected the front line. Wangtek reached down and picked up the gun next to the soldier who had fallen heroically. His equipment was fully intact, and his gaze was more determined than ever. Even though he was a rookie, he and two B-rank hunters had just defeated an A-rank hunter. Cheolsu and Selrang also gripped their weapons tightly, glaring at the enemy. Wangtek glanced at Jim-gu, a C-rank hunter with judgment skills. Then he looked over at Paduro, another C-rank hunter with incredible endurance. Along with them were the hunters who had survived countless hardships. They were all here, standing side by side. Wangtek's breathing was slightly erratic, and his eyes were heavy. He thought to himself, asterisk if there's no plan to trap the A-rank mutated creature, then we're all going to die. But will the remaining survivors be okay? The A-rank hunter has used up all his energy after fighting nonstop. Asterisk. Cheolsu winced in pain, holding his bullet wound, while a B-rank hunter clutched his stomach where he'd been shot. Sarang, who had been injured in the previous battle, had bruises all over his body. The group was out of breath, and the remaining members were also completely exhausted from the stress of the battles. Their energy had been completely drained. In contrast to them stood the A-class mutated creatures. At that moment, one of them was glaring fiercely, growling loudly in their direction. He stared intensely at his prey. Before, the ancient Roman soldiers had been locked inside a large square metal cage, carefully guarded from the outside. After 10 years, they were experiencing freedom for the first time, and now they were in perfect condition to fully enjoy a freedom they had never experienced before. With a crazed, vicious look in his eyes, he roared war. The moment he finished speaking, the ancient Roman soldier stomped his foot, charging quickly and thrusting his spear directly at Wangtek. Wangtek quickly blocked, but the soldier's strength was overwhelming, forcing him to lose his balance and stagger back. At that moment, Cheolsu beside him swiftly twirled the rope in its hand. Without hesitation, he lashed it out. The rope struck directly at the soldier. Without giving him a chance to recover, Sarang quickly took hold of her axes. She narrowed her eyes, focused on her target, and launched a fast attack toward him. The ancient Roman soldier quickly reacted, raising his shield to block. In no time, Panduro charged forward with a wrestling move, grabbing tightly around his waist. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to hold him in place. Jim-gu saw the opportunity and shouted a signal. Everyone, furious, rushed in from all sides, surrounding the Roman soldier and attacking him with all their might. Suddenly, the soldier raised his leg high. Paduro was terrified, but squeezed harder, trying to hold him back. Out of nowhere, a burst of fiery light flashed, followed by a cluster of beams shooting out in all directions. The light pierced through each person and blood splattered everywhere. Cheolsu, Jimgu, Saorang, Panaduro, Wangtek. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked and terrified, falling to the ground in fear. At that moment, the ancient Roman soldier charged forward. He kicked with his knee, smashing it straight into Paduro's face. Paduro was knocked back and fell. Saorang tried to rush to stop him, but the soldier shifted his target. He swung his shield, striking her across the body and sending her crashing down. Seeing the situation getting worse, Cheolsu gritted his teeth and tightly grabbed the strap of his weapon. He shot it straight toward the ancient Roman soldier. The rope flew through the air, wrapping tightly around his upper arm. The Roman soldier didn't panic at all. Instead, he used the force of the rope to pull it back toward himself. Cheolsu was startled. The strength of his pull was so strong that it threw him up into the air. Manhwa saw this and was immediately alarmed. His limbs seemed to have a life of their own and wouldn't obey him. Quickly, he loaded his gun. Manhwa aimed at the soldier and prepared to pull the trigger, but suddenly he froze. He glanced to the side, and that's when he noticed a small monster had bitten into his neck. Wangtek grimaced, gritting his teeth. He rushed forward, slicing the monster and the rope in one swift motion, saving Cheolsu. But in the process, he lost his balance and crashed to the ground. At the same time, Monahan also fell, rolling on the ground in pain as he clutched at his injury. Then, strange, pulsing veins appeared across his body. Monahan lost control of himself. Tears streamed down his face and foam kept bubbling from his mouth. Cheolsu was horrified, witnessing the scene. He could only watch as the man's body exploded. Blood splattered everywhere. Jimbu's face was filled with absolute horror. He gripped his weapon tightly in its hand. In the distance, Wangtek was struggling to fight alone against the ancient Roman soldiers. Cheolsu gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. He charged at the enemy like a wild beast. Wangtek clenched his teeth. Suddenly, Cheolsu's eyes flashed white. He screamed like an animal, wildly swinging his weapon. He also aimed his gun at the enemy. Energy blasts shot toward the target, but they barely seemed to affect him, like a light scratch. Suddenly, the ancient Roman soldier lowered his head. He tensed and sharp spikes began growing from his skin. The soldier stood tall and roared war. The wind howled loudly. Cheolsu struggled to shield himself with his arm. Wangtek, noticing this, quickly backed away and raised his arm to protect himself, saying, "This has gone too far." In that moment, he noticed that the blade of his knife was chipped, nearly broken. Both of them stood cautiously, eyeing the towering Roman soldier in front of them. At that moment, Wangtek glanced at his teammate. Cheolsu seemed to have lost all his strength. Wangtek panted heavily, unable to catch his breath. He turned around again, scanning the situation behind him. The scene was grim. Sarang and Peduro were both lying motionless on the ground. His teammates from earlier now lay cold and still. His face darkened, anxiety creeping in as he realized this had gone too far. Wangtek stared at the creature, carefully assessing it. Its outer armor resembled that of a crustacean, growing harder and more resilient, as if it were adapting to the battle. Its wounds were healing on their own, slowly but steadily. He thought to himself, to defeat this unusual mutated species, they would need overwhelming firepower, or perhaps control over ancient Roman soldiers. They would have to strike with a swift, powerful blow, preventing it from healing in time. But right now, no one and no weapon could do that. Wangtek frowned, trying to think of an escape. If this situation dragged on, more people would fall and even more would die. He remembered his duty. Even if the job was a dirty one, someone had to take responsibility, and that person was the commander. Thinking of this, he suddenly let out a deep sigh. The one who inherits my will. He placed his hand on Cheolsu's shoulder. Suddenly, Wangtek shoved Cheolsu backward. "I hope it will still be you," causing him to freeze in shock and confusion. Wangtek glanced at him briefly, then spoke firmly, "You have to survive." As soon as he finished speaking, he wildly swung his sword at him. The blade slammed into the shield of the ancient Roman soldier. In the next moment, Wangtek quickly kicked off the ground and charged forward. He leaped high and stomped hard on his opponent. The man immediately staggered back, dropping to one knee to regain his balance. Wangtek landed lightly on both feet. Then, without warning, Wangtek removed his belt. For reasons unknown, he tied it tightly around his neck. He reached into his pocket, his voice filled with cold fury. This monster. Wangtek pulled out a syringe, injected himself, and glared at the man. "I have to respond in kind." The moment the needle went in, his heart seemed to stop. Wangtek's eyes suddenly widened in pain, tears streaming down his face. The liquid flowed into his veins, quickly spreading throughout his body. He screamed in pain, his voice echoing through the air. Cheolsu watched this scene in shock, sweating coldly. The two of them stood there frozen. At that moment, his gaze changed, suddenly brightened. Memories flooded back to him. On the bulletin board was a list of the second round of selected candidates. As a teenager, he had focused intently on the announcement. Wang Tek's eyes sparkled with joy. I once studied at the military academy. In the days that followed, he enlisted in the military. There wasn't anything particularly special about the reason. Wang Tek worked tirelessly, studying day and night, just so he could get into the academy. That was the simple reason. During the day, he pushed himself to run and improve his physical fitness, and at night, he studied late into the night with the lights still on. Each day passed in a repetitive cycle like that. He sat there, intently staring at the application on the computer screen. Therefore, when I was a student, I planned to serve my country for a while before stepping into society. Time quickly passed, and before he knew it, graduation day arrived, along with the 100th anniversary of the military academy. Love for the country, love for the people. Wang Tek stood at attention, saluting. For me, the duty to protect my country or the spirit of the militia once had no meaning. Until he met Unjai Ong Song, who gently smiled at him with a tender look. His teammates, like Sergeant Kim, Mr. Dong, and others such as John Gung, Sony, Cho Gan, and Cheolsu, had all come together. Back in the present, the mucus kept appearing, weaving around him. I feel so regretful, Cheolsu said, panic in his eyes as he stared at him. I'd taken everything, except for meeting everyone. Jim-gu, too, was sweating coldly as he looked on. Even so, I guess this day was bound to come. Now, Wang Tek's entire body seemed to have transformed, taking on the physical form of an ancient Roman soldier. In a low voice, he said, don't worry about anything else. This is the path you have to keep moving on. Kim Cheolsu, right? Cheolsu widened his eyes, his expression filled with confusion as he thought, what in the world happened for him to end up like this? At that moment, Wang Tek spoke coldly, please, turn away. I'm asking you. He crouched down, alert, waiting for the attack to come. Ancient Roman soldiers screamed wildly. I've secured my neck with a belt. I have to do whatever it takes to prevent this mutation from reaching my brain. So that's why Wang Tek acted like that. He could extend the time for at most about 10 minutes. He kicked off the ground, launching himself high into the air. During that time, his thoughts were clear. What I need to do is fight. Wang Tek gritted his teeth and charged at him quickly. The Roman soldier stood calmly, not moving. In the next moment, both of them struck with powerful blows at the same time. A loud explosion echoed through the forest, and a strong gust of wind followed. The soldier glared back at Wang Tek, gritting his teeth in anger. Wang Tek tried hard to keep his eyes open, searching for the soldier's weakness. The two were evenly matched, both fighting fiercely. The group of Petaduro watched anxiously, counting the seconds. Wang Tek thrust his spear hard at the soldier, but the Roman soldier quickly blocked the attack with his shield. Sarang furrowed his brows, worried, not daring to look away from the intense battle. At that moment, the Roman soldier swung his spear, aiming directly at Wang Tek. Luckily, he managed to tilt his head just in time, avoiding the blow. The two men charged at each other relentlessly, throwing dangerous strikes with all their might. Dust and wind swirled around them. Cheolsu raised his hand to shield his face from the dust, trying hard to keep track of what was happening. I have to kill this mutated breed and bring everyone back to Busan. That was his ultimate responsibility. Wang Tek gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with intensity. How I ever truly been responsible for anyone, he thought, remembering the people who had suffered terribly because of him. Wang Tek froze, then made up his mind. That's right. Then let this be both my first and last responsibility. Suddenly, his pupils disappeared and his eyes turned completely white. Wang Tek clenched his teeth, gathering all of his strength, and charged forward. The ancient Roman soldier was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, Wang Tek swung his weapon high and struck directly at his neck. The sharp blade dug into his throat, and blood began to pour out. But then, suddenly, Wang Tek could no longer cut through him. The Roman soldier shifted, causing Wang Tek to flinch in surprise. In the next moment, the soldier stood firm, swinging his spear and severing Wang Tek's arm. Wang Tek was momentarily shocked. Quickly, the soldier spun the spear and stabbed it right through his body. Wang Tek was struck, pain coursing through him as blood spurted from the wound. He gripped the spear tightly, but his strength was fading. His head lowered. The Roman soldier gave him a triumphant glance, gnawing excitedly war. Suddenly, it felt as though something had stopped him. He froze. He was surprised, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, Wang Tek's eyes seemed to have lost all sense of reason. He clenched his teeth, leaned forward, and thick, slimy substance quickly slithered out. It wrapped around the spear of the ancient Roman soldier. He realized something was wrong and tried to pull the spear back, but it was held tightly in place. Suddenly, the ancient Roman soldier's face showed clear signs of astonishment. Wang Tek's arm had transformed into a massive cannon. He closed his eyes, aimed directly at him, and fired a large bullet. The Roman soldier was hit and instantly flew backward, landing hard. He stared blankly up, trying to process what had just happened. Before he could recover, he saw Wangtek swing his fist rapidly toward his face. Another powerful strike hit him straight in the face. The Roman soldier gritted his teeth in anger, quickly getting up and raising his shield to counterattack. But then, he froze, a look of shock on his face. Below, Cheolsu was full of energy, swinging his weapon to hold him back. He furrowed his brow, trying to push back the force. He refused to give up, struggling and fighting back relentlessly. When Wangtek saw this, he was filled with shock. However, he quickly regained his composure and seized the opportunity to focus his strength into his hands. Wangtek screamed, his eyes turning white as metal pieces were pulled in. They rapidly flew toward him, smashing one side of his head. Cheolsu also thrust his weapon with full force. In that moment, Wangtek unleashed a powerful surge of energy, attacking him. Suddenly, Cheolsu placed his hand on his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Stop." He seriously reassured him. It's all over now. The two of them stood still. In front of them, the ancient Roman soldiers had been burned to ashes. Wangtek's head was completely gone, reduced to nothing by the blue flames. Wangtek gasped for air, staring at the devastation before him. Cheolsu quietly looked at him, his expression filled with worry. Suddenly, Wangtek let out a cold laugh, his voice dangerously chilling. "What's over? What do you mean it's over?" Upon hearing this, Pei Duero and Jim Gu felt uneasy and stared at him intently. "There's a zombie right in front of you." Starang also furrowed his brows, his face full of confusion. At that moment, Wangtek lowered his head and said seriously, "You guys have to kill me for it to truly end." Cheolsu was horrified upon hearing this and shouted, "What?" Wangtek's gaze fell on Cheolsu's weapon. "You're the last one," he said, his voice trembling. He jumped, his face full of confusion. Wangtek turned to look up at Cheolsu, his eyes full of sincerity. "You're the last teammate I'll ever meet in my life, so please finish me off yourself." Cheolsu was stunned by these words, his brow furrowing tightly. Even though Cheolsu hadn't even finished elementary school, he could still understand just how difficult this situation was. He asked, "What is Lieutenant Lim asking of you right now?" The shovel gleamed. "Why did he ask you to do this?" His voice was full of confusion. Cheolsu turned in a panic, looking at his teammate. Jim Gu immediately darkened, shaking his head to stop him. At that moment, the slime slid over and wrapped around the shovel. Cheolsu raised it, holding it tightly in his hands, and quickly moved toward Wangtek. Wangtek fought to hold himself together, using the last of his reasoning to look at him desperately. Cheolsu was in complete panic, his face clouded with fear. He's asking me to kill him before he turns into a monster. He stared at Wangtek for a long time, thinking. Now, with the government's stance, Lieutenant Colonel Lim is the one who started the coup. If they kill him now, the hunters will be pardoned. He thought back to his previous life and wondered if he could return to a normal life behind the walls of Buznan. Cheolsu furrowed his brow, deep in thought, sweat trickling down his face. In other words, they were walking over this coup, ignoring it, stepping right past it. That was the only way to survive. He remembered the image from the past. Asterisk, my brother was once like this. Asterisk, back then, he couldn't understand, just stared at his brother with confused eyes. Asterisk, I was too young to know anything. I couldn't do anything. I just enjoyed a peaceful life at home. Asterisk, his father struggled to carry heavy loads, doing his best to earn every penny. His brother worked himself to death, all for him. Cheolsu's gaze darkened. He couldn't believe that the person being carried away on the bed was his brother, who could turn into something resembling a walking corpse. The only memento Cheolsu had left of him was a shovel. Asterisk, I survived because of someone's death. But now, asterisk. In front of Cheolsu, Wangtek once again extended the shovel towards him. Cheolsu panicked and refused with all his might. I can't do it. I don't want to do these things. Wangtek pushed the shovel closer, looking at Cheolsu with a determined gaze. You have to do it, so everyone can survive, and so you can help me leave something behind. Cheolsu was confused and stubbornly rejected. I understand what you're saying, but I won't do it. I don't care who it is, or even the other hunters. No matter how heartless I may seem, who've only worked together for a few days. But then he remembered when he first met Wangtek. Back then, he was a man full of arrogance. He often criticized his subordinates. How could I kill someone I know? And just for my own survival? They had walked side by side, laughing and chatting, facing danger together. Cheolsu shut his eyes and shook his head repeatedly. I can't. No, I won't do it. Suddenly, Wangtek spoke in a low voice. Don't you get it yet? That's why I told you to do it, Cheolsu. Ever since the first time we met, you've never disappointed me. Hearing these words, Cheolsu felt confused. Wangtek recalled the fierce look on Cheolsu's face when they first met Jin-Yi. The first time I saw you, you were standing alone, guarding the wall with your face covered in blood looking up at me. You single-handedly stopped a B-class mutant and a B-class hunter. He continued, on the way to Unjin, you also protected all the team members. After everything was settled, Cheolsu slumped back into his chair and sighed. What I mean is, you gave it your all. Wangtek tightly gripped his shovel and moved closer to him. It was only you. He thought of the cunning lieutenant. Even the soldiers who are supposed to protect the people, they put their own interests first. The officers' malicious gaze, this is the kind of world it is. They're willing to cross any line. He remembered Cheolsu's sense of justice. It's nothing big. Just help those people so they don't lose their homes. Wangtek thought to himself, asterisk, it would have been better if you had just said you fell asleep and didn't hear the zombies coming, then you wouldn't have had to take a beating, asterisk. Wangtek looked at him gently and smiled softly. I was wondering if I should call him an idiot. And now, this fool is still alive. What I mean is, you can't go beyond the line. Cheolsu felt incredibly uncomfortable hearing that. He furrowed his brows, sweating heavily. Suddenly, Wangtek jolted, and Cheolsu was equally surprised, his heart racing. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he instinctively coughed up blood. Wangtek knew he wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. He quickly walked over and waved a shovel in front of Cheolsu with a look that urged him to hurry. He spoke in a low voice. With this operation, the army could face massive losses. Wangtek imagined the scene of the army being slaughtered, corpses scattered along the road. He continued, the government won't be able to stop the people's growing fear. This corrupt system and regime probably won't last much longer because the power that could enforce it is already gone. Wangtek thought about the consequences if the government lost all its power and collapsed like that. Many hunters would step into the gaps. The A-rank hunters who already held power would have more control than politicians. He glanced at the group of them. Then he turned to the new recruits coming up from below. By then, you all will rise as a new hope. Saying this, Wangtek stared intently at Cheolsu. Among them, Captain, you'll take charge. Become a powerful leader and capture both types of class mutations. Cheolsu looked at Wangtek in shock. Save everyone and everything that couldn't. If anyone can do it, I believe it's you. Cheolsu grimaced, lowered his head, and harshly responded. But you told me to keep my life and ordered me to kill you. I don't like that. But what if this is a trade? Jimgu gave him a worried look. What if this is the way to save the others? If this is the thing you want to leave behind? Panduro and Semarang were also confused, quietly looking on with reluctant eyes. Cheolsu reached out and tightly gripped the shovel. Wangtek quickly knelt down, lowering his head, waiting for him to finish it. Suddenly, Cheolsu raised his voice. Why did you come here? What are you trying to achieve? Wangtek was stunned, his gaze thoughtful for a moment. He remembered the image of himself standing sullenly, giving a salute. His gaze lifted. Of course, before him was the clear blue sky with the South Korean flag fluttering in the wind. A world where the strong protect the weak. Wangtek smiled with pride. I felt the same as the day I made my oath. The scene shifted to the aftermath of the special operation, showing factories and the successful repair of the Unjin nuclear power plant. John Gunn lay motionless on the ground. 17 hunters from the Ministry of Defense had fallen, and Sony rested with his eyes still open. Many others were scattered across the battlefield. 83 civilian hunters were missing or unaccounted for. Soldiers were lying throughout the streets. Around 2,200 soldiers from both sides were missing or had lost their lives. People were restrained against tree trunks. A rank hunter, Cheon Swat, had vanished. Ancient Roman soldiers were defeated. An A-rank mutated species had perished. Wangtek's body remained still in that place. Lieutenant Colonel Lim Wangtek, an A-rank hunter and an A-rank mutated species, was gone. The sky glowed with a beautiful pink hue. After this battle, no further military operations were carried out by the provisional government of Busan. The four of them, Cheolsu included, walked toward the helicopter. At that moment, Kim Ji-yeon-sam was standing by the door watching each of their steps. The air was completely still. Everyone kept their heads down, walking quietly. He was carrying equipment to clear a space for them when he noticed that Cheolsu was tightly holding onto a bundle of white cloth. Kim Ji-yeon-sam glanced at him, curious, and then asked, "What is that you're holding onto so carefully?" Cheolsu paused for a moment, then slowly tightened his grip on the cloth. In a low voice, he replied, "It's my luggage." The older man just watched him silently. Cheolsu spoke again, this time more seriously. "From now on, I'll always keep it with me." The helicopter quickly lifted off into the sky. Panduro and Jim Goose slumped down, leaning back in their seats, their faces showing clear signs of frustration. Selrang sat there, staring blankly, lost in thought. Cheolsu still held the bundle close to him. Then she suddenly turned to look at him, her eyes cautious but searching. Selrang gently placed her hand on his, offering warmth to his palm. He glanced over at her, noticing the sadness in her eyes. Her hand remained on his, an attempt to comfort him. She looked at him with concern, her gaze filled with worry. He gently lowered his head, his face tight with emotion. So many people had died. "John Gunn Sony," he whispered. Those comrades lying cold and have killed so many too. The soldiers massacred lay scattered all around. The hardest part of all was that the result of this war was the loss of Commander Wangtek. Cheolsu sat on a pile of bodies stacked like a mountain, yet in return, well, what had he achieved? This was the first time Cheolsu felt so discouraged with his own role. He focused on counting each bill, but instead of feeling relieved, he only grew more ashamed, anxious about the lack of money and the worry of the next meal or even the clothes to wear. Wasn't it enough to just give up? Things couldn't stay this way. But now he had already sunk too deep into it all, and the burden just kept growing heavier. Cheolsu buried his face in his hands and cried out in pain. A while later, the helicopter landed. The four of them stepped down, one by one. The three who followed stood off to the side, waiting for him to step out. As soon as Cheolsu set foot on the ground, he was taken aback. Looking ahead, the soldiers gave him a look of pity. Cheolsu quickly stepped forward and spoke. "Is everyone still not home?" Jim-gu glanced around and said in a serious tone, "If it's about the commission fee, we'll go to the Ministry of Defense to discuss it, so there's no need to worry. Although we don't know if we'll get the full amount, we'll try our best to get as much as we can." Suddenly, they all lowered their heads at the same time. One person said in a deep voice, "Even though we chose this job of killing zombies because we were blinded by money, we still have a conscience." The others also took turns expressing their feelings. "That's right. Thanks to you, we've been able to survive. At the very least, we owe you a sincere thank you. You all go ahead and negotiate with the Ministry of Defense and let us know. The money really isn't worth as much as our lives." They all bowed their heads deeply and said in unison, "We thank you very much." Cheolsu looked at them and replied softly, "First, let's go back and rest. You all have worked really hard these past days." They all nodded and sent a message. "Feel free to contact us anytime. Although we're tired of this job, we'd really like to work with you again." "Me too. If you have some free time, let's grab a drink together." Jim-gu lifted his milk carton, took a sip, then paused thoughtfully before replying. "As for us, we'll probably see each other again soon. Anyway, in a few days, you guys will be summoned by the Ministry of Defense to testify as witnesses." At that moment, Panduro looked at Cheolsu seriously and said, "You've had it the toughest. Once you've recovered, let's get in touch again." Sarang timidly lowered her head and nervously spoke up. "Hey, don't worry. I've been really concerned, but I keep trying to comfort you. Don't be so down. I always thought you were the bravest and most passionate fighter." Even Major Lim said the same thing. She suddenly stopped, biting her lip. Then she rushed toward him and hugged him tightly. With tears in her eyes, she whispered, "Hang in there, and I'm sorry." Right after, Sarang shyly turned and ran off quickly, leaving Cheolsu still standing there, a bit confused and unsure of what just happened. At that moment, Manhwa stepped in from outside. He glanced at Cheolsu and said, "Seems like that girl's grown up a lot, huh? Now she's even thinking about her teammates." Cheolsu furrowed his brow, looking deep in thought, then replied seriously, "I don't want any more teammates. I'm already too busy killing people in this crazy world," he said, narrowing his eyes and speaking in a low voice. "Let's go down first," he continued. "You will understand now, but you'll figure it out soon. It's not always the people you like who will follow you, and not everyone you hate will leave you." Manhwa turned halfway to signal, "First, let's go down. We need to treat the injuries and take Lieutenant Lim to the Ministry of Defense." The vast city of Korea appeared before them. There was so much to be done if he wanted to enjoy the fresh air, but Cheolsu, along with another person, was sitting before high-ranking officers, survivors of the battle in Unjin. They had a debriefing about the events from the day before. However, calling it a debriefing would be an understatement. The officers were glaring at them, pointing fingers and shouting angrily. It felt more like an interrogation to see whether they agreed with Lieutenant Lim's views. The two men's spit flew relentlessly into his face. Cheolsu listened to their harsh words, doing his best to hold back his anger. He had taken the advice of the company's legal counsel, Choi Gang. The lawyer placed a hand on his shoulder and he testified, "I worked with the government's military and personally dealt with Lieutenant Colonel Lim." The lawyer held his hand, pressing it to his chest, and swore with all his heart, leaving Cheolsu feeling awkward. The Ministry of Defense was unable to maintain security in Busan with just soldiers. The troop distribution was uneven, and the current number of soldiers in the ministry was far too few. The incident at the Unjin nuclear power plant, where military personnel were killed, meant they had officially announced Lieutenant Colonel Lim's coup. The first light of dawn was breaking. To control the chaos among the people of Busan and ensure their safety, helicopters continuously dropped news updates. They revealed the existence of hunters, something never before disclosed to the public. The newspaper reported that the provisional government and the Ministry of Defense had confirmed the existence of hunters, professional zombie hunters, and an agreement had been made to ensure safety in Busan. Among them was Lieutenant Colonel Lim Wangtek, who had started the coup and had defeated the A-class mutant strain. Cheolsu stepped up to the podium, standing before the soldiers. Hunter Cheolsu became the center of attention like a rookie. They quickly clapped and congratulated him. Cheolsu's face was expressionless, his gaze sharp as it swept across the room. Even though it was a disgusting scene, Cheolsu, who had crushed the coup, still stood strong. This moment was captured and printed in the newspapers. Cheolsu was recognized as an A-class hunter. With the government's backing, he had achieved many things for this connection. First was the power that came with the title A-class hunter, the top of the pyramid shining brightly. Information flowed in non-stop, allowing him to gather vast amounts of data. He was also able to access highly profitable commissions. Second was the spectacular investment. They were throwing money around like water. The country had stepped in to help him become a rising hero of the hunter world. With a headline like that, it was enough to spark the interest of investors. Investors, both men and women, saw this as a great opportunity the moment they read the news. Many were eager to spend money to gain favor with him. One investor opened a chest full of money, grinning with satisfaction. Third was the talent that propelled him forward. The black and white chess pieces scattered everywhere. The situation had changed. The hunters who had teamed up with Cheolsu in the Unjin operation were now at a disadvantage, as higher-ranked hunters couldn't achieve the same results due to having their share of work stolen. A group of aggressive people rushed forward, holding out information in front of him. Take a look at our resumes. Ari stayed alert, doing his best to protect Cheolsu. The buried talents had found their way to Kim Cheolsu, hoping to work with him. 3 key elements: position, wealth, and manpower. If you could connect the 3 corners of this triangle, what would you do next? The scene shifted to a towering skyscraper. At Choi Gang Hunter Corporation, suddenly, a pair of feet kicked the door open. Ah Dong and Secretary Park froze in shock when they saw who it was. At that moment, Cheolsu strode forward confidently. She stammered, trying to speak. "What is this?" He slammed a green card down on the table. The two glanced at it, realizing it was an account for withdrawing money. Cheolsu's account. Ah Dong picked it up, inspecting it with a puzzled look. "An account? What is this? Did your friend come here just to show off his savings?" Suddenly, her face was filled with shock. Ah Dong looked at the money and gasped, shouting, 800 billion? What? What have you done to get this much money? Cheolsu smirked proudly and replied, "I've wanted to do this for a while, but I was worried it might cause issues with business relations, so I held back." He coldly continued, "Besides, I added an extra billion to it." She still couldn't believe what was happening, her face filled with confusion. Cheolsu turned around, glanced back, and said, "I'll take Min Ari with me." Without another word, he walked out, slamming the door behind him, leaving the two of them standing there stunned. Secretary Park nervously glanced at Ah Dong and hesitantly spoke up, "Even Min Ari, is he really taking her with him like that? Chairman, the price and recognition of hunters have increased a lot recently, so it would be an issue if the contract wasn't followed exactly." But Ah Dong lowered her head, furrowing her brows, deep in thought. This world is changing. Meanwhile, Cheolsu was striding down the hallway, full of determination. Her gaze hardened, a thoughtful expression crossed her face. The world that I and that person once dreamed of. How could he? The scene shifted. A knife plunged down, quickly severing the fish's head. Jean-Hwa worked while watching the two of them, a knowing smile on her face. The knife gleamed. "So, does this mean both of you are leaving the Small Business Association?" The president of the Small Business Association, an A-rank hunter, and the elderly fishmonger, Han Jean-Hwa. Selrain and Jimgu looked at the situation, feeling a bit frightened. They swallowed nervously as they stared at her. Jean-Hwa spoke while filleting the fish. "I'm kind of curious about the company that's more attractive than the Small Business Association and me. I won't ask for details, but I can't help feeling a little disappointed." Soon, a portion of sashimi was ready. She gestured for them to join her, smiling warmly. "You'll be leaving soon anyway, but before you go, let's share a meal together." The scene shifted to the main church of the Jai-O Temple. At that moment, a group of people had gathered at the pulpit. Penjiro bowed his head before Baek-hai-un, who raised his hand, signaling for him to lift his head. After bowing his head in greeting, he quickly turned and walked away. One person spoke up with a question, "Master, is it really okay to let Penjiro leave like this? After all, he was once a skilled hunter who contributed to the church." Another missionary chimed in, and since the military's collapse, the church has grown even more. But right now, it's hard to understand why he would leave the church. Someone else joined in. "I've heard about this. I've heard that many hunters recently promoted to rank A are being transferred to new companies." Ben raised his hand and motioned for silence. The group immediately fell quiet, startled. He smiled with a slight grin. "Once you're a believer for life. If he's chosen to be part of the group, that's not so bad. But let's leave it at that, shall we?" Baek-hai-un glanced over with a knowing look, as if anticipating something. After all, many interesting things would be happening soon. It was something to look forward to. Meanwhile, in the midst of this chaotic country, the three, Panaduro, Sarang, and Jimgu, made their way to a port stacked high with containers. A shadowy figure could be seen looming above. Cheolsu turned around and glanced down at them. Not just the three of them. Eri was slowly walking toward him too. What kind of change was about to happen this time? Cheolsu stood there dignified. An A-rank hunter, Kim Cheolsu. Scene change. The full moon had risen high above, right at the top of the sky. A person with tattoos on his body cursed in an irritated voice. Damn! Chien Suat grumbled, still trying to untie himself. These damn kids, using dirty tricks like this. He staggered forward step by step. First, he had to get to Busan and gather more companies. Then he would launch a full-scale war plan. Not far from him, a figure was silently watching every move he made. The man coldly said, Chien Suat. It startled him for a moment. Chien Suat quickly turned to look. The man was standing tall on the cliff, his piercing gaze looking down. The former co-founder of Choi Gang Company, S-rank hunter, Gang Su-ho. Chien Suat was stunned and yelled, Is that Gang Su-ho? How the hell are you here? I clearly heard you were dead. Su-ho's voice turned cold. I almost died too, you know. It's all thanks to you guys. You dared to leave me all alone in that hellhole. But you didn't leave behind that generous spirit, did you? Chien Suat shuddered, his face filled with fear. Su-ho spoke again, his tone sharp. People like you, those so-called survivors, are nothing but scum. You live with shame and selfishness just to survive. It's a garbage existence. But I know my personal feelings. Hearing this, the man asked, Then why are you here now? His face twisted with frustration, cold sweat starting to bead on his forehead. Chien Suat shouted in panic. What's the point of showing up now? Su-ho slowly reached into his jacket pocket. About that, he pulled out a siren, stared at it, and then spoke. Soon enough, you'll find out. The scene shifted. On a street in Korea, people were busy with their own lives. It was an ordinary day. Kim Che-on-min grimaced as he stared at his phone. But two things happened that would completely change my life. The phone screen displayed the results. Congratulations. Kim Che-on-min has been accepted by Korea University. He was overjoyed and shouted, I made it. Kim Che-on-min smiled brightly, his face full of happiness. This good news. I have to tell my parents right away. Suddenly, a shadow fell across his face. Kim Che-on-min looked up in surprise. Before him was a scene of chaos. A building was engulfed in flames, planes and cars were scattered everywhere, and people were running in panic. Kim Che-on-min quickly rushed to open the door. Inside, his whole family was armed, their faces tense and alert. When they saw him, they were filled with relief and emotion. A little while later, the entire family of Kim Che-on-min had packed up what they needed. Armed and nervous, they cautiously left. They went into an abandoned convenience store and started to stock up on necessary supplies. After traveling through the night, the family paused. They exchanged uneasy glances, too afraid to speak. Kim Che-on-min sat by a small fire, keeping watch as everyone else slept. At that moment, he stared intently at his phone. Kim Che-on-min's gaze was distant as he confirmed the test results. Congratulations, Kim Che-on-min, you have been accepted into Korea University. At that moment, there was a noise. He turned his eyes toward it. Kim Che-on-min walked over and gently adjusted the sleeping bag around his younger brother. Suddenly, a noise came from a distance. He quickly became alert and looked around. From afar, a group of zombies was charging toward them, moving wildly. Some of the others, hearing the noise, began to wake up in a panic. Kim Che-on-min yelled urgently, calling for everyone to wake up. They all scrambled to escape the oncoming zombies. His father turned around, looking behind him. He froze in shock. Kim Che-on-min's mother had tripped and fallen behind, losing ground. His father gritted his teeth, then decisively shouted, On-min? He stood frozen for a moment. Kim Che-on-min, meanwhile, was protecting his brother, running alongside him. You have to protect Cheolsu no matter what, he said, glancing back in shock. Suddenly, his father pushed him hard from behind. He stood still, watching his children desperately run among the panicked crowd. His voice cracked as he said, I'll see you in Busan, Kim Che-on-min, Kim Cheolsu. On-min and his younger brother quickly turned around, anxiously looking back with tears streaming down their faces. He froze for a moment and suddenly clenched his teeth, shut his eyes tight, and made up his mind. The sign ahead showed that it was still 350 kilometers to Busan. I waited for our parents for 3 months in front of that fence, surviving on aid and food I begged for. Kim Che-on-min stood straight, holding the sign, his gaze full of hope. His parents hadn't come to Busan. During all that time, he clutched a family photo in his hand. Cheolsu was cold and curled up in a cardboard box. Besides waiting for our parents, I had to work to survive. He looked at it and choked up. Ona Min didn't stop trying, working tirelessly. Then he desperately searched for work at construction sites. Because I had to build buildings for those who were bitten, I work without rest. But he gritted his teeth, trying his hardest, his face darkening. Something had gone wrong. Kimche Ona Min sat at the desk. Cheolsu was peacefully sleeping on the mattress. Suddenly, he clenched the piece of paper tightly. I have to take care of two people with money that is barely enough for one. He looked at Cheolsu with a terrifying gaze. What drove me even crazier was the look in Kimche Onan Min's eyes as if he had completely lost his mind, staring wide-eyed at Cheolsu. I won't be able to save a single penny until Cheolsu grows up, and my future is looking so unclear, he thought. Cheolsu was still fast asleep on the mattress. He remembered the notification on his phone and, filled with frustration, thought, it should have been now. The phone screen flashed again. Congratulations to Kimche Onan Min for being accepted to Korea University. Kimche Onan Min's eyes darkened, and he sighed. I should be out on a trip, dating, and enjoying college life by now. But clearly, if this keeps up, I won't be able to afford a room. Suddenly, he blurted out, I want to run away. Kimche Onan Min quickly became panicked, covering his mouth with his hand. This is a world where people will do anything to ensure their own safety. Strong men will rob the weak. The old man huddled on the street, children abandoning their parents and parents doing the same to their children. A boy curled up on a pile of papers. Kimche Onan Min couldn't stop thinking. His eyes were empty, his mind struggling. So I should run away from here, right? The next day, in some part of the city, Onan Min handed a plastic bag to his younger brother and said, Cheolsu, eat this and wait here for me, okay? I have something important to do nearby. Cheolsu, with a naive and happy expression, took the bag and nodded obediently. He happily sat on the bench enjoying the bag of snacks. This snack is really delicious. Onan Min glanced over briefly, then turned away, putting on his hat, thinking to himself, this is enough. From now on, I just need to live for myself. He looked towards the train station. This is as far as I can go. Now, I'll head to a new neighborhood and find a job. Onan Min looked up at the sky, then thought, I have to go there, make money, and live a normal life. Stand tall, take breaks when needed, and live without the constant threat of hunger. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Kimche Onan Min woke up in surprise from his deep sleep. In the train compartment, only his shadow remained. Kimche Onan Min sat motionless, his eyes filled with confusion. Just then, a security guard walked in, saw him, and was surprised. He spoke up. Hey kid, this is the last stop. He glanced at Kimche Onan Min. If you fell asleep, you should head back quickly, because the train will be leaving soon. Are you getting off or staying here? Suddenly, he froze, unable to speak. In that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Kimche Onan Min. His father's voice appeared. You must protect Cheolsu, no matter what. Kimche Onan Min was stunned, realizing he had forgotten his promise. The whole family was supposed to reunite in Busan, and he had promised to protect Cheolsu all the way. He hurriedly ran back the way he had come, his face filled with worry. As he ran, he thought to himself, even if I don't know if my parents will come back, maybe I can still keep that promise. Suddenly, he stopped in front of Cheolsu, who was still sitting quietly in his seat. Despite the cold surrounding him, the boy refused to leave, pulling his head into his jacket, waiting for his older brother. Kimche Onan Min was frantic. He immediately ran up to Cheolsu. Kimche Onan Min looked at his younger brother with a guilty expression. Cheolsu looked up at him, softly calling out, Big brother. Kimche Onan Min couldn't help but pull his brother into a tight embrace. You're such a fool. Where else would you go? Why are you still sitting here waiting? Cheolsu smiled gently. You told me to wait here. You promised you'd come and take me home. Suddenly, the boy held out a bag of cookies. I only ate half. The rest is for you. Kimche Onan Min froze, his eyes wide in surprise, his face tightened with self-reproach. He hugged his brother again. The scene shifted. It was late at night in a residential area. Kimche Onan Min was carrying his brother on his back, speaking warmly as they walked. Cheolsu, if I save up enough money, I'll buy us a little house. He smiled brightly. How does that sound? Would you like that? At that moment, his younger brother had fallen fast asleep on his back. Cheolsu's breathing was soft and steady. Kimche Onan Min smiled tenderly as he looked down at him. Then he lifted his head, his gaze full of determination. Kimche Onan Min quietly thought to himself, a house will keep you safe and wait for our parents to come back. The scene shifted again to the front of a small house. Cheolsu stood by the window, his face serious and his eyes sharp. Then he turned his head slightly, glancing at the photo on the table beside him. He spoke softly. Hey, this is the picture of our family when we were happy together. I finally bought the house you always wanted. His mood suddenly dropped. He thought back to that day when he felt like he knew everything that was going to happen. He watched his brother's figure disappearing in the distance. The day you decided to leave me, even if you never come back, I won't hold it against you. It turned out that night, when Ona Min lost control and said those words, Cheolsu had accidentally overheard. All of this was because the world was too tough, making it impossible for someone to live a normal life. So, from now on, Cheolsu looked up into the distance. He thought about those days, his brother, his family, the needles, the name tags, and even this country. The image of Wang Tech's tragic death remained cold in his mind. A joyful person proudly showed off their ultrasound results and all the things that people had missed and forgotten. The scene of everyone gathered together, laughing and talking happily. Aries' sad expression at that moment. I want to find those moments again. The image of Wang Tech kneeling at his feet. The moment he tightly hugged the white cloth bag with Wang Tech inside. Cheolsu placed his hand over the photo, covering it. The scene changes. A hand opens the door of a car. A firm foot steps out. That's why I started a company. At this point, a group of people in black, dressed very formally, stood neatly on either side. Many others had also arrived to join. Rang briefly glanced at him, then smiled softly. They were once part of the Small Business Association, B-Rank Hunters, and the Guillotine, and Rang. Pet Duro had also changed his hairstyle and was once part of the Jai Oha Church. C-Rank Hunter, Missionary Pet Duro. Ari looked at him and smiled brightly. The manager, who was once part of Choi Gang's company, Min Ari, Jim Gu grinned excitedly, then spoke up. Even if you're just a puppet chairman, you should still show some class so that other companies don't look down on you, right? Jim Gu, once part of the Small Business Association, C-Rank Hunter, the Judge Park Jim Gu. The older man raised his voice. Everyone bowed to the chairman. Everyone quickly bowed deeply, showing their respect. Greetings, chairman. His gaze was unwavering. Everyone prayed in unison. May God bless us so that everything may go smoothly. Kim Cheolsu, the founder of Dead Zone Solutions, stood in the middle of the quiet space. On the map, the location of Kim Cheolsu's company was in Jin-E. There were many reasons they chose this place, especially after the Jin-E wall event that had taken place earlier. A group of people with fierce expressions stared at him. Kim Cheolsu charged forward, ready to face the challenge. People here rated Kim Cheolsu far better than other hunters. His confrontation with the massive monster had left a lasting impression. Additionally, after the wall was completed, the workers and construction companies had worked together to reclaim the area. They stood looking at the finished project, all of them excited. Finally, it's done. These people had offered Kim Cheolsu free land and buildings that they owned. Both sides stood facing each other. Cheolsu glanced at the buildings, his expression one of surprise. There are more new buildings here than I expected. Ari looked around, a little flustered. Then she spoke up. Moreover, the location is very convenient. Are they really offering us these buildings for free? The project manager smiled brightly. These buildings had no value before the wall was built, and the one protecting that wall is none other than Cheolsu here. At the very least, he deserves this much compensation. We're not giving them away for free, just renting them out, so it's not too much. The two of them exchanged a brief glance. Cheolsu gave a subtle nod, feeling the pressure. One of them then pointed, smiling widely. If you'd like, we can add another condition. If zombies ever invade this area, we'll leave everything to your company, Cheolsu. Lately, the number of soldiers has been decreasing, and there are rumors that the security of the wall is becoming risky. The two exchanged looks again and smiled lightly. Is that so? They stood tall in front of the temporary headquarters of Dead Zone Solutions. The door opened, and Cheolsu slowly walked down the hallway. Ari happily pointed. As of today, we have 32 hunters who have joined our company. Among them, 19 hunters agreed to sign a 2-year long-term contract. Everyone in the company greeted him enthusiastically whenever they saw him. Oh, there's the president, they would say. She continued. The rest signed contracts for 6 months based on mutual cooperation. Ari glanced at Cheolsu. After seeing the number of hunters in the company steadily increasing, she thought that with a little more time, the company would grow to the size of a mid-level firm. He looked back at her and replied, while I like seeing the number of hunters rise, we need enough work to match the size of the team. What's the situation over there? Jim Gu then spoke seriously, and Rang and Pen Euro are handling it. Right now, there are 7 small contracts and 3 mid-sized ones, which require more than 3 hunters each. Finally, there's 1 large contract that requires 7 hunters, including you, President. The numbers were rising. The workload wasn't heavy yet, but if things kept growing at this rate, it would be a huge motivator. He smiled, clearly pleased. More than anything, it's about the word of mouth. As long as we finish the contracts we're given, rumors will spread that our company gets the job done really well. Jim Gu continued, and our company's prices are reasonable, right? If so, we'll get more new commissions. The 3 of them slowly climbed the stairs, discussing along the way. We still have enough money to keep going until then, so don't worry. It's good to have money, but we also need to be cautious because urgent situations could come up. Cheolsu thought for a moment, then turned around with a serious expression. When investors make demands, we need to be ready to pay them back, not just refuse. Investors loan money, make demands, file complaints, ask for refunds, or refuse. We have to handle things this way so they don't think they can use money to control us. He recalled the smug smile of Secretary Park and shivered. That won't happen again. Jim-gu fell silent for a moment, then spoke. So that means you're not planning to lose in any showdown, right? All right, I'll review it and try everything to increase the number of commissions. Eri, walking behind, looked at him with a worried and uneasy expression. He replied firmly, the position isn't tied to any business and the working capital. Once we have enough manpower, will allow us to carry out our plan. The three of them moved toward the president's office. Cheolsu pushed the door open and walked in, his expression one of evaluation. Suddenly, he was surprised to see two people already inside waiting. He spoke up. Oh. Daha, seeing him, quickly closed the book, raised her hand, and warmly greeted him. Oh, President, it's a pleasure to meet you. Cheolsu, looking confused, glanced over at Jim-gu. New assignment? Jim-gu looked equally puzzled and quietly replied, I don't think there's any new assignment. Hearing this, Cheolsu turned to Eri. Then who is he? A new hunter? If that's the case, how come I don't remember him? Eri avoided his gaze, hesitating before speaking. He is a hunter, but if I explain it in more detail. Eri glanced over at him timidly. You mentioned it earlier, President. The unreasonable demands of the investors. You could say he's a pawn handling those unreasonable requests, right? At that moment, the boy still sat there, confidently looking at Cheolsu. The elite class was a brute that would do anything to maintain their wealth. A little girl was trapped in a cage, her face full of fear. This means taking risks, even with the lives of their children. Outside, the father calmly took a few puffs from his pipe. In the past, during the dictatorship, they sent their children to military schools. One father, with his arm around his son, walked him into the military academy. When the elite controlled a special school, they would send their children there to study. Another wealthy father, his face full of excitement, led his child to school. And when the trend of sending children abroad for education became popular, they also sent their children overseas. They adapted quickly. Now, in the present, as zombies have taken over, nothing has changed. The father is training his child to be a sharp weapon. In a world where the military's influence is weakening and the power of hunters is growing, the president of the DGT group sat majestically, fiddling with his phone. The president, who had inherited wealth and status just before the zombie outbreak, shared similar thoughts. He spoke loudly. The time has come when every family must have at least one hunter. At this, Cheolsu's face twisted in annoyance. That's why, for that reason, he forced Cheolsu to let this kid into the company. Eri looked at him hesitantly. Du-ha, at this point, laughed loudly, excited, and waved his hand in greeting. You can just call me Du-ha, Chairman. E-rank hunter Du-ha, he had killed 7 zombies. Cheolsu ignored him, pointing at the kid, his voice full of annoyance. So what? E-rank, huh? Besides the times he slashed zombies as an intern, has he ever gone out to kill zombies? Is this a daycare or what? Jim-gu glanced at him coldly and spoke up indifferent. You don't need to play the parent because they've already hired someone for that role, me. C-rank hunter Go Jin-su, who had killed 572 zombies. Hearing that, Cheolsu frowned and snapped angrily. Parent, I'm not taking responsibility for this. You guys can leave, and next time, don't take on assignments like this. Got it? Dua smiled brightly. I heard you're about to have some extra funds and new assignments. I won't do it, so hurry up and return the investment money to my family. Although I don't know how much capital you have left in your company. But this is probably going to be difficult for you, Chairman. Du-ha said, looking at Cheolsu and speaking calmly. Just the money from my father, the chairman of the DGT group, invested here alone is already 200 billion. Thanks to the reputation of the group, you also got an additional 200 billion in investments. Eri glanced at Cheolsu, feeling a bit uncomfortable, and explained softly, the truth is, we've already used that money when we split from Choi Gang's company, so I think the only option left is to bring him into our company. He rubbed his temples, his face filled with frustration. We started our own company because we didn't want to bow down to people who think they're above us. But in the end, nothing goes the way we want. Fine, just bring him in, but don't give him any responsibilities, right? Eri seemed uneasy. Well, about that, she forced a smile. The DGT group insists that we give Du-ha a mandate and also requires special training from you, Chairman. Cheolsu was taken aback, his eyes wide with annoyance. After a long pause, the scene shifted to Cheolsu's company. 3 people enter a room filled with mannequins located in the basement training area of Dead Zone Solutions. Each mannequin had a red X marked on its head and torso. Cheolsu pointed at them and said in a serious tone, "First, start by attacking the mannequins over there." This was the most basic step for getting a feel for your attack range and becoming familiar with your body. Cheolsu sighed, turned his head, and casually waved his hand. "Go ahead, hit the mannequins until you are exhausted." Suddenly, Duha spoke up. "President." Cheolsu looked at him in surprise, and Duha continued, "I've done this many times before meeting you." Duha smiled excitedly, his eyes filled with anticipation. He went on, "I wonder if you could fight me directly." Cheolsu shot him a sharp look, clearly irritated, and replied through gritted teeth, "Fight directly." Although annoyed, he restrained himself and explained, "It seems you're misunderstanding something. What I'm doing is helping with your training. I'm just doing it for the money, not because you have some special talent or skills." Duha calmly smiled and made a suggestion. "If I lose overwhelmingly, I'll pack my bags and leave the company with Jin Soo. I promise I will convince my father not to withdraw the investment from Dead Zone Solutions." He fell silent for a moment, his face thoughtful. His voice was deep and serious. "With a condition like that, you must have something you want to achieve, right?" Duha flinched, his voice cautious. "If I win, then the next project must be entrusted to me and go Jin Soo." Cheolsu studied him carefully, thinking to himself, he's offering a condition that's clearly beneficial to him, almost as if he's already planning for the next round. Either he has some hidden agenda, or he really does have the skills. Suddenly, he broke into an excited grin. "Now I like this even more. If I can spot his plan during the competition, I'll have to crush it completely. But if he truly has the ability, then I'll keep him around and train him properly." Cheolsu responded eagerly, "All right then, make sure you're fully equipped and come back in 30 minutes. Duha looked at him intently. "And your guardian too. He should come." Go Jin Soo, hearing this, turned in surprise. Cheolsu turned away, his expression serious. "Go get ready now." A moment later, in a room somewhere, Duha was fully geared up. He gripped the chainsaw tightly, his eyes fixed ahead. Meanwhile, Jimbu also held his weapon, his face serious as he observed. Cheolsu stood proudly in front of them, speaking softly to explain. "The rules are simple. Both of you charge at the same time." He looked at them with a serious expression, warning, "If I get injured, don't worry about it. Just keep going." The sound of the chainsaw roared loudly, followed by a crack of thunder. Jimbu crouched into an attack position, his gaze cold as he stared at Cheolsu. He locked eyes with the two of them before speaking in a stern tone. "Are you two charging, or shall I go first?" Cheolsu glanced at Duha, thinking to himself, "Seeing how he's pointing that chainsaw at me so seriously, he must be underestimating me, right?" But the training suggestion was part of his plan from the beginning. He furrowed his brow, focusing on the situation, thinking, "We've already set up a plan to fight against you." Duha grinned, excitement in his smile. He could go ahead anyway. Before he could finish his sentence, Cheolsu suddenly struck Go Jin Soo. His strength was overwhelming, sending Go Jin Soo flying across the room and crashing hard into the wall behind him, shattering it completely. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Duha, still in shock, muttered, "Ha." At that moment, Jin Soo was pinned to the wall, the edge of a shovel gleaming. Cheolsu's cold voice cut through the air. "What's wrong?" He glanced at Duha and sneered. "Things not going according to your plan?" It turned out that before the fight, Duha had predicted, with Kim Cheolsu's free-spirited personality and the pride of an A-rank hunter, the chance of both of them charging at once is 200%. That's why you made the condition you did. Just as Duha had guessed, Cheolsu spoke, "The rules are simple. Both of you attack at the same time." He said it with a serious face, not worried about getting hurt. "Feel free to use your weapons." Cheolsu thought to himself, Go Jin Soo, with his speed, will rush at me, and Duha, holding the chainsaw, could deal a deadly blow in an instant. If they land a hit, their coordination could be interesting. Duha smiled triumphantly and seized the unexpected opportunity. Go Jin Soo used a move to control Cheolsu, using his weapon to break the blade of Kim Cheolsu's shovel and locking its handle in a single strike. The two weapons scraped against each other. While his weapon was caught, Go Jin Soo delivered a clean finishing blow. Cheolsu couldn't react in time and was taken by surprise at how things played out. The first tactic ended impressively. Duha grinned with satisfaction. "Our next request is to be allowed to accompany you, Chairman." He quickly became the right-hand man of the A-rank hunter, rising to become an outstanding rookie in the hunting industry. News spread fast. The second son of DGT Group became an elite hunter, showing extraordinary talent when he made his public debut. This set the stage for DGT Group to flaunt its power in the hunting industry. That was Duha's plan. He would be celebrated by everyone. Everyone has a perfect plan until it's defeated. Back in the present, Cheolsu rushed forward to attack before Ja could even finish his second sentence. He was confused. His eyes darted toward Go Jin Soo, who had been knocked away and slammed into the wall. Chunsu's voice was cold. What's going on? He smiled bitterly. Things aren't going according to your plan, are they? Du Hao was disoriented. He furrowed his brows and gripped the chainsaw tightly, charging toward him. The blade swung quickly, but Chunsu easily leaned to the side, avoiding the strike. He glanced at Du Hao, silently assessing him. A slow, clumsy strike, no basic technique. This kid's skills were only good enough to take down a few regular zombies before he'd get bitten and infected. Du Hao missed and lost his balance, humbling. He froze for a moment, clearly confused. Chunsu thought to himself he's off balance because he's panicking. He swung too hard and lost control due to centrifugal force. Suddenly, Chunsu raised his weapon high. Du Hao, startled, instinctively shut his eyes and braced himself for the blow. A long moment passed, but nothing happened. He cautiously opened his eyes. He saw Chunsu standing still, and he wondered, has he stopped? Is he holding back because I'm a rookie? Then, Chunsu smirked, a hint of amusement in his expression. Du Hao was taken aback. He was confused and thought, asterisk, is he mocking the asterisk? Suddenly, Chunsu threw the shovel to the ground. He stood tall in front of Du Hao and coldly remarked, "You're even worse than that guy who got knocked out with one blow. You're not even worth me using the shovel on." He furrowed his brows, glaring at Du Hao, his voice filled with annoyance. "How much do you disrespect the profession of a hunter?" Chunsu continued, mocking him without stopping. "Are you from a rich family? Because you live inside the safety of the walls, eating hot meals, you look down on the determination of those who have to go outside the walls." His tone grew sharper, making Du Hao freeze in surprise. "Because hunters are getting attention from the public, you want to steal the fame earned by the desperate efforts of those poor souls." Then he made a decision. "I'm going to teach you a lesson before I kick you out." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a powerful punch at Du Hao's face. Du Hao immediately stumbled backward, blood spraying from his nose. Before he could recover, Chunsu tightened his fist and charged at him with an angry expression. He punched Du Hao hard in the chest. Du Hao winced in pain, his body sent flying into the air. It hurt so much, not just physically, but when he hit the ground hard, the pain was overwhelming. Blood trickled from his mouth, and his face twisted in agony. Even the words from the man caused him more pain. Du Hao's gaze went vacant. His thoughts sank deep. Is this all I am after all? Suddenly, his mind flashed to the image of his father standing proudly before him. Du Hao, this is your last chance to shine. Because of your lowly mother, you couldn't inherit my full intelligence. At least you should learn to be as tough as me. Du Hao awkwardly glanced at his father, then snapped back to reality. Chunsu still wasn't done. He kicked Du Hao hard, causing the chainsaw to shatter. The chains snapped, and Du Hao was sent crashing headfirst into the wall. With a face full of frustration, Du Hao thought, in the end, I've only disappointed my father. Is this really all I can do? Du Hao collapsed beside Jin Su. Chunsu slowly walked up to them, his anger boiling over as he spat, "Don't underestimate me, and don't mess with me." In that moment, Chunsu's thoughts shifted to the teammates he had lost. He snapped angrily, because this hunting profession is for the desperate. He looked at Du Hao and coldly said, "Go home right now, kid." Then he put on his gear and quickly walked away. Du Hao kept his head down. Suddenly, a chain appeared wrapping around his neck, surprising him. Instinctively, he bent down and dodged it. Chunsu turned around, surprised. Du Hao stood up, trying to steady himself, and spoke with his head lowered. As the chairman just said, "I don't know the desperation of having to skip meals every day." He gripped the chain tightly in his hand. "I don't know what it's like to starve or freeze to death if I step outside the wall." Du Hao's face darkened, and his eyes showed determination. "Because I was born with a silver spoon in my mouth," he continued, tightening his grip. "But even so, I have my own desperation." At that moment, Zhao remembered the scene from that day when his mother had shielded herself with an umbrella in the rain, leaving him behind. Chi Sang stood on the balcony, placing a hand on Du Hao's shoulder, watching the woman's retreating figure. He looked on with a cold gaze. "He grabbed your head tightly, ignoring your tears streaming down your face. How ironic, isn't it, my son? The reason your mother was kicked out is because of your failure." Everyone in the house sneered, mocking you, coldly saying, "But the truth is different. You're allowed to stay because you're my biological son, while your mother was sent away because she's an outsider who gave birth to a worthless child like you. Your mother has left the mansion. Remember this scene well." He coldly planted those cruel words in your mind. "Because if you remain useless, you'll have to witness this kind of thing over and over again." In the hallway of the Du Hao mansion, there were family portraits hanging. Some were of famous doctors, some of well-known reporters, some of successful contractors, and others of respected police officers. Suddenly, there was a crack, and as Shi Sang smashed one of the pictures, glass shards scattering everywhere. He spoke in irritation. "I heard the fourth child has already sacrificed himself at Jin. This is your chance." Duaha, with a cold tone, added, maybe you've inherited some of my luck. If you become famous, I'll allow your mother to come back here. Duaha stared at him, wide-eyed with fear. Back in the present, Duaha spoke up, frustration clear in his voice. I'm just like you. I've screamed, cried, and yelled out of frustration so many times. I've been desperate to. But now, there's nowhere left to run. Duaha swung the chain forcefully, aiming at Cheolsu. He quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the strike. Cheolsu turned back, glanced at him, then quickly kicked off, speeding toward him. In an instant, he appeared right in front of Duha, leaving him in a state of shock. Duha stared at him, panic in his eyes. I may have figured out why I need to fight seriously, but this is all I have. Isn't that enough to close the gap in skill? At that moment, Cheolsu clenched his fist and swung it toward him. Duha squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth and bracing himself. I'm sorry, Mom. Suddenly, the force lightened. Cheolsu flicked his forehead gently. Duha blinked, confused, not understanding what had just happened. He looked up at Cheolsu, lost. Cheolsu's face was serious as he spoke. That wasn't bad, was it? He placed his hands on his hips and pouted, adding, You're using the chain? That's pretty bad without it. Cheolsu stared at Duha, then said with a serious tone, It's your expression, your will, and what you've been holding back, almost ready to explode. Your rebellious nature, your circumstances, your age. Cheolsu stood before Duha, his presence commanding. Kim Che Ona Min stood strong, waiting for his parents. But Kim Cheolsu could tell that, in the end, this boy was like him in the past. He had lost something precious. Cheolsu felt the pain deeply, hearing the agonizing screams that ripped through the sky. The desperate struggle to find something that was gone. It reminded him of his own past, of Duha's earlier screams. In other words, Cheolsu quietly observed, this boy will go far. He extended his hand and said softly, I won't send you away. Duha stared at him, confused. Cheolsu spoke seriously, but instead, you need to learn seriously. Duha was momentarily surprised, but then quickly grabbed Cheolsu's hand and responded, Thank you, Chairman. At that moment, Cheolsu didn't forget to remind him, Oh, and don't act like you're rich. Hunters hate the rich kids who are born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Got it? The scene changed, and now Duha was training hard. His face was scrunched in concentration, sweat pouring off him. At this moment, Jinsu glanced over and quickly threw his shield towards him. Duha quickly stepped back to dodge an attack. Suddenly, before he could fully regain his balance, a foot shot toward him, catching him off guard. The man coldly swung his leg and kicked Duha hard. For a moment, Jinsu looked surprised. So Duha managed to block that attack just in time with his staff, he said, smiling with satisfaction. He squinted, focusing on Duha, and thought to himself, after sparring with Chairman Kim, it's clear that the young master's movements have changed. Not only has his combat strength improved through a combination of strength and endurance training, he recalled Duha's earlier movements, which were different from before, when he had only focused on wielding weapons. Jinsu felt like the young master was now trying to integrate his entire body into each movement. At that moment, Duha charged toward Jinsu with force. He swung his staff sharply, but Jinsu quickly sidestepped to avoid it. Jinsu stared at him, amazed. These were movements that showed both knowledge and determination in battle. In less than a week, the young master's movements had completely changed. Could he have really transformed this much on his own? Duha's gaze was now razor sharp. Jinsu had been constantly on defense, retreating until his back was against the wall. Jinsu was stunned. Since when? Suddenly, he jolted and quickly looked around, assessing the situation. This is bad. Duha leaped high into the air, swinging his staff down forcefully. Jinsu gritted his teeth and raised his shield to block. The staff struck with a loud crash, and the two of them struggled to maintain their ground. Then, without warning, Duha slipped, losing his balance and stumbling. His expression was one of confusion. Huh? Duha crashed face first into the ground, frustrated. He quickly turned his head to find the culprit. Oh, I almost had it that time. Who was that? Cheolsu stepped forward, speaking calmly. It's B-Kid. Duha gasped in surprise. The president? Cheolsu, annoyed, shouted, I told you to practice against zombies, not to go up against people. Duha, embarrassed, tried to explain, well, I figured I'd just do both. I heard you had a lot of real-life experience fighting hunters outside the walls. Hearing this, Cheolsu's anger flared. He reached over and gave Duha a hard smack on the head. That was just a few special cases. A kid who can't even kill a zombie wants to fight hunters. Just like a child who can't even walk yet, but already wants to ride a bike. What an idiot. Duha winced in pain, his face showing discomfort. At that moment, he glanced over at the boy. He thought to himself, even so, it's clear that his movements are improving at such a fast pace that I could almost trust him to handle things. Soon, I'll be able to bring him along as a reliable assistant. He then spoke, "Go change your clothes and head out. There's somewhere we need to go." Duha was surprised and asked where to. Suddenly, Cheolsu looked at him in silence, making Duha feel confused for a moment. Then, Cheolsu tapped his head and snapped, "Look at how sloppy you're dressed. I told you to train seriously." Scene change. In Jiagochi City at the Jiagochi Small Business Association headquarters, the Jiagochi Market, and the International Market. The streets were crowded with people, and the sounds of chatter and laughter filled the bustling market. Scene changed to a food stall. Cheolsu and his group, all dressed in thick, concealed clothing, snuck through the crowd, their expressions sneaky, like thieves. He looked around cautiously and then asked, "Where exactly are we supposed to meet and sell rang? Why are we still going deeper into the market?" The god complained, "Why is it so hot here?" Eri glanced over and reminded them, "We're almost there, so make sure to keep your hoods on, even if it's hot. Remember, this is the territory of other hunters. If we're spotted, we might not be able to leave here." Suddenly, she seemed to spot something in the distance. Eri immediately perked up, waving her hand excitedly. "There it is." And Selrang, who was walking next to Yang, smiled and joked. Looking at their faces, they probably think it would be easier to just call an engineer to the company. This old man can't get out of Jiagochi Market. There's always someone watching to make sure he's not exposed as an engineer. Since we made an appointment with someone as amazing as him, everyone should show some gratitude. He pictured an image in his mind, a legendary engineer, huh? She continued to chatter. If it weren't for this old man and me both being part of the Jago Merchant Association, this wouldn't even be happening. Suddenly, she looked over at Duaha and asked, "By the way, who's this kid? A new employee?" He shot her an annoyed glare. "She dares to call me a kid." Cheolsu answered quietly, "It's the rookie on training." Hearing this, and Selrang was shocked. "What? You've already started training an apprentice? Oh my god, is something wrong with your head?" He quickly defended himself. "What are you talking about? It's just that the company is lacking talent, so I have to train someone." Cheolsu began to explain. "I've heard a lot of hunters are looking to apply to our company. To be honest, there are a lot of applicants, but most of them are C or D rank." And Selrang looked skeptical. "Are you sure about that? Other companies also offer great benefits to make sure they don't miss out on B rank hunters or higher." Cheolsu's face turned serious. "That's why we also need to develop our current employees to strengthen ourselves. That's my conclusion." Then he raised his voice to remind her, "So don't hide away somewhere training and only show up when there's a mission. Take one of the rookies and train them together." She groaned, clearly annoyed. "Oh my god, just like you saw with Jin, I really don't feel comfortable leading others. I'd rather take on a solo mission to infiltrate a zombie horde than do that." He calmly responded, "When I founded the company, I made you the director, so at least you should be able to handle that much. You gave me a tiny bit of power and now expect me to do all these things. It's really..." Dahao, walking beside him, quietly observed the conversation for a while. Suddenly, Eri stepped forward, smiled softly, and whispered an explanation to him. "To avoid confusion when we're outside, let me introduce everyone." Eri looked toward Selrang. "The girl with pink hair is Director Selrang, one of the company's co-founders." Then she turned toward Paduro and continued, "The tall man behind us is Director Paduro, also a co-founder." Eri motioned toward Jimgu and finally said, "The person leading the way is Director Park Jimgu." Dua nodded after hearing this, his face lighting up with excitement. "They're all senior managers who played key roles in the battle at Jin. I feel like I'm not qualified to fit in here." Eri smiled gently and encouraged him. "All you need to do is work hard to reach that level." She then reminded him, "The chairman has a lot of emotional scars if he doesn't easily open up to others." Dua had carefully watched her. Just being recognized and trained by him was already a huge accomplishment, so don't be too hard on yourself, okay? Suddenly, Cheolsu spoke up, "We're here." They stopped in front of a weapon-making workshop run by the Jiagochi Small Merchant Association called Hellcore Foundry. The group quickly opened the door and slowly stepped inside. Duaha quietly glanced around. Cheolsu seemed to notice something, his eyes focusing ahead. In front of him, an emaciated man was lying back on a bed. It turned out that the man was the equipment engineer of Hellcore Foundry, Mr. Garu. Cheolsu looked at him, comparing him to what he had imagined, his face filled with doubt. "Is that really the engineer? He looks nothing like I imagined." At that moment, and Selrang happily ran over, calling out loudly, "Grandpa, it's me, and Selrang. I here pick up the weapons that Grandma Zhonghua asked you to make." Upon hearing this, the old man responded loudly, "Huh? And Selrang is here?" He immediately got off the bed and went somewhere. "Wait a moment." Cheolsu looked at her, confused. "If it's Mrs. Zhonghua, did you use Jiagochi's name, the president of the Small Business Association, to order weapons? What if you get caught?" And Selrang laughed loudly and shot him a mocking look. Kim, as long as we don't get caught, it's fine. If you're that scared, just hide away in Ginny and live there. At that moment, Garu pushed something covered with a cloth forward. He raised his hand, pulled the cloth back, and started rummaging through it. First, this is for Inselrang, Garu said, pulling out a pair of large black axes and began explaining them loudly. These double axes are great for swinging, but he paused, then suddenly connected the two axes together. In an instant, the weapon transformed into a new shape. The handle is too short, so it's hard to build up much force, he continued, then eagerly spun the weapon in his hand as if demonstrating. But if you connect the two parts like this, the handle becomes longer, making it easier to build force. And when needed, you can spin it like a blender blade. It's incredibly effective. And Selrang eagerly grabbed it, excitedly swinging the axe around. Meanwhile, Garu reached back into the box to find something else. As for you, the one who knows everything, since you're not the type to be out on the front lines often, he said then, as if to prove his point, pulled out a silver gun. This is a flare gun, used to confuse the enemy's vision, Garu explained excitedly, unloading a clip to demonstrate. Unlike regular ammo like green, red, blue, or black, which are flare rounds, this one is a shotgun shell. Think of it as a basic defensive tool that we take turns using. Jinsu quickly took it and carefully examined the gun in his hands. At that moment, Jim-gu quickly pulled out a suit of armor and said loudly, "As for you, muscle guy, this armor is made from the same alloy I used for that guy Cheon Swat. Even if your body gets shattered, the armor and gloves won't break, so don't worry." Garu then called out to Chunsu, "This one's for you, tall guy. Hey, tall guy, take this and give it a swing." He quickly handed it over. Chunsu swung it, his face showing surprise. It feels lighter compared to its toughness. Did they use a new material? He asked, confused. The design is exactly like the old shovel, just a little bigger. Did they only change the material? Garu angrily shouted, "How can you be so narrow-minded with that comment?" "Try spinning the handle of the shovel halfway around," he said. He immediately followed the instruction. "Now swing it," he added. Chunsu hesitated, but did as told. Suddenly, the two parts of the shovel separated. Chunsu's face showed surprise. The shovel quickly shot out, its tip speeding forward, causing Inselrang and Jinsu to panic and dodge out of the way. He pointed and shouted, "I heard your fighting style is like something from the Stone Age. You tie a chain to the shovel handle. Now, just treat it as a single unit and use it." Finally, Garu pulled out a saw and pushed it toward Du-ha. He stared at it, confused. Huh. Seeing that Du-ha was still frozen, Chunsu calmly urged, "What are you waiting for? Take it." Du-ha shouted in surprise, "I could have turned too." Garu smiled lightly and replied, "The chainsaw I gave you earlier is already broken, so take this new one." Du-ha gripped the weapon tightly, his face in disbelief. Garu raised his voice to explain, "This one's much lighter than the old chainsaw. It's simpler in design, and its durability is better. This is the one I spent the most time designing." Du-ha jumped up in excitement. At this moment, Chunsu stepped closer to the man and spoke softly, "Thank you, sir. You've worked hard. How much are these weapons? Surprised? What's the price?" Suddenly, Garu mumbled, "The price is," then a whole voice interrupted, "You need to pay over here." A group of large, imposing men walked in, laughing in a chilling way. At that moment, Zhonghua slowly approached, her voice deep and calm. "You're bold enough to come into my territory and buy all the weapons." She flashed a cold, menacing smile at them and threatened, "You must have the guts of a tiger and the heart of a bear, you foolish children." Her presence was overwhelming, as if she radiated an aura of power. She was the ghost of the Jiagochi market, a bustling marketplace filled with people. Zhonghua had taken photos with everyone at the market. It seemed she was deeply tied to the market's history, known by all who lived there. People said she had been in the market even before the zombie outbreak began. Everyone else had perished there, their bodies scattered, but she remained standing strong, untouched. Even when the zombie plague broke out, she never left the market. Now, back to the present. Zhang laughed coldly and walked in with a group of strong young men. She spoke in a cold voice, "You dare enter my territory and buy up all the weapons?" Zhang shot them a sharp, threatening look and said, "You must have the guts of a tiger and the heart of a bear, you fools." Ari saw this and panicked, exclaiming, "It's her." Jim-gu was also terrified. "That's right, it's her." Chunsu looked at her intently and nervously said, "She's the oldest A-rank hunter and the president of the Jiagochi Small Business Association." Zhonghua stood with authority staring at them. Hearing their conversation, she calmly spoke, "It seems like you know who I am. Some of you have even shared meals with me before." At this moment, and Selrang looked worried, avoiding eye contact, sweating nervously as she muttered, "I wasn't trying to use your name on purpose." Suddenly, her voice turned serious. "Now answer me. Zhang Hua questioned them. You come into my territory, buy weapons that carry the hard work of engineers, and use my name to make these purchases. What are you planning? He was fuming, gritting his teeth and casting an angry glance at Sarang. She was feeling confused and avoided his gaze, whistling as she glanced away. Cheolsu thought to himself, should I lie and say they were just following me? But he knew better now. He wasn't just an individual anymore. Cheolsu stayed silent. At least Mrs. Zhonghua saw him as a representative of the whole group. This is my first time officially founding a company and entering the territory of another hunter, he thought, letting out a quiet sigh. I can't let myself be looked down upon. That's right. Cheolsu straightened up and turned to her, raising his hand as he spoke. There are two reasons why I have asked people who were here before to help me get to this place. The first is that I've heard this place is the best for weapon crafting in the entire country. Guru, hearing this, scratched his head awkwardly, saying that doesn't really make me feel any better. Cheolsu hesitated, then looked at her again and continued. The second reason is that I thought it would make you show up in person, the head of the Jago Chai Merchant Guild. Zhonghua listened in silence. She always kept a neutral stance on everything that happened outside the Jago Chi market. Cheolsu furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy. Of course, this is just Kim Cheolsu's excuse to handle the situation. In reality, he came here just to buy weapons. But if he said outright that he was here for that, it would ruin everything. At this point, he had to approach it like a business deal. Cheolsu's face tightened as he carefully observed Zhonghua's reaction. Once things were set in motion, he had to go all the way, turning it into a good opportunity to form a business relationship. The group following the woman immediately got angry when they heard this, shouting in protest. You're breaking the rules between hunter companies just for such a weak excuse. What are you thinking, kid? Do you really believe she's some kind, easygoing person? Suddenly, Zhonghua snapped at them. Everyone, quiet down. Stop making a scene. You're embarrassing yourselves. Her words left everyone stunned for a moment. She looked at him and then burst out laughing. You still want to show off? What's a kid like you doing here trying to meet with me? Cheolsu gave a thoughtful expression before replying, because you're the leader of the only hunter group we can maintain a peaceful relationship with. This surprised her a little. Cheolsu furrowed his brow, his expression serious. As you know, in the hunter industry, I'm both a threat and a loner. He quietly thought about the other A-rank hunters before explaining. Compared to being an unknown rookie, I quickly climbed to A rank at an incredible speed. At this point, Cheolsu mentioned the article about him. During this process, there were rumors that I had flattered the Provisional Busan government. Kim Cheolsu was recognized as an A-rank hunter under the patronage of the Provisional Busan government. His voice dropped. I also received a large investment from those who oppose the current hunter system. Suddenly, Cheolsu hesitated. He thought for a moment before continuing. There are also rumors that I eliminated Lieutenant Colonel Lim and Cheon Swat, who were once A-rank hunters, creating a vacancy in those positions and then taking them for myself. Eri glanced at him, confused, then thought to herself, that's a lie, just an excuse he came up with on the spot. But, surprisingly, he doesn't just capture the current situation accurately, but he's still able to say things that might convince Mrs. Zhonghua in this situation. She hesitated, glancing at her. If someone were to claim that he did this out of righteousness, it wouldn't just be disrespectful. It would be seen as courageous as well. From the public's view of Mrs. Zhonghua, after hearing these words, Mrs. Han fell into deep thought. At that moment, Cheolsu suddenly furrowed his brows and spoke clearly. That's why I want to meet with you directly to ask for your help. Please maintain a good relationship with us. He began to explain, as you know, I'm in a difficult position with Choi Gang Corporation, the company where I used to work. Choi Gang, along with the Geo Church and that cult, has taken over Cheon Sweat's company. Cheon Sweat's disappearance forced me to confront them, at least officially. The group stood calmly, listening as he analyzed the situation. A place with A-class hunters is owned and managed by an influential brute, but the only people who can still maintain a good relationship with us are here in the Jago Chi Small Business Association. Zhonghua's face relaxed as he anxiously glanced around, silently thinking, whether it's reasonable or not, the pieces are already in place. Now it's time to lock everything down. Suddenly, Cheolsu lowered himself before the woman, leaving Zhonghua stunned. Eri and Jin Su exchanged puzzled glances. A moment later, everyone quickly followed Cheolsu, bowing before her. The group looked on, clearly uncomfortable, their expressions filled with confusion. One person quickly stepped forward, bowing deeply, and whispered into her ear, "There's no need to be swayed by his words. Ma'am, we can't know for sure if he really came with those intentions. If we accept his offer, other hunting companies will treat us the same way they treat him." Zhang fell silent, thinking deeply for a long time. Finally, she spoke. Ask if Dong Sun's restaurant has space for our group. The followers froze, startled by her words. Ma'am, one of them spoke up, you're smiling warmly. But surely, we should have dinner first, right? The scene shifted to Dong Sum's restaurant. The group was seated at a large table, with food being brought out. The followers remained on edge, still cautious. Everyone stared at them with fierce looks, making Panduro and Du-ha feel a bit uneasy. Over on this side, the Cheolsu group sat straight at the table, but everyone was awkward and didn't dare move. Suddenly, Zhonghua burst into loud laughter and cheerfully spoke up, "Go ahead and eat, everyone." She smiled warmly at Ensorang and continued, "You look healthy, so I guess they've been treating you well, huh?" And Ensorang looked uncomfortable and hesitated before speaking. "Grandma, aren't you angry at me?" Zhonghua chuckled softly and replied gently, "Of course I'm angry. I'm angry because you came into this place without properly greeting anyone, but that's all." She then glanced at Cheolsu and said, "Young man, I don't believe you killed Lieutenant Lim and Cheon Swat to become an A-class hunter. No matter what people say, I didn't raise Jimbu and Ensorang to be foolish enough to follow someone like you, someone seeking fame so desperately." At this point, she laughed again and said, "Now, young man, you asked if I could back you up, didn't you? Right? Well, before I answer that, I only have one question for you. What was the final moment like for Manhan?" He was stunned when he heard that, his face turning serious as he looked at her. In that moment, he recalled the battle from back then. Manhan had been bitten on the neck by a small monster. His voice dropped, clearly filled with guilt. "He died trying to protect me," he said, his eyes full of sorrow. For me, the memories of our happy, laughter-filled times flashed through his mind. Cheolsu spoke softly, his voice heavy. He was such a good teammate. Zhonghua smiled warmly when he heard this. He was Goru's subordinate, the one who made the weapons for you. At that moment, she began reminiscing about the time when Manhan was still around. "It took him a long time, but he sharpened my knives so carefully. He said if he ever ran out of money as a hunter, he'd go back to being a blacksmith." Suddenly, Zhonghua spoke up. "Just think of the weapons you received today as having been made by Manhan." Cheolsu looked at her in surprise. Her tone then became sharp and determined. Zhonghua stared at him intently, saying, "I will back you up, because you once supported my family." Everyone was taken aback by her words, staring at her in disbelief. Eri smiled to herself and thought, not only did we get enhanced weapons, but we also attracted the president of the Merchant Association, Jiago Che. This is incredible. What a big win. She continued, "However, you'll need to help me with something, young man." Cheolsu looked on, curious. He asked, "What is it?" Zhonghua explained quietly, "Soon we'll be in the campaign to retake Yan City, and the group betting for it is our Jago Chai Merchant Association." Her voice grew more serious. "The Jai Oha Church has taken over the Cheon Swat Company." Zhonghua fixed him with a stern look. In this upcoming retaking campaign, there would definitely be conflict between our merchant association and the church. So she asked, "Can you be my blade when that time comes?" Scene shift to a church. A missionary in a state of complete panic was running desperately. He shouted loudly, Holy Father, Holy Father." His face was filled with fear as he rushed forward to report. According to the latest intelligence, Zhonghua has met with the rising A-rank hunter. At this moment, Baek Yeon-im was praying. Hearing these words, he opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp, and his voice was deep and thoughtful. "Oh, what a pity." Suddenly, his expression turned terrifying. He spoke coldly. "If we can't recruit him, then we have no choice but to eliminate him." Meanwhile, Eri looked flustered and raised her hand. "Wait, hold on a second." She was nervous. "We're all really grateful for being overlooked for secretly going to the Jago market to buy weapons and for your efforts to build a good relationship with the Merchant Association. But," Eri hesitantly glanced at Cheolsu, "do you want to become Zhonghua's right hand? Exactly what you want us to do." He calmly explained, "Well, those cults have managed to recruit some gangsters and have become the biggest force now." And Selrang suddenly became serious and spoke up. "If it comes to the point where we, as members of the Jago Market Merchant Association, need to use force, I'd like to ask for everyone's help." Jingyu eagerly added, "Your calculations have always amazed everyone, haven't they? You're saying that when a partner makes an unreasonable request, we have to be ready to meet those demands, right?" Zhonghua heard these words and laughed with amusement. "Since starting the company, your mind has become a lot sharper. Except for Selrang, I never thought you'd be so quick and calculating. But it seems you're quite perceptive after all." Suddenly, her face hardened and her voice turned cold. "The Jai Oha Church has grown too powerful. It's gotten to the point where other hunting companies, political forces, and even the provisional government will find it hard to control them." Zhonghua thought to himself, after the military forces were nearly wiped out in Unjin, and when the existence of hunters was made public to society, the fastest growing power filled the power vacuum. That was the Jai Oha Church. The rankings appeared, but why wasn't it Choi Yang's company or the Jiago China Merchant Association or even the Hunters? The reason is simple, because they are a religion. A person humbly folds their hands in prayer, and a group of people kneels down, earnestly praying with all their hearts. What could replace a nation that has lost trust and credibility is not a single individual, but rather religion, a spiritual force capable of uniting people. At the forefront stands Baek-un-am, backed by powerful hunters with mysterious appearances. More importantly, they are supported by a vast number of loyal followers from the Jai Oha Church, a rising force that blends faith with combat power. They are the ones who have put forth explanations for the chain of causes behind the zombie disaster. After the events in Umjin, they had attracted at least 1 million followers, over 2,000 hunters, and evolved into an organization with national-level influence. They even established connections with hundreds of figures from the political and business sectors. Cheolsu suddenly spoke with a serious tone. But ma'am, although their takeover of Cheolsu's remaining forces and their belief in money and power of all else makes me uneasy, considering they're simply expanding their reach and possess the capability to confront other hunter factions, isn't it a bit too early to judge them? John Halal laughed heartily and replied cheerfully, "Young man, I too hope and pray that things won't reach the worst-case scenario." But suddenly, her tone shifted. She pointed to her head and said, "But when you live long enough, you start to develop instincts, a sense of what's coming shaped by experience. It's like a horse without a rider. Sooner or later, it's bound to trample someone." And Baek-un-am, the image of a man desperately attacking someone, was caught by her. It turns out this was Baek-un-am when he was younger. At that moment, he was crazily pounding into the person in front of him. He was someone who couldn't even kill a single zombie, relying only on his ambition to climb to rank A. Hearing this, Cheolsu fell into deep thought. Jim Gu, observing him, quietly watched his expression. Suddenly, Cheolsu furrowed his brow, his face serious. It was clear that life experience couldn't be overlooked. "All right, our company will join the operation to retake Yan City." A car was moving down the road. In the car, Cheolsu sat, looking embarrassed as he glanced over. "What's wrong?" he asked, confused and sweating, his voice uncertain. "Why have you been glaring at me for 20 minutes? Cheolsu was stunned as he looked at Eri. "We made it out of Jiago Market safely, and we even got weapons. Even though it's unofficial, we still managed to form an alliance with the Jiago Market. That was definitely a smart decision, don't you think?" At this point, Eri, sounding angry, said, "You should have stopped there." She frowned, pointing and shouting, "Right now, the Jai Oha Church is not only the largest hunter faction, but also a political force. Are we really supposed to go head-to-head with something like that?" Eri's gaze turned annoyed. She snapped, "And on top of that, this was done without our consent. It was all your decision, made without asking anyone else." Cheolsu, feeling helpless, covered his ears and quickly tried to explain, "You're right, it's a huge risk, but we're only going to play the role of an assistant to Mrs. Zhonghua when they attack the Jiago Chai Merchant Association. That means, if they don't attack and stick to their boundaries, we'll have to confront them directly." He recalled what had happened before. "I've seen it in Umjin. The enemies within our ranks are more dangerous than zombies or mutant creatures." Eri finally calmed down, listening closely as he explained. "If I find out those cultists belong to that group, not just because of the Jiago Chi Merchants Association, but also because of my beliefs and wine text, I will." His face hardened, his eyes clearly showing a strong determination. "I will wipe them out completely." Seeing his attitude, she thought for a moment before reluctantly turning her face away. "Next time, before making a decision, you definitely need to consult with me first. I may not be a hunter, but I'm one of the co-founders of the company." Cheolsu smiled brightly, patting Eri on the head. "Sorry about that. I'll remember it next time," he said, making her momentarily freeze. Her face instinctively flushed. Eri nervously bit her lip, then spoke up. "I'll make a list of the hunters who will join the operation to retake the city of Yan. When the list is ready, please review it quickly, because there's only 2 weeks left." The situation didn't look good, especially with the operation to retake the city of Yan, which faces the Busan Wall and Jin Wall. This operation will wipe out all the zombies and mutated creatures inside the city of Yan. The scene shifts to a high-rise building. Inside, there are many different groups gathered: Zhonghua, Cheolsu, and Baek-un-am. Cheolsu glances around carefully. Baek-un-am has an excited smile on her face as she clasps her hands together, waiting eagerly. The Jiago Chai Merchant Association, represented by A-rank hunter Mrs. Han Zhonghua, has a calm and composed expression. Kim Cheolsu from Dead Zone Solutions is also an A-rank hunter, and his face looks serious. The leader of the remaining forces from Cheolsu, who is also a preacher at the Jai Oha Church and a B-rank hunter, Chang Zong, gives off an air of mystery. Finally, there's the leader of the Jai Oha Church, A-rank hunter Baek-un-am. His face is filled with excitement. One person begins to explain the rules. The mission for the hunters is simple. You need to eliminate a large number of zombies typically found in Yan City. The target includes 3 types of C-rank mutants and 5 types of B-rank mutants. The attacking team will consist of 3 A-rank hunters, 27 B-rank hunters, and 110 other hunters. Everyone is eager and ready for action. A disgusting monster opened its mouth wide and attacked. Cheolsu calmly swung his shovel, severing its head. Blood splattered everywhere. The mission to retake Yan City was completed in just 12 days. Suddenly, someone asked, "Is it over now?" The group stood before a cracked road with plenty of space. In front of them was the monster's lifeless body. Jimbu then put his hands in his pockets and said, "Counting the ones we captured earlier, this is the 8th mutated one. So, yeah, it's done." Chairman. Dua has suddenly raised his hand, carefully examining the blood on it. "Oh, zombie blood, this stuff sticks and is hard to wash off." He turned to look at the young man and asked softly, "How do you feel about this first large-scale operation?" Dua awkwardly replied, "This is a battle of endurance. I've realized I need to be more cautious, especially with my stamina. It's lower than the zombies." And then he hesitated, his gaze suddenly shifting to the side. Behind them was a mountain of monster corpses. Dunhei stared at the pile and said, "Our hunters really are monsters, aren't they?" Cheolsu glanced at him and then seriously replied, "You didn't do bad for your first time in battle. Like you said, just try to improve your weak stamina and slow reaction time." Duha quickly smiled. "Yes." He then turned to look at Jimgu and asked, "How are the actions of the cult and the remaining forces of Cheon Swat going?" Jimgu responded right away. Surprisingly, there was nothing special to report. He gave a scrutinizing look and said, "If we expected a confrontation with the hunters during the retake, then they should be saving their strength, right? But instead, they're not worried about their hunters being depleted. They're actively participating in wiping out the zombies to take more land in Yan." Jimbu raised his hand seriously to make his point. Furthermore, when it comes to disputes or conflicts with hunters from other companies, their actions have been really clean, nothing suspicious at all. It's almost like hunters trying to reclaim territory. At this point, and Rang also quietly wondered maybe Mrs. Jeonhwa is just overthinking. Even if they are fanatical followers, how could hunters ever think about killing other hunters? People in the same industry still follow business ethics, right? She thought about the many hunters on the road. Moreover, if they reduced the number of hunters, there would immediately be a security issue for Busan to worry about. Cheolsu glanced over seriously, his voice turning low. "All right, I understand, but don't let your guard down until we get back to Busan. Something's off. I have a feeling that something isn't right." At that moment, the walkie-talkie in his hand crackled to life. "Attention, everyone. As part of the operation to retake the city of Yan, we confirm that the last zombie gathering point has been cleared." The voice on the other end requested, "Hunters, please gather at the designated point to board the vehicles back to Busan." All the hunters quickly gathered at the starting point. Surprisingly, the crowd of followers was huge. "Hunters, please get on the vehicles quickly. We're about to leave." Cheolsu found himself stuck in the middle of the crowd of followers, feeling irritated as he thought to himself, these fanatics, there are so many of them, and it's so noisy." After a long struggle to push through, he finally made it onto the vehicle. Cheolsu leaned back in his seat, letting out a sigh. This is honestly more exhausting than fighting zombies, being shoved around like this. Suddenly, he heard a voice calling from a distance. "Is the chairman here too? Is he trying to get his attention?" Tuhal walked over, sat down heavily, sighed with exhaustion, and began complaining nonstop. "Even when you rent a bus, they pack it so tightly like this. Seriously. Plus, the people from the Jai Oha Road group seem way too many. I've heard they're an organization that relies on numbers." Cheolsu, irritated, grumbled, "Why do you have to sit next to me? It's so noisy." Tuhal laughed cheerfully. "What's wrong? You rather have a stranger next to you?" It seemed like everyone in the company had been split up. He sighed in frustration and ordered, "I'm so tired. Please be quiet." The bus began to move. By now, it was dark. The vehicle slowly crawled through winding hills. Cheolsu had already fallen asleep after a long stretch of work, and Du Ha had drifted off as well. Suddenly, a group of followers quietly stepped out. They exchanged brief looks and nodded. Quickly, they pulled out weapons, their faces fierce, and moved toward the two of them. Baekhyun Am stood on a podium, his voice clear and loud. What a mess this is the zombies were facing. They act like a collective, don't they? The followers all responded eagerly. Yes, that's right. At this point, Baekhyun Am continued to control the group's mindset. Just like how we humans are fighting against zombies, we need to act as a united front, right? The group responded in unison. Yes, that's right. Then he said, Anyone who doesn't act as part of a united group is the enemy of humanity, isn't that right? They immediately shouted loudly, yes, that's right. Meanwhile, back on the bus, Cheolsu was asleep. Duha, also tired, drifted off into a peaceful sleep. What should we do with hunters who don't join our church and have their own power? The followers sneaked out. Each of them had a sinister look on their face, holding a weapon. We should kill him. At that moment, on the second bus heading back to Busan, a man was jolted awake by the noise, still groggy. He rubbed his eyes and glanced around. It's so noisy. What's going on with the bus? The bus? This is public transportation, someone replied. Suddenly, right in front of him, a fanatic with a fierce look pointed a knife at him. In the next second, blood splattered onto the glass window, then sprayed onto the third bus, heading back to Busan. Inside, chaos broke out. The group of fanatics had attacked in the middle of the night, catching the others off guard. Blood was everywhere. The driver glanced briefly at the rearview mirror. He remained silent, not saying a word. The hem of his jacket flickered briefly, revealing the church emblem. The bus continued its journey towards Busan. Cut to the 14th bus, heading back to Busan. Kim, Cheolsu, and Do-ha. At that moment, while Cheolsu was asleep, one fanatic quietly moved behind him, raising a sharp knife. Gritting his teeth, he struck down with the knife. Suddenly, Cheolsu grabbed the lever and adjusted his seat. The seat quickly lowered, forcing the fanatic to stumble backward in panic. But there was nowhere to run. He was soon hit by the seat, crying out in pain. Cheolsu grabbed a shovel and slowly stood up. The surrounding fanatics froze in shock. No way! They panicked, screaming in terror. You think you can fake sleeping to fool us? You're attacking the pastor now. They shouted in fury, charging forward. Die, you bastards. Cheolsu's eyes flashed with determination. He swung his shovel quickly, releasing a burst of force that struck the group of followers. In an instant, blood sprayed everywhere. The followers cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching their wounds. Cheolsu frowned and exhaled deeply. He called out loudly, "Wake up, rookie! You're still half asleep with your eyes open." As soon as Du-ha opened his eyes, the gruesome scene of blood overwhelmed him. He screamed in shock. "Cheolsu, how can you sleep through all this chaos? If you don't wake up now, the next time you open your eyes, it'll be straight into hell, rookie." Du-ha, still half asleep, mumbled groggily. "President, don't tell me you're going to massacre the forces you don't like." Hearing this, Cheolsu became enraged. "What exactly do you think I am? I'm not the one who started this war. It's those bastards who did." The remaining followers at this point seemed hesitant, clearly shaken, but they still gritted their teeth and pointed their weapons at the two of them. Du-ha saw that there were too many of them on the other side and nervously glanced at him. "What should we do now? Do you think we can fight them off? If it's just the president, do you think he has a chance?" He looked straight at the crowd of followers and replied, "I'm an A-rank hunter. How am I supposed to know what rank I'd be at if I killed people instead of zombies? These assholes are human, not zombies. Not everyone is the same." Hearing that, the young man hesitated. "So what are we supposed to do then?" At that moment, Cheolsu's face showed a hint of surprise. He stared straight ahead, then suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "Sit down and buckle up." He then tightly gripped the shovel and started to twist it in his hands. Du-ha, confused by his words, looked at him. "What did you say?" Cheolsu quickly responded, "I said buckle up. You don't want to die." He tightened his grip on the shovel, then glanced at the driver, silently thinking to himself, no matter what happens, the bus won't stop and will keep moving at the same speed. They must be on the same side, right? At that moment, a chain suddenly grew from his shovel. He grimaced, then forcefully swung it forward. The shovel quickly sliced through the crowd of followers rushing toward the driver. The tip of the shovel pierced through the man's body, causing him to glance up in shock. A moment later, the driver collapsed, losing control of the wheel. The whole group of followers lost their balance and stumbled. They screamed in panic, scattering in all directions. One angry man raised a knife and charged forward. "You bastard!" Cheolsu, now securely seated with his seatbelt on, glanced at the follower and smirked. "Too late, idiots." Suddenly, the car surged forward, speeding straight toward the guardrail. It crashed hard into the rail, then careened over the edge of the cliff. A deafening explosion followed. A little while later, at the bottom of the cliff, where dense trees grew, the car lay in ruins, smoke billowing from it. One of the followers struggled to crawl out of the wreckage, groaning in pain. "Master, it hurts. It hurts so much," he whimpered. Suddenly, he froze in fear as he saw Cheolsu and Du-ha standing in front of him. Du-ha, having just gotten out of the car, immediately started vomiting. "I feel so sick. This is worse than riding a roller coaster." At that moment, Cheolsu spotted him. "Wait a second, there's a guy still alive over there." The follower, terrified, screamed, "Master, oh my God, don't come here. Don't come to me, you damn cultists." Cheolsu quickly approached and grabbed his shoulder. With one forceful shove, he sent the man flying. The follower cried out in pain. Cheolsu's face twisted with anger, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His voice was cold as he spoke. Now, tell me what's going on. The follower lay on the ground, eyes closed, as he calmly said, "Just kill me. I already decided to offer my life to the master. I'm ready to die." Suddenly, Cheolsu's voice turned sharp. "No, you're not dying yet." The follower looked up in shock, blinking at him. "What?" Cheolsu grinned coldly, his expression as icy as ever as he stared at him. "I got an interesting idea." With that, Cheolsu plunged a shovel into his shoulder. "If you don't tell me your plan," his voice grew even colder, "I'll cut you into pieces," he threatened. He didn't stop with his threats, covering everything from the toes, ankles, thighs, and knees to the groin. As for the arms, he'd break them down from the fingers to the shoulders. The follower's face immediately drained of color, his eyes flicking nervously to the shovel. Cheolsu grinned with excitement. "When there's nothing left to cut, I'll inject zombie blood into you and turn you into a zombie. I mean, one of those tortured, writhing zombies like a miserable little larva." Doha, watching from a distance, thought to himself, the Church of Jeoha believes that those turned into zombies are criminals. Being turned into a zombie and dying means you were rejected by God. At that moment, Cheolsu let out a cold, thrilled laugh as he threatened the follower again. "So, what's your choice?" He stared at the follower. "I wonder if the president really understands their doctrine, but I guess this threat is working." A little while later, the sky was eerily quiet. Stepping out of the bushes, Doha spoke up. "Did you learn anything?" He replied, "This is more complicated than I thought." Cheolsu frowned, his face showing clear irritation. "These bastards have decided to do this on a large scale. The remaining ones are very dangerous." The scene shifted. In the city, everything around was in ruins. In the middle of the street, a car had its lights on. Baek him sat inside, grinning with excitement, glancing out the car window. At that moment, one of the followers spoke eagerly. "It must have started by now, right, master?" Baek him glanced over and replied, "It probably has. The large-scale purge of hunters had begun." Meanwhile, on the fourth bus, heading back to Busan, the followers were killing everyone in sight. On the fifth bus, it was no different. Moving to the sixth bus, the situation was equally chaotic. A few people had managed to wake up in time and fought back, but they were quickly overpowered and killed. Back in Baek Moon-im's car, he smiled brightly. "Once this operation is over, we and the hunter organization of this scale will be able to match the Choi Gang Company." The follower beside him answered eagerly, "Of course. They're an organization that can be bribed with money." He smiled warmly at Baek Yeon-im. The Jagochi Merchants Association has some unclear points. For example, loyalty and ethics have rejected an alliance with us, and the company Dead Zone Solutions has been excluded. Just as expected from the High Priest, his intellect is truly impressive. How could he come up with a strategy to wipe out those pests with just one move? Baekwoman glanced outside, her smile cold and her gaze full of hidden meaning. "It's not really a strategy. Those hunters are skilled at fighting zombies, but they're not exactly good at fighting humans." Meanwhile, and Selrang was frustrated. These bastards. On the number 11 bus back to Busan, Panduro and Selrang were pushing back hard. She growled angrily, "How many more people do we have to kill? There are so many of them." Panduro, looking tired and sweating, responded, "That's why blind faith is so dangerous, because they're no longer afraid of anything. They're willing to throw away their own lives or disregard the lives of others." Baek-gun let out a cold laugh. Originally, when a person kills another, they usually feel a mix of guilt and fear, so they can't fight as effectively as they normally would. The follower now brought the radio to Baek-gun. This is a direct connection from the radio. It seems they've achieved something. Let's listen in. "Leader," a voice on the other side spoke up. "This is Zone C, the Lion of Zone C here. All of Mrs. Zhonghua's close associates have been eliminated. She herself is severely wounded and is expected to die soon. Everything is going according to your plan, leader." Baek-gun smiled, a satisfied look on his face. He whispered, "Amen." Scene shifts to the first bus heading back to Busan. Mrs. Zhonghua was in complete chaos. Bodies were scattered everywhere, and 3 figures stood in the distance. Their expressions were terrifying. B-rank hunter Dong Seok-hwee had killed 30,829 zombies. B-rank hunter known as Judge Pyeon-dong had killed 53,211 zombies. B-rank hunter, nicknamed Lion Sim Wong-dong, had killed 9,999 zombies. Zhonghua clutched her injured body. She pointed the knife at them, her voice full of anger as she shouted, "These cursed wretches, they've long stopped being human." Wang-dong responded coldly, "For a heretic like you, living this long is impressive. We intentionally sent our most elite followers onto the bus." He glanced at the dead followers in the vehicle, then said, How did you manage to kill them all and still survive? Suddenly, Wang Dom's tone grew colder. It seems you're badly wounded. With all due respect, I'll put you out of your misery quickly. Not far away, a steady footstep echoed as it approached the rock ledge. Soho observed the scene from a distance, his voice thick with frustration. Oh my god, these bastards. Behind him, a massive, powerful monster suddenly appeared. His voice was chilling as he muttered, "This is a real mess." The masked man sitting nearby calmly suggested, in the end, humans are killing other humans. The story had already been told. It had always been this way throughout human history, and even in this zombie apocalypse, it continued. A terrifying image appeared, set against a backdrop of decay as if the end of the world was drawing near. The scene shifted to inside the laboratory room. The scientists had all been bitten and torn apart by zombies. What? Is this virus something created by humans that caused all of this? No, that's not what I mean. The bodies of both zombies and regular humans were scattered everywhere on the ground, piled on top of each other like a mountain, literally. The most horrifying tragedy of all was that humans had killed each other more than they had killed zombies, and even more the number of people killed by zombies themselves. Meanwhile, the civil war between the two sides continued with brutal intensity. They had already pushed innocent civilians into the battlefield. The unfortunate, unlucky ones who became victims of this war died in a savage and cruel way. This was the true cause of the problem. This was what had been planned all along. A new update appeared on the information sheet. The correlation between the number of refugees and the location of refugee camps had reached a level 1 alert. In addition, a report had been sent at that time. The content of the report read, "Kill those who cannot contribute to building infrastructure." The president had agreed. After reading this report, the president was extremely shocked and quickly turned to ask his secretary, "Is the content of this report true? If so, is it even possible?" The secretary quickly nodded in confirmation, certain of the answer. This person continues to point forward, giving instructions. The higher-ups have already agreed. It's not about whether it can be done, but about doing it this way. In addition, various movements are starting to emerge. Countless escape efforts from the country are also taking shape. Everything has come to a standstill as essential resources are becoming scarce. The supplies running low, they have also reduced the budget. The story is slowly being told, but I hadn't planned to reveal this. But should I reveal one shocking truth? An image of a desolate place said to be a vaccine production site appeared. A vaccine specifically for zombies. One that could be produced in large quantities. When tested, this vaccine helped survivors as if they were stepping out of hell, to the point where it could turn all infected people and mutated strains across the country back into humans. Things are becoming increasingly difficult. However, the government has decided to halt mass production. The approval document is in the report. The planned budget for hiring additional staff to produce large quantities of the specialized Zomvest vaccine was expected, but unfortunately, it was all canceled. This left everyone feeling completely hopeless. Why, you ask? Is this morally right? If we want a vaccine to treat this, we need a lot of money to turn many zombies back into humans. At the same time, the workforce required for production is also a huge problem. It demands an enormous amount of capital and a large enough labor force. As soon as people were brought back from the gates of hell, they all lined up, heading in the same direction. The return of humanity became a chaotic battle, one that also needed an immense amount of welfare support. The military even had to seize supplies from civilians, causing them to cry out in despair. There was no choice but to force the survivors to give up everything they had. Breaking news was constantly being broadcast on TV. All remaining people were being drafted. The nationwide mobilization order officially took effect today. At the same time, many people were protesting, and at that point, it couldn't even engage in politics anymore. The suffering citizens kept raising welfare slogans for the survivors, not the zombies. Ministry of Defense, get the hell out of here. President, step down. That's why the production of the new vaccine was canceled. The image that appeared showed many soldiers who tragically died without ever getting to close their eyes, just like how the Ministry of Defense treated us during the Unjin battle. The scene at that time was devastating. Dead bodies scattered across the ground, just like how the Ministry of Defense abandoned me and my comrades in Seoul. A torn old photo resurfaced. Back then, everyone was part of a united group, remembering the day first started the operation to reclaim Seoul. The root cause of all this was humanity. People were killing each other, even though there were plenty of ways and opportunities to save lives. Back in the present, Suho put on his helmet and sighed thoughtfully. Now I understand. I feel your pain, your world. I can sympathize with it all. After hearing Suho's words, the man below finally gasped and begged. Please, I beg you, spare me. He sighed, glanced at the man, and shared his thoughts. I was going to tell you this the first time we met, but I've never once thought about killing anyone. When Shion Suat appeared, he slowly began to understand what was going on. Oh, so you were afraid of that thing. This time he smiled calmly and explained everything more clearly. I didn't mean to do it. Or maybe it's because I've just become a mutant, and that's why this happened? Is it because I couldn't control my strength? Put it down, Cheon Swat. You're scaring people. Hearing this, the man quickly dropped his shirt in front of him. Remembering something important, Huang Dong turned around and called out, Dong Sokwa? So-ho, sitting to the side, was surprised and mocked them. Hey, didn't you all kill each other here before? Now you're asking me for help as if I caused this disaster. Anyone looking in would think this is ironic, don't you think? He continued to look towards Zhang Hua, who was still standing there. Isn't that right? Old Monin, I saved your life once, didn't I? She sighed, confused about what happened to Su-ho. The first time they met, he had been a strong young man. How had he turned into this now? Jiang Su-ho, how could you possibly control that mutated strain? Hearing her words only made him lose his composure even more. He stood up and scolded, I can't even talk to this old woman. Seriously, stop saying things that could be easily misunderstood. He walked closer to her, making his intentions clear. I didn't come here to kill anyone today. I just came to ask you to deliver a message. As soon as he finished speaking, an attack came from another direction. It caught Su-ho off guard, and he quickly stepped back to defend himself. A shell was embedded in the wall. Imagine if Jiang Su-ho hadn't moved in time, he probably would have been dead by now. He sighed and turned to look at Cheolsu, who had appeared. See, even before anything had started, someone had misunderstood. This time, Cheolsu quickly attacked with his familiar chain and shovel. Su-ho grew extremely anxious and hurriedly looked toward Zhang Hua, where the old woman stood still. Old lady, are you okay? Seeing Jiang Su-ho appear only made him more irritated. That bastard. What are you doing? The large figure of Cheon Swat caught his eye, making him look confused. A mutated species. That face looked somewhat familiar. With that huge build and face, could it really be Cheon Swat? Even though he was still a little bewildered, he tried to calm himself down. First, he needed to kill it. Cheolsu thought to himself, quickly pulling out his weapon. But for some reason, it seemed impossible to draw it. He stared back in confusion, not sure when exactly Su-ho had grabbed hold of his weapon, not letting him take it back. This left Dua stunned and in disbelief. He fell into his own thoughts. Who is this person who can withstand the chairman's attack with just one hand? Su-ho pulled Cheolsu's weapon out and declared loudly, I'm really just here to deliver a message today. He even slammed the shovel into the ground with force. This weapon is being confiscated. The shovel stuck deep into the ground as if to assert his authority. Cheolsu understood Su-ho's intentions. Cheolsu was very angry, but he knew he couldn't just charge in and attack. Seeing the situation wasn't looking good, Du-ha quietly whispered in Cheolsu's ear, Do you want me to help the president buy some time to retrieve his weapon? He shook his head in refusal. No, I'll kill him myself. He took a moment to carefully observe everything around him before sharing his own thoughts. He can control me with the shovel. All he's done is stick it into the ground. I don't think he's here to cause trouble. I think he's here for something else. After hearing this, Su-ho laughed and clapped his hands with amusement. All right, excellent. On the contrary, I actually respect that. Cheolsu still didn't fully understand what Su-ho was saying, but Su-ho continued, picking up the conversation again. I was worried whether you'd even survive in that condition and make it back to Busan. You should pass on a message to the people there for me. Cheolsu looked confused, staring at the man in front of him with the hat. Message? Su-ho got straight to the point, raising his finger and declaring, 1 month from now, I'll climb over the wall and enter Busan with a horde of zombies and mutants. The warnings left Cheolsu frozen, unable to believe what he was hearing. Of course, Du-ha, standing right next to him, was just as stunned. Su-ho continued speaking. That's right, to kill every single person left in Busan. Wang Dong slowly turned his head, listening closely. Zhang Hua also sensed that things were slowly starting to go wrong. The more Cheolsu thought about it, the more he felt something was off. He was confused and asked the man in front of him, You're a human too, right? It's not just about killing one person. We're talking about killing every single person in Busan, aren't you? Su-ho remained calm, as if nothing had happened. Me? Of course, a human. Su-ho's voice continued, but he was silent for a moment, focusing and listening carefully. He then pointed at Cheolsu and Du-ha and declared, You survivors, you're not human either. Up until that point, Zhang Hua had been quiet, feeling a bit scared by what he was hearing. In contrast, the infected people, the mutated ones, those who had been misled, lost, and were drowning in darkness were the real victims. For the first time, Du-ha felt the true danger coming from this mysterious person. Because those people sacrificed themselves, they are the ones who deserve to be called human. After saying this, Su-ho clenched his fist tightly, his expression full of determination. That's why I'll kill all of you. I'll wipe you out, cure those who have been turned into zombies, and then rebuild the country from there. Before leaving, Suho didn't forget to issue a warning. So, you all better go back to Busan and pass on the message. After hearing these words, Cheolsu became extremely serious. He knew that Suho wasn't someone who just talked without acting. The people outside the walls, the ones you abandoned. Jang Suho, the hunter who once risked his life for all of you. Suho's voice suddenly dropped and he declared that he would launch a full-scale attack on the filthy humans. Thinking back to everything Suho had just said, Cheolsu felt confused, unable to believe it. Did he just declare war? Is he really planning to kill everyone inside the walls? Unconsciously, he remembered the image of the zombie hunters with the military helicopter always providing support for the ordinary citizens. How ridiculous. Even if he does that, there are still hundreds of hunters in Busan. Although the army had been divided in Umjin, there were still many troops stationed in Busan. On top of that, the people had already equipped themselves with the necessary gear. Furthermore, if Busan were to be in danger, the survivors would just arm themselves as well. The more he thought about it, the more Cheolsu felt something was off. How would a single person or even a group led by one person kill every single survivor? He wondered. That's impossible. But why? He couldn't shake the feeling that Suho wasn't the type to joke around. He spoke as if he meant it. Could he really go through with it? The situation was urgent. He looked at Zhonghua standing still and then quietly sank into his own thoughts, analyzing the situation logically. What I need to do right now is declare war and make it clear that I will do so. After that, I'll get her back behind the safety of the walls. He had thought through everything carefully regarding this mysterious man named Suho, but reason was urging him that if he avoided this battle and ignored him, the next time they met, he could be under the worst possible circumstances. After thinking for a short while, Cheolsu tightly gripped his weapon in his hand. Shouldn't we just give up? Everyone around them was waiting for Cheolsu's decision, even though he was still deep in thought. If they spent just a little time fighting, could they gather information and handle him later? Even though they were injured now, what if there was an A-rank hunter and a B-rank hunter with them? Suho was slowly losing his composure as if he could understand Cheolsu's feelings. Are you still thinking about it? He asked, his tone frustrated. He was a little taken aback, unsure of what to do next. Suho spoke again. Everyone thinks the same way, but only when they reach a certain level. He seemed serious about what he had just said. At your level, you could save them and get everyone back safely. But this time, in the midst of the smoke and chaos, Suho quickly made a threat. If things get worse, I'll kill everyone here. His eyes darkened with irritation, and he kept voicing his thoughts. The only reason I'm letting you all live, the survivors who make it to the end. No, it's not because I feel sorry for you. It's because I want to see what humans are really like. So, you should go back to Busan while you still have the chance. Either way, we'll see each other again soon. Just when Suho thought that was the end, he turned to leave, but suddenly remembered something important. Oh, one more thing. He quickly glanced ahead and spoke up, his voice firm. Adong, send my regards to Ms. Adong. Tell her I'll personally visit her soon. Time passed slowly, and soon the moon had risen high over a wide road. Cheolsu was helping Wang Dong walk forward, while Dua Ha supported Zhang Hua, who was badly injured. After checking their surroundings, Wang Dong quickly spoke up. This should be far enough. He didn't forget to thank Cheolsu. Thanks, I won't forget this favor. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheolsu shoved him backward with force. His face was filled with anger as he scolded him harshly. Are you out of your mind? You're the ones who attacked first. Both the Small Business Association and the hunters from my company were the ones you attacked. Even if that bastard in armor doesn't come here, and even if we don't need the hunters right now, you're still dead here. After the insults, he paused for a moment. This time, he directly asked Wang Dong, do you have a way to contact your superiors? Quickly get in touch with those Dan Heronics, and you should say it yourself. Just thinking about how everything was becoming more and more complicated, he felt utterly helpless. He sighed and scolded. This isn't a situation where people should be killing each other. This is a situation where, even if there's only one hunter left, they must be kept alive at all costs. It seemed like Wang Dong slowly understood what he was implying. With no other choice, Wang Dong simply nodded in agreement. I understand. I'll try to convince the Pope to pause this war. The scene shifted to a luxurious sports car driving down a long road with Baek Eun-im's voice coming through. Just moments ago, he was inside the car, looking at the radio and asking in surprise, did you say Suho? He already had a bad feeling about the situation, the appearance of Suho back then, and now, Suho was sitting on top of the massive body of Cheon Swat, exuding a commanding presence. Suho even controlled Cheon Swat to his will, using his ability to manipulate mutant strains. He remembered the warning Suho had shouted, sending a chill through everyone, along with his declaration to kill all the survivors in Busan. This was the first time Baek Eun-im found himself in such a situation, and he was so troubled that he didn't know what to do. When he heard what was happening, a thought crossed his mind. He bit his lip so hard it bled and came to a conclusion. In his mind, he had already started making plans. Now was not the time for fights like this. Recalling the brutal scene from the bloody battle that day, he felt lost and uncertain about what action to take. If they made a mistake, this battle would turn into a purge. At that point, he would be seen as an accomplice to all these actions. That would lead to a decrease in the number of hunters, and he could be branded a traitor. Baekhyun felt helpless, not knowing what to do next. He would be seen as a betrayer to the survivors. In his mind, he saw images of ordinary people relentlessly beating him in a savage way. In just a moment, I became someone seen as having betrayed humanity. The thought weighed heavily on me, almost too much to bear. Baekhyun spoke calmly. Father Stephen, he called. Stephen, upon hearing this, quickly responded. Yes, your holiness. After a brief silence, he made his decision. Because you have trusted me, followed me, and contributed greatly to defending our people and supporting the church, you'll be remembered with honor. Upon hearing Baekhyun's words, Stephen clasped his hands, nodding with conviction. Yes, your holiness. It is an honor to receive your words. From now on, I, Stephen, will continue to follow your guidance with unwavering faith. Before he could say more, Baekhyun interjected with a serious tone. But you're ready to carry out your duty for me, aren't you? Stephen was visibly confused. Not fully understanding Baekhyun's intent, he asked again. What do you mean? Please explain further. Go to the hunter's outpost and confront them. Things are unraveling, and someone needs to take responsibility. Wouldn't you agree? So, we hope this priest will be the one to do it. After hearing these demands, Stephen suddenly fell silent, lost for words. Perhaps he was deep in thought. As he continued to drift in his own thoughts, Baekhyun gently placed a hand on his. However, the expression on his face had turned calculating and commanding. Your martyrdom will be remembered by the church forever. You are a devoted believer of God. As if hypnotized, Stephen quickly nodded in understanding. I accept the command. The luxury sports car sped down the long road, and inside the car, a voice rang out. Dear believers, we will end this conflict here. As the car passed, Stephen was knocked to the ground in immense pain. This battle had been started by priest Stephen, who had been possessed by the demon Satan. Blood continued to spill from his body, splashing onto the cold pavement. This has nothing to do with my wishes, so please take note of this and cease the battle. Upon hearing this news, the crowd grew furious, but there was nothing they could do. Let me say this again. All followers cease combat and return to Busan. They quickly gripped their knives, but something strange seemed to urge them forward, and one by one, they dropped their knives to the ground. On this side, the knives quickly fell, ignoring the fact that Selrang and her teammates were still focused on fighting. One of them smiled warmly and then suggested, It seems like you misunderstood something. We won't be attacking you anymore. Let's all return to Busan safely. This infuriated Selrang, and she angrily yelled, You crazy bastards. Her teammate, who was standing nearby, seemed surprised and asked, Do you actually believe what they're saying? Time passed slowly, and the moon rose high in the sky. Zhonghua had also woken up from her dazed state. She quickly sat up, as if she just had a terrifying nightmare. Seeing that Zhonghua was awake, Eri immediately spoke up. Chairwoman, the old woman is awake. Cheolsu sighed and replied, I'm awake now too. The more she thought about it, the more helpless she felt, and all she could do was sigh. How did everything end up like this? He slowly began recounting the whole story. Cheolsu spoke in a calm voice. We brought her back and took her to the hospital inside the walls of Busan. She's still safe and sound. She listened, her eyes shining with emotion. I'm deeply moved by everything you've done to help me. I owe you for this, Cheolsu, she said softly. Thanks to you, I was able to survive. Cheolsu calmly replied, his face a little sad. It's nothing. Since you've supported us from the beginning, protecting you was part of the deal. I'm sorry. I couldn't save anyone else. She suddenly remembered something important and quickly asked, What's the situation now? Have you informed the government about Gang Soo-ho's appearance? He nodded quickly to confirm. Yes, I have. He also took a moment to remember Stephen's face, then shared the rest of the story. In the end, Baekhyun made Father Stephen take responsibility for the war, and we managed to shake off their trail. His voice continued steady and firm. This is a time when we can't afford any mistakes from the hunters, and with their power growing at an unbelievable rate, punishing them won't be easy. This made her extremely angry. Those rotten ones, she bit her lip. Cheolsu went on, his tone serious. There's one more thing. She looked at him in confusion, paying close attention. He lifted his head, his gaze determined. The Hunters Friendship Association has been called.